In the classroom, Wen Xuan and his classmates were intently watching a live broadcast of a beast battle. On screen, a red-haired woman named Huofeng was commanding her mighty Crimson Flame Dragon in an intense showdown against Jiang Hang's giant cannon turtle. Oh my gosh, that Crimson Flame Dragon is incredibly powerful. You guys don't know what to appreciate. The real highlight is the beauty. Look at Huofeng's figure, that waist, said a boy, marveling as he took a bite of his large bun. With those curves and long legs, marrying her would be worth losing 10 years of life. Typical men, so shallow. My Jiang Hang is the real deal. His giant cannon turtle is so agile, with its retractable head, and its combat prowess is astonishing. Wen Xuan, who do you think will win? Asked his deskmate Wang Bin. Huofeng will win, Wen Xuan replied confidently. Are you a fan of Huofeng too? Wen Xuan chuckled. Have you ever seen me fanboy over anyone? I despise pink, which includes being a fan, Wang Bin said with a mischievous grin, except for one thing. A bespectacled boy in the front row turned around. Wen Xuan, why do you think Huofeng will win? Because Huofeng's Crimson Flame Dragon is at a higher level. Beast battles aren't just about elemental advantage. Sheer strength can overcome any disadvantage. Wen Xuan recalled a certain master who dominated with sheer brute force despite elemental mismatches. While others saw just a regular video battle, Wen Xuan's divine eye revealed deeper insights. The Crimson Flame Dragon was at Diamond Level 8, mastering advanced skills like Dragon Flame Breath and Dragon Claw. Meanwhile, the giant cannon turtle was only at Diamond Level 5, with slightly inferior skill levels. On screen, both beasts were exchanging blows. The Crimson Flame Dragon's flames overpowered the giant cannon turtle's water cannon, inadvertently targeting Jiang Hang. In a critical moment, a blue shield deflected the attack. What kind of shield is that? It can block the Crimson Flame Dragon's fire, Wang Bin exclaimed. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses. Every beast master learns this protective skill after contracting their first beast. As long as there's enough magic, it can persist indefinitely. To defeat a beast master, you either destroy their beast or wait for their magic to deplete. The benefits of being a beast master don't stop there. Beasts can also enhance their master's physique. It's said that extraordinary beast masters can live for 1,000 years, even achieving immortality. These words piqued Wen Xuan's interest. Although Huofeng and Jiang Hang were both top-tier beast masters, Jiang Hang's strongest gold tiger couldn't compete due to elemental disadvantages. But none of this was a challenge for Wen Xuan, who, with his divine eye, could see the beast's information and stay one step ahead, contracting powerful beasts. After watching the video, Mao Mao was filled with excitement. He couldn't help but ask Wen Xuan, do you think I can reach their level? Wen Xuan was about to reply when Wang Bin interjected, his gaze falling on the large green caterpillar in Mao Mao's arms, which was munching on leaves. Mao Mao, if you want to reach that level, it's not impossible. But first, you have to get rid of your green caterpillar. The green caterpillar is a beast with insect attributes, entirely green, causing girls to avoid Mao Mao whenever it was around, often leading to a commotion. The school teachers had tried to address the issue, but Mao Mao countered with, this is my prospective beast companion, and I'm bonding with it. Considering the caterpillar's lack of significant threat, the teachers could only offer verbal reminders. This creature, which mostly eats and sleeps, isn't a popular choice for a starting beast companion. Mao Mao's homeroom teacher had also advised him to choose another beast, but Mao Mao was resolute. Hearing Wang Bin's words now, Mao Mao's expression changed dramatically. As one of the inseparable three musketeers at school, Wang Bin's words hit hard. Mao Mao felt unsure and instinctively looked to Wen Xuan, as if his entire future depended on Wen Xuan's response. Wen Xuan understood and glanced at Mao Mao's green caterpillar. Instantly, a series of attribute information appeared before him. Green caterpillar. Attribute, insect. Gender, male. Level, black iron tier 1. Potential, S. Strength, peak. Evolution path, diamond. Learned skill, silk spinning, LV1. Wen Xuan was secretly amazed. If it had been of mediocre potential, he would have advised Mao Mao to give it up. But this green caterpillar was of S potential. In the ranking of F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSS-tier, S was already exceptionally good. This meant Mao Mao's green caterpillar had immense potential, with a maximum level reaching Diamond Tier 9, unless its potential was enhanced by some extraordinary means. After careful consideration, Wen Xuan spoke seriously. You can choose this green caterpillar. Really? Upon hearing this, Mao Mao felt a ray of hope, and the world suddenly seemed brighter to him. The little green caterpillar was a birthday gift from Mao Mao's father. Since his father's disappearance, this tiny creature became Mao Mao's most treasured possession, and his care for it bordered on obsession. Whether eating or going to the bathroom, Mao Mao would carry the green caterpillar with him, as if it were a part of himself. Wang Bin watched this scene, feeling both amused and helpless. He initially thought Wen Xuan would persuade Mao Mao to abandon this peculiar habit, but he was surprised by the unexpected response. In their small group of three, Wen Xuan was undoubtedly the leader, the backbone they relied on. To Wang Bin and Mao Mao, Wen Xuan seemed like a natural-born leader, intelligent, wise, and capable of anything. He was the kind of perfect child others envied, handsome, academically excellent, and possessing a well-built physique. However, Wen Xian's life was not without its flaws. He had been an orphan since childhood, adopted by an old man who, unfortunately, was not a very responsible guardian, spending his days lost in alcohol. As the three were discussing, the shrill sound of the school bell abruptly interrupted their conversation. "Oh no, the teacher's coming. Let's hurry back to the classroom," Wang Bin quickly said. The three of them immediately stood up and briskly walked into the classroom. Just as they sat down, a slightly plump middle-aged man entered. With a Mediterranean hairstyle and a gentle smile on his face, he was their homeroom teacher, Li Ming. As a beast master of the 9th silver tier, Li Ming was considered quite skilled among ordinary people. Yet, he never boasted about it, always remaining approachable. Over the past 2 years, Li Ming's dedicated teaching had filled Wen Xuan and his friends' high school life with joy. Li Ming glanced around the classroom before speaking. "Class, tomorrow the school will be on holiday. Those who don't yet have a beast can go to the National Beast Master Pet Center with their ID to receive an initial beast. Of course, if your family has already prepared one, then use that." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. "Although you are the worst class I've ever taught, I still hope you can achieve something great. Good luck, everyone." Li Ming's words subtly hinted that the free beasts provided by the state might not be of the best quality. After all, in this world, free often meant subpar. The people responsible for capturing initial beasts frequently did so half-heartedly, resulting in the distribution of very poor quality beasts. Hearing this, Wang Bin couldn't help but glance at Wen Xuan. "Wen Xuan, what are you planning? Have you already prepared something, or are you going to get one of those free beasts?" Among the three, Wang Bin's family was the most well-off, and his parents had already secured a decent initial beast for him. Mao Mao planned to bond with the green caterpillar. Only Wen Xuan seemed undecided, and Wang Bin couldn't help but worry for his friend, eagerly awaiting Wen Xuan's response. As Wen Xuan spoke, a confident smile appeared on his face, which made Wang Bin breathe a sigh of relief. As a good friend, Wang Bin had always been worried that Wen Xuan would go to claim the free beast companion. He had even been considering pleading with his parents to buy Wen Xuan a beast. But now, seeing Wen Xuan's assured demeanor, Wang Bin knew his friend had found a good solution. Although curious about what Wen Xuan's initial beast companion was, Wang Bin restrained his urge to ask. He believed he would soon find out the answer. Finally, when school was over, Wang Bin stretched widely, feeling sore all over as if he had been in the classroom for an eternity. He eagerly jumped up, like a fish just released back into the water, and suggested to Wen Xuan and Mao Mao that they go for abalone porridge. "My treat," Wang Bin said with a cheerful smile, appearing quite generous. However, Mao Mao politely declined the invitation, saying his mother had specifically asked him to have dinner at home. Wen Xuan also mentioned he needed to hurry back to cook for his grandfather. Wang Bin felt a bit disappointed but quickly perked up, reminding everyone to gather again in 3 days when he would show off his powerful beast companion. The three parted ways at the school gate, each heading toward their respective homes. Wen Xuan rode his bicycle and soon arrived at a bamboo grove on the outskirts of town. As darkness fell, the bamboo grove, lacking any light, appeared particularly deep and mysterious. In the howling wind, the bamboo leaves rustled continuously. Wen Xuan instinctively tightened his clothes. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Wen Xuan's attention. He instinctively drew his dagger and looked around warily. At that moment, a shadow leapt out from the forest, knocking Wen Xuan to the ground. However, it wasn't a dangerous wild animal, but a baby panda. It affectionately licked Wen Xuan's face with its little pink tongue. All right, Abeo, stop licking," Wen Xuan said with a laugh, gently pushing away the furry creature. It turned out this baby panda was the solution Wen Xuan had mentioned earlier. He planned to contract this childhood companion as his initial beast. After playing with the baby panda for a while, Wen Xuan stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and continued on his way home. "Abow, let's go home," Wen Xuan softly said to the panda cub, pushing his bicycle as they headed towards the small cabin in the woods. Before long, they arrived at a courtyard surrounded by bamboo. Wen Xuan pushed open the creaky wooden gate and carefully wheeled his bicycle into the yard. He called out, "Grandpa, I'm back." "You're back." A warm but elderly voice came from inside the house. "I've already made dinner. Come in and eat." Wen Xuan was taken aback. Usually, he was the one who cooked after getting home, but today his grandfather had surprisingly prepared the meal. He parked his bicycle against the wall and quickly entered the house, where he was astonished by what he saw. The dining table was laden with a feast of dishes, from chicken to duck to fish and meat, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. It was a stark contrast to their usual simple meals, as if they were celebrating a holiday. "Are you planning to contract a beast?" his grandfather suddenly asked, his eyes sharp and focused on Wen Xuan. "Yes," Wen Xuan nodded, filled with curiosity. "Good. Then sit and eat." his grandfather said with a kindly smile. These are prepared for you. After eating, practice the cultivation method I taught you. As for contracting the beast, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Okay, Wen Xuan replied as he sat down to enjoy the rare feast. After the meal, Wen Xuan was about to clear the table when his grandfather stopped him. Let me do it today. You go practice, his grandfather said, already tidying up the table. Wen Xuan stood there, more puzzled than ever. Grandpa, you, he started to say, but the room suddenly felt tense. You rascal, what are you thinking? His grandfather tapped Wen Xuan's head lightly with his smoking pipe. You didn't think I was about to die, and that's why I made such a big meal, did you? I just thought since you're about to contract a beast, you might get tired, so I did this. Now go. Seeing as you're so energetic, go wash the dishes. Yes, Grandpa. Wen Xuan smiled with relief, having feared his grandfather might suddenly leave him. After washing the dishes, Wen Xuan returned to his room. Instead of sleeping, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the carp spirit art his grandfather had taught him. Initially curious about the name, he realized through practice that there was a flow of energy inside him, moving like a small carp throughout his Bodis meridians. In this world, anyone aspiring to be a beast master must cultivate. These methods strengthen the body and enhance mental power. A beast master's rank is determined by their mental strength. According to his grandfather, a good beast master needs a strong physique and exceptional mental power. In terms of mental power, Wen Xuan had reached the silver level. However, it was only pseudo-silver, as a true silver beast master required at least one silver-level beast, which Wen Xuan didn't have. He focused on his cultivation, and time flew by. When he opened his eyes, it was already the next morning. A night of practice left him feeling invigorated rather than tired. Finished practicing? His grandfather entered the room and asked. Yes, Wen Xuan replied. Then let's go, it's time to contract a beast, his grandfather said, already turning to leave. Okay, Wen Xuan followed his grandfather out to the courtyard. By this time, the panda cub named A Bao had woken up, and its first task was to find food. A Bao clutched a large bamboo shoot, munching contentedly, its small eyes squinting in pleasure. A Bao, Wen Xuan called softly to the panda cub who was leisurely munching away. The little creature lifted its round head, curiosity sparkling in its large, distinct black and white eyes. It flashed a sweet smile at Wen Xuan before resuming its focus on the bamboo. Patiently, Wen Xuan waited until A Bao contentedly licked its lips, signaling the start of the contract ceremony. He took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy, and swiftly traced his fingers across the ground. Before long, a complex contract formation emerged beneath him, emitting a faint glow. A Bao, come here, Wen Xuan beckoned. The panda cub happily bounded over, its fluffy body looking especially adorable in the sunlight. Nearby, Wen Xuan's grandfather couldn't help but voice a reminder. Are you sure you want to choose it as your first companion beast? Once the contract is sealed, there's no turning back. In the world of beast taming, you can only contract one beast per stage, so choose wisely. Wen Xuan nodded firmly. I'm sure. He thought to himself that while others might hesitate, he was well aware of A Bao's incredible attributes. Type, male. Level, Iron Tier 5. Quality, SSS. Strength, Peak. Evolution Path, King. Skills learned. Wild Bull Fist LV2, Panda Paw Strike LV3, Mount Tai Crush LV2, Roar of Evil LV2. Such attributes were a rare find, and Wen Xuan knew he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. A Bao, be good, we're going to form a contract now. Wen Xuan spoke gently as he activated the formation beneath him. A brilliant light burst forth, enveloping the panda cub. Sensing danger, A Bao instinctively tried to escape, but Wen Xuan quickly caught it in his arms. A Bao, remember when you said you wanted to see the vast wonders of the world with me? If you really do, then don't resist. Understanding Wen Xuan's words, A Bao ceased its struggle. The contract formation turned into a stream of light, shooting directly into A Bao's forehead. When the light faded, Wen Xuan felt the new bond between them, signifying the successful formation of the contract. Great, A Bao. From now on, you're my very first companion beast, Wen Xuan exclaimed excitedly. Although A Bao only partially understood, it knew it would now be inseparable from Wen Xuan. The little cub happily licked Wen Xuan's face, and he affectionately returned the gesture. Watching the new duo enjoy their companionship, Wen Xuan's grandfather nodded in satisfaction. 3 days later, Wen Xuan set off to school with A Bao in tow. Shortly after they left, two figures appeared at the courtyard gate. One was Wen Xuan's grandfather, the other was a large adult panda. Don't worry, my grandson is a good kid. He'll take good care of A Bao. Your son will be in good hands with Wen Xuan, the grandfather assured the giant panda. The giant panda nodded silently. As an old friend who had secretly watched over Wen Xuan's growth, it held an inexplicable trust in the young human it had never met. All right, old friend, the grandfather said with a sly gleam in his eyes. I've just got a bottle of fine wine. How about we drink to our heart's content today? After Grandpa finished speaking, he led the panda into the courtyard. Meanwhile, when Xuan arrived at school, which was unusually lively today. He curiously looked around, observing everything. The Junior Beastmaster School is divided into 3 grades, and only when students advance from 2nd to 3rd grade can they contract a beast. Before that, they focus on theoretical studies. Once they have a contract with a beast, students move to a new campus since being a beast master carries certain risks that ordinary people cannot handle. Wen Xuan, accompanied by a Bao, navigated through the crowd, attracting envious glances from the first-year students as he made his way to the classroom. Wang Bin and Mao Mao were already there. Mao Mao still held on to his green caterpillar, and Wang Bin had a new companion by his side. Wen Xuan, Wen Xuan. Wang Bin excitedly waved his arms and called out. Wen Xuan smiled and walked over, noticing a mischievous monkey sitting next to Wang Bin, its eyes roving over the female classmates, particularly focusing on sensitive areas. Wen Xuan used his divine eye to observe the monkey. Rascal monkey. Attribute, combat. Gender, male. Level, black iron tier 2. Qualification, B. Strength, peak. Evolution path, gold. Skills, monkey steals the peach LV2, monkey fist LV1, jump LV1. No wonder this guy's gaze is so lecherous, Wen Xuan thought. It's a genuine rascal. As Wen Xuan was sizing up the rascal monkey, Wang Bin spoke up. Wen Xuan, is this your beast? He had noticed Wen Xuan's panda baby. Yes, Wen Xuan nodded. That's too cute. Wang Bin, the burly fellow, was completely captivated by the panda baby. Just as he was about to reach out to hold a Bao, a girl beat him to it. Wow, so cute. The girl pressed her face against a Bao. A Bao, being held by a stranger, was about to react, but Wen Xuan gave it a look, and it immediately calmed down. Panda baby, so adorable. Here, have this to eat. The girl offered a small ball to a Bao. It's a spirit energy ball. Wang Bin exclaimed. Seeing the spirit energy ball, a Bao eagerly gobbled it up like a child with candy. Wang Bin's mouth twitched. Is this what being rich looks like? Just handing over a spirit energy ball worth $1,000. This scene caught the attention of the entire class. Wow, it's a panda baby. So cute. Someone actually contracted a panda baby. I wish I had one. Oh my gosh, it's so adorable. I just want to pet it. A group of girls rushed toward a Bao, almost in a frenzy. Don't do that. You'll scare the panda baby, someone shouted. Just then, a red magic circle appeared on the ground, and a massive figure emerged from it. Roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the classroom, causing everyone to retreat in shock. Wen Xuan focused his gaze and saw a massive crimson flame tiger appear before them. The tigress exuded an intense heat, with fiery red fur that seemed to flicker like flames. Wen Xuan quickly assessed its attributes. Fire type, female, gold tier level 3, with strength reaching the peak of a level, and possessing a platinum evolution path. The skills mastered by the crimson flame tiger were terrifying. Tiger Roar LV4, Fireball LV5, Flame Jet LV5, Tail Whip LV3, and Lethal Bite LV4. Wen Xuan was secretly amazed by the tigress's formidable power. At that moment, a stranger, a woman carrying Wen Xuan's pet, a Bao, confidently walked toward the podium. She was about 1.6 meters tall, appearing somewhat petite to Wen Xuan, but overall exuded a delicate and compact impression. Her face had a touch of baby fat, and her most striking feature was her impressive bust, which would have drawn gasps from the crowd if not obscured by a Bao. Once she reached her spot, she announced in a clear voice, "Hello, I am your new homeroom teacher. For the next year, you'll be under my guidance." After a brief introduction, she carried a Bao and headed toward the door, with the crimson flame tiger following closely. Wen Xuan and the others quickly followed, leaving the classroom and heading to the large field below. The field was filled with buses, and under the woman's direction, everyone boarded one. Once the bus started, the woman stood at the front, turned to face the students, and said in a serious tone, "From now on, you are officially beast tamers. But remember, this is an extremely dangerous profession. Carelessness could cost you your life. You may think I'm exaggerating, but once someone pays the ultimate price, you'll understand." Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening the previously jubilant atmosphere. The topic of death made everyone uneasy. Mao Mao turned to Wen Xuan and asked, his voice trembling, "Wen Xuan, do you think we'll die?" Wen Xuan couldn't help but smile at the question. Die? We're all mere mortals. Of course, we'll die someday. The key is how we die. Some deaths are as insignificant as a feather, while others are as weighty as Mount Tai. Mao Mao pressed on. So how do you want to die, Wen Xuan? Wen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. From the front row, Wang Bin overheard their conversation and turned around, chuckling as he chimed in. "I don't know how Wen Xuan wants to die, but I know how I want to die." "And how do you want to die?" Mao Mao asked curiously. Without hesitation, Wang Bin replied, "By living a life of indulgence and dying in the arms of a woman." Mao Mao was speechless at this response and couldn't help but retort, "That's just too unambitious." "What do you mean by no ambition?" "I'm ready to die under the peony flower and be a romantic ghost," Wang Bin declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Xuan and Mao Mao instinctively turned their heads away, as if to say, "We don't know this chubby guy." This scene was caught by a woman nearby, who smiled knowingly, hinting she had once been in a similar situation. The bus sped along and soon delivered Wen Xuan and his friends to the new campus. The woman gently placed a bao on the ground, and the little creature joyfully ran to Wen Xuan, playfully circling his feet. "All right," the woman pointed to the buildings not far away. "The dorm is over there. The school doesn't assign rooms. You can choose any available one." The crowd lit up at this news. Being able to choose their dorm was a huge perk during their school days. So many had suffered from arbitrary room assignments for 3 long years. "Charge," someone shouted, and the crowd surged towards the dormitory like a tidal wave. "Wen Xuan, aren't we going to run?" Mao Mao asked anxiously. Wen Xuan remained calm. "What's the rush? Let's wait and see." He had noticed the woman's sly smile, sensing something was up. Just then, a woman in a purple dress approached gracefully. "Oh, isn't that someone we know?" Her gaze landed directly on Wen Xuan's class teacher. "Du Gu Tong Tong, your students are in for a rough time today." The woman in purple gloated. "I got here first and settled my students. If I'm not mistaken, yours might end up sleeping on the streets tonight." Du Gu Tong Tong's eyes flashed with determination. "Is that so?" "I don't think so." She turned to Wen Xuan. "Kid, want some spirit pills? Perform well today, and I'll give you 5. Don't worry, this area is restricted to students of your grade, and battles are allowed. Win, and the pills are yours." 5 spirit pills, the woman in purple exclaimed. "Du Gu Tong Tong, are you crazy?" Du Gu Tong Tong smiled slightly, clearly achieving the effect she wanted. Wang Bin and Mao Mao's eyes lit up with excitement at the tempting reward. "Wen Xuan, 5 spirit pills." Wang Bin said enviously. "Wen Xuan, we'll give it our all this time to make sure we get those 5 spirit pills." Mao Mao pledged confidently. Wen Xuan nodded. "Let's go." He led the way, with Wang Bin and Mao Mao following closely, soon reaching the dormitory. By then, it was already crowded with people, mostly Wen Xuan's classmates. "Mao Mao, Wang Bin," Wen Xuan asked, "where do you want to stay?" Mao Mao immediately pointed to the 6th floor. "I want to stay on the 6th floor. I've heard that's where the 4-person rooms are." "All right, we're staying on the 6th floor," Wen Xuan said, leading Wang Bin and Mao Mao towards the 6th floor. As they reached the level, laughter erupted from room 603, catching their attention. "Ha ha, those idiots next door are so unlucky to have such a lousy teacher," a voice gloated. "They were late this time, and our class took over the entire dorm floor. Mr. Zhou said we absolutely can't live with anyone from their class." "How can a tiger live with sheep?" another voice chimed in. "When they arrive, we'll kick them out. I'm really looking forward to seeing them sleep on the streets tonight. That scene will be epic." Yeah, I want to see that too," others agreed eagerly. Them lying outside, shivering in the night breeze, what a sight that would be. Hearing this, Wen Xuan frowned. "They want to see us sleep on the street?" he muttered, then led Wang Bin and Mao Mao to the door of room 603. The door swung open suddenly, and the 4 people inside tensed up, their smiles freezing. Wang Bin tried to ease the tension with a cheerful tone. "Hey, no need to be nervous. We're here to ask for a favor." "What kind of favor?" they asked, puzzled. Before Wang Bin could explain, Mao Mao interjected. "He means we want you to get out." Despite the calm tone, the words were cutting. "What?" The group jumped up from their beds, their expressions turning sour. At that moment, Wen Xuan's pet, a bao, suddenly charged at a burly guy. The guy quickly activated his Beastmaster shield and summoned his own Biasta mangy dog. Seeing this, a bao immediately turned towards the dog. Thud! A bao's hefty paw struck the dog, sending it flying like a cannonball into the wall, where it slumped, unconscious. The people in 603 looked even more displeased. They hadn't expected Wen Xuan to be so bold as to confront them at school. Their earlier smugness at securing room 603 now turned into an awkward predicament. One of them spoke up, his voice tinged with unease. "Aren't you afraid we'll report you to the teacher for this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's face showed a disdainful expression. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes sweeping over the people in front of him with a tone full of sarcasm. "Who are you people? At the first sign of trouble, you think of telling the teacher? Let me make it clear to you, reporting won't help you this time." He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. "Because in this school, we're allowed to use force." Wang Bin recalled what Du Gu Tong Tong had said earlier, understanding the school's unique mechanism. It was designed to help students adapt to the harsh world of beast masters and prevent them from becoming complacent. Like the catfish effect, those seemingly troublesome students actually stirred the stagnant waters, making all students aware of potential threats. Wang Bin couldn't help but admire the cleverness of this approach. When Xian coldly surveyed the remaining 3 people, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. "So, will you leave voluntarily, or do I have to escort you out?" He emphasized the word escort. The 3 of them swallowed hard, fear flashing in their eyes. They knew well that when Xian's strength was far beyond theirs, wisely choosing to back down. The guy when Xian had defeated was already unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Wen Xuan turned to Wang Bin, pointing at the unconscious person. What should we do with this guy? Wang Bin shrugged. What else? Throw him into the corridor with Mao Mao. And toss their belongings out too. Got it. Wang Bin and Mao Mao quickly got to work, throwing the uninvited guests' belongings out of the dormitory. Meanwhile, Dugu Tong Tong and Zhou Zimei were standing downstairs. Zhou Zimei looked extremely displeased because the 4 students who were driven out were from her class. She muttered curses under her breath. Useless. Absolutely useless. 4 against 3, and they still lost. They should just go home and sell sweet potatoes instead of being beast masters. Hearing this, Dugu Tong Tong feigned sympathy. Oh, Zimei, don't be so upset. It's just that my students chased them away. Actually, you can't blame them. Blame their teacher. As the saying goes, strict teachers produce outstanding students. If the students aren't good, the teacher bears a big responsibility. I wonder which teacher taught them. If I were their teacher, I want to find a hole to crawl into. Zhou Zimei's face turned from bad to worse. She felt her anger boiling over, shocked by how quickly she was humiliated. As the original class teacher of these students, Zhou Zimei felt even more embarrassed than the newly arrived Du Gu Tong Tong. Since Du Gu Tong Tong's arrival, her youth and beauty quickly attracted the attention of the male teachers. Those male teachers looked for opportunities to get close to Du Gu Tong Tong, leaving Zhou Zimei, who was once highly favored, suddenly cold-shouldered. Consequently, Zhou Zimei harbored resentment towards Du Gu Tong Tong, often mocking her, which led to their animosity. Seeing Zhou Zimei's discomfiture, Du Gu Tong Tong's lips curled into a barely noticeable cold smile. She decided to continue provoking her. Oh dear, Zimei, why the long face? Could it be that those students who got beaten were really yours? I'm so sorry, my students are too unruly. Students should help each other, not fight. Don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson later, so they'll be more careful next time. In this context, next time often meant there wouldn't be a next time at all. Zhou Zimei glared at Du Gu Tong Tong and eventually left in defeat. She didn't want to stay any longer, fearing she'd be driven mad by Du Gu Tong Tong. More importantly, she knew she wasn't as capable as Du Gu Tong Tong. Watching Zhou Zimei's embarrassed retreat, Du Gu Tong Tong proudly raised her head, thinking to herself, "Humph, you're no match for me." Wen Xuan and his group's exploits quickly spread throughout the entire grade. Some bold students felt an urge to imitate them, ready to seize a room for themselves as a dormitory. The atmosphere in the school suddenly became tense, as if a storm was about to break. Before long, the entire dormitory building was filled with the sounds of ongoing battles. Wen Xuan, Wang Bin, and Mao Mao settled their luggage and sat on their beds, listening to the commotion outside. Wang Bin asked worriedly, Wen Xuan, do you think they'll end up tearing down the whole building with all this chaos? Before Wen Xuan could reply, Mao Mao adjusted his glasses, a sharp glint flashing across the lenses. Confidently, he explained, no way. I did some research beforehand. This building is made with special bricks that can withstand attacks from gold-level beasts. With our strength, tearing down the building is just a fantasy. The rumbling continued for over half an hour before gradually subsiding. During that time, a few clueless individuals tried to take over Wen Xuan and his friend's dorm room, but were repelled by Wen Xuan. As the 3 of them lay on their beds relaxing, a small, timid figure appeared at the door. They all looked over simultaneously, astonished by what they saw. It was a boy with skin dark as a yam, wearing patched-up burlap clothes and carrying a red snakeskin bag over his right shoulder, looking every bit like a migrant worker. The 3 exchanged glances, wondering how this guy got in. Hi, I'm Zhu Ming, the boy stammered. But you can also call me Zhu Ming or Xiao Ming like the others. Can I stay here? Zhu Ming was covered in bruises, clearly having just been through a tough fight. Mao Mao, unable to bear it, instinctively looked at Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan was the one in charge in the dorm. Wen Xuan assessed Zhu Ming's innocent eyes and thought to himself, this is an honest kid. Seeing his tattered clothes, Wen Xuan finally nodded and said, all right, you can stay here. Just one condition, behave yourself. I can let you in, and I can kick you out. Okay. Zhu Ming nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Wang Bin said warmly, from now on, you're our little brother. Calling you Xiao Ming feels closer. As long as you listen, we've got your back, and no one will dare to bully you. Okay. Zhu Ming nodded again. And so, Zhu Ming moved into the 4-person dorm with beds on top and desks below. Wen Xuan and Wang Bin slept on the side by the window, while Mao Mao and Xiao Ming took the side by the door. The 4 of them spent their first night peacefully. The next morning, a rapid knocking on the door woke the 4 from their sleep. Mao Mao quickly got up to open the door, revealing a stern face. Teacher, Mao Mao stammered. Mao Mao was surprised to see Dugu Tong Tong at the dormitory door. Teacher, isn't today a holiday? Why are you here? Dugu Tong Tong raised an eyebrow and retorted. What? Can I come? Her gaze shifted to Wen Xuan, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. You. Pack up, 10 minutes. I'll wait outside. Wen Xuan looked bewildered but quickly got up. The 4-person dormitory was spacious, with its own bathroom. He quickly freshened up and stood before Dugu Tong Tong. Teacher, you came so early because I'm giving you special training, Dougie Tong Tong interrupted. To be precise, it's intensive training. I have my eye on you. Your performance yesterday was impressive, and you're worth cultivating. She looked him straight in the eye. Now you have two choices. 1. Keep things normal, just study as usual. 2. Become my student, but you must obey me completely. I'm very strict with my students. Wen Xuan didn't agree immediately and cautiously asked, what are the benefits of being your student? Dougie Tong Tong's lips curled slightly. I will cover all your training resources. Deal, Wen Xuan agreed readily. Dougie Tong Tong squinted. Don't agree so easily. In a month, there's the freshman competition, and I want you to take first place. It benefits both of us, and you'll thank me later. Her words seemed to hold a hidden meaning. Wen Xuan was a bit surprised, but before he could think it over, Dougie Tong Tong handed him 5 small spirit energy pills. This is your reward from yesterday. Don't worry, after you win the championship, there will be another reward as silver grade magical beast crystal core. How about that? Wen Xuan's eyes lit up. Magical beast crystal cores are extremely rare. They can help a beast master learn new skills and accelerate training. Deal, he agreed without hesitation. Dougie Tong Tong nodded with satisfaction. Rest assured, it's not junk. It's a carefully selected dark attribute core, perfectly compatible with your panda baby. She briefly explained the pros and cons of different attribute cores and emphasized that improper use could harm the beast. Don't just stand there, follow me. Dougie Tong Tong turned and left, with Wen Xuan following closely behind. They soon arrived at the school's fighting arena. Although combat wasn't forbidden on campus, most chose to spar here, where the space was ample and doctors were on standby. Their arrival caught the attention of the trainees inside. Seeing Dougie Tong Tong, they all looked at Wen Xuan with envy and sympathy. That's Dougie Tong Tong. She's picked another newcomer to train. So jealous. Why isn't it me? I'm not bad either. Why doesn't she choose me? Someone sighed. Her students grow rapidly, becoming outstanding graduates. A cocky trainee began daydreaming. If someone trained me, I'd definitely graduate as the top student, maybe even become this year's college entrance exam champion. The classmates nearby couldn't take it anymore and jokingly discussed waking the daydreamer up with a splash of urine. Guys, that guy's daydreaming again. What should we do? I feel like using urine to wake him up. Don't. You have diabetes. Giving him a taste of sweetness wouldn't be good. Let me do it. My urine's yellow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dougie Tong Tong led Wen Xuan into a luxurious private box adjacent to the fighting arena. The room was filled with a variety of fitness equipment, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Turning to Wen Xuan, Dougie Tong Tong said, see those gym tools? You'll be using them to train for the next few days. Wen Xuan glanced around and couldn't help but smirk slightly. He thought to himself that compared to what his grandfather had prepared for him, these were nothing. Not only were they less comprehensive, but the weights were far inferior. To him, they were merely child's play. Once inside the training room, Dougie Tong Tong suddenly said, Wen Xuan, turn off your Beastmaster shield. Although puzzled, Wen Xuan nodded in agreement and disabled his shield. Seeing this, Dougie Tong Tong's lips curled into a slight smile as she walked to the door. Her slender fingers pressed a button on the wall, and Wen Xuan's expression changed instantly. What's going on? Wen Xuan exclaimed, feeling as if an invisible weight had suddenly pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. Dougie Tong Tong observed Wen Xuan's reaction with interest and praised him. Not bad. You can remain so composed under 1.5 times gravity. No wonder I chose you. Since 1.5 times gravity isn't enough, let's add a bit more. Before she finished speaking, she increased the gravity further. Instantly, Wen Xuan felt a terrifying pressure that almost overwhelmed him. Instinctively, he wanted to reactivate his Beastmaster shield, but was stopped by Dougie Tong Tong. Don't turn on the shield, she said sternly. Resist this pressure with your body and will. Only by enduring hardship can one become the best. You want to get stronger, don't you? Hearing this, determination flashed in Wen Xuan's eyes. He was willing to do whatever it took to become stronger. Clenching his teeth, he abandoned the shield, facing the pressure with his body alone. After a tough struggle, he eventually collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Wen Xuan was drenched in sweat, with large beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently. To counter the pressure, Wen Xuan began to use the Carp Divine skill. As the technique flowed through him, he felt the pressure lessen significantly. He sprang to his feet, then sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Watching Wen Xuan meditating on the ground, Dougie Tong Tong showed a hint of surprise. This kid has something unusual, and it seems he already knows a technique, she thought to herself. She had originally planned to teach Wen Xuan a lower-grade lunar technique, but it seemed unnecessary now. In this world of Beastmasters, techniques are divided into 5 grades: Heaven, Earth, Sun, Moon, and Human, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Heaven-grade techniques are the best, while human-grade are the worst. For ordinary families, there are only 2 paths to obtain high-quality techniques. Either attach themselves to a powerful family and become their lackeys or join the national army and earn military merits to exchange for them. However, no matter which path is chosen, there's a common restriction: the learned techniques can only be used by oneself and cannot be passed on to others. After Du Gu Tongtong taught Wen Xuan the cultivation technique, she couldn't help but recall past events. Someone had once faced a catastrophe for privately teaching such techniques, but she quickly shook off the thought. Everyone has their own secrets, and she needn't worry too much. Turning to Wen Xuan, she advised, "Kid, focus on your training here. The restroom is over there if you need it. I'm leaving now, and we'll check on you in an hour. I'll bring you something tasty then." Du Gu Tongtong glanced at her watch, which showed it was 4 p.m. She calculated in her mind and decided to pick Wen Xuan up at 5 p.m. With that, she took Wen Xian's pet a bow and left the room. As soon as Du Gu Tongtong left, other trainees swarmed to the door, peeking through the gap to observe inside. Seeing Wen Xuan sitting cross-legged on the floor, they began to chatter. "How long do you think he can last?" "I bet 20 minutes. That's too long. I think 10 minutes would be impressive." "10 minutes? I doubt he'll last 3. 3 minutes? That's too quick. He looks pretty strong." Suddenly, someone noticed the clock on the wall. "Oh my gosh, double gravity!" they exclaimed, with some rubbing their eyes in disbelief. "Wow, is this guy even human? That's insane. Isn't this gravity room meant for beast training? How can he just sit there so calmly? Impossible. Do you think Du Gu Tongtong would fake it? No wonder her students progress so quickly." They shivered at the thought and agreed not to envy Wen Xuan anymore. "We're just regular people. We can't compare to a freak like that." They watched Wen Xuan inside the gravity room, feeling both envious and disheartened. At the same age, the gap was stark. Was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Time ticked by, and soon it was 5 p.m. Du Gu Tongtong used her access card to open the door and saw Wen Xuan still sitting cross-legged. She immediately switched off the gravity device. As the gravity lifted, Wen Xuan relaxed his body, stopped training, and gasped for air. Du Gu Tongtong, pleased, said, "You brat, you didn't disappoint me." Wen Xuan managed to endure for so long because his current Beastmaster level had reached Bronze Rank 1, which encompassed not just his mental strength, but also his physical power. Wen Xian's physical strength had reached a level comparable to a first-tier bronze magical beast, all thanks to the Carp Divine technique taught by his grandfather. Unlike common beast controlling techniques, this method not only enhanced mental power, but also fortified the body. Watching Wen Xian's performance, Du Gu Tongtong nodded approvingly. "This is for you, go ahead and eat," Du Gu Tongtong said, handing a takeout bag to Wen Xuan. After an intense gravity chamber training session, Wen Xuan was famished. He eagerly opened the bag and devoured the food without any concern for etiquette. "Slow down, don't eat like you're starving," Du Gu Tongtong cautioned. After a few bites, Wen Xian's hunger subsided, and he noticed something unusual about the food. Once he finished, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, as if he had been revitalized. Seeing this, Du Gu Tongtong's lips curled into a slight smile as she thought to herself, "Did you finally notice, you rascal?" It turned out that the braised pork was made from the meat of a silver-grade white mountain boar king and infused with various precious herbs, making it a rare medicinal dish. "All right, now that you're done, go take a shower and rest," Du Gu Tongtong said, wrinkling her nose at the smell of sweat coming from Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement and headed towards the door. However, his exhausted body suddenly staggered, and luckily, a bow rushed over to support him. "Thanks, a bow," Wen Xuan said gratefully, and then left with a bow. Watching them leave, Du Gu Tongtong couldn't help but remark, "I didn't expect this kid's Panda to be so intelligent and their bond so strong. It looks like his chances of winning have increased." On the way, Wen Xuan curiously asked a bow, "Where did teacher Du Gu Tongtong take you?" A bow began to gesture. "You mean the teacher took you to eat something delicious?" A bow nodded vigorously. "What was it?" A bow immediately pulled out a small piece of purple bamboo. "It's purple jade bamboo," Wen Xuan exclaimed in surprise, astonished at Du Gu Tongtong's generosity in treating a bow with such a rare delicacy. At that moment, his impression of Du Gu Tongtong subtly shifted. Back at the dormitory, Wen Xuan took a quick shower and then fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. In the days that followed, his life mainly revolved around gravity chamber training and attending classes, with the former taking up most of his time. Thanks to his connection with Du Gu Tongtong, the other subject instructors didn't give Wen Xuan a hard time. Instead, they looked at him with a hint of sympathy. What a pity. The background of Du Gu Tongtong is stronger than that of all the mentors present, so much so that they are all too intimidated to speak up. Time flowed like water, and a month quietly passed by in the blink of an eye. In the gravity chamber, Wen Xuan sat cross-legged, fully focused on his cultivation. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy visibly converged towards him, forming swirling microlight streams. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Du Gu Tongtong leisurely sat in a chair, gently stroking the silky fur of a bow, enjoying the moment of tranquility. This brat broke through again. Du Gu Tongtong was surprised to discover that in just 1 month, Wen Xuan had advanced from black iron level 9 to bronze level 1. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy, silently wondering about the mysteries of Wen Xian's cultivation method. Despite her curiosity, she quickly suppressed the impulse. As in this world, stealing someone else's cultivation method is the greatest taboo. Wen Xian slowly stood up, taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Finally broke through to bronze level 1. He murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This meant he could finally contract a second beast. In this world of beast tamers, each stage allows a tamer to contract a new beast, and Wen Xian's efforts had finally paid off. Looking up towards the second floor, Wen Xian used his God's eye to clearly see a Bao's attributes. Panda baby. Attribute. Evil. Gender male. Level. Black iron level 9. Aptitude. SSS. Strength. Peak. Evolution path. King. Skills. Bull fist LV3. Panda paw strike LV4. Mount tie pressure LV3. Roar of evil LV3. Tearing claw LV2. Is this a free ride for me? Wen Xian thought with delight. In the past month, he had been fully immersed in his training, leaving a Bao entirely in Du Gu Tongtong's care. Unexpectedly, a Bao exceeded all expectations. This little panda was extraordinarily disciplined, not only completing all the tasks set by Du Gu Tongtong, but often exceeding them. For such an obedient and adorable student, Du Gu Tongtong naturally had a fondness. She specially brought a Bao his favorite purple jade bamboo as a reward. This heavenly material, rich in spiritual energy, combined with Du Gu Tongtong's guidance, had propelled a Bao's strength like a rocket. If not for the beast's strength being limited by the tamer, a Bao might have become even more powerful. Wen Xian removed his sweat-soaked shirt and wrung it out, water droplets scattering everywhere. At this moment, Du Gu Tongtong happened to come downstairs with a Bao, unexpectedly catching sight of Wen Xian's bare torso. Wow, so fair, so strong. Du Gu Tongtong's face instantly turned red, and she quickly looked away. From a distance, she called out to Wen Xian. Tomorrow is the school's outdoor training day. You don't need to come here. Prepare well, and make sure to impress everyone during the training. All right, Wen Xian responded simply, nodding his head. The next day, Wen Xuan arrived at the playground right on time, as Du Gu Tongtong had arranged. The sight before him was slightly surprising. The playground was packed with people, and the crowd was buzzing with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Wen Xuan carefully searched for his class's spot, and finally located it amidst the noisy throng. Just as he stepped into the area designated for his class, a familiar voice pierced through the commotion. Wen Xuan, over here, over here. Looking up, Wen Xuan saw Wang Bin's excited face. He was enthusiastically waving his right hand, as if he were about to fling his entire arm. Wen Xuan couldn't help but smile and made his way towards Wang Bin. Despite being in the same dorm as Wang Bin and the others, Wen Xuan had hardly returned there these days. He spent most of his time training diligently in the gravity room, which not only had shower facilities, but also regular food deliveries from Du Gu Tongtong. This total immersion in training made Wen Xuan feel so content that he wished he could stay in the gravity room forever. Wang Bin gave Wen Xuan a once-over, then couldn't resist patting his abdomen, exclaiming, "Wow, you've really bulked up. If we hadn't known each other for years, I might not have recognized you." Wen Xuan, wearing his school uniform and standing tall at over 6 feet with a handsome face, was especially noticeable in the crowd. He hadn't been there long before he felt the weight of countless gazes. Following those eyes, Wen Xuan noticed a few girls sneaking glances at him. When their eyes met, the girls blushed and quickly turned away. "Hey, who's that good-looking guy?" one girl whispered. "Him? You don't know? That's Wen Xuan," another girl replied. Wen Xuan. The name was unfamiliar to the classmates, as Wen Xuan had rarely appeared or interacted with them, making him a typical outsider. Who would have thought he'd be so handsome? Yeah, you can't judge a book by its cover. Just as the chatter continued, someone called out, "Quiet, the teacher's here." Du Gu Tongtong strode confidently to the front of Wen Xuan's class. She cleared her throat and began, "I don't have any special demands. I just hope you all come back alive. Remember, this special training has a death quota. From the moment you chose to become beast tamers, you should have been prepared for this. We emphasize this every day. Being a beast tamer is a career entwined with death. This isn't child's play. If you're afraid of dying and want to quit, you can do so now." Her sharp gaze swept across the group as she continued. "If anyone wants to give up, speak up now. There's no shame in it. After all, staying alive is the most important thing." A heavy silence fell over the scene. In a world like this, having the opportunity to become a beast tamer was rare, and not giving it your all would be a waste of one's talents. Satisfied, Du Gu Tongtong nodded solemnly and said, "In this assessment, you can only rely on yourselves. Don't expect anyone to help you. That's enough talk. Class monitor, lead the way." The class monitor was a girl with glasses and a few freckles. Though plain-looking, she exuded a sense of reliability. Under her guidance, the entire class filed onto a bus that had been waiting for them. With the roar of the engine, the bus slowly started, carrying this group of young people, filled with dreams and apprehension, towards the unknown outskirts. Each of them was filled with anticipation and nervousness, unsure of what challenges and opportunities awaited them. The bus left the bustling city behind and, after a journey, finally stopped on a vast grassland. The door opened, and the accompanying teacher's voice came. "All right, we're here. I hope you all do well." Wen Xuan and the others filed out, stepping onto the soft grass. The bus drove away, leaving the group of young people standing alone on the expansive grassland. The surroundings were lush green, and the distant horizon merged with the grassland, a magnificent sight that left the city-bound students momentarily at a loss. Wen Xuan ignored the others' confusion, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the area and soon locking onto a direction. Without a word, he started walking that way. Wang Bin and Mao Mao exchanged a glance and followed closely. Zhu Ming was still standing there, dazed. Wang Bin turned back and couldn't help but shout, "Zhu Ming, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch up." Oh, right." Zhu Ming snapped out of it and jogged to catch up with Wen Xuan and the others. Seeing this, the other students hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow Wen Xuan as well. Soon, a large crowd of students formed a long line behind Wen Xuan and his friends. Wang Bin noticed the commotion behind them and couldn't help but ask, "Wen Xuan, shouldn't we do something about them?" Wen Xuan looked back, seeing the entire class following. He calmly said, "No need to worry about them. Let's just focus on what we're doing." Along the way, Wang Bin couldn't help but complain. "This week-long survival training doesn't even allow us to bring food. I tried to sneak some, but the experienced teacher found it, and I had to hand it over." Wen Xuan said nothing, continuing to lead the group. Before long, they arrived at a water source. Wen Xuan stopped and announced, "We'll set up camp here for the night. We can go without food, but not without water. So the first priority in survival is to find a water source." Hearing there was water, the following students became excited. Many were already parched and rushed eagerly towards the stream. They knelt down and began to drink the water greedily. Wang Bin licked his lips and said to Wen Xuan, "Let's go drink some water too." Wen Xuan shook his head. "No rush. If we're going to drink, we should boil the water first." "Boil the water?" Wang Bin looked puzzled. Wen Xuan explained patiently, "Don't you know drinking untreated water can upset your stomach?" As he spoke, cries of pain suddenly came from the stream. "Oh, my stomach hurts." A student clutched their stomach, rolling on the ground. Soon, a few more joined in the agony. Wang Bin, surprised, asked, "Wen Xuan, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the water?" Wen Xuan explained, "The water is fine, it's just full of bacteria. These guys have been pampered all their lives and can't handle untreated water. That's why I said to boil it." Wang Bin frowned. "I know about boiling water, but we're on a grassland. The grass here is so green, trying to light it is like trying to climb to the sky." Listening to Wang Bin, Wen Xuan smiled slightly. "It might be as hard as climbing to the sky, but we have him." Him. Wang Bin and Mao Mao looked at Zhu Ming. "What use is Xiao Ming? He can't breathe fire," Wang Bin said, confused. Wen Xuan replied, "Xiao Ming can't breathe fire, but his beast can." Wang Bin suddenly realized, "Oh right, how could I forget about that?" Ignoring Wang Bin, Wen Xuan turned to Zhu Ming. "Xiao Ming, can you summon your beast?" "Sure," Xiao Ming nodded. Xiao Ming performed a hand seal, and a magic circle appeared on the ground. Soon, a beast emerged before Thema fiery red pig with flames burning on its back, the Fire Rock Pig. Wen Xuan briefly introduced it. Fire Rock Pig. Attributes are fire and rock. Male. Rank is Black Iron level 6. Aptitude is B level. Peak strength. Evolution path is Fire Rock Pig King. It knows the skills Charge LV4, Small Fireball LV3, and Furious Bite LV3. "Alright, Xiao Ming, have your Fire Rock Pig lie down," Wen Xuan instructed. "Okay." Xiao Ming nodded, then commanded the Fire Rock Pig to lie down. The pig obediently crouched on the ground, with the flames on its back still burning brightly. Looking at the Fire Rock Pig lying on the ground, Wang Bin was still a bit confused. Seeing this, Wen Xian impatiently kicked Wang Bin's backside and sternly said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and boil some water." Wang Bin snapped out of it, quickly responding, "Yes, yes, yes." He swiftly pulled a pot out of his large backpack and ran to the river to fill it with water. Fortunately, Wang Bin was well prepared and had brought plenty of survival essentials. Wen Xian led everyone in setting up the pot. With the help of the Fire Rock Pig, they soon had the water boiling. The students eagerly drank the steaming hot water, as if they had found the source of life. Finally coming back to life," Wang Bin said, gulping down several mouthfuls with a look of relief on his face. Seeing Wen Xian's groups approach, other students began to imitate them. They teamed up with classmates who had fire attribute beasts and used various tools to boil water. Little did they know, their every move was being watched by the teachers. "That young man is performing quite well," one teacher remarked admiringly. "Indeed, he's not only handsome but also quick-witted," another teacher agreed. The vice principal turned to Du Gu Tong Tong and smiled, saying, "Tong Tong, your class has a promising student this time." Dugu Tong Tong sat nearby, legs crossed and arms folded. Hearing the vice principal's praise, she raised her head slightly, showing a proud expression. After finishing the water, the sky gradually darkened. Wen Xuan looked around and decisively said, "Looks like we'll have to spend the night here." With that, he set down his backpack and took out a small tent, starting to set it up. Following his lead, Mao Mao and the others also took out their tents. Soon, four tents stood on the grass. Other students followed suit and began setting up their tents too. However, some students found themselves in trouble. They hadn't brought tents and could only sleep on the grass, with the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. As night fell, the temperature on the grassland dropped sharply. Those without tents shivered, and some couldn't bear it any longer, firing signal flares to announce their withdrawal from the competition. The survival competition had just begun, yet some had already been eliminated. The next morning, Wang Bin crawled out of his tent, stretched, and let out a breath of white air. "Wow, it was so cold last night," he said, looking around to find that more than half of the students were gone. "Good thing we followed Wen Xian's advice to bring tents and sleeping bags, or last night would have been miserable." Among the remaining students, some were doing morning exercises, trying to warm up their bodies. The cold from the previous night had been tough on them. Some had brought blankets that were too thin, while others had brought none and had to rely on their bodies to endure the cold inside their tents. Wen Xian also emerged from his tent. Wang Bin immediately asked, "Wen Xian, what's our task for today?" "Of course, it's to find food," Wen Xian replied decisively. "Let's go. No time to waste. Let's head out now." Wen Xian still led the group, but the dynamics had changed. The group that originally followed him had split. The cold wind from last night not only drove some away, but also caused the remaining ones to form small groups, bonding over the shared experience of keeping warm together. "Look, it's a slime," Wang Bin exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He stared at the green, jelly-like creature not far away, almost drooling. "I heard slimes are edible and taste like jelly. I wonder if that's true." As Wang Bin muttered to himself, he cautiously approached the green slime, which was leisurely feeding. Sensing danger, the slime stopped chewing and its round body trembled slightly, as if assessing this unexpected visitor. Suddenly, the slime leapt towards Wang Bin. Thud! It collided with Wang Bin's protective barrier. Thankfully, he was a beast tamer. Green goo splattered everywhere as the slime was bounced back, rolling a few times on the ground. This sudden attack triggered Wang Bin's summoning mechanism. With a flash of light, his rogue monkey appeared by his side. This male monkey, a black iron tier 4 with great aptitude, only knew two skills, monkey fist and sharp claws, but to Wang Bin, it was his strongest companion. Wen Xian stood nearby, shaking his head with a sigh as he watched the scene. With Wang Bin's personality and mindset, he probably won't get far, he thought. But at least his family owns a Shaxian snack restaurant. If he can't make it as a beast tamer, he can always become a chef. "Rogue monkey, take care of that slime," Wang Bin commanded. The rogue monkey dashed towards the slime, but it nimbly dodged. The slime's body bounced like a rubber ball, evading all of the monkey's attacks. Soon, the rogue monkey was panting heavily, while the slime seized the opportunity to counterattack. Thud! The slime slammed into the rogue monkey, sending it flying. The monkey hit the ground hard and lost consciousness. As the monkey fell unconscious, Wang Bin's protective barrier vanished. The slime flashed a sinister grin, its round body poised to strike, charging directly at the defenseless Wang Bin. His face turned pale as he instinctively tried to dodge, knowing it was too late. In the nick of time, a figure darted out like lightning. With claws gleaming coldly, there was a ripping sound, and the slime was torn in half. Green goo splattered everywhere, and the remains of the slime lay on the ground, juices oozing all over. Looking at the dead slime, Wang Bin wasn't relieved to have escaped danger. Instead, he looked regretful. "Oh no, why did it end up like this? What a waste." He picked up the slime's remains and started devouring them with gusto. Green goo covered Wang Bin's lips and chin, making him look both ridiculous and disgusting. When Xian and the others felt nauseous, the shattered slime resembling a child's green diarrhea. "Do you guys want some? It's really tasty," Wang Bin mumbled. "This stuff really does taste like jelly." "No, no, you enjoy it," Wen Xian said, suppressing his discomfort as he hurriedly left with the others. This scene didn't escape the teachers observing from afar. A woman in a purple cheongsam, Zhou Zime, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She turned to Dugu Tong Tong, teasing, "Tong Tong, I didn't expect you to have such a student with unique tastes. It's great. I know a burger place with special mini burgers. Maybe your student should give it a try." Zime Zhou's words hit Tong Tong Dugu like a sledgehammer, shattering her calm. Her face darkened instantly, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Silently, she vowed to give Bin Wang a special reward after the survival trial ended, perhaps making him complete several sets of musto exam papers. However, fate's gears often turn unexpectedly. Zime Zhou's smugness was short-lived as karma quickly caught up with her. "Look at Class 2, a teacher exclaimed, surprise evident in their voice. Class 2 was where Zime Zhou's students were. As the teacher called out, all eyes turned to the surveillance screen showing Class 2. To ensure the teachers could see clearly, the staff enlarged the image of Class 2. When everyone saw the scene on the screen, Tong Tong Dugu couldn't help but burst into laughter, her amusement mixed with the satisfaction of seeing her previous ridicule avenged. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Tong Tong Dugu laughed. You were just mocking my student for eating slime, not real feces. But your students are drinking urine, and it's the real deal. On the monitor, the students of Class 2 looked exhausted and desperate. Some had already given up, unable to bear the situation. Those who remained were struggling to hold on, aware that quitting meant abandoning their dreams of becoming beast tamers. Leaving the school meant they would be like fish out of water, struggling to survive. Class 2's situation was dire. Unlucky in their search, they hadn't found a water source after a long time. Now they were tired, hungry, and parched under the blazing sun, with cracked lips from thirst. To survive, they resorted to drinking their own urine. This scene prompted the teachers present to compare the students of Tong Tong Dugu and Zimei Zhou. In comparison, Tong Tong Dugu's students seemed to be on a holiday. They had found a water source and were now forming teams to hunt magical beasts. At this thought, everyone's mind turned to one person, Wen Xuan. Without Wen Xuan's leadership, Class 1's situation might have mirrored that of Class 2. The starting conditions for both classes were similar, but Wen Xuan led Class 1 to find water, while Tao Wang led Class 2 astray, away from the water source. Tao Wang was a typical rich kid, accustomed to luxury from a young age and known for his lavish spending at school, often treating classmates to meals. As a result, most of the class followed his lead. This Tao Wang, Zimei Zhou seethed, her eyes glinting with anger, wishing she could swallow him whole. She had thought Tao Wang was talented, only to find he was incompetent. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan and his three roommates continued their exploration. They easily bypassed the bouncing slimes and stopped at a grassy clearing. Wen Xuan, look, it's a rabbit, a rabbit. Bin Wang exclaimed excitedly, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Seeing Bin Wang's excitement, the others felt an urge to kick him, their faces showing a mix of helplessness and slight annoyance. Fortunately, the rabbits were quite bold. When they saw Wen Xuan and the others, they didn't run away but continued to leisurely munch on the grass. This puzzled Wang Bin, who turned to Wen Xuan and asked, "What's up with these rabbits? They don't seem to be afraid of us." Wen Xuan calmly explained, "Because they don't see us as a threat." These words sparked Wang Bin's anger. He rolled up his sleeves, eyes glinting with determination, ready to confront them with his rogue monkey. However, just as he was about to take action, Wen Xuan grabbed his arm. "Wen Xuan, what are you doing?" Wang Bin asked, confused. Wen Xuan didn't reply but pointed in a distant direction. At that moment, a gray wolf suddenly leapt from the bushes, lunging at one of the rabbits. Just as the wolf was about to reach the rabbit, a golden wind blade sliced through the air, targeting the wolf. With a sharp thud, the wind blade precisely slit the wolf's throat. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, creating a horrifying scene. Wang Bin's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. Just then, a voice emerged from the bushes. My wolf, my wolf." A figure stood up abruptly. However, as soon as he appeared, the seemingly docile rabbits launched a fierce attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of wind blades whizzed past, instantly cutting the person into pieces. The gruesome sight made Wang Bin and Mao Mao's stomachs turn, and they involuntarily vomited. It took them a while to recover. With lingering fear, Wang Bin said to Wen Xuan, "Wen Xuan, thank you. If it weren't for you, it could have been me who died." Wen Xuan, with a serious expression, said gravely, "Being a beast tamer can be deadly. If you're afraid of dying, don't become one. That guy was our classmate, and he was quite capable, but unfortunately, he was unlucky. His beast was a gray wolf of the third rank of black iron, and it stood no chance against the first rank of bronze wind rabbits. Once the wolf died, he lost his beast, the shield disappeared, and he was killed by the wind rabbits' group attack." Wen Xuan turned to Wang Bin and the others, speaking firmly, "Go back. This is not a place you can handle." Wang Bin was surprised and asked, "What? Those rabbits are bronze-level beasts. Do you think you can take them on?" "All right." Wang Bin wisely decided to leave, but noticed Wen Xuan wasn't following. "Wen Xuan, aren't you coming?" "You guys go ahead. I'm staying," Wen Xuan calmly replied. "You go hunt slimes. I'll handle these rabbits. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a rabbit feast tonight." Wang Bin looked worried, but Mao Mao pulled him away. Mao Mao understood Wen Xuan and knew he wasn't reckless. "All right, take care," Wang Bin said finally. Wen Xuan responded briefly. Wang Bin, Mao Mao, and Zhu Ming left, leaving Wen Xuan alone to face the seemingly peaceful but actually dangerous wind rabbits. The entire scene was watched by a group of instructors. "Tong Tong, your student is quite interesting," one instructor commented. "He dares to stay behind and challenge the bronze-level wind rabbits alone." Another instructor dismissed it, saying, "What's so interesting? I think he's just a reckless fool. With his current strength, challenging the wind rabbits is no different from seeking death." Tong Tong paused for a moment and then asked meaningfully, "Really? What if he succeeds? If he succeeds in the challenge, I'll perform a live stream eating. Well, you know, said Dugu Tong Tong, with a mischievous grin. Zhou Zime immediately frowned and objected. No way. That's just a trick to get attention. After a moment of thought, her eyes lit up with an idea. How about this? If he succeeds, you give me that platinum-level beast core of yours. Why should I? Zhou Zime reflexively questioned, but quickly realized her tone was a bit too harsh. Unfazed, Dugu Tong Tong flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. If he fails, I'll give you this, she said, pulling a beast core from her pocket that glinted enticingly in the sunlight. Zhou Zime's eyes were instantly drawn to the core, her pupils dilating slightly. It was another platinum-level beast core, and its value was significant. Seeing Zhou Zime's hesitation, Du Gu Tong Tong continued. To prevent any cheating, let's have the vice principal witness our agreement. As she spoke, she handed the beast core to the vice principal standing nearby. Zhou Zime gritted her teeth, weighing the pros and cons, before finally making up her mind. Fine, we'll have a witness. I'm not afraid of you cheating. She carefully extracted her own beast core from her pocket, never taking her eyes off it. She handed it to the vice principal with trembling fingers, clearly treasuring the platinum-level core. Thank you, vice principal, Zhou Zime said, showing extra humility and politeness. The vice principal merely nodded slightly, showing little interest in the two platinum-level cores. After all, as a diamond-level expert, such cores were of little consequence to him. Meanwhile, after watching Wang Bin and the others leave, Wen Xuan didn't act immediately. Instead, he carefully surveyed the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a lone wind rabbit. While a group of wind rabbits could be formidable, even experts like Du Gu Tong Tong would avoid them. A single rabbit was not much of a threat. Using the power of the Eye of God, Wen Xuan clearly saw the attributes of the wind rabbit. Wind rabbit. Attribute, wind. Gender, female. Level, bronze tier 1. Potential, D. Strength, peak bronze. Evolution path, wind rabbit demon. Skills learned. Wind blade, LV3, bite LV3. It's a female rabbit, Wen Xuan thought to himself. In the world of beast taming, magical beasts had genders. Typically, there were more females, but males were generally stronger. Most people preferred to contract male beasts. However, there were exceptions. In some species, females were stronger, like queen bees compared to drones. Wen Xuan whispered to his beast, Abeo, it's your turn. Abeo nodded understandingly and began to stealthily approach the unsuspecting wind rabbit, who was leisurely munching on grass. Just as it was about to reach the rabbit, Abeo suddenly sprang into action, its sharp claws striking like lightning. With a thud, the wind rabbit, unable to dodge, was sent flying by Abeo's attack. The scene caught the attention of those nearby. A teacher couldn't help but exclaim, such speed. And that strike was powerful. This guy has trained his bear cub well. Looks like it's at the bronze level now. Indeed, Wen Xuan and his team had only recently contracted their beasts, yet they had managed to train them to such a level in a short time. This impressed the teacher, highlighting Wen Xuan's extraordinary talent in beast training. The battle's smoke had barely cleared, yet the fierce clash between Abeo and the wind rabbit raged on. Abeo landed a precise strike that severely injured the creature. Unwilling to concede, the wind rabbit retaliated with a sharp wind blade. Quick on his feet, Abeo deftly dodged the attack with a nimble roll and delivered another powerful blow, finishing off the wind rabbit. The mentors watched the scene unfold, nodding in approval. They exchanged satisfied glances, clearly impressed with the student. Abeo's combat was fluid and efficient, with no wasted movements. Their eyes collectively turned to Du Gu Tong Tong with admiration, silently acknowledging, Tong Tong, your class has indeed produced a shining star. Du Gu Tong Tong smiled slightly and approached the vice principal, reaching for 2 magical beast crystals. However, Zhou Zime suddenly interrupted. It doesn't count. That was a sneak attack. Du Gu Tong Tong raised an eyebrow, asking, then what would count? Zhou Zime insisted. Face, that kid must defeat the wind rabbit hidden for it to count. Unfazed, Du Gu Tong Tong returned the crystals. She had complete confidence in Wen Xuan, or rather, in Abeo. After all, she had personally trained Abeo over the past month. If Abeo could handle her red flame tiger, a mere wind rabbit was no challenge. Wen Xuan was elated, calling out to Abeo, congratulations on defeating the wind rabbit. Just as he spoke, a blue light flashed across Abeo. Leveled up. Wen Xuan joyfully realized that Abeo had broken through to bronze level 1. Great, Abeo, let's continue our hunt, Wen Xuan said, leading Abeo onward. He collected the wind rabbit's body, only to find it lacked a magical beast crystal. Apparently, only the stronger wind rabbits possessed them. After 2 rounds of battle, as dusk approached, Wen Xuan prepared to head back with Abeo. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged. Bang! A massive wind blade sliced through the air towards Wen Xuan. Fortunately, his invincible shield barely deflected the lethal blow. Looking in the direction of the attack, Wen Xuan gasped. A massive wind rabbit stood before him. Its attributes immediately surfaced in Wen Xian's mind. Wind Rabbit attributes. Element, wind. Gender, male. Level, bronze level 3. Qualification, D. Strength, peak bronze. Evolution route, Wind Rabbit Demon. Skills learned. Wind Blade LV4, Bite LV4, Jump LV4, Mighty Kick LV3. Run now. Wen Xian's instinct screamed. He turned to flee, but how could he outrun the Wind Rabbit? With a single leap, it blocked his path, its crimson eyes fixated on Wen Xian, sniffing the air intensely. It had clearly detected the scent of its kin lingering on Wen Xian. It looks like there's no other choice but to fight. Wen Xuan, determined to face the relentless Feng Tu, took a deep breath and looked at Abeo with a resolute gaze. He whispered, Abeo, it's up to you. At his words, Abeo's eyes flashed with intensity. It leaped forward, landing steadily in front of Wen Xuan, its limbs slightly bent and ready to strike. Facing an opponent clearly stronger than itself, Abeo was particularly cautious, every hair on its body tense. Outside the arena, all the teachers held their breath, their eyes glued to Abeo, not wanting to miss a single detail. After all, this was Wen Xuan's first time facing an opponent hidden instead of his usual ambush tactics. In the past, Wen Xuan always had Abeo sneak up silently and launch a sudden attack to incapacitate the opponent immediately. But now, the situation was different. This Feng Tu not only provoked them, but was also fully prepared for battle. Abeo began to move, darting across the field in a shaped pattern with agility. Feng Tu, seeing this, immediately launched its wind blade attack. However, Abeo was even quicker, dodging each wind blade with nimble movements. Finally, Abeo found an opportunity to get close. Its seemingly cumbersome bare paw struck towards Feng Tu like lightning. Feng Tu reacted swiftly, leaping away to avoid the deadly blow. With a loud boom, Abeo's attack hit the ground, creating a deep crater. The battle raged on. Feng Tu continued to fire wind blades, while Abeo skillfully dodged each one with astonishing agility. It demonstrated what it meant to be a nimble heavyweight, its graceful movements leaving all spectators in awe. It seems this bear cub has quite the potential, and that kid's training methods are impressive. One teacher couldn't help but commend. He turned to the principal and suggested, Principal, perhaps we should send someone to save that kid? Wen Xuan is talented. It would be a shame if he were to die. The principal waved his hand, remaining calm. No rush, let's see how it unfolds. He knew that someone trained by Duga Tong Tong wouldn't be defeated so easily. The battle intensified. After evading several wind blades, Abeo finally spotted an opening for a counterattack. It moved swiftly, aiming a strike at Feng Tu's day. However, Feng Tu seemed prepared, pushing off with its legs to leap into the air, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. At that moment, a gleam appeared in Wen Xuan's eye. She knew the opportunity had come. Abeo, use Shadow Ball, he commanded, his voice firm and strong. Hearing this, Abeo immediately began to gather energy. Dark-type energy rapidly coalesced in its mouth, quickly forming a large black energy ball. This was a new move Abeo had mastered after reaching the bronze tier, and its power was formidable. Abeo suddenly spat out an energy ball, shooting it like a cannonball towards the Wind Rabbit. Bang! The airborne Wind Rabbit had nowhere to escape and was hit directly by the Shadow Ball, like a sitting duck. The massive impact sent the Wind Rabbit flying, and Abeo seized the opportunity to swiftly close in. Its bare paw struck like a heavy hammer, pounding the Wind Rabbit into the ground 3 times. Just as Abeo was about to deliver a 4th blow, Wen Xuan stopped it in time. Through the eye of God, he could see that the Wind Rabbit had met its end. In the monitoring room, the teachers were dumbfounded. The data showed that the Wind Rabbit was at the bronze 3rd rank, yet it was defeated hidden by Wen Xuan. If not for the screen showing Wen Xuan digging out the Wind Rabbit's body in real time, they would have doubted their eyes. Dugu Tong Tong smiled as she collected 2 magical beast crystals from the vice principal under Zhou Zimei's watchful gaze. Just as Zhou Zimei was about to speak, Dugu Tong Tong preempted her. What, trying to back out? Think I'm easy to bully, or are you questioning the principal's credibility? The vice principal looked at Zhou Zimei with a displeased expression. After all, they had chosen him as the arbitrator. Zhou Zimei wisely avoided eye contact, not daring to cause further trouble. Wen Xuan quickly hoisted the Wind Rabbit's body and hurried in the direction of Wang Bin and the others. Along the way, he found a safe spot and skillfully extracted the Wind Rabbit's crystal core. Returning to the camp, he found that Wang Bin and the others had already returned and were cooking something. What are you cooking? Wen Xuan asked curiously. Wang Bin scratched his head awkwardly. Slime. Wen Xuan was speechless. Is that all you're planning to eat? No choice, we couldn't beat the Wind Rabbit, so we had to make do, Wang Bin said helplessly. Stop complaining. Here you go. Wen Xuan set down his backpack and pulled out the Wind Rabbits one by one. Oh my gosh. Wen Xuan, you're amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, a whole 4. Wang Bin was as excited as a traveler finding an oasis in the desert. All right, enough chatter, it's up to you to handle them. I'm going to rest for a bit. Wen Xuan handed the task over to Wang Bin, knowing that with his family's experience running a restaurant, handling the wind rabbits would be a piece of cake. Wen Xian returned to the tent and took out the magic beast crystal core of the wind rabbit from his pocket. Handing it to Abeo, he said, "Here, Abeo, it's for you." Abeo opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal core, beginning the refining process. Abeo's brows furrowed and relaxed intermittently, clearly working hard to digest the crystal core with its differing attribute. Wen Xian knew that the wind attribute core conflicted with Abeo's dark energy, making it difficult to fully absorb. In this world, different energy attributes can be converted into one another, even opposing ones, though the efficiency is lower. Wen Xian silently observed Abeo's condition, calculating the energy conversion efficiency. Opposing energies convert at 50, while non-opposing energies at 80. Considering factors like the beast's aptitude, core purity, and current state, Abeo might ultimately absorb about 80 of the energy compared to absorbing one of the same attribute. Time passed by slowly as Wen Xian patiently waited. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the tent. It's here, it's here. Wang Bin's voice approached, and he entered holding a fragrant skewer of roasted rabbit. Wen Xian, try my cooking, Wang Bin said with a smile. Even without spices, I did my best. If it doesn't taste good, don't blame me. Wen Xian took the roasted rabbit, noticing it was the largest one. His heart warmed, knowing Wang Bin was thanking him for his contribution today. If not for him, they would have been stuck with the nauseating slime. No worries, I'm not picky. As long as there's something to eat, Wen Xian replied with a smile. You should head out. They're probably waiting. If you're late, there might be nothing left. Wang Bin slapped his forehead. Oh right, almost forgot. He dashed out of the tent. On the grassland, Wang Bin and two others were feasting. Delicious, really good, they praised as they ate. Wen Xian had hunted 4 rabbits, enough for each of them to have one. However, Wen Xian's other classmates weren't as fortunate. Most of them had nothing to show for their efforts today and could only watch enviously as Wang Bin and the others enjoyed the tasty roasted rabbit. Wow, they make it look so delicious. One classmate couldn't help but swallow. Damn, that's roasted rabbit. Cute little bunnies deserve a sprinkle of cumin at least, another classmate remarked sourly. I can't take it. My mouth's watering. So jealous. I wish I had a rabbit to eat too. Watching the 3 devour their meal, the classmates instinctively licked their dry lips, their stomachs grumbling at the wrong time. Some even briefly considered the idea of stealing the rabbits from Wang Bin and the others, but this dangerous thought was quickly suppressed by reason. They had witnessed Wang Bin and his team battling slimes before. Although the slimes were weak, they handled the fight with ease. In contrast, many of them had been beaten badly by the slimes today. Now, their classmates' eyes were filled with a mix of frustration and anticipation, hoping to redeem themselves tomorrow. Mao Mao, being the smallest rabbit, was the fastest eater. He was the first to put down his bowl and noticed the longing looks from the classmates. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Mao Mao couldn't help but suggest to Wang Bin, "Bin, how about we give them some of the slime soup?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bin scanned the hopeful faces of the classmates. His expression turned stern as he firmly replied, "No way." Wang Bin reminded Mao Mao, "Do you remember how these guys treated us back in class?" Back in class, Wang Bin and Mao Mao had been the targets of their classmates' bullying and disdain. Now, with a chance to turn the tables, Wang Bin wasn't going to let it slip away easily. Mao Mao nodded silently, abandoning the idea of sharing the slime soup. The classmates, seeing this, could only look away in disappointment as the light of hope faded from their eyes. All right, let's go check on Wen Xuan, Wang Bin said, taking Mao Mao and Zhu Ming with him as they headed toward Wen Xuan's tent. Before leaving, he made sure to take the remaining slime soup with him, giving the classmates no chance. As soon as Wang Bin and his group left, the hungry classmates seemed to lose their minds, rushing to where they had been, scrambling for leftover food scraps in a chaotic scene. Mine, it's mine, don't grab it. Ha ha ha, I got it. There's still some meat on this bone. Wow, there's a soft piece of cartilage on mine, so tasty. I never thought rabbit could taste this good. The classmates looked like refugees after a famine, ravenously devouring the remnants from the ground. Witnessing this, Dugu Tong Tong shook with anger. She thought through gritted teeth. These people, I told them to work hard, but they never listened. Now they can't even beat slimes. Serves them right. She turned her gaze toward Wen Xuan's tent. Inside, Wen Xuan was leisurely enjoying roasted rabbit, patiently waiting for a Bao to refine the wind rabbit's magic beast core. Suddenly, a Bao stood up and let out a thunderous roar. Roar. The sound echoed across the grassland, catching everyone's attention. A Bao, you've gotten stronger. Wen Xuan exclaimed with delight, gently stroking a Bao's head. Here, a Bao. I saved this just for you. He handed the remaining half of the rabbit to a Bao. Seeing this, a Bao opened its large mouth and devoured it. The nearby classmates were amazed by the sight. Wow, he's so considerate. Yeah, who would have thought our classmate Wen Xuan was so outstanding? Not only is he handsome, but he also cares so much for his beast. That little bear cub is so well behaved, too. Look, what's it doing? It's sharing food. Indeed, after eating part of the rabbit, a Bao pushed the rest back toward Wen Xuan. Watching this, Wen Xuan felt a warmth in his heart, his nose tingling with emotion. Hee hee hee. A Bao grinned at Wen Xuan, licking his hand with its pink tongue. Wen Xuan softly said, "A Bao, I've had my share. The rest is for you. You don't need to leave any for me. Just eat it all. We'll rely on you for tomorrow's battles, and we'll catch more then." A Bao understood its owner's words and nodded firmly. The recently refined Wind Rabbit's magic beast core had further enhanced its strength, and it wouldn't be long before it reached bronze level 2. Here, a Bao, let me feed you, Wen Xuan said gently, placing pieces of the Wind Rabbit meat into a Bao's mouth bit by bit. In the following days, Wen Xian led the team in hunting wind rabbits across the grassland. To his delight, a Bao's skills were visibly improving at an impressive pace. One evening, by the campfire, Wang Bin stared at the wind rabbit meat in his hand, his face full of disdain. "Oh man, rabbit meat again. At this rate, I'm going to grow rabbit ears," he complained, his voice filled with resignation. Mao Mao, sitting nearby and chewing on the rabbit meat, paid no attention to Wang Bin's grumbling. After swallowing his food, he said, "Come on, Brother Bin, you should be grateful. Look at the others, they're still gnawing on slime." No sooner had Mao Mao spoken than other students nearby perked up their ears. A frail-looking boy couldn't help but interject, "Slime? That stuff's worse than dirt, so bitter and fishy." Wang Bin raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, so you've tasted dirt before to know it's bitter?" Mao Mao was left speechless, lowering his head to continue munching on his rabbit meat. The surrounding students heard this exchange and silently lamented. If they had a choice, they too would love to try the taste of wind rabbit meat. It had been days since they had any meat, and their mouths were so bland they could hardly taste anything. They were either chewing on slime or munching on grass to stave off hunger, leading a truly miserable life. Wang Bin sighed deeply, his gaze drifting to the distance. "I've heard there are wolves on this grassland, but it's been days, and we haven't seen a single one. Could it just be a tale adults tell to scare kids?" Mao Mao grew anxious upon hearing this. "Brother Bin, you have to believe it. There really are wolves on the grassland." "Really? Have you seen them with your own eyes?" Wang Bin asked, raising an eyebrow. Mao Mao stammered, I haven't seen them myself, but that's what the books say." As he spoke, he clutched a book tightly to his chest. Seeing this, Wang Bin snatched the book from Mao Mao's hands. "How many times have I told you not to read in this environment? Do you still want to keep your eyesight?" All right, I hear you. Just give me back my book," Mao Mao pleaded, as the book was as precious as life to him. Wen Xian, sitting nearby, watched their bickering with a slight smile. "All right, stop arguing. Finish up and get some sleep. We have special training tomorrow," he intervened, referring to their upcoming battle with the slimes. Through these days of observation, Wen Xian discovered 2 types of slimes on this grassland. One was green with plant attributes, often active in the grass. The other was blue with water attributes, usually found near water. The slimes varied in strength, allowing them to choose suitable targets based on their abilities. After finishing their roasted wind rabbit meat, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Wen Xian also crawled into his tent, cuddling the warm A Bao, and quickly drifted into a dream. A Bao's soft fur was especially comforting, making it hard to resist snuggling closer. However, Wen Xian's pleasant dream didn't last long. In the middle of the night, he was woken by a Bao's urgent movements. "A Bao, what's wrong?" Wen Xian asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. A Bao looked at him with a tense expression, gesturing frantically. "Are you saying there's something outside?" Wen Xian guessed. A Bao nodded vigorously. Wen Xian felt a twinge of unease. What could it be? He carefully unzipped the tent and peeked outside. The sight before him brought him instantly awake. Countless pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered in the darkness, staring intently at their camp. Wen Xian's heart raced, a chill running up from his feet. Who were these mysterious visitors, and what were their intentions? In the cover of night, danger quietly approached. "Wolf! There's a wolf! Everyone, be careful!" Wang Bin's voice pierced the night, waking everyone in the camp. This happened after the guy, who wasn't in the best of health, accidentally stumbled upon a pack of hungry prairie wolves while answering nature's call. Wang Bin's shout angered the wolf pack. The lead wolf raised its head to the sky and let out a piercing howl. Instantly, the entire pack surged down the hillside like a tide, charging madly towards Wen Xian and the others. "Everyone, stay alert and gather around me," Wen Xian commanded calmly, stepping out of the tent with a bow. His face was determined, his gaze sharp, as he stared intently at the approaching wolves. Suddenly, a prairie wolf darted towards Wen Xian, baring its sharp fangs, ready to bite. In the nick of time, a Bao leapt forward, his right paw striking like lightning. With a resounding thud, the wolf was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. A Bao strike had shattered its bones completely. Defeating one wolf didn't scare off the rest of the pack. Instead, they charged with even more frenzy. Seeing this, a Bao didn't hesitate to dive into the midst of the wolves. Thud! Thud, thud. With continuous impact sounds, a bow was like a war god, each strike sending a prairie wolf flying. Wow, how can it be so powerful? My goodness, is this the fighting strength of a panda baby? It's incredible. The surrounding students were amazed. However, not everyone was so fortunate. Little Chicky. A cry of despair rang out as someone's iron-beaked chicken fell victim to the wolves' attack. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with several more students' beasts meeting the same fate. Meanwhile, the mentors in the distance finally noticed the dire situation. Damn, how did they encounter prairie wolves, and a whole pack at that? One mentor exclaimed. Where are the teachers responsible for protection? Hurry up and contact them. Tell them to intervene and rescue the students. The vice principal arrived with a grim expression. This wilderness survival training has a mortality quota, but if it exceeds the limit, everyone present, including myself, will face serious repercussions. After inquiries, it was revealed that the teachers responsible for protection had gone to assist other students and would need at least 10 more minutes to arrive. What? 10 minutes? The vice principal was furious. In 10 minutes, these kids will end up in the wolves' stomachs. Tell them to hurry up. It turned out that the teachers protecting Wen Xuan and the others had received a call for help from the principal. Seeing that Wen Xuan's group was temporarily safe, they left to assist the principal, hoping to curry favor and secure promotions. Watching the furious vice principal, the other teachers remained silent. They knew that if they were in the same position, they might have made the same choice. After all, the influence of the principal compared to the vice principal was clear. Climbing the principal's ladder promised a bright future. Although Du Gutongtong was usually sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, she couldn't help but worry about her student Wen Xuan at this moment. Wen Xuan, please hold on. Don't let anything happen, she silently prayed in her heart. At this moment, Wen Xuan, along with Wang Bin and the others, was huddled back-to-back, surrounded by several fierce prairie wolves. Facing the menacing pack, Wang Bin's face was filled with terror, unsure of how to handle the dire situation. The protective shield acted like an invisible barrier, separating Wen Xuan and his companions from the fierce pack of prairie wolves. The wolves' eyes gleamed with cunning as they did not rush to attack the beasts, but instead, they crouched around the humans, waiting patiently for the shield to dissipate. Come on, Mao Mao, Wen Xuan encouraged his green caterpillar. After special training, this seemingly frail insect had grown into a formidable warrior. It continuously spat out thick, white threads, wrapping the approaching prairie wolves one by one into giant white dumplings. Zhu Ming's fire rock pig and Wang Bin's rogue monkey stood like loyal guardians, closely protecting the green caterpillar. Together, the three beasts formed an unbreakable triad, temporarily keeping the wolves at bay. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan's abeo had transformed into a blood-soaked war god. Its once fluffy fur was now drenched in blood, indistinguishable between its own and the enemy's. Abeo ferociously tore into the surrounding prairie wolves, showcasing astounding combat prowess. Suddenly, a deep howl echoed. The prairie wolf king could no longer hold back and leaped from the hillside, using its momentum to launch a fierce attack on Abeo. With a loud bang, Abeo was sent flying. Abeo! Wen Xuan and the others cried out in unison, their hearts in their throats. Fortunately, Abeo's thick skin and fat absorbed much of the impact. Despite being severely injured, it shakily got back on its feet. The prairie wolf king's eyes gleamed with a hint of mockery, as if it was eyeing prey ready for slaughter. Wen Xuan hurriedly used the Eye of God to check the wolf king's attributes. Attribute: evil. Gender: male. Level: bronze tier 4. Quality: C. Strength: peak. Evolution path: silver, black demon wolf king. Skills: Tear Claw LV4, Furious Bite LV5, Impact LV4, Stealth LV2. Damn, this guy is too strong, Wen Xuan thought, realizing the danger. He could barely protect himself, but the others might be in grave peril. The only hope lay in stalling for time until rescue arrived. Wen Xuan looked up to the sky and spotted a bird with a glowing red-chested surveillance probe he had discovered the night before. He hadn't told the others, and now he could only pray for a swift rescue. Suddenly, the prairie wolf king moved. It kicked back and lunged at Abeo again. Mao Mao, use silk thread, Wen Xuan quickly commanded. The green caterpillar immediately spewed out a large amount of white silk, but the wolf king easily dodged it. Block it, use fireball. Zhu Ming, usually quiet, suddenly spoke up. The fire rock pig opened its mouth and launched a massive fireball. Facing the roaring fireball, the prairie wolf king's eyes flashed with disdain. It didn't dodge but instead raised its sharp claws, striking fiercely. The fireball from the fire rock pig was as fragile as paper in front of the prairie wolf king, instantly torn apart and extinguished. Faced with this formidable beast, everyone was at a loss. Wang Bin was about to command his rogue monkey to join the fight, but was stunned to find it crouching on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, with a wet patch beneath it. This cowardly behavior left Wang Bin regretting his decision to spend so much on contracting such a timid creature. The prairie wolf king seized the opportunity to charge at Abeo, its sharp right claw whistling through the air. A bow quickly raised its own claw to block, and the clash of their claws echoed loudly. A bow cried out in pain, its body flung backward. However, the Prairie Wolf King was also forced back several steps by the impact, momentarily bewildered. It hadn't expected to be repelled, and a mix of shame and fury twisted its face into a terrifying snarl. Determined to wash away its humiliation with blood, the Prairie Wolf King held nothing back. It launched itself at a bow again with a powerful leap. Just as it seemed a bow was in peril, a red figure suddenly appeared, crashing heavily into the Wolf King and sending it flying. The Prairie Wolf King was defeated in a single blow. The remaining prairie wolves, seeing their leader fall, exchanged looks of panic before fleeing in a hurry. Everyone turned in unison to the graceful figure, recognizing Ms. Du Gu Tong Tong, and tears began to flow. "Teacher, you finally came. A moment later, and we wouldn't have made it." The tension that had been building broke completely, and sobs filled the air. Du Gu Tong Tong urgently asked, "Wen Xuan, are you okay?" She had been in a nearby tent and rushed to help upon sensing the danger. She knew some mentors couldn't be relied upon, and her decision to intervene proved wise, avoiding a disastrous outcome. Wen Xuan was about to respond when he noticed a bow quietly approaching the Prairie Wolf King's corpse. It shattered the Wolf King's skull with a single strike and extracted a black beast core, swallowing it without hesitation. This scene left Wen Xuan utterly astonished. After consuming the core, a bow sat quietly, beginning to refine the hard-won power. The echoes of battle were subsiding, but everyone knew in their hearts that this was just the start of a greater challenge. A Bao suddenly stood up, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Wen Xuan immediately used his Eye of the Divine to closely examine a Bao's changes in attributes. The panda cub, a Bao, is male and has reached Bronze Tier 3. With an SSS qualification and strength at its peak, it is on the path of kingly evolution. Its skills include Wild Bull Fist LV3, Bear Paw Strike LV4, Mount Tai Crush LV3, Roar of Evil LV3, Tear Claw LV2, Shadow Ball LV2, and the newly learned Stealth LV1. Wen Xuan was delighted to discover that a Bao had not only advanced to Bronze Tier 3, but had also learned the Stealth skill. This ability allows a Bao to hide in the darkness and silently approach enemies, seeking a chance for a lethal strike. Although its proficiency is only at LV1, it's already a rare achievement. When a beast absorbs a magical beast's core, there's about a 10 chance of learning its skills. If the core matches the beast's attributes or if the skill compatibility is high, this probability increases significantly. However, newly acquired skills usually start at a lower level and require retraining to improve proficiency. In this world, skill proficiency is divided into 5 levels: understanding, familiarity, mastery, proficiency, and expertise. LV9 denotes expertise, indicating a deep understanding of the skill's strengths, weaknesses, and suitable scenarios. Seeing this, Du Gu Tong Tong smiled and said, "You rascal, congratulations on a Bao's progress." Wen Xuan smiled back, "Thank you, Teacher Tong Tong. Without you, we might not have made it." Du Gu Tong Tong shook her head. "It's also because you guys held on long enough. If you weren't strong enough, you wouldn't have lasted until I arrived." Wen Xuan looked at Du Gu Tong Tong with deep gratitude. Just then, the school's mentors started arriving. Their timing was perfect. If Du Gu Tong Tong hadn't appeared in time, they might have only come to collect bodies. Du Gu Tong Tong looked around and saw students in distress, with some beasts injured and others fallen in battle. The group had clearly lost the will to continue the trial. She patted Wen Xuan on the shoulder and said, "Kid, you did well this time. I'll give you a big reward when we get back." As the mentors arrived, some senior students joined in the rescue and battlefield cleanup. Wang Bin, watching these older students, grumbled discontentedly. "We fought tooth and nail to take down these prairie wolves, and now they're just picking up the spoils." Indeed, magical beasts are valuable. These prairie wolves not only have delicious meat, but their fur can be made into warm coats. Seeing their hard-earned spoils being taken away, it's understandable that Wang Bin felt a bit resentful. On the grasslands, packs of prairie wolves roamed in the distance, hinting at the presence of magical beast cores. Wang Bin excitedly discussed this discovery, while Du Gu Tong Tong couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking about the adventurous spirit of these boys. "Don't worry," Du Gu Tong Tong explained. "The school won't let you suffer any losses. Everyone will earn a considerable amount of points, which can be exchanged for rare items in the school's treasure vault." When Xian had heard about the point system before, it was said that the treasures in the vault were priceless and could only be obtained through points, not money. Just as he pondered this, a rumbling sound interrupted his thoughts. The bus arrived slowly, and when Xian and the others boarded it, embarking on their journey back to school. Upon arrival, they stood on the playground, stunned by the scene before them. Stretcher teams moved back and forth, some carrying injured beasts, others carrying beast tamers who had lost their ability to fight. The protective shields of these tamers had disappeared, indicating that their careers as beast tamers might be over. Several instructors were escorted away by security personnel, paying the price for their negligence. Where do we go now? Mao Mao asked. Wang Bin enthusiastically replied. Where else? Of course, the third floor of the cafeteria. There's a stir-fry restaurant there. It's a bit pricey, but the taste is absolutely worth it. Everyone agreed and headed to the third floor of the cafeteria. After a satisfying meal, they lounged comfortably on the sofas. Wang Bin let out a long sigh, contentedly surveying the messy table. Finally feel alive again, he remarked. After eating over 10 days of bland roasted wind rabbit meat, my taste buds were about to go numb. Suddenly, for notification, sounds chimed simultaneously. Wen Xuan and the others pulled out their phones to check, discovering that their points had been credited. Wow, the points are in. Mao Mao exclaimed excitedly. I got 300 points. How about you guys? I got 400, Zhu Ming replied briefly. Wen Xuan, how many did you get? Wang Bin asked eagerly. Wen Xuan smiled slightly, being vague. Not much, about the same as you guys. Wang Bin looked at Wen Xuan suspiciously. How could it be the same as ours? You must have gotten more. Wang Bin caught a glimpse of Wen Xuan's phone screen and was instantly stunned. Oh my gosh, Wen Xuan, you beast. 2,000 points. His voice was filled with shock and a hint of frustration. The others also gathered around, their eyes brimming with envy and confusion. Aren't we all studying together? How did you advance so quickly? Wang Bin said with a wry smile, while Mao Mao and the others also showed helpless expressions. They had been equally diligent in their beast training, yet somehow, Wen Xuan had left them far behind. After all, they had all formed contracts with their beasts at the same time. Seeing his friends' reactions, Wen Xuan sighed lightly. I didn't want you guys to find out because I was afraid it might discourage you. But since you've seen it, oh well. He looked around and suggested. We've all eaten, and we're not too tired. Why don't we check out the school's treasure pavilion? Sure. Everyone agreed in unison, quickly getting up and heading towards the treasure pavilion. The entrance to the treasure pavilion was quite convenient, requiring just a swipe of a student card to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, Wen Xuan and the others were amazed by the sight before them. The shelves were filled with all sorts of strange and exotic items, resembling a small supermarket. Let's just browse around, Wen Xuan suggested. The group wandered around, eyes wide like a child's first visit to a grand garden. Suddenly, Wang Bin let out a wail. Oh no, I thought my 200 points could get me a lot, but as soon as I came in, I realized I'm practically broke. Everything here costs thousands of points. How am I supposed to live? Wen Xuan didn't respond, instead moving quickly between the shelves. With his divine eye, he could swiftly scan and identify valuable items. After making a round, he found that there were many great things here, most of which he couldn't afford. However, he did find a treasure. Tempering 1,000 times? Wen Xuan paused in front of a book, examining it closely. It was a guide on how to temper a beast's body and enhance its physical strength, and it was priced exactly at 2,000 points. Wen Xuan's divine eye had a special ability to judge the quality of items by the glow they emitted. This book, Tempering 1,000 times, emitted a blue glow, indicating it was somewhat better than ordinary items and carried a touch of mystery. He silently recalled the color grading of item quality: gray for low grade, inconspicuous; white for plain, elegant, clean; green for ordinary, eco-friendly, often referred to as eco-gear by players; blue for slightly better than ordinary, with a hint of mystery; purple symbolizing growth, health, ambition, often associated with mystery and illusion, sometimes representing nobility and wealth; and orange, leaning towards yellow, always a color of nobility and desire, often used in the dining industry to evoke higher aspirations. In the treasure vault, a subtle yet luxurious golden glow flickered in the background. Wen Xuan stood before the shelves filled with dazzling items of 7 different colors. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that he wasn't one of those incredibly lucky individuals who could easily obtain the rare golden items. However, the blue quality items were more than enough to meet his needs. Looking around, Wen Xuan noticed that the entire vault contained only one item emitting a purple glow, with higher quality treasures nowhere to be seen. He shook his head slightly and focused on the 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements in his hand. With the blue quality book in tow, Wen Xuan approached the exchange counter. A polite and pretty young lady awaited him with a smile. He handed over the 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements and his student ID, and she swiftly completed the card transaction. As Wen Xuan was about to leave, he noticed Wang Bin and the others still engrossed in the vault's exotic treasures, their eyes filled with longing. These dazzling items were like temptations for the poor. They could only admire them, but couldn't take anything home. Let's go, Wen Xuan reminded them, pulling his entranced companions back to reality. They reluctantly left, stealing glances back at the treasures. Wen Xuan could feel their yearning. They had clearly found items they desired but lacked the credits to exchange for them. Back in the dormitory, Wen Xuan immediately immersed himself in studying 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements. This book, a reproduction, could only be borrowed for a week, and he needed to memorize it thoroughly within this short period for future use in training a bow. He was well aware of the strict borrowing regulations and the severe consequences of unauthorized lending. After Wang Bin and the others finished their showers and fell asleep, their thunderous snores filled the dorm. Wen Xuan shook his head with a wry smile and focused on the book in front of him. He stayed up all night, finally closing the book at dawn, amazed at his newfound ability to remember everything at first glance. If I had this ability in my previous life, Tsinghua and Peking University wouldn't have been just a dream, Wen Xuan thought sarcastically, yawning and stretching. With the sky still dim, he decided to take a short nap and climbed into bed for some much-needed sleep. The sun was already high in the sky when Wen Xuan awoke from a deep sleep. A night of studying had allowed him to outline a training plan for Abeo in his mind. As he got up and looked around, he noticed that Wang Bin and the others had already left, presumably for class. As a privileged student, Wen Xuan was not bound by classroom schedules. He quickly tidied himself up, donned his uniform, and left the school, heading straight to a private training ground outside. At the entrance, a cheerful attendant greeted him with a bright smile, asking, "Are you here for training today?" Wen Xuan shook his head with determination. "I'm not here to train. I'm here to apply for a coach position." Applying for a coach position? The attendant looked him over in surprise. Although she was puzzled, she quickly adjusted her demeanor and called out to the manager at the bar. "Manager, manager." A moment later, a burly man with a square face and a suit strode over. The attendant briefly explained the situation, and the manager couldn't help but take a closer look at Wen Xuan. "Young man, since you're here to apply for a coach position, do you have a Beastmaster certificate?" The manager asked straightforwardly. Wen Xuan was taken aback, realizing he had yet to obtain one. Seeing this, the manager kindly said, "You need a Beastmaster certificate. Go get one and come back. If you meet our criteria, we'll hire you on the spot." Wen Xuan nodded in agreement and left, heading straight to the Beastmaster Alliance. In this world, the Beastmaster Alliance is a vital organization that manages Beastmasters, providing benefits while enforcing rules. All Beastmasters must adhere to the Alliance's regulations, with severe penalties for violations. Arriving at the Beastmaster Alliance building by taxi, Wen Xuan entered the spacious lobby. He chose a relatively quiet window for registration, and then, guided by staff, proceeded to the testing room. After the testing concluded, the staff member wore a delighted smile. Another young prodigy. She checked the records and found that Wen Xuan, at just 18 years old, was already a bronze level 3 Beastmaster. This level is determined by the strongest beast a Beastmaster possesses, and Wen Xuan currently had only a bronze level 3 Panda cub. "Here is your Beastmaster certificate. Please take it," the staff member said, handing him the document with a warm and friendly demeanor throughout. Feeling pleased, Wen Xuan left the Beastmaster Alliance. The service attitude here made him feel comfortable, in stark contrast to the indifference of some organizations in his past life. He couldn't help but recall those perpetually stern-faced staff members who acted as if they were second only to the heavens, and he felt grateful for the excellent service spirit in this world. After leaving the Beastmaster Alliance, Wen Xuan hailed a car at the entrance and headed back to the private training facility. The sun was shining brightly, and as the scenery outside the car window whizzed by, his mood was even sunnier than the weather. Clutching his Beastmaster certification tightly, it symbolized his hard work and a beacon of hope for the future. The car stopped at the entrance of the training ground, and Wen Xuan walked in with a spring in his step. He went straight to the front desk and handed his certification to the smiling receptionist. "Hello," Wen Xuan said politely. The receptionist took the certificate, her smile growing wider. However, when she opened it to look, her eyes widened in surprise. "Bronze Tier 3, she exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Wen Xuan's youthful face, the receptionist was secretly amazed. Many of the coaches at the training facility, even those in their 30s or 40s, were only at the bronze level. Yet this young man had already reached Bronze Tier 3. "Can I become a coach?" Wen Xuan asked softly, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. "Yes, of course you can," the receptionist nodded enthusiastically. "I'll arrange it for you right away." She quickly prepared all the necessary documents and explained some key points to Wen Xuan. After carefully reading everything, he signed his name on the contract with a sense of solemnity. Just like that, Wen Xuan officially became a private coach at the training facility. "Follow me, Wen Xuan," the receptionist said warmly. "I'll show you around the training facility so you can get familiar with the environment." As he followed her, Wen Xuan summoned his beast, Abeo. "Abeo," he whispered to his beast, "this will be our new workplace." Abeo seemed to understand and bounced around excitedly beside Wen Xuan. Inside the training facility, the sounds of clashes echoed continuously. The 5-story building was imposing, but Wen Xuan and the receptionist only toured the first floor. Beyond that, the strength of the trainers was far beyond what they could currently aspire to. Suddenly, a loud noise caught Wen Xuan's attention. On a stage, a beast had just kicked its opponent away. A young man with an air of arrogance said disdainfully, "Isn't there anyone here who can put up a fight? Does this training facility have any stronger coaches?" Hearing this, the receptionist's face turned sour. She whispered to Wen Xuan, 3, already 3. This guy is quite strong, and 3 of our coaches have already lost to him. Wen Xuan took a closer look at the situation on the stage. He quickly assessed the attributes and abilities of the young man's beast, a little force monster. Fighting attribute, male, bronze tier 2. Grade A aptitude, power reaching platinum pinnacle. Evolution path is Power King. Learned skills include Fierce Punch LV4, Cannon Punch LV4, and Frenzied Attack LV3. This guy is indeed formidable, Wen Xuan thought to himself. No wonder he's so arrogant. The receptionist sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do. We do have people who could beat him, but we have a rule here that prohibits harming the opponent's beast. With such a rule, our coach's beasts can only take hits. In this situation, no matter how many people we have, they can't withstand his attacks. At that moment, the young man on the stage noticed Wen Xuan and his beast, Abeo, standing in the corner. His eyes lit up, and he called out to Wen Xuan. Hey, you over there. Come up and fight me. Don't worry, I'll pay you well. How about $1,000 per match? Wen Xuan chuckled to himself, thinking the young man was just like the legendary rich and foolish son of a wealthy family. The receptionist turned to Wen Xuan, her eyes filled with inquiry and expectation. Wen Xuan, what do you think? Do you want to give it a try? Wen Xuan stepped onto the training platform with Abeo, his steps firm and steady. As they made their way up, he leaned down to quietly remind Abeo not to harm its opponent. This match was more of a test than a competition. Across from them, the young master had a sharp gaze. With a command, his mag hop launched like an arrow towards Abeo. Not to be outdone, Abeo charged forward as well. In an instant, the two pets were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few minutes, they had clashed hundreds of times, the scene intense and fiery. This wasn't a game of dodging, it was a true test of strength. Although Abeo was slightly stronger, it was at a disadvantage due to matchup's type advantage, and with Wen Xuan's instruction to hold back, Abeo found itself on the defensive. Soon, Abeo was covered in wounds, but continued to persevere. Wen Xuan sighed inwardly, realizing that this grueling training was almost tailor-made for a masochist. He considered giving up several times, but ultimately gritted his teeth and persisted. The consequences of his past laziness were painfully clear now, and he understood the hard truth that without effort, one would suffer in battle. Memories of the Prairie Wolf King flashed in Wen Xuan's mind, and he loathed the helplessness of being manipulated by fate. Power! I crave power, he shouted in his heart. Suddenly, Maghop delivered a fierce kick, sending Abeo flying. The young master exhaled deeply, his face alight with the joy of victory. That was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Kid, you're quite something. You've made me very happy. Here, this is for you. The young master generously handed over 1,000 yuan, which Wen Xuan accepted with thanks. Let's get to know each other. I'm Lin Jia, the young master said, extending his hand. Wen Xuan, he replied, shaking hands warmly. Lin Jia suggested, nice to meet you. Let's exchange facial contacts. I'll come find you in a few days. Sure, Wen Xuan agreed. After Lin Jia left, Wen Xuan hurried to Abeo's side, feeling deeply guilty as he saw its battered condition. Abeo, I'm sorry. Abeo, however, smiled, its eyes forming crescents, and gently patted Wen Xuan's cheek with its paw, as if to say, Master, I'm fine. Let's go, Abeo. I'll take you for something delicious, Wen Xuan said, leading Abeo to a buffet where they both indulged in a hearty meal. After dining, Wen Xuan took Abeo to a herbal shop in the city. It was quiet in the store as evening approached. Wen Xuan handed a list to the elderly shopkeeper behind the counter. Hello, could you please get these herbs for me? Sure, just a moment, the elderly man replied, starting to gather the items. At that moment, a young girl entered the shop with a small, fiery red cat. The cat, a female with a fire attribute, was at a bronze level and had reached peak condition, with a potential evolution path to gold. It had learned the skills Tier Claw LV4 and Small Fireball LV5. The girl was immediately drawn to Abeo, exclaiming, Wow, a panda baby! She crouched down, hoping to get closer to Abeo, but upon seeing its injuries, her heart ached with concern. Wen Xuan stood at the entrance of the pharmacy, holding the injured baby panda, Abeo, in his arms. Suddenly, a young woman questioned him. Are you the beast master of this panda? Wen Xuan nodded. Yes, I am. What? The woman spoke sternly. If you're its beast master, you should protect it properly. You shouldn't let it get hurt like this. You need to understand that our beasts are our partners, equivalent to our lives. Hearing her criticism, Wen Xuan frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance crossing his face. He disliked others pointing fingers at him. Ignoring the woman, Wen Xuan turned to the old man behind the counter and politely asked, Hello, is my medicine ready? Yes, yes. Here it is, the old man replied cheerfully, handing over the packaged medicine to Wen Xuan. That'll be 500. How much? Wen Xuan was taken aback. 500, the old man repeated. Wen Xuan hadn't expected the medicinal ingredients for treating injuries to be so expensive. He silently acknowledged that training beasts was indeed costly. These ingredients were for a medicinal bath for a bao, and 500 was quite steep for him at the moment. However, he had a stable source of income. Linja. Coincidentally, Linja had just messaged him, arranging a meeting at their usual spot in 3 days. As Wen Xuan was about to leave, the woman spoke up again. You can't just leave. Did you hear what I said? Shall we? The old man behind the counter finally couldn't hold back and scolded. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Come over here. Grandpa. The woman tried to argue, but Wen Xuan had already taken the opportunity to leave the pharmacy. He headed straight to the school's training hall, where there was a well-equipped private room. Wen Xuan poured the purchased ingredients into a pot and began to brew them. Once the concoction was warm, he gestured for a bao to climb into the wooden tub. Seeing the steaming liquid, a bao looked a bit anxious and instinctively wanted to escape. However, trusting Wen Xuan completely, knowing he wouldn't harm him, a bao abandoned the thought of running away. 10 minutes later, the medicinal bath's color faded, indicating a bao had absorbed its effects. He climbed out of the tub, appearing refreshed and revitalized, as if reborn. How do you feel, a bao? Wen Xuan asked with concern. A bao responded excitedly. Great, it feels amazing. It's like having a full body massage, and all my meridians feel opened. As long as you feel good. Let's head back to the dorm, Wen Xuan said, leading a bao out of the training hall. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already past 11 at night. As Wen Xuan opened the door, he noticed the lights were still on, suggesting that Wang Bin and the others hadn't gone to bed yet. He gently pushed the door open and walked into the dorm. Ouch, ouch. Wen Xuan had just pushed open the door when he heard Wang Bin's cries of pain. The scene inside the room left him momentarily stunned. Wang Bin was lying on the bed, his face bruised and swollen, groaning in agony. Wang Bin, what happened to you? Wen Xuan asked in surprise, quickly walking over to the bedside. Mao Mao stood nearby, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed and explained, you can't really blame anyone else. It was mainly Wang Bin's own doing. Wen Xuan raised an eyebrow at Mao Mao, waiting for him to continue. Here's what happened. Mao Mao began to recount. After school, Wang Bin suggested we go out for some barbecue. On our way back, he saw a pretty girl. Maybe he'd had too much to drink because he actually whistled at her. Hearing this, Wen Xuan couldn't help but frown. Mao Mao continued. The girl got angry right away and summoned her beast to fight Wang Bin. Wang Bin's hooligan monkey was no match for her little fire cat and got seriously injured. Since Wang Bin's monkey was hurt, his protective shield disappeared, and the girl gave him a good beating. After listening to Mao Mao's account, Wen Xuan remained silent. He knew deep down that Wang Bin was at fault. If he hadn't behaved like a hooligan and provoked her, he wouldn't have gotten beaten up for no reason. On the bed, Wang Bin seemed to have heard their conversation and spoke with difficulty. Ouch. Ouch. I'm really miserable. How was I supposed to know she was so fierce? It's like she was on a warpath today, full of fire. Someone must have upset her, and I became her punching bag. Hearing this, an image flashed in Wen Xuan's mind. Could it be that guy? He thought to himself, feeling a bit repulsed at the thought of that sanctimonious person. All right, stop wailing, Wen Xuan said to Wang Bin. If you're really a man, work hard and earn back your dignity through your own skills. Show her why the flowers are so red. Yeah, Wang Bin responded, a determined look flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, I will work hard. I will become stronger. The next day, Wen Xuan decided to give himself and Abeo a break and didn't go to the training ground. The group of 4 went to the cafeteria early, bought their meals, and sat in a corner to eat. At that moment, a woman in a pink dress carrying a tray sat at the table opposite Wen Xuan. She recognized Wen Xuan immediately, and her expression turned sour. Then, she noticed Wang Bin sitting next to Wen Xuan, and a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. Birds of a feather flock together, Chun Hui thought. People befriend those who are like them. She just wanted to finish her meal quickly and get away from Wen Xuan and his friends. Wang Bin also noticed Chun Hui and couldn't help nudging Wen Xuan with his elbow, whispering, Wen Xuan, that's her. She's the one who beat me up yesterday. I can't figure out how someone with such slender arms and legs can be so strong. Wen Xuan responded lightly. To him, Chun Hui was just a sanctimonious person, and he didn't want to have much interaction with her. After quickly finishing their meals, the group left the cafeteria. With nothing else to do today, Wen Xuan decided to join Wang Bin and the others for class. The morning class happened to be a combat session, and Du Gu Tong Tong walked into the classroom with confident strides, a slight smile on her lips, seemingly looking forward to the upcoming lesson. The crowd shivered at the sight of Du Gu Tong Tong's icy demeanor. Her smile was as chilling as a devil's. With steady steps, Du Gu Tong Tong walked to the front of the class, her gaze sweeping over the group before finally landing on Wen Xuan, who was standing at the back. She wondered to herself why Wen Xuan was attending class today. She had expected him to follow her special training methods instead. Since he was here, it was a perfect opportunity for him to show what he was capable of. Just then, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed through the room. A group of people, moving like a well-trained unit, entered the training area. Wen Xuan looked towards the group and noticed a bespectacled man leading them, who appeared quite scholarly. Yet, for some reason, Wen Xuan felt a strange discomfort about him, instinctively labeling him as a wolf in sheep's clothing in his mind. Mr. Zhao Su. Dugu Tong Tong addressed him, her tone flat. Tong Tong. Zhao Su responded with a deliberately affectionate tone. His greeting immediately caught the attention of Wang Bin and others, who sensed a hint of gossip. A trace of displeasure crossed Dugu Tong Tong's face as she coldly corrected him. Mr. Zhao Su, please call me by my full name Du Gu Tong Tong. Got it, Tong Tong. Zhao Su replied, unfazed and with a playful grin. Du Gu Tong Tong's expression grew even darker. Without saying more, she turned and walked to the back of the class. She approached Wen Xuan and whispered, Kid, I'm in a bad mood today. When you get up there, don't hold back. Teach those guys a lesson. If you can't do it, you know the consequences. Wen Xuan had intended to keep a low profile and watch from the sidelines, but with Du Gu Tong Tong's order, he could only nod in agreement. Understood. All right, Tong Tong, let's begin, Zhao Su said with a smile, his eyes curving into crescents, appearing gentle but with a hint of cunning. Zhao Su scanned the class before his gaze settled on a short, dark-skinned young man. Go Hua, you're up. Go Hua nodded and headed towards the stage. At this moment, Wang Bin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! You all call me ugly and a fat pig. Look at this guy. Isn't he uglier than me? Wang Bin, proud of his 175 centimeters height and weighing over 200 pounds, considered himself at least a normal man. Hearing this, Go Hua's face darkened. He glared at Wang Bin and shouted, You, get up here. Wang Bin, unwilling to back down, retorted, Fine, I'll come up. I'm not afraid of you. He started to climb onto the stage. However, his large frame made this simple action look comical. His body jiggled with every movement, resembling a wobbling jelly, causing the onlookers to burst into laughter. Wang Bin stepped onto the stage, a disdainful glint in his eyes. He looked down at his opponent, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You little runt, looking like tree bark, do you dare to show your face around here? Aren't you afraid the city guards will mistake you for trash and clean you up? His opponent, Go Hua, immediately wore a dark expression, gritting his teeth as he retorted, You fat pig, you're finished. Quickly forming a spell, a pitch-black magic circle appeared on the ground. As it glowed, a completely black dog leapt out, its fierce gaze fixed on Wang Bin. A battle hound. A flicker of panic crossed Wang Bin's face. These fierce beasts were known for their fearless fighting style, where the battle ended only when either the enemy or the beast fell. Wang Bin bit his lip, realizing there was no turning back. He braced himself and summoned his own Beasta rogue monkey. However, the outcome was a predictable defeat. Wang Bin suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Go Hua, and his monkey was severely injured. As Wang Bin dejectedly walked off the stage, his classmates offered words of comfort. Wang Bin, you were great. Facing a strong enemy, you dared to fight back. That spirit is something we should all learn from. You've shown you're no coward. Hearing this, Go Hua's expression grew even more disdainful. Humph, is this all your class has? Your talk is impressive, but do any of you have real skills? Come on, step up, don't make me look down on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Hao from Wang Bin's class leapt onto the stage, standing in the center. Please instruct me. Chun Hao quickly formed a seal, summoning his own Beasta large, fierce-eyed gray wolf. The crowd gasped in surprise. No wonder he dared to step up, he has some skills. Go Chun Hao, cheers erupted around them. Wang Bin couldn't help but turn to Wen Xuan and ask, Who do you think will win? Wen Xuan merely gave him a knowing look, and Wang Bin instantly understood. In this setting, Wen Xuan couldn't openly say that Chun Hao would lose. Sure enough, after an intense battle, Chun Hao was soundly defeated. Go Hua showed no mercy, and Chun Hao's gray wolf was heavily injured by the battle hound. The bloody scene caused many timid classmates to instinctively close their eyes. At that moment, everyone had the same thought. Go Hua was unbeatable. Du Gu Tong Tong directed two classmates. You two, quickly take his beast to the medical room. Chun Hao's gray wolf was seriously injured. After this battle, it would either be crippled or worse. The classmates seemed deflated, like wilted eggplants, while Go Hua grew even more arrogant. He scanned the crowd, taunting. Who else? Anyone brave enough to come up? Seeing this, Du Gu Tong Tong's expression turned grim. Wen Xuan, here are 10 spirit pills. Go up there and take him down for me. Got it. Wen Xuan responded cheerfully and stepped onto the stage with a light gait. As Wen Xuan entered, the students from Go Hua's class began to whisper among themselves, filled with curiosity and surprise. Who is that guy? Not sure. Seems familiar, like he's from their class, but I can't remember his name. I heard someone mention he's called Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan? Nice name. And he's quite handsome too. He's not just handsome, he's drop-dead gorgeous. The more I look, the more appealing he seems. Who would have thought Class 1 was hiding such a good-looking guy? Wen Xuan's Class 1 stood in stark contrast to the gossiping students of Class 6. Hearing the girls from his class praise Wen Xuan's looks, Gohua's expression twisted with jealousy, a shadow passing over his eyes. An unexplainable anger rose within him, his envy spreading like wildfire. Gohua, with his average looks, was often ignored by his classmates, especially the girls. To gain attention, he trained relentlessly, believing firmly that if you're not blessed with looks, you must work harder. A good life comes from effort. He was convinced that with enough strength, girls would eventually flock to him. Come on out. A bow, Wen Xuan called softly. With a gentle glow, a bow appeared on the stage, rubbing its sleepy eyes and letting out a large yawn. Having just been awakened from a dream in the beast space, it seemed a bit displeased. Roar! A bow growled softly, a hint of annoyance flashing in its eyes, as if complaining about its disturbed dream. A bow! Unleash your fury, don't hold back, Wen Xuan said quietly. Seeing his opponent's posture, he decided not to show any mercy. Hold back? What an act! Gohua's anger flared even more, with only one thought in his mind: to have his fierce battle dog tear Wen Xuan's panda to pieces. Battle dog, attack! Tear it apart! Gohua commanded harshly. The battle dog sprang into action, launching itself like an arrow towards a bow. Despite the ferocious approach, a bow remained seemingly sleepy, only moving as the battle dog was about to make contact. Bang! In a flash, a bow appeared in front of the battle dog, its massive paw striking the dog's head with force. With just this single blow, the battle dog was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall and instantly losing its ability to fight. The crowd below was stunned into silence, eyes wide and mouths agape. Moments later, exclamations began to ripple through the audience. Oh my god, his panda is incredibly strong. They're not even on the same level. One strike, just one strike, and it was all over. So cool. I'm totally a fan now. Awesome. Wen Xuan is awesome. Wangbin couldn't contain his excitement and started cheering. Other classmates joined in, their voices rising in unison. Class 1 was jubilant, while the students from Class 6 looked dejected, like wilted eggplants, creating a stark contrast. With the outcome decided, the contest on the stage had come to an end. After Wen Xuan's dog, Abeo, sent Gohua's fierce fighting dog flying, Gohua said nothing. He just fixed Wen Xuan with a venomous stare, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Clearly, he bore a grudge. However, Wen Xuan was indifferent, considering Gohua too weak to even pique his interest. Gohua slunk off the stage, and seeing this, Xiao Su's expression turned grim. He quickly scanned the crowd and demanded sharply, "Is there anyone else willing to go up?" The question was met with dead silence. Everyone instinctively stepped back, afraid of being called upon. Wen Xuan's display of strength had been so overwhelming that it crushed their courage to face him. Just then, a voice as clear as a bell broke the silence. "I'll go." The crowd turned to see a girl in a pink dress approaching gracefully. It was Chen Hui. Immediately, a cheer erupted from the crowd. "Great, Chen Hui's here. The other side is doomed now." Someone whispered an explanation. "Chen Hui is our class's top fighter. The teacher gave her special privileges. She doesn't have to attend classes regularly and only needs to show up for exams." Chen Hui stopped in front of the stage, glanced briefly at Wen Xuan, then turned to Xiao Su, asking softly, "Teacher, may I go up?" Xiao Su's eyes lit up with excitement, seeing a chance to turn the tide. He quickly replied, "Yes, of course you can." Granted permission, Chen Hui leapt nimbly onto the stage. Her fluid movements drew gasps of admiration from the crowd. Once on the stage, she fixed Wen Xuan with a piercing gaze. Unexpectedly, Wen Xuan turned to leave the stage. This move left everyone stunned, and someone exclaimed, "Wait, what's he doing? Is he conceding? I was just about to become his fan. He can't be chickening out before the fight even starts," someone muttered in disappointment. Seeing this, Chen Hui couldn't help but call out, "Where are you going?" Without turning around, Wen Xuan replied, "Me? I'm taking a bao to eat." Chen Hui was exasperated by his response. "You?" Wen Xuan interrupted, "What about me? Isn't it supposed to be one fight per class challenge?" He thought to himself that Chen Hui's skills were too lacking, and since she was a girl, he was reluctant to fight her. After all, fighting a girl put a guy at a disadvantage. If he won, he'd be accused of bullying, and if he lost, he'd lose face. With that thought, Wen Xuan shook his head and prepared to leave. "Stop," Chen Hui commanded sharply, then asked, "What will it take for you to fight me?" Wen Xuan replied nonchalantly, "That depends on what you're offering." Hearing this, Chen Hui thought for a moment before searching through her belongings. She quickly pulled out a gold card from her small purse and said to Wen Xuan, "This is a gold card. You can use it at our family's pharmacy to get a 50% discount on medicinal herbs." As she spoke, Chen Hui bit her lip. Offering a 50% discount was already a losing deal. Any lower, and it would be a loss. She had originally intended to give this card to her best friend, but hadn't expected to use it here. Gene card. Wen Xuan's eyes lit up, and his interest was immediately piqued by the gold card Chen Hui took out. With a hint of provocation, he asked, "Are you sure that if I beat you, this gold card will be mine?" Chen Hui responded confidently, "That's right, but only if you can beat me." Let's do it then, Wen Xuan said without hesitation, returning to the ring with renewed determination. Come out, little fire cat. Chun Hui quickly summoned her pet. Without giving Wen Xuan a chance to react, she commanded, Little fire cat, use fireball. The little fire cat opened its mouth, and a blazing fireball shot out. Abeo, seeing this, swiftly dodged the attack and closed the distance between itself and its opponent in the blink of an eye. Abeo's enormous paw came crashing down towards the little fire cat. Paralyzed with fear, the little fire cat stood frozen, its mind issuing commands to dodge, but its body refused to comply. Abeo's speed was simply too fast for the little fire cat to handle. With a dull thud, Abeo's paw struck the little fire cat, sending it flying. In just one move, Abeo had completely defeated the little fire cat. Chun Hui stood there, dumbfounded, hardly able to believe what she had just witnessed. She had been so confident, ready to showcase her skills, yet found herself utterly defeated in the blink of an eye, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Before she could fully process what had happened, Wen Xuan appeared in front of her, swiftly snatching the gold card from her hand. Thanks, Wen Xuan said with a smile, leaving the ring triumphantly. Shortly after Wen Xuan's departure, the once quiet training ground erupted with excitement. The surrounding students were in awe. That was amazing. Absolutely incredible. Defeated the opponent with just one slap. His strength is unbelievable. How can there be such a gap between classmates? It's just not fair. I think I've learned something. I'm going to train my slime to master that slap technique. Wait, does your slime even have hands? Ignoring the commotion behind him, Wen Xuan left the training ground. Dugwian did not stop him. Instead, she looked smugly at Zhao Su across from her. Zhao Su's face was as sour as a bitter melon. He never expected such a skilled individual to be hidden within Dugwian's class. Previously, during the outdoor survival training, the school had divided the classes. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were led by the vice principal, while classes 4, 5, and 6 were led by the principal. The principal had relatives in class 4, so he chose classes 4, 5, and 6. As the homeroom teacher of class 6, Zhao Su was unaware of Wen Xuan's outstanding performance during the outdoor training. He had only heard rumors of a particularly capable student, not knowing it was Wen Xuan. After leaving the training ground, Wen Xuan and Abeo headed to the school cafeteria. They ordered a table full of dishes. Ever since Abeo advanced to the bronze level, its appetite had grown significantly, earning the title of Big Eater. Once they were satisfied, Wen Xuan decided to take Abeo for a walk on the school's back mountain to aid digestion and prevent any weight gain. They arrived at the foot of the mountain and began climbing the stairs. It was just past 11 in the morning, still class time, so the stairs were deserted. Wen Xuan took Abeo to climb the small hill behind the school. As soon as they reached the top, Abeo was already out of breath. The comfortable lifestyle lately had kept Abeo's explosive power intact, but his endurance was clearly lacking. Wen Xuan silently decided it was time to add endurance training for Abeo. The next morning, two figures appeared running on the school track. Wen Xuan and Abeo began their endurance training. To motivate Abeo, Wen Xuan led by example, setting the pace. Although Abeo was panting heavily, his fur soaked with sweat, he kept up with Wen Xuan's pace, showing remarkable determination. In the days that followed, Wen Xuan's life settled into a routine, leading Abeo in endurance training on the track during the day and acting as a personal coach at a private training ground in the evening. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. One day, after finishing work at the private training ground, Wen Xuan went to Chen's pharmacy. The old man behind the counter frowned upon seeing Wen Xuan. Here comes this kid again, he thought. Because Wen Xuan held a gold card, each visit meant no profit for the old man, and sometimes even a loss. Despite his frustration, professional courtesy compelled him to remain polite. The usual? The old man asked habitually, his tone tinged with resignation. Wen Xuan nodded, yes. The old man retrieved a pre-prepared package of herbs from beneath the counter and handed it to Wen Xuan. So quick. Wen Xuan was a bit surprised. The old man explained, you've been coming here so long, I could grab the herbs with my eyes closed. Plus, you come every 3 days, so I'm used to preparing them in advance. Thank you, Wen Xuan smiled in gratitude. Seeing Wen Xuan's polite smile, the old man suddenly found the young man less annoying. As Wen Xuan stepped out of the pharmacy, he bumped into Chun Hui at the door. Their eyes met briefly, but they silently passed each other. Once inside, the old man immediately complained, shall we? Look at what you've done. Our family is losing money again. At this rate, we'll have to sell our underwear. Chun Hui couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew that even at half price, selling to Wen Xuan still brought a small profit. This revealed the exorbitant profits in the herbal medicine industry. Grandpa, are we really losing money? Chun Hui questioned. The old man gave an awkward smile, admitting, well, not exactly losing money. Then he changed the subject. By the way, who was that guy? Is he your sweetheart? You actually gave him a gold card. Chun Hui coldly replied, he's just a jerk. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan suddenly sneezed. He wondered aloud, what's going on? Could I, with my abilities, actually catch a cold? As a bronze-level beastmaster, catching a cold should be extremely unlikely given his current condition. Time always seems to fly by during training sessions. On this particular day, Wen Xuan and Abeo had just finished an intense workout on the field and were catching their breath as they sat on the steps. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze wafted over, prompting them to look up simultaneously. There, walking gracefully towards them, was Du Gu Tong Tong, whose appearance took them slightly by surprise. Wen Xuan quickly asked, "Teacher Tong Tong, what brings you here?" Du Gu Tong Tong raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Why? Can't I come here?" Wen Xuan hurriedly explained. "Teacher, you know I didn't mean it that way." "I know," Du Gu Tong Tong replied softly, then shifted the topic. "By the way, do you remember the promise you made to me before?" Wen Xuan was momentarily stunned. "Promise? What promise?" Du Gu Tong Tong rolled her eyes. "Tomorrow is the freshman competition. So, do you have confidence in winning first place?" "First place?" Wen Xuan instinctively glanced at a Bayo beside him. This panda baby had extraordinary attributes. Evil type. Male, bronze level 5, with SS grade potential, following the path of King evolution. Its skills included Wild Bull Fist LV5, Bear Paw Strike LV6, Mount Tai Crush LV4, Roar of Evil LV4, Tear Claw LV5, Stealth LV4, Iron Skin LV6, and Shadow Ball LV4. After days of rigorous training, Abeo's strength had significantly improved, making Wen Xuan a standout among his peers. Wen Xuan confidently told Du Gu Tong Tong, "With my skills, I should be fine." However, Du Gu Tong Tong reminded him, "You still need to be cautious. There's always someone better out there, and I worry about unexpected challenges." "Don't worry, Teacher Tong Tong. I'm confident in my abilities," Wen Xuan replied firmly. The next day, Wen Xuan arrived at the school gymnasium as planned. Since Du Gu Tong Tong had already submitted his application, he didn't need to handle any paperwork. Upon entering the gym, he was amazed by the bustling scene. The place was filled with chatter, as the participants excitedly discussed amongst themselves. "Wen Xuan, Wen Xuan." As soon as he reached his class's area, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw it was Wang Bin, and he quickly walked over. Wang Bin warmly encouraged him. "Wen Xuan, go for it. I believe in you. Show them our class's strength." Wen Xuan smiled slightly, about to respond when Mao Mao handed him a small notebook. "What's this?" Wen Xuan asked, puzzled. "It's the information on the participants for this competition," Mao Mao explained. Wen Xuan took the notebook and sat down to read it carefully. Mao Mao's ability to gather information was impressive. The details were thorough and comprehensive. Wen Xuan quickly finished reading all the content. "How do you feel? Confident?" Wang Bin asked eagerly. "Yes." Wen Xuan nodded confidently. Although the participants were strong, the strongest was only at bronze level 3, a level Wen Xuan had surpassed months ago. Suddenly, the entire gymnasium fell silent. Wen Xuan looked around curiously and saw a stern-looking old man appear on the stage. It was the school principal. With his arrival, the noise instantly ceased, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the competition to begin. The principal truly lived up to his title, resembling principals from all over the world, as if they were cut from the same mold. As soon as he appeared, he launched into a lengthy opening speech that lasted a full hour, leaving Wen Xuan and his peers struggling to stay awake. Nevertheless, they had to muster the energy and patience to listen until the end. Finally, after this long monologue, the principal concluded his speech, and the freshman competition officially commenced. 6 classes participated in this competition, each sending 3 students. Du Gu Tong Tong had signed up Wen Xuan and selected 2 other classmates. Wen Xuan's participation was unquestioned by his classmates, who saw it as a given. After several intense rounds, it was finally Wen Xuan's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a student from Class 5, dressed in a soccer uniform with a hairstyle reminiscent of Neymar. "Are you Wen Xuan from Class 1? The soccer enthusiast asked. His name was Mayu. Wen Xuan nodded in response. Mayu continued, "I've heard from the girls in my class that you're quite handsome and very strong, a favorite to win this competition. Is that true?" Wen Xuan responded with a calm smile. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" "All right." Mayu swiftly formed a hand seal, and a magic array appeared instantly. In a flash, a beast emerged from the array. Wen Xuan focused his gaze and couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. It was an iron sea cucumber with water and metal attributes. Male, at the 8th rank of black iron, at the peak of level strength, following a silver evolution path. Its skills included Water Gun LV3, Deadly Stinger LV4, and Poison Needle LV3. A sea cucumber, huh? Wen Xuan mused with a chuckle. It seems every soccer-loving boy likes sea cucumbers. Iron Sea Cucumber. Use Poison Needle on his panda cub. Ma Yu commanded, and the Iron Sea Cucumber immediately launched an attack on Wen Xuan's panda cub. Abeo, seeing this, quickly ran and nimbly dodged the Iron Sea Cucumber's Poison Needle attack. With a clang, the Poison Needle struck the platform floor, sparking brightly. After evading the attack, Abeo swiftly approached the Iron Sea Cucumber, its massive paw swooping down. Panda Paw Strike. Mayu wasn't flustered. Instead, a smirk appeared on his face. Iron Sea Cucumber. Used deadly stinger. The Iron Sea Cucumber's tentacles instantly stiffened, transforming into sharp iron spikes. Ma Yu's face was filled with satisfaction, as if he could already see Abeo's right paw being pierced. However, things didn't go as he had imagined. Bang! Abeo's paw struck the Iron Sea Cucumber with force, sending it flying. Boom! The Iron Sea Cucumber crashed into the nearby spectator seats, embedding itself deeply into the chairs. The surrounding students were terrified but relieved they had dodged in time. Seeing the sharp spikes on the Iron Sea Cucumber, everyone shuddered at the thought of becoming a human pincushion if they had been hit. Ma Yu was dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. How? How is this possible? The scene he had envisioned did not occur. Instead, Wen Xuan's Abeo had sent his Iron Sea Cucumber flying with a single strike. At the judges' table, the teachers witnessed the spectacular scene of Wen Xuan defeating Ma Yu. The director of academic affairs, a platinum-level expert, immediately recognized Wen Xuan's strength with his keen insight. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man is quite impressive, reaching bronze level 5 at such a young age." Bronze level 5. This news hit Zhou Zimei like a sledgehammer. Her face turned grim. She had hoped that her classmate could defeat Wen Xuan in this competition and win the championship for her. However, Wen Xuan's strength far exceeded her expectations, completely shattering her plans. Zhou Zimei instinctively glanced at Dugu Tong Tong and met her gaze. Dugu Tong Tong, like a victorious rooster, proudly raised her head. Zhou Zimei coldly thought, "What are you so smug about? Just wait and see." Her eyes unconsciously drifted towards a direction where a blue-haired boy in a gray casual suit was sitting. Wen Xuan returned triumphantly to his class. His classmates cheered enthusiastically. "Wen Xuan, you're amazing. Wen Xuan, keep it up and win the championship. Wen Xuan, you're so cool." In response to the praise, Wen Xuan simply smiled modestly. The competition continued. In the following rounds, Wen Xuan displayed overwhelming strength, defeating every opponent with a single strike. He quickly advanced to the semifinals. Meanwhile, an intense battle was taking place in the arena. Chun Hui was fiercely competing against the blue-haired boy. Although Chun Hui's small fire cat had reached bronze level 3, it was no match for the opponent. The blue-haired boy commanded his blue water turtle, attacking Chun Hui's fire cat relentlessly. The blue water turtle, as a water-type beast, naturally countered the fire cat. Moreover, its strength was at bronze level 5. The outcome seemed inevitable, yet the blue-haired boy deliberately prolonged the match. Chun Hui watched as her fire cat, severely injured but still fighting, struggled on. Her heart ached, and she finally bit her lip and uttered the heavy words, "I concede." She then retrieved her fire cat and left the arena without looking back. The blue-haired boy was a bit surprised. Huh? Conceding already? He felt he hadn't had enough fun yet. As the blue-haired boy defeated Chun Hui, the crowd erupted. "Sun Hao! Sun Hao! Sun Hao!" The audience chanted his name in unison. "What's so great about him? Our Wen Xuan is way better." Wang Bin couldn't help but comment. Mao Mao immediately agreed. "Exactly, our Wen Xuan is much stronger." Zhu Ming, usually quiet, spoke up. "That's true, but he is indeed strong, being the principal's grandson and all." The principal's grandson? Wen Xuan and the others were puzzled. "Yeah, didn't you know?" Zhu Ming asked. No, we didn't. Haven't you checked the school's heartthrob rankings? Sun Hao is the top heartthrob, and his personal information is all listed there," Zhu Ming explained. "No, we haven't." Wen Xuan and the others shook their heads. Wang Bin suddenly felt uneasy and joked. "Xiaoming, you don't have a problem with your preferences, do you? Everyone else looks at the school bell rankings, but you check out the heartthrob rankings." Zhu Ming blushed and didn't argue back, instinctively glancing at Sun Hao in the distance. Sun Hao's victory over Chun Hui didn't surprise Wen Xian. Chun Hui left the arena looking defeated and dejected, much like a wilting eggplant. Wen Xian thought to himself that this loss might be a wake-up call for Chun Hui, teaching her not to meddle in others' affairs and bringing her back to reality from her smooth-sailing life. With Sun Hao and Chun Hui's match over, it was time for Wen Xian to face another classmate. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Wen Xian stepped onto the stage and looked at his opponent. His opponent was a slightly chubby boy with a bowl haircut that gave off a somewhat sleazy vibe. This was Wu Yuchao, the class president of Class 5. "Come on out, Hanny," Wu Yuchao shouted. Wen Xian was taken aback. It was the first time he'd heard someone refer to their beast so affectionately, especially from a boy. When Wen Xian saw his opponent's beast, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was a pink gorilla with a fighting attribute, female, bronze level 4, grade aptitude, at its peak strength, and on a diamond level evolution path to become a pink gorilla king. It had skills including Shy Iron Fist LV5, Roar LV4, and Guanyin Lotus Position LV6. Surprisingly, the pink gorilla didn't obediently stay in place, but instead rushed straight to Wu Yuchao, hugged him, and planted a kiss on his lips. This scene left everyone present stunned. "Oh my god, this guy has some serious taste," someone exclaimed. "How can he handle a pink gorilla like that? Is this what they call love? I'd rather die than deal with that, another voice chimed in. Most people couldn't comprehend what was happening, but one person was unusually excited. Wang Bin. Bro, you're amazing, he shouted enthusiastically. You're a true hero. Even the wild hero, the undead knight, and the fox archer would salute you. Wild hero? Undead knight? Fox archer? Who are they? Mao Mao couldn't help but ask. Wang Bin explained. Oh, Mao Mao, I've told you to read more books. The wild hero is Su Xian, the undead knight is Ning Kaichen, and the fox archer is Chen Xiang. Now we have a master of guerrillas, truly a role model for our generation. Wang Bin's words inadvertently caught the attention of a classmate named Xiaohua. Stroking a colorful snake, Xiaohua murmured to himself, a wild hero, huh? He seemed to have an epiphany. Back on the stage, Wen Xuan looked at the two who were still engrossed in their affectionate display and couldn't help but speak up. Hey, are you going to fight or not? If you want to do that, why not go home? Wen Xian's words successfully provoked the pink gorilla. It abruptly stopped kissing, turned to glare at Wen Xuan, and let out a low growl. In the next second, the pink gorilla charged at Wen Xuan like an arrow, its fists the size of sandbags, ready to strike him down with a single blow. Just as the pink gorilla was about to reach Wen Xuan, a bao moved. It quickly met the charge, engaging the pink gorilla in a fierce confrontation. Bang! The fists of the two beasts collided with ferocious force, causing both to stagger back several steps. The atmosphere on the stage became tense in an instant, with the audience holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the next round of this intense showdown. After regaining their footing, a bao and the pink gorilla resumed their fierce battle. Bam! 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 Within just a few minutes, the two powerhouses had exchanged dozens of blows, their close-quarters combat thrilling the audience. Although a bao had a slight edge in strength, the pink gorilla's attributes countered his, causing the match to reach a stalemate. The arena couldn't withstand the shockwaves from their intense clashes and began to crack inch by inch. In the stands, a burly man shouted excitedly, "Wow, this is amazing! This is a real man's fight." His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking cheers from the crowd. Is this the charm of beast combat? It's breathtaking. The clash of strength against strength, the deafening sound is so exhilarating. I have goosebumps all over and my hands are itching. I want to jump in and fight. Me too. My mighty eagle is raring to go. Bang. After another fierce collision, a bao and the pink gorilla instinctively pulled back. Both beasts were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, yet their eyes remained locked on each other. Suddenly, Wu Yuchao spoke up. Kid, I admire your strength. But this is the end. Pink gorilla, unleash your final move. Guanyin sitting on the lotus. Guanyin sitting on the lotus? The crowd was puzzled. The pink gorilla suddenly accelerated, using its momentum to leap into the air. It wrapped its arms around its thighs, aiming its pink rear at a bao. With its massive size and the force of gravity, this move was incredibly powerful. If it hit, a bao would suffer severe damage. Seeing this, Wen Xian's mind raced, quickly devising a counter-strategy. A bao, use stealth. Stealth. Wu Yuchao was momentarily stunned, but a bao had already vanished into stealth mode, disappearing like an assassin. The airborne pink gorilla lost its target and couldn't halt its attack. Bam! It crashed into the ground like a meteor, leaving a large crater in the arena. Although Guanyin sitting on the lotus was powerful, its negative effects were equally severe. If it missed, all the damage would rebound on the user, making it even more dangerous than the Seven Wounds Fist. As the dust settled, the pink gorilla lay in the crater, severely injured and unconscious. Seeing this, Wu Yuchao rushed forward anxiously, quickly recalling the pink gorilla. Henny, he exclaimed, his voice filled with concern. Wu Yuchao took back his pink ape, walking heavily through the crowd. His classmates avoided him as if he were a plague, instinctively shielding their own beasts, fearing they might share the same fate as the pink ape. The principal announced a 1-hour break in the competition to allow contestants to recover, showcasing the true charm of their beasts. Wen Xuan returned to his seat, and Du Gu Tong Tong quietly approached. She pulled out 2 crystal-clear spirit pills from her pocket and handed them to Wen Xuan. Here, give these to a bao, she said. Wen Xuan nodded in thanks and fed the pills to the panting bao. Du Gu Tong Tong smiled with satisfaction and encouraged him. Do your best in the next round. I've got faith in you. Her eyes sparkled with hope, while she secretly calculated the prize she was about to win. The break passed quickly, and the final round was about to begin. Wen Xuan and Sun Hao faced each other on the stage, the air filled with tension. Sun Hao spoke arrogantly. Had enough rest? Need more time? I wouldn't want anyone to say I won unfairly. Wen Xuan calmly replied, I'm ready. Let's begin. Sun Hao, displaying gentlemanly conduct, gestured for Wen Xuan to make the first move. Wen Xuan, eager to finish the battle, didn't hold back. The gymnasium was noisy and stuffy, and he wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. A bao, charge and use bear paw strike. A bao shot towards the opponent like an arrow. Blue water turtle, use water gun. Sun Hao responded calmly. The blue water turtle shot a jet of blue water from its mouth, aiming straight at Abeo. Wen Xuan's keen eyes analyzed the blue water turtle's properties instantly. Water attribute: male, bronze level 5, grade aptitude, strength at diamond peak, with an evolution path to water spirit turtle. Its skills included water gun LV6, solid shell LV6, bite LV5, and turtle punch LV5. This guy is strong. No wonder Chun Hui was convinced of his defeat, when Xian thought to himself. Abeo nimbly dodged left and right, evading the water attack, and quickly closing the distance to the blue water turtle. In a flash, Abeo was upon the blue water turtle, its massive bare paw descending with force. Sun Hao remained composed, issuing a decisive command. Blue water turtle, retract into your shell, and immediately use solid shell. The blue water turtle retreated into its thick shell, and Abeo's bare paw landed heavily, but failed to inflict any real damage. Thud, thud, thud. Abeo launched a series of fierce attacks on the stubborn turtle in its shell, but the blue water turtle's defense was formidable, appearing unscathed. When Xian frowned, realizing the battle was far from over and he needed a different strategy. Is this what a battle between spear and shield looks like? Wen Xuan's sharp spearhead clashed against Sun Hao's sturdy shield. In the arena, the blue water turtle retracted into its shell, making it difficult for Wen Xuan's Abeo to break through. Playing it safe? It's called strategy, don't you know? Someone shouted from the audience. Unlike you, just a brute who only knows how to attack. Indeed, Sun Hao was employing a defensive strategy, aiming for a war of attrition. His plan was simple. Wait until Abeo was exhausted from attacking, then let the blue water turtle strike for the win. Wen Xuan's eyes sharpened, clearly seeing through his opponent's intent. You think you can wait until Abeo is tired to strike? Dream on. He turned to Abeo with a sly smile. Abeo, grab that guy and start spinning. Just like a spinning top. Smart Abeo immediately understood its owner's intent. It grabbed one side of the blue water turtle and forcefully flipped it over. Then, Abeo grabbed the edge of the shell and started spinning it with great force. To increase the speed, Abeo exerted more strength, turning the blue water turtle faster and faster, like an out-of-control spinning top. Stop it now. Sun Hao panicked, his face turning pale. The audience saw Sun Hao's reaction and started buzzing with chatter. Wow, Wen Xuan is amazing. This move is brilliant. The blue water turtle must be dizzy by now, right? I hate getting dizzy. I almost passed out from motion sickness in a car. That's nothing. I get seasick really bad, throwing up everywhere. Huh, that's child's play. I get milk sick. When I was a kid, I threw up everywhere, and my mom spanked me till my butt was sore. The last comment left everyone speechless, but the battle on the stage continued. Wen Xuan ignored everything, showing no intention of stopping. He was determined not to let Abeo stop unless Sun Hao surrendered. Sun Hao's face grew more and more distressed. He gritted his teeth and thought, Wen Xuan is shameless. But he was truly at a loss. The blue water turtle was trapped in its shell, dizzy and unable to fight back. Through their bond, Sun Hao could feel the blue water turtle's suffering. If this continued, he feared for his beloved pet's well-being. As a beast master, he could only bond with 9 beasts in his lifetime. If something happened to the blue water turtle, his journey as a beast master would be over. After all, having one less beast at the same level meant a significant power disadvantage. After weighing his options, Sun Hao finally gritted his teeth and said, I concede. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan immediately shouted, Abeo, let it stop. Abeo grabbed the spinning blue water turtle. Once it stopped, its head and limbs emerged from the shell. Suddenly, with a bleed sound, it vomited, spewing yellow, foul-smelling liquid all over the place. Witnessing this disgusting scene, the audience covered their noses and mouths, their faces filled with disgust. Wen Xuan defeated Sun Hao with an overwhelming advantage, bringing the intense competition to a close. Sun Hao's face was somber, but he maintained his composure. He looked at Wen Xuan coldly, with a hint of unwillingness in his voice. I lost this time, but next time, I will definitely win it back. With that, he turned and left, his retreating figure filled with unyielding determination. With Sun Hao's departure, the competition officially concluded. Wen Xuan took the crown, and the teachers on the judging panel nodded approvingly, their eyes full of praise. Even Sun Hao's grandfather, Sun Yudao, who was known for his magnanimity, admired Wen Xuan's fair and square victory. He thought to himself that this defeat might serve as a valuable lesson for his somewhat arrogant grandson. Wen Xuan's victory not only earned him honor, but also a considerable prize of 100,000 yuan. For him, this was undoubtedly a significant amount. After receiving the trophy, he hurried back to the area where his class was gathered. Wang Bin ran over excitedly, his face beaming with joy. Congratulations, Wen Xuan. Winning the championship, you're amazing. Mao Mao followed closely, admiration shining in his eyes. Wen Xuan, you're truly my idol. I admire you more and more. Even the usually reserved Zhu Ming spoke up. Congratulations. Hearing this, Wen Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Wang Bin suddenly had an idea. Wen Xuan, since you won the championship, how about we celebrate? Sure, but where should we go? Wen Xuan asked. Let's go to my house. Wang Bin said enthusiastically. This meal is on me. I'll treat you all to Sha County Grand Hotel. With that, Wang Bin pulled Wen Xuan along, with Mao Mao and Zhu Ming following behind. The group left the campus, hailed a taxi, and soon arrived at Wang Bin's home. When they stood in front of Wang Bin's family store, everyone was stunned. Before them was a spacious shop over 100 square meters, far exceeding their expectations. What are you standing there for? Come on in, Wang Bin urged. It was only then that Wen Xuan snapped back to reality. He had heard Wang Bin mention his family's Sha County Grand Hotel many times, but he hadn't expected it to be so large. In his mind, Sha County Grand Hotels were typically small husband and wife operations, with shopfronts just a few dozen square meters. Despite their small size, they were a culinary haven for countless workers, offering affordable and hygienic meals. Led by Wang Bin, the group entered the Sha County Grand Hotel. It was not yet the dining rush, so the restaurant was quiet. As they walked in, they met Wang Bin's parents. Wen Xuan immediately recognized them because Wang Bin bore a strong resemblance to his parents. However, a cloud of worry seemed to hang over Wang Bin's parents' faces, as if something was troubling them. But upon learning that their son had brought friends over, they quickly put on smiles and greeted everyone warmly. Wen Xuan keenly sensed the oddity behind their forced smiles. After settling the group, Wang Bin's parents hurried into the kitchen. Before long, they brought out a table full of delicious dishes. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Wang Bin suddenly asked, Mom, why aren't there any of my favorite radish and lean meat steamed dumplings? The question seemed to hit a nerve with Wang Bin's mother. She appeared flustered and stammered. They're sold out. Sold out. Wang Bin frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. A subtle tension filled the air. At this time of day, there should still be some of that signature dish left, since it's close to noon, not late at night. Wang Bin looked at his parents in confusion, feeling that something was being kept from him. His mother couldn't help but sigh. It's all because of that darn rabbit. Rabbit? Wang Bin was puzzled. What's a rabbit got to do with it? Wang Bin, his mother explained. You don't know, your dad's carrots in the field were all ruined by that rabbit. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin was furious. Their carrots weren't just any ordinary carrots. They were the legendary golden carrots, fragrant and crunchy, comparable to fruit. And they had been ruined by a rabbit. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, Wang Bin said through gritted teeth. I'll finish eating and then take my classmates to get rid of that darn rabbit. Hearing this, Wang Bin's mother nodded with relief and smiled with satisfaction. She thought to herself that her child had finally grown up, becoming sensible and taking responsibility for the family. After the meal, Wang Bin led Wen Xuan and others to the vegetable garden on the outskirts. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the devastation before them. It looked like a thief had been through. The vegetables were all trashed, most of them eaten, with only a few chewed up leaves scattered around. Rabbit! Rabbit! Wang Bin was furious, quickly scanning the area, trying to find the culprit. At that moment, a strange humming sound came from nearby. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a rabbit standing on its hind legs, walking with a carefree gait, humming a little tune as it strolled over. Little second boy, with a backpack. It's the mimic rabbit. Mao Mao immediately recognized the creature. Seeing this, Wang Bin was incensed. Monkey bro, he shouted, summoning his rogue monkey. Get it? The rogue monkey sprang into action, charging toward the mimic rabbit. Oh my gosh, it's a dog. The mimic rabbit shrieked and turned to flee, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rogue monkey, having lost its target, returned dejectedly. That darn rabbit can actually talk. Wang Bin finally snapped out of his anger-induced daze, realizing what had just happened. Mao Mao explained, that's the mimic rabbit. Its greatest skill is mimicking human speech. Not only that, but it can also mimic other animals. For the knowledgeable Mao Mao, this information was a piece of cake. Wang Bin felt a little disappointed for not catching the mimic rabbit. He glanced around at everyone, finally fixing his gaze on Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan, let's head back. However, Wen Xuan shook his head. No, I want to stay. What? You want to stay? Wang Bin asked in surprise. Stay for what? To capture that mimic rabbit? Of course, Wen Xuan replied firmly. Hearing this, everyone present was a bit bewildered. Hey, Wen Xuan, don't be foolish. Wang Bin couldn't help but advise. Yeah, brother Wen Xuan, Mao Mao chimed in. That mimic rabbit may be able to mimic human speech, but it doesn't have much combat power. What's the point of capturing it? In Mao Mao and Wang Bin's minds, capturing a beast should involve choosing the powerful ones, like wolves, tigers, or leopards. Wen Xuan shook his head resolutely and said, I want to capture that rabbit. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin and the others sighed. Since Wen Xuan was determined, they had no choice but to start discussing strategies. From setting traps to ambushes, everyone chimed in with various ideas, eventually even considering the idea of using a drug. At that moment, Zhu Ming pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket. instantly drawing everyone's attention. They exchanged glances and fell silent. Zhu Ming, why do you carry laxatives around? Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhu Ming scratched his head awkwardly and explained, my pig sometimes gets constipated, so I have to give it this. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. The medicine, called instant relief, was known for its strong effect. Using such a drug on his fire rock pig made everyone feel sorry for the creature. Wen Xuan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly turned to Wang Bin, reaching out his hand. Give me your golden carrot. Wang Bin was taken aback, then realized, how did you know? I saw you sneak the only golden carrot from your mom's shop before we left, Wen Xuan replied with a smile. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Bin took out the precious carrot from his pocket. Wen Xuan took the carrot and carefully applied Zhu Ming's instant relief to it. He asked worriedly, will the smell give it away? Zhu Ming confidently replied, don't worry, the drug has no medicinal smell, just an earthy scent. Once done, Wen Xuan placed the special golden carrot in Wang Bin's garden. Then, they all hid in a concealed spot. Time passed slowly, and Wang Bin even dozed off. Finally, the troublesome mimicking rabbit arrived. It cautiously entered the garden, looking for food. Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes lit up as it spotted the shiny golden carrot. Excitedly, it picked up the carrot and habitually sniffed it. Those hiding tensed up, fearing their plan might fail. Fortunately, the rabbit didn't notice anything unusual and quickly devoured the entire carrot. Yum, delicious, it exclaimed contentedly. Zhu Ming smugly whispered to Wen Xuan. See, I told you my pig couldn't detect it, let alone a rabbit. Just then, Wang Bin woke up. Hearing Zhu Ming's comment, he couldn't help but worry. We don't even know if your drug works. I hope my golden carrot wasn't wasted. Whenever Wang Bin thought about the golden carrot, he felt a pang of heartache. It was a new variety cultivated by his father, taking over 3 weeks to grow. If he wanted to taste it again, he would have to wait for his father to plant it anew. Just then, the parrot rabbit swallowed the entire golden carrot. Suddenly, its expression changed, and its stomach began to rumble loudly. Oh no, my stomach, the parrot rabbit exclaimed, quickly looking around to ensure no one was watching before squatting down. A series of unpleasant sounds followed as a foul odor filled the air. The parrot rabbit remained crouched, unable to stand, and it took more than 10 minutes for the noise to gradually subside. Only then did Wen Xuan and the others cautiously approach the vegetable garden. The scene before them was astonishing. The parrot rabbit had passed out from the ordeal, its tongue hanging limply. Wang Bin looked at the pitiful sight of the parrot rabbit and felt a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but mimic Mao Mao's voice, saying teasingly, oh dear, I've got a tummy ache. What kind of ache? Mao Mao responded, your favorite amusey. Wang Bin replied. Listening to their playful banter, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch a smile. He turned to Zhu Ming and pointed at the exhausted parrot rabbit, saying, your medicine is a bit too strong. Do you have an antidote? We can't let it die. That would be a big loss for me. Zhu Ming rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a pill that resembled a mouse dropping. I have an antidote. Give it to the rabbit, and it'll be fine. Wen Xuan nodded, but the priority was to tame the parrot rabbit. He quickly performed a spell, and a contract array appeared on the ground. Although the parrot rabbit instinctively wanted to resist, it was too weak to do anything but succumb to Wen Xuan's will. Soon, the contract was successfully established. Wen Xuan smiled with satisfaction and placed the antidote Zhu Ming had given him into the parrot rabbit's mouth. Half an hour later, the parrot rabbit shakily stood up, emanating an unpleasant smell. Go wash up in the ditch, Wen Xuan instructed. The parrot rabbit obeyed, stumbling towards the small stream. Wen Xuan even asked Zhu Ming for a bar of soap to give to it. Watching Zhu Ming, who seemed to have everything like a magical pouch, Wen Xuan couldn't help but be impressed. After washing, Wen Xuan tossed a blanket to the parrot rabbit. Cover yourself up, don't catch a cold, he said. The parrot rabbit responded softly. As darkness fell, the group set off on their way back. Once they returned to the dormitory, Wang Bin, exhausted like a worn-out pig, collapsed heavily onto his bed. Oh, I'm so tired, he sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Come out, mimic rabbit, Wen Xuan called decisively, releasing the creature he had just stored in the beast space. A peculiar creature, standing about 1.4 meters tall, suddenly appeared before everyone. Its shifty eyes darted around, as if sizing up this unfamiliar human world. Despite a lingering unpleasant odor, the mimic rabbit's overall condition had noticeably improved. Wen Xuan finally had the chance to closely observe this unique creature. Its sneaky appearance was more amusing than cute. Wen Xuan immediately activated the Eye of God to examine the mimic rabbit's attributes in detail. Type, plant rock. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 1. Quality, SSS-tier. Peak strength, extraordinary king. Evolution path, rogue rabbit. Skills acquired. Swift foot LV6. Mimicry LV9. Burrow LV6. Wen Xuan felt a surge of joy. The attributes of this mimic rabbit were simply perfect. With an SSS-tier quality, it meant that with careful nurturing, it could reach the level of an extraordinary king. Even more exciting was its LV9 mimicry skill, allowing it to communicate seamlessly with all animals. Who wouldn't like a talking rabbit? Wen Xuan mused, also feeling satisfied with the other two skills. All right, Mimic Rabbit, go back and rest. Wen Xuan waved his hand, returning the Mimic Rabbit to the beast space. Wang Bin couldn't help but ask, Wen Xuan, I'm curious, why did you insist on capturing this guy? No reason, maybe I just like it, Wen Xuan replied casually. Like it? Wang Bin frowned. If Wen Xuan hadn't been acting normally, he would have suspected something was wrong with him. Suddenly, Wang Bin turned to Zhu Ming. By the way, Zhu Ming, do you still have that laxative? I do. Why do you ask? Zhu Ming inquired, puzzled. No reason, I just think it's pretty effective. If I catch a second beast, I think I could use this trick too, Wang Bin explained. Zhu Ming nodded, rummaging through a box by his bed to hand Wang Bin a large packet labeled Swift Relief, not forgetting to remind him. This stuff only works on magical beasts below silver strength. Any stronger, and it's ineffective. Only works on beasts below silver strength. Wang Bin muttered in disappointment. Seeing this, Zhu Ming quickly reassured him. Hey, this is just my version 1.0. No worries, I'm still working on it, and version 2.0 will be out soon. Wang Bin's eyes lit up, eagerly saying, when you make the new one, be sure to give me a sample first. Of course, we're buddies. Zhu Ming promised, thumping his chest. Wen Xuan and Mao Mao listened to their conversation, exchanging bewildered glances. The next morning, at the school track field, two figures were jogging, while in the stands, a special spectator, the Mimic Rabbit, watched the morning exercisers quietly. Delicious, oh my, truly delicious. The Mimic Rabbit sat in front of a big pile of fruit, greedily devouring them. These fruits were compensation from Wen Xuan for the stomachache it suffered yesterday. As the Mimic Rabbit was gobbling down the fruit, a stranger appeared, eyes glinting with curiosity. Wow, there's actually a Mimic Rabbit here, the stranger said, approaching the rabbit, which quickly and warily hid its food. What do you want? You're not planning to steal my fruit, are you? The Mimic Rabbit shrieked, causing the stranger to twitch at the corners of his mouth. The commotion caught Wen Xuan's attention. He hurried over with a bao, noticing the stranger looked like a teacher. Is there something you need? Wen Xuan asked politely. Not really. Someone asked me to look after you. The stranger replied. Look after me? Who? Duga Tong Tong. Tong Tong the teacher? Why would she ask you to look after me? Because she's gone. Wen Xuan was taken aback. She's gone? Just like that. The stranger sneered. Because she got what she wanted. You didn't think she was being nice to you without an agenda, did you? She purely used you. You won first place in the freshman competition, and she got a lot of points and exchanged them for what she wanted, then left. He paused, then added, Kid, I'm warning you, don't get involved with her again. Wen Xuan listened, surprisingly calm, which caught the stranger off guard. You really are as mature as she said. I'm curious, aren't you angry hearing this? After all, it seems she did use you. Wen Xuan replied calmly. Why should I be angry? She's gone, that's all. As for using me, it depends on how you see it. At least from my perspective, she did help me a lot. The stranger nodded. All right then, I won't interrupt your training. I'm leaving. By the way, now that Duga Tong Tong is gone, I'm your new teacher. Feel free to come to me if you need anything. With that, he turned and left. Wen Xuan watched the stranger's retreating figure, lost in thought. Duga Tong Tong's departure brought a slightly roguish new mentor. Was this a blessing or a curse for them? Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Wen Xuan stretched and reached for the fruit. To his surprise, the Mimic Rabbit instinctively tried to protect its food, surprising Wen Xuan. It seemed that surviving in the wild wasn't easy, and this little creature was particularly possessive of its food. Noticing Wen Xuan's change in expression, the Mimic Rabbit quickly handed him an apple and offered a bao a banana. This little creature's ability to read the room was indeed impressive. Wen Xian and his two companion beasts devoured a large bag of fruit on the playground, leaving nothing behind. As he looked at the ground littered with fruit peels, he frowned, realizing his financial situation was troubling. The 2,000 yuan his grandfather gave him monthly for living expenses might barely suffice for a regular student, but for a newly minted beast master needing to feed his beasts, it was far from enough. I need to find a way to make some money, Wen Xian muttered to himself. Otherwise, I'll run out of resources soon. He decided to try his luck at the Beastmaster Association. There was a bulletin board there covered with various tasks, each offering a reward upon completion. As he stepped into the association's hall, Wen Xian was taken aback by the vibrant scene before him. During his last visit to get his license, he was in too much of a rush to take it all in. Now, he finally had the chance to observe this lively place. The hall was bustling with people, most of whom were accompanied by their beasts. These beasts varied in form and strength, but one thing was common: they weren't intimidatingly large. After all, the association had rules against releasing large beasts within the city to avoid causing panic. Wen Xian was relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about running into a massive creature like a Trex here. He walked straight to the task board and began to examine it carefully. His presence caught the attention of a group of veteran beastmasters. Well, look at that. A little kid has shown up today, one man remarked with surprise. Yeah, and he's quite a handsome little guy too, another chimed in. A bearded old beast master approached him and said earnestly, Hey, kid, the tasks here are for beast masters, and they require a lot of experience to complete. This isn't child's play, there's a real risk of death. I suggest you go back and train for a while before coming back. Hearing this, Wen Xuan rolled his eyes but didn't respond. He continued to browse the tasks. The men laughed at his reaction. Hey, this little guy is as stubborn as a mule. Didn't anyone ever tell you that listening to advice can save your life? Acting like this, you might end up dead out there. The bearded man continued to warn, but Wen Xuan remained indifferent. Hey, old Lee, let's not bother with him anymore. If he's looking for trouble, it's his own fault. We've got a task to take on, so let's get ready, another man suggested. Old Lee opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately just sighed and left with his companions. Wen Xuan glanced at their retreating figures and returned his focus to the task board. Suddenly, a task caught his eye, finding iron ore. Upon closer inspection, Wen Xuan discovered this task required venturing into a small secret realm. Bringing back the iron ore would earn a reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000, huh? Wen Xuan thought, intrigued. But, to be cautious, he pulled out his phone to search for information on this iron or secret realm. The beasts inside are only up to bronze level 1. Wen Xuan pondered. In this world of beast masters, there were information platforms like Beastmaster forums. He decided to gather more knowledge to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming adventure. The information on this forum is updated in real time, so there are usually no errors. Wen Xuan thought to himself, then set off with a bao and two bao towards the iron or secret realm. At the entrance of the Beastmaster Association, the three of them got into a taxi that had been waiting for some time. The car wheels rolled over the city streets, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Wen Xuan stood at the entrance, his eyes scanning the surroundings. In this world, secret realms are not only habitats for wild beasts, but also independent small worlds. Two guards in green uniforms stood ready. Their duty was to ensure that the beasts within the secret realm did not escape and wreak havoc on the outside world. To cover the expenses of these guards, Beastmasters entering the secret realm must pay a one-time toll. Hello, please show your Beastmaster ID. One of the guards stopped Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan took out his Beastmaster ID from his pocket and handed it to the guard. After confirming it was correct, the guard respectfully bowed. Hello, your information has been verified. Please pay an entrance fee of 500 yuan. Without hesitation, Wen Xuan handed over 500 yuan to the guard. After being allowed to pass, he crossed the portal with his two beasts into the or secret realm. As soon as Wen Xuan left, the two guards started chatting. Hey, look, another kid off to explore. How long do you think it'll take before he comes running back? Not sure, but probably at least 10 minutes. This kid seems strong. He's at the 5th stage of bronze. 5th stage of bronze. That's stronger than me. The speaker was at the 4th stage of bronze. Beastmasters can sense each other's strength through aura, but this ability is usually limited to high-level Beastmasters assessing lower-level ones. Wen Xuan was an exception, possessing a unique god's eye. The moment Wen Xuan stepped into the secret realm, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. It was a volcanic area, with a distant active volcano erupting, sending lava soaring into the sky. A deafening boom echoed as the volcano erupted again, shooting lava thousands of meters high. Thick smoke billowed, and the sky was instantly shrouded in gray volcanic ash. Seeing this, Wen Xuan quickly pulled out a mask from his backpack and put it on. Let's go. Wen Xuan took out a map he had prepared in advance and led his two beasts toward the mine. Soon, they arrived at the mine entrance. However, Wen Xuan did not enter immediately. It wasn't because he didn't want to, but because the entrance was guarded by two unexpected creatures. Cave goblins. Wen Xuan was surprised to find that cave goblins were present here. It seemed they had claimed the mine as their territory. The mimic rabbit leaped forward nimbly, tasked with the job of luring out the cave-dwelling goblins. This little creature, recently tamed by Wen Xuan, had once been obedient, but now showed a hint of cunning. Despite its grumbling, it complied with Wen Xuan's orders. Come on, come feast on me. The mimic rabbit taunted, exaggeratedly shaking its large rear in front of the two goblins. See this juicy backside? It's delicious. Although the goblins had some intelligence, their IQ wasn't high. They exchanged glances and then charged at the mimic rabbit with yelps. The clever rabbit immediately took off running but deliberately slowed its pace, making the pursuers feel they were about to catch it. This Catan mouse act successfully drew the two goblins out of their lair. Wen Xuan and a bao, who had been lying in wait, held their breath. Just as the goblins passed by, a bao sprang from behind a boulder, striking the first goblin with a crushing blow. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Swiftly, it pounced on the other goblin, dispatching it with a similar fatal strike. Seeing this, Wen Xuan pulled a sharp dagger from his coat and handed it to the panting mimic rabbit. Go check, he ordered. See if these two have any magic beast cores. If they do, dig them out for me. The mimic rabbit looked reluctant. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Wen Xuan raised an eyebrow. Do you want to skip dinner tonight? At the mention of dinner, the mimic rabbit perked up and scurried off to work. Before long, two glistening magic beast cores were in Wen Xuan's hands. Wen Xuan examined the loot, then glanced at the mimic rabbit beside him, thinking to himself, could this cheeky rabbit have put all its attribute points into luck? Killing just two goblins and getting two magic beast cores was quite the feat. Rabbit, Wen Xuan called out. What? The mimic rabbit eyed him warily. Here, take this. Wen Xuan handed over a core. Eat it. For me. The mimic rabbit seemed surprised. Its first impression of Wen Xuan wasn't great, considering it had been captured through underhanded means. Remembering that experience made the mimic rabbit shiver and its stomach ache. No, no, can't think about it. It muttered, shaking its head to dismiss the unpleasant memories. It snatched the core from Wen Xuan and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The mimic rabbit munched away, even licking its fingers. Not bad. Tastes a bit like hard candy. Hard candy. Wen Xuan's mouth twitched, amazed at the rabbit's strong teeth, which could easily crush such a hard object. He felt relieved, knowing that the goblin's evil and rock attributes were well suited for the mimic rabbit, ensuring nothing went to waste. After dispatching the two goblin guards, Wen Xuan was contemplating whether to explore the cave further when a commotion of footsteps and noise in the distance interrupted his thoughts. Wen Xuan quickly found a corner to hide. Before long, a few burly men appeared at the entrance of the mine and went straight inside. Wen Xuan recognized them as the men he had seen at the Beastmaster Association. He was puzzled about their purpose here. Driven by curiosity, Wen Xuan quietly followed them with a bao and the mimic rabbit. He observed them secretly and noted that the strongest among them had already reached bronze level 9, a formidable power. Inside the cave, a small skirmish quickly ended. One of the men, wielding a hammer, smashed a cave goblin to death. Damn, who would have thought such filthy creatures would wander into this mine? One of the men said with a look of disgust. The bald man in charge, looking anxious, urged, All right, enough talk. Let's move quickly. The others complied immediately. The bald man continued. Once we finish this job, I can't afford the breakthrough pill. Then I'll be a silver-level beastmaster. Stick with me, and you'll be living the good life. They ventured deeper into the cave, with Wen Xuan close behind. Suddenly, a fireball came whistling toward them, forcing everyone to dodge. With a loud boom, it exploded on the ground. Shit, I thought there were only regular cave goblins here. Didn't expect a goblin sorcerer, one of the men exclaimed. The bald leader shouted. Enough with the damn chatter. Let's take it down together. Wen Xuan silently observed the goblin sorcerer. Bronze level 9, great aptitude, and skills in pyroblast, stone throw, weakness, and fear. The battle erupted instantly, causing the entire cave to shake violently as dust filled the air. Sensing danger, Wen Xuan hurriedly retreated. Damn, are these guys insane? Fighting in such a confined space. If this mine collapses, that'll be just great, he muttered to himself as he ran. Outside the mine, Wen Xuan didn't leave. Instead, he found a hidden spot and waited. About 5 minutes later, a figure sprinted out of the cave and fled into the distance. Wen Xuan immediately recognized the heavily injured goblin sorcerer. He quickly ordered, Mimic Rabbit, chase after that guy. With the eye of God, Wen Xuan had already assessed the goblin sorcerer's condition. Although it was fleeing fast, he knew it wouldn't get far. With the swift Mimic Rabbit pursuing an injured enemy, the chances of success were high. Not long after the goblin sorcerer ran out of the mine, the burly men who had entered earlier also stumbled out. They were covered in dirt and fuming with anger, cursing nonstop. Damn it, that guy got away. Damn, damn, damn. My dwarf chief was seriously injured by it, and it just slipped away like that. They looked as if they wanted to tear the goblin sorcerer apart, their expressions twisted with rage. Boss, what do we do now? One of the subordinates asked, his voice filled with urgency and frustration. The leader replied through gritted teeth. What else? We go back. Go back? Go where? Back into the mine. Of course, the leader snapped. Back into the mine. Are we just going to let the goblin sorcerer go? The subordinates asked incredulously. The leader explained reluctantly. What else can we do? This place is huge, and that guy runs fast. Finding it is nearly impossible. Let's stick to the original plan and find that thing. With that, they turned around and headed back into the dim mine. Wen Xuan witnessed the entire scene. He glanced at the mine and quietly left. His priority now was to find the Mimic Rabbit and deal with the goblin sorcerer. Thanks to his telepathic connection with the Mimic Rabbit, Wen Xuan quickly located it. Where's that guy? Wen Xuan asked. The Mimic Rabbit pointed to a spot not far away. Following its direction, Wen Xuan saw a surprising sight. The goblin sorcerer was lying on the ground, coughing incessantly, with a large amount of blood pouring from its mouth, staining the ground a vivid red. It was clearly severely injured. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Wen Xuan's eyes. Let's finish it off. At his command, Abeo and the Mimic Rabbit launched their attack. Abeo stood at a distance, opened its mouth, and a black energy ball quickly formed. In the next moment, the shadow ball whistled through the air towards the goblin sorcerer. Whoosh! The energy ball sliced through the air. Boom! The shadow ball hit the goblin sorcerer with precision. Already severely injured, the goblin sorcerer was completely overwhelmed by the attack, its body crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Yet, it didn't give up its will to survive and struggled to stand. At that moment, with a sudden bang, a figure sprang from the ground. It was the mimic rabbit. Using its burrowing skill, it had stealthily approached the goblin sorcerer. Seizing the opportunity, the mimic rabbit delivered a powerful right whip kick to the unsuspecting goblin sorcerer, sending it flying. Thud! The goblin sorcerer crashed into a withered tree behind it with a dull sound. Its body slid down like a broken kite, its head tilting to the side, lifeless. Is it dead? The mimic rabbit was somewhat shocked, not expecting its kick to be fatal. Wen Xuan nodded. Yes. As someone with the eye of God, he could clearly sense the presence of life. The goblin sorcerer was indeed dead and not pretending. Go ahead, dig out its magic beast core, Wen Xuan ordered. Got it. With previous experience, the mimic rabbit was adept. It approached the goblin sorcerer, pulled out a dagger, and began to stab at the corpse. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal-piercing flesh resounded continuously. The goblin sorcerer, being a 9th-tier bronze-level beast, had tough skin and thick flesh. The mimic rabbit exerted a great deal of effort before finally extracting its magic beast core. Here you go. The mimic rabbit, panting, handed the crystal-clear magic beast core to Wen Xuan. When Wen Xuan handed the mundane dagger to the parrot rabbit, he couldn't help but complain, "This dagger is really hard to use." The parrot rabbit took the dagger, a hint of disappointment flashing in its eyes. Seeing this, Wen Xuan sighed lightly and comforted. Don't worry, I'll get you a better one in the future. The parrot rabbit's eyes lit up with excitement as it asked, really? It seemed to have developed a special attachment to daggers. Without saying much more, Wen Xuan handed the goblin sorcerer's magical beast crystal core to the parrot rabbit, advising, refine it well and see if you can gain any skills. The parrot rabbit eagerly stuffed the crystal core into its mouth and began to chew vigorously. As the crystal core was swallowed, a powerful energy spread from its abdomen to every part of its body. The parrot rabbit immediately sat down cross-legged, focusing entirely on refining this energy. While the parrot rabbit was busy refining, Wen Xuan turned his attention to the goblin sorcerer's corpse. He searched carefully, hoping to find something valuable. Sure enough, in the pocket of the goblin sorcerer, he discovered a stone emitting a silvery glow. Is this mithril? Wen Xuan exclaimed quietly in surprise. Mithril was a precious material for forging weapons, and even a small amount could significantly enhance a weapon's durability. He quickly tucked the mithril into his backpack, silently celebrating his good fortune. Looking back at the parrot rabbit, Wen Xuan noticed it was enveloped in a layer of red light, with energy circulating rapidly around its body. The parrot rabbit's strength was visibly increasing, quickly advancing from bronze level 1 to bronze level 3. So fast, Wen Xuan marveled to himself. Is this the benefit of attribute compatibility? He understood that the parrot rabbit had previously experienced slow growth due to malnutrition. Now, under his careful care, it was finally experiencing a breakthrough. Moments later, the parrot rabbit completed the refinement process. Its strength had reached the peak of bronze level 3, just a step away from breaking through to bronze level 4. Even more exciting, it had learned a new skill gunpowder art. Wen Xuan carefully examined the parrot rabbit's attribute panel. Attributes: plant, rock. Gender, male. Level: bronze level 3. Aptitude: SSS-tier. Peak strength: extraordinary king. Evolution path: rogue rabbit. Learn skills: swift legs LV6. Mimicry LV9. Digging tunnels LV6. Gunpowder art LV5. Only LV5. Wen Xuan felt slightly disappointed, having hoped the parrot rabbit could fully master this skill. But on second thought, he realized he was being too greedy. Most magical beasts start at level 1 when learning a new skill, and the parrot rabbit had directly grasped it at level 5, which was already quite extraordinary. Wen Xuan's gaze fell on the description of gunpowder art. Able to conjure a bomb out of thin air to attack enemies. A bomb. Wen Xuan pondered with a frown. What kind of novel skill is this? Upon hearing this, the parrot rabbit's lips curled into a slight smile. With a flick of its wrist, a carrot suddenly appeared in its palm, its tail end sizzling with a lit fuse. Before anyone could react, the parrot rabbit hurled this carrot bomb into the distance. Boom. With a loud explosion, the carrot detonated like a grenade, leaving a large crater in the ground. The parrot rabbit's eyes sparkled with excitement, its whole body trembling with thrill. To it, explosions were the purest form of art. Who could resist a carrot that explodes? Seemingly addicted, the parrot rabbit quickly scanned its surroundings, its gaze locking onto a large rock not far away. A mischievous grin appeared on its face as it sprinted towards it. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sounds of explosions echoed through the open space. Wen Xuan watched the parrot rabbit, noticing it had used several carrot bombs and was now panting heavily, clearly having expended a lot of energy. All right, you've had enough fun. Take a break, Wen Xuan thought to himself, surveying the chaotic scene before him. The area was littered with craters from the explosions, and the large rock had been reduced to dust. Wen Xuan took out some food from his backpack and, along with the parrot rabbit and a bayo, found a relatively clean spot to sit and eat. Suddenly, they all perked up their ears, sensing someone approaching. Instinctively, they ran off into the distance, quickly finding a hidden spot to conceal themselves. The newcomers stepped into the open area, looking around in confusion. Huh? What's going on? Why did the explosion stop? They saw only the craters scattered across the ground, furrowing their brows. Boss, look over there, one of the underlings suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a spot not far away. There lay the body of a goblin warlock. The group burst into laughter. Haha, just when we thought we hit a dead end, we find the goblin warlock's body. We couldn't find mithril in the mines, but this makes up for it. They rushed towards the body, but as they got closer, their expressions turned sour. The spoils they had been searching for had already been claimed by someone else. Who? Who did this? They shouted into the emptiness, but received no response. Damn it, the bald leader cursed. Today is just not our day. I need to find a girl tonight to blow off some steam. With that, he stormed off, and the other underlings exchanged glances before following him. Once they were gone, Wen Xuan, Abeo, and the parrot rabbit emerged from the ground. It turned out that when they sensed someone approaching, Wen Xuan had quickly instructed the parrot rabbit to dig a large hole for them to hide in, covering the entrance with volcanic ash. The area was so riddled with carrot bomb craters that the bald leaders group didn't notice anything unusual. Wen Xuan glanced at the goblin warlock's body, realizing it was time to leave. They swiftly gathered their belongings and quietly departed from the troubled area. Wen Xuan didn't leave the secret realm immediately. Instead, he decided to explore the mine. As soon as he stepped inside, a strange feeling surged through him. He suddenly realized that the battle with the bald-headed gang turned out to be a good thing. The aftershocks from the fight had dislodged iron ore from the cave walls, making it surprisingly easy to collect. Looking around, Wen Xuan's eyes lit up as he quickly selected a piece of iron ore of suitable size. Carefully placing it into his backpack, he felt its heavy weight and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With this unexpected gain, he started his journey back. As soon as Wen Xuan emerged from the secret realm, he felt two sharp gazes upon him. They belonged to two guards, whose eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. After Wen Xuan walked away, the two couldn't help but whisper to each other. This guy's impressive, one guard remarked quietly. Yeah, he shows great promise, the other agreed. Venturing into the secret realm alone and managing to extract iron ore, it's incredible. Compared to him, what are those other guys who entered the secret realm? No kidding, while they're crying for their mothers, he's out here excelling. Man, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Carrying the heavy iron ore, Wen Xuan arrived at the Beastmaster Association to submit his task. Just then, he unexpectedly encountered the person who had issued the task. A burly man with long hair and wearing denim overalls. He looked robust yet approachable. A faint smile lingered at his lips, as if he was confident about everything. Hey, look, the inventor with long hair is here again. Whispers suddenly filled the surroundings. Inventor with long hair? Wen Xuan wondered, sensing a hint of mockery in their tone. Who knows what kind of tricks he's up to now? Ah, who cares, it's all just junk anyway. If he ever makes something useful, I'll cut off my head and let you sit on it. Ignoring the jeers around him, the man seemed unfazed. He quietly picked up the iron ore Wen Xuan had just submitted and turned to leave. Wen Xuan collected his reward, watching the man walk away. At that moment, he noticed a strange glow surrounding the man, a glow characteristic of a treasure. In Wen Xuan's limited experience, it was the first time he saw someone enveloped in such a blue light. Driven by curiosity, Wen Xuan discreetly followed him. After leaving the association, the man carefully placed the iron ore onto an old tricycle and rode away. Seeing this, Wen Xuan quickly hailed a taxi and followed. Eventually, the man stopped in front of a modest courtyard. He pushed open a creaky iron gate and drove inside. Wen Xuan paid the fare and quietly followed him in. At that moment, the man was unloading the iron ore from the tricycle. Sensing Wen Xuan's presence, he said without turning around, "Since you're here, lend a hand." "All right," Wen Xuan replied, stepping forward to help the man move the iron ore into a simple workshop. After placing the ore, the man smiled and said, "Let me treat you to a drink." With that, he walked over to an old refrigerator in the corner. Watching the man's actions, Wen Xuan curiously noticed that the refrigerator was locked. After some effort, the man finally retrieved a bottle of red wine and a plate of skewered meat. With a constant smile, the man skillfully opened the wine and poured a glass each for Wen Xuan and himself. He then gently swirled the glass and took a small sip with elegance. Observing the man's demeanor, Wen Xuan couldn't help but be amazed. Such elegance! Who would have thought this was in a simple courtyard? It seemed as though the man before him wasn't an inventor with long hair, but rather a fallen noble, accidentally found in this place. Hey buddy, let me treat you to some grilled kebabs. Before Wen Xuan could react, the smiling man quickly walked over to a nearby canvas. With both hands gripping its edges, he gave a swift tug, instantly revealing a massive object beneath a shiny piano. With a charming smile still on his face, the man skillfully laid the kebabs on the smooth surface of the piano. He gracefully took a seat on the piano bench, his long fingers gently touching the keys. Dong! A crisp note broke the silence of the room. Immediately, the man began playing Beethoven's Symphony of Fate. As the stirring melody filled the air, an astonishing scene unfolded. The piano began to slowly rise and float around the room. Meanwhile, the kebabs on the piano started to sizzle, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Wow! Wen Xuan marveled to himself. To perfectly combine a piano and barbecue, this guy is really something. When the piece concluded, the man stood up, grabbed a handful of the fragrant grilled lamb skewers, and approached Wen Xuan. Here, have some, he said warmly. Thank you. Wen Xuan took the kebab and cautiously took a bite. To his surprise, the meat was tender and juicy, cooked to perfection, neither raw nor burnt. Delicious, he genuinely praised. Tasty, right? I think so too, the man said as he skillfully devoured a skewer himself. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Xuan couldn't help but ask, don't you find it strange? Why am I here? And you don't seem to mind my presence. Hearing this, the man sighed deeply, his face expressing a mix of helplessness and loneliness. Maybe I've been alone for too long and just wanted some company. Wen Xuan nodded silently, understanding the man's feelings. As an inventor, who wouldn't want their creations to be appreciated? Unfortunately, the man's inventions were often seen as useless and criticized. The two quietly enjoyed their grilled lamb skewers. After finishing, the man got straight to the point. Is there a reason you came to see me? Not really. I just wanted to ask if you could make a weapon for me, Wen Xuan replied candidly. Don't worry, I'll pay you whatever you ask. A weapon for you? The man raised an eyebrow. What kind of weapon are you thinking of? A dagger, as sharp as possible. Upon hearing this, the man smiled slightly. That's my specialty. But I have a condition. You need to provide the iron ore for forging. As for the cost, don't worry about it. I've enjoyed our conversation today, so let's just call it making a friend. All right, Wen Xuan agreed readily. However, the man was surprised to see that Wen Xuan had no intention of leaving. Aren't you going to look for iron ore? He thought Wen Xuan would be off to find it, but the young man remained where he was. Can I use this to forge the dagger? Wen Xuan suddenly asked, pulling something from his pocket. The man's eyes instinctively fell on the item in Wen Xuan's hand, and upon seeing it clearly, he lost his composure. His eyes widened as he almost jumped in front of Wen Xuan, snatching the stone from him. This is mithril. The man was so excited he got goosebumps all over. My goodness, such a large piece. A regular weapon only needs a tiny bit of mithril to become incredibly hard. He couldn't even imagine what kind of extraordinary weapon this piece of mithril could create. Sure, buddy, leave it to me, the man said excitedly. You wait here, and I'll forge it for you right away. Wen Xuan looked at the uncle's eager expression and felt a bit uneasy. He secretly worried whether this master blacksmith would create a strange weapon for him. The uncle walked into the workshop, fully immersing himself in the forging process. He expended enormous effort to forge the precious mithril into a dagger. From the bright sun to nightfall, he worked tirelessly. Fortunately, he had eaten a few skewers of grilled lamb earlier, barely filling his stomach to sustain him until now. Finally, with a burst of ecstatic laughter, the uncle shouted, It's done! It's done! Ha ha ha! After all this hard work, I've finally succeeded. At that moment, Wen Xuan was sitting outside, bored and drowsy. Suddenly, he was awakened by the uncle's excited voice. He saw the uncle walking out with a joyful expression, saying, Young man, come, give it a try, as he handed the weapon to Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan took the weapon and was immediately stunned. He stared at the object in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? He had wanted a sharp dagger, but the uncle had forged him a small saw. A dagger, the uncle said proudly. Dagger? Wen Xuan repeated, puzzled. Yeah, just press the switch on top if you don't believe me, the uncle encouraged. Wen Xuan, half skeptical, instinctively pressed the switch on the weapon. Instantly, the entire dagger began to vibrate, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound, like a miniature electric saw. Wow, Wen Xuan exclaimed. He had expected an ordinary dagger, but what he got was an electric weapon. The uncle explained proudly. Didn't you want a dagger that cuts through iron like mud? This is it. No ordinary dagger is as powerful as this one. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Look, there's an iron plate over there. Go and test it. Wen Xuan, still doubtful, walked towards the iron plate. Despite his concerns about the inventor's creativity, the purple glow from the weapon piqued his curiosity. Yet, he couldn't help but remark, Can you believe this is actually a purple weapon? Examining the dagger closely, Wen Xuan frowned. Mithril should be silver white, but the uncle had created a dark little electric saw. Ugly, he muttered to himself. This dagger is really ugly. However, Wen Xuan quickly came around to the idea. The ugly dagger had one advantage: it wouldn't easily attract attention. He approached the iron plate, activated the switch, and lightly touched the plate. With a tear sound, like sharp scissors slicing through denim, the iron plate was instantly cut open. Wen Xuan marveled. So clean and smooth? He finally experienced what it meant to cut through iron like mud. Excited, Wen Xuan began to wield the dagger, slicing the entire iron plate into 7 or 8 small pieces. Yes, this is indeed a treasure, he praised. Upon closer inspection of the dagger, Wen Xuan noticed it was embedded with a magic beast crystal core. What purpose does this serve? He curiously asked. The uncle explained. Of course it has a purpose. The dagger's sharpness relies entirely on this magic beast crystal core. The principle is to convert the energy inside the core into kinetic energy for the saw blade rotation. Wen Xuan suddenly understood and nodded. It really is an electric saw. But that's fine, as long as it works. He then asked, by the way, if this magic beast crystal core is used up, can it be replaced? Yes, the uncle replied. You just need to find a wind attribute magic beast crystal core to embed. All right, I got it, Wen Xuan said thoughtfully, filled with anticipation for this unique weapon. Wen Xuan sheathed his dagger, ready to bid farewell to the uncle. Just then, the uncle flashed a sly smile and said, that'll be 5 million. 5 million. Wen Xuan's eyes widened, anger surging within him. He was willing to negotiate, but this was outright extortion. It was as if the uncle saw him as easy prey. Didn't you say there was no charge? Wen Xuan suppressed his anger and questioned. The uncle calmly explained. The forging is free, but the iron plate costs money. I worked hard to forge it. Hearing this, Wen Xuan used his divine eye to closely inspect the iron plate. But all he saw was an ordinary piece of metal. Just as he was about to argue, the uncle interrupted. All right, let's not drag this out. How about this? I'll keep the leftover scraps from forging the dagger, and we'll call it even. Wen Xuan suddenly understood. The uncle, a bit shy, wanted the leftover mithril scraps, but was too embarrassed to ask directly. For Wen Xuan, the weapon was complete, and the scraps were just waste. Why would he take them? Sure, you can have them, Wen Xuan agreed readily. Really? The uncle's eyes lit up with joy, as if he'd received a treasure. Really, Wen Xuan confirmed. The uncle was overjoyed and said, great, thank you. If you ever want something else forged, just come to me. I'll do it for free. The uncle was a passionate inventor who loved tinkering with things, which was why he was willing to forge for Wen Xuan. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Wen Xuan replied politely. No problem, feel free to come by. I'm always alone, so company is nice, the uncle said with a hint of loneliness in his voice. After a few more words, Wen Xuan said goodbye to the uncle. Instead of heading back to school, he went to a quiet forest. Come out, parrot rabbit, Wen Xuan called softly, summoning the parrot rabbit from the beast's space. Yawning, the parrot rabbit appeared, clearly having just been napping. What is it? It asked lazily. Here, take this. Wen Xuan handed the dagger to the parrot rabbit. He thought, a Bayo already has powerful attacks. Its massive paws are its best weapons, so it doesn't need any extras. But the parrot rabbit was different. Although it had just learned a long-range attack skill, gunpowder magic, it would be in danger if an enemy got too close. So, Wen Xuan decided to give the dagger to the parrot rabbit for self-defense. Curious, the parrot rabbit took the dagger and examined it closely. All right, stop staring. Give it a try, Wen Xuan urged. Try it, the parrot rabbit asked, puzzled. Yes, press the button on it, Wen Xuan instructed. Following the instruction, the parrot rabbit pressed the button, activating the dagger. Zzz. A buzzing sound filled the air as the dagger vibrated intensely in its hand. Curious, the parrot rabbit touched the dagger to a nearby tree. Swish, the dagger effortlessly sliced through the thick trunk. Crack, boom, the tree fell with a thud, shaking the ground. The parrot rabbit stood there in shock. All right, stop standing there and get used to it. Wen Xuan's words snapped the parrot rabbit out of its daze. Hearing this, a mischievous grin appeared on the parrot rabbit's face. It transformed into a tree-chopping maniac, swinging the dagger wildly in the forest. If the bears Big and Little were here, they would surely weep at the sight. This crazy parrot rabbit was even more relentless than the infamous logger Baldy. After playing for a while, Shueshu rabbit hopped back to Wen Xuan's side. Its paws still tightly gripped the small dagger, and its eyes sparkled with fondness. Wen Xuan chuckled at its demeanor and said, all right, from now on, collecting magic beast crystal cores is your task. Shueshu rabbit paused, tilting its head in confusion. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Wen Xuan raised an eyebrow. You don't want to? Then hand the dagger over to me, and I'll give it to a Bayo. Upon hearing this, Shueshu rabbit immediately clutched the dagger tightly to its chest, as if afraid it would be taken away. Seeing this, Wen Xuan shook his head with a smile and said, let's go, time to head home. With Shueshu rabbit, Wen Xuan set off back to school. Along the way, he attempted to return Shueshu rabbit to the beast's space, but it firmly refused. This little creature clearly didn't enjoy staying there. Reluctantly, Wen Xuan agreed to its request. Fortunately, Shueshu rabbit was small, Otherwise, it would have had to stay in the beast space, as the city regulations prohibited the release of large beasts except in special situations to prevent panic. As soon as they entered the dormitory, Wen Xuan saw Wang Bin and the others gathered with serious expressions, especially Zhu Ming, who was bruised and clearly had a rough encounter. What happened to you? Wen Xuan asked with concern. Zhu Ming sighed and recounted the incident at the cafeteria. While they were queuing, someone suddenly cut in front of them. Zhu Ming confronted him, which escalated into a scuffle. Unfortunately, Zhu Ming was no match for the opponent, and his fire rock pig was defeated by the opponent's water rat. Zhu Ming himself got beaten up too. After hearing the story, Wen Xuan frowned. Mao Mao, feeling indignant, added, "We were just unlucky. The opponent's strength was about the same as Zhu Ming's, but his beast was a water rat, and water attacks have an advantage over Zhu Ming's fire rock pig." A water rat, huh? Wen Xuan was contemplating this when the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open. Everyone turned to see a boy leisurely eating a custard tart, a smug smile on his face. "Wei Xiaodi, what are you doing here?" Wang Bin asked coldly. Wei Xiaodi, chewing his tart, nonchalantly replied, "Nothing much, just came to see if someone was crying." Hearing this, Zhu Ming's eyes turned red with anger, wishing he could tear the guy apart. Wen Xuan, seeing this, was also infuriated. This guy not only cut in line but now came to provoke them. It was outrageous. "Oh, what's the matter?" Wei Xiaodi taunted, feeling defiant. "If you are, let's have another match. Whoever backs out is a coward." "A match?" Wen Xuan sneered. "All right, how about you and I have a duel?" Wei Xiaodi's expression changed upon hearing this. He clearly didn't expect Wen Xuan to be from this dormitory. As the rookie king, Wen Xuan's reputation preceded him. "What? Are you scared?" Wen Xuan continued to provoke when Wei Xiaodi didn't respond. Who's scared?" Wei Xiaodi stammered. "It's just a duel with you, fine. But I'm not feeling well today, ate something bad. So let's postpone our duel." Before Wen Xuan could respond, Wei Xiaodi fled without looking back, leaving Wen Xuan and his roommates exchanging bewildered looks. "Ugh, what a coward. Only picking on the weak," Wang Bin said through gritted teeth, his face filled with indignation. Wen Xian gently patted Wang Bin on the shoulder, reassuring him. "Don't be angry. He probably won't bother you guys again anytime soon." Wang Bin frowned, thinking for a moment, then said worriedly, "Not in the short term, but what about later? He might come back." Wen Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "If he comes back, can't you fight back? What are your hands for? Fight back." Wang Bin recalled the opponent's skills and shrank back a bit. "I probably still can't beat him." A glint of insight flashed in Wen Xian's eyes as he coaxed. "Just because you can't beat him now doesn't mean you won't be able to later. If someone bullies you and you can't fight back, endure it for now. Once you can fight back, give it your all. That's how you regain your pride." He paused, then continued explaining. "I could have stepped in to teach him a lesson earlier, but there was no need. That guy's just a clown. Besides, he's a wake-up call for you. You three have been living too comfortably lately." Wang Bin and the others listened, their expressions varied. Wang Bin and another looked somewhat sheepish, while Zhu Ming clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes, as if he had resolved to work hard. The next morning, Wen Xian, instead of going to train, took a Bao and Shueshu rabbit straight to the cafeteria. As soon as he reached the entrance, he ran into the troublemaker from the day before. Wei Xiaodi, upon seeing Wen Xian, excitedly pulled over someone taller than him, pointing at Wen Xian and shouting, "Brother, that's the guy who bullied me yesterday." Hearing this, Wen Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. It reminded him of his middle school days in a past life, when he was the class bully, and those he picked on would always call their brothers. But in this world, what good was calling for a brother? Wei Xiaodi's brother, Wei Xuan, frowned upon hearing this and turned to Wen Xian, demanding, "So you're the one who bullied my brother?" Wen Xian raised an eyebrow, responding defiantly, "Yeah, so what? You want to stick up for him?" Wei Xuan sighed, clearly not someone who liked causing trouble, but he was a doting brother. He said in a low voice, "Since you bullied my brother, I want an explanation." "What kind of explanation do you want?" Wen Xian asked directly. "How about we settle this with a match?" Wei Xuan, provoked by Wen Xian's bluntness, gritted his teeth. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Fine, let's have a proper match. Over at the arena." Wen Xian was unhurried, proposing a condition. "I'm fine with a match, but you need to put up a stake. Why should I fight you otherwise?" Hearing this, Wei Xuan instinctively searched his pockets and pulled out a magic beast core. Wen Xian took a closer look and saw it was the core of a silver-tier whitewater snake. "Is this acceptable?" Wei Xuan asked. "Yes," Wen Xian nodded. "If that's settled, let's get started." Wei Xuan, thinking this was a case of bullying the young, didn't ask Wen Xian for a stake. He was confident, believing victory was assured. The two walked briskly to the arena, while the surrounding students stopped to watch, the air thick with tension ready to explode. "Don't say I'm bullying you. I won't even use my strongest beast. I'll just send out the one I recently captured." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blue light appeared, revealing a blue cat-like creature on the arena. Standing on two legs, it wore gloves resembling wolf claws, and its eyes were sharp as knives. Come out, Hydracat. With its owner's call, Hydracat demonstrated its full features: water attribute, female, bronze level 4 aptitude, strength at the peak of level, and a golden evolution path. It had mastered skills like water gun LV4, claw LV5, and sharp eyes LV3. Wen Xuan glanced at his opponent's beast, evaluating silently. I didn't expect it to be a female cat. He turned and kicked the mimic rabbit beside him. Okay, stop standing there and get up on the stage. The mimic rabbit looked astonished. Huh? You want me to go up? What else? Wen Xuan retorted. Since capturing the mimic rabbit, this was its first time participating in an actual battle. Reluctantly, the mimic rabbit stepped onto the arena. Seeing this, Wen Xuan offered bait. Do well, and I'll buy you some carrots later. Carrots. As if a switch had been flipped, the mimic rabbit instantly perked up. Of all foods, carrots were its favorite. As the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit of eating dirt, and a rabbit can't change its love for carrots. And that's a fact. Just as the mimic rabbit got on stage, the Hydracat lunged forward aggressively. Wow, sneaky attack. That's not honorable, the mimic rabbit exclaimed as it started to run. This unexpected battle caught the attention of nearby students, who gathered around, chattering excitedly. Look, that rabbit can talk. How amusing. Yeah, it's so interesting. A talking beast, it makes me want one too. At this moment, a bespectacled boy pushed his way through the crowd, adjusting his glasses with an arrogant expression. What's the use of talking? That mimic rabbit's combat power is pathetic. Its only redeeming quality is speaking human language. Everything else about it is trash, not worth training. Anyone choosing this mimic rabbit as their beast is a fool. Hearing this, Wen Xuan merely gave him a cold glance, not intending to engage with someone so conceited. On the arena, the mimic rabbit deftly led the Hydracat around. It didn't seem like prey being chased. Instead, it resembled a performer toying with a monkey, making the Hydracat spin in circles. Mimic rabbit, stop playing. Do you want those carrots or not? Wen Xuan's words acted like a spell, and the mimic rabbit immediately stopped fooling around. Denying it food was a grave offense. The mimic rabbit halted, suddenly producing a carrot and tossing it towards the Hydracat. The bespectacled guy burst into laughter at the sight. Huh? See, I told you, this mimic rabbit is useless, just a piece of trash. Is that so? A voice suddenly chimed in from behind him. A hand clapped heavily on his shoulder. You call this mimic rabbit trash? Dare to make a bet with me? What kind of bet? Let's bet on whether this mimic rabbit can win. If you win, you have to live stream yourself eating dirt. How about that? Sure. All right. Everyone heard that, right? And if you can't do it? If I can't, then I'm a coward. Good. Then it's a deal, and everyone here can be witnesses. The person who initiated the bet smirked subtly, a detail that went unnoticed by the crowd. On the arena, the mimic rabbit had scattered carrots everywhere. Opposite, Wei Wen was starting to lose patience. Are you done yet? Those things have no offensive power. Why are you throwing them? No offensive power, the mimic rabbit replied with a hint of slyness in its voice. Mocking rabbit, show him just how dangerous these carrots can be. Wen Xuan's voice echoed across the arena. Mocking rabbit nodded slightly, a mischievous glint in its eyes. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the venue. All the carrots detonated simultaneously, creating a massive crater in the center of the arena. The shockwave swept through, knocking spectators off their feet as they stared in horror at the dust-covered arena. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed Hydracat lying in the deep crater, covered in injuries and motionless, like a lifeless feline. Wei Wen quickly retrieved Hydracat into his beast space and dashed towards the school infirmary, disregarding everything else. Wen Xuan, on the other hand, calmly walked over to the referee and took the magical beast core that Wei Wen had given him. Mocking rabbit, let's go, he said coolly, leaving the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As Wen Xuan entered the cafeteria, the audience finally snapped out of their daze and erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Wow, he's so impressive. That explosion was art, truly breathtaking. Is this the power of Mocking Rabbit? Incredible. Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Wen Xuan tried to sneak away, but Wang Bin caught one of them. Not so fast. Time to fulfill your promise, Wang Bin said with a grin, calling out. Mao Mao, come over here. Mao Mao approached, wearing a mask and holding a spittoon. A foul stench spread, causing those nearby to gag. Amidst the horrified gazes, Wang Bin unceremoniously placed the spittoon on the person's head. The sound of retching filled the air, creating chaos. Wang Bin chuckled triumphantly and walked into the cafeteria with Zhu Ming and Mao Mao. They happened to meet Wen Xuan, who had just finished buying his meal. Curious, he asked. What's happening outside? There are so many people gathered. No idea, Wang Bin replied, feigning innocence. Wen Xuan didn't press further and focused on enjoying his lunch. After his meal, Wen Xuan decided to head to the Beastmaster Association to take on a new task. This time, he had a clear goal in mind: to choose a forest-related mission and search for plant-type beasts to obtain magical beast cores. After all, his mocking rabbit had both plant and rock attributes and had already mastered the rock attribute skill of burrowing. Standing in front of the task board at the Beastmaster Association, Wen Xuan scanned the task cards one by one. He skillfully searched for a target that suited him and quickly settled on an enticing task: finding the sweet fruit. This fragrant fruit is the favorite of the curly cat. The curly cat, entirely white with curly fur, might not have much practical breeding value, but it is a darling among the wealthy. The task issuer was generous, offering a reward of 10,000 for just one sweet fruit, making Wen Xuan marvel at the extravagance of the rich. After taking on the task, Wen Xuan, along with Abeo and the mimic rabbit, set off on their journey to find the sweet fruit. Their destination was the secret realm known as the Green Leaf Forest, where the sweet fruit grew. As soon as they stepped into the Green Leaf Forest, the mimic rabbit started hopping around excitedly. It joyfully ran, basking in the warm sunlight, its laughter echoing through the air. Wen Xuan and Abeo followed closely, venturing into the lush forest. Looking up, towering trees reached heights of over 10 meters, their branches and leaves forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns. The air was filled with the fresh scent of green leaves, invigorating and refreshing, as if they were in a natural oxygen bar. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed from a distance. Wen Xuan looked in the direction of the noise and saw other adventurers commanding their beasts in combat with wild magical creatures. To avoid unnecessary conflict, he chose to take a detour and focus on his own task. As they ventured deeper into the forest, something green suddenly dangled from the treetop. The alert mimic rabbit immediately drew a dagger and sliced it in two. Upon closer inspection, Wen Xuan realized it was a green caterpillar. Looking up, he saw the treetops were teeming with green caterpillars, greedily munching on leaves like efficient leaf-destroying machines. At that moment, a green vine lashed out, knocking a caterpillar to the ground. It turned out to be a group of thorn flowers launching an attack. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides, with intense back-and-forth exchanges. Seeing this, Wen Xuan decisively withdrew with Abeo and the mimic rabbit to a safe distance to observe the ecological war. The fierce battle raged on for a whole hour, ultimately ending in a Pyrrhic victory for the thorn flowers. After the green caterpillars retreated, the battered thorn flowers also slowly withdrew, leaving behind a ravaged battlefield that bore witness to the harsh balance of the forest's ecosystem. In nature, everything is interconnected, forming a complex food chain. In this leafy forest, green caterpillars greedily munch on the leaves, causing significant damage to the trees. Meanwhile, the thorny flowers act as protectors of the trees, fiercely attacking these voracious caterpillars. After the battle ended and the battlefield was left in disarray, Wen Xuan quietly arrived with Abeo and the mimic rabbit. Their eyes scanned the ground littered with bodies, and Wen Xuan turned to the mimic rabbit, his tone slightly impatient. "What are you waiting for? Get to work and dig out the magic beast cores from these creatures." The mimic rabbit, though reluctant, obediently began the arduous task. However, luck was not on its side this time. Among the disgusting green caterpillar corpses, not a single magic beast core was found. Instead, it discovered 3 precious magic beast cores in the bodies of the thorny flowers. Seeing the mimic rabbit pouting, looking as if it had been greatly wronged, Wen Xuan couldn't help but explain, "You're not doing this just for me. These are all for you. Go ahead and eat them." Upon hearing this, the mimic rabbit's eyes lit up. It swiftly picked up a core and tossed it into its mouth, carefully placing the remaining ones into its newly bought small leather bag. This bag was something the mimic rabbit had persuaded Wen Xuan to buy when they passed a specialty store. There is a technique to beasts consuming magic beast cores. They can only consume one at a time and must wait until it's fully digested before moving on to the next. Fortunately, the mimic rabbit's digestion speed was astounding. In just half an hour, it had completely digested the 3 thorny flower magic beast cores. Wen Xuan, too lazy to check the mimic rabbit's status panel, simply asked, "So, what did you learn?" Instead of answering, the mimic rabbit struck a pose. It mimicked Spider-Man from the movies, pretending to shoot webs. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a green vine shot from its hand, wrapping precisely around a nearby treetop. The mimic rabbit grabbed the unexpected vine with both hands and swung forward like a small Tarzan. Watching this, Wen Xuan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Clearly, the mimic rabbit had successfully learned the vine whip skill by consuming the thorny flower magic beast cores. This new skill seemed to make it so excited that it was swinging through the jungle like a flying rabbit. At this moment, Abeo stood quietly beside Wen Xuan, its eyes full of envy, watching the mimic rabbit freely swing among the treetops. Seeing this, Wen Xuan was moved and gently stroked Abeo's head. He suddenly realized that he had been neglecting Abeo lately, focusing most of his efforts on enhancing the mimic rabbit's abilities. After all, Wen Xuan considered the mimic rabbit to be the weaker link in their team, a shortcoming he hoped to address. "Abeo," Wen Xuan said softly, "let's take these days to train well in this secret realm." Abeo nodded vigorously, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the following days, Wen Xuan continued to explore the leafy forest with a bao and the mimic rabbit, searching for the elusive sweet fruit, while also providing special training for the two beasts. A bao was very obedient, diligently following every instruction from Wen Xuan. Meanwhile, the mimic rabbit seemed like an unstoppable spinning top, turning the entire forest into a scene of chaos. The poor green caterpillars found their lives increasingly difficult. They intended to quietly enjoy a feast of green leaves, only to be repeatedly interrupted by sudden carrot bombs. The weaker caterpillars were blown to pieces on the spot, while the slightly stronger ones couldn't escape being injured. The whole forest seemed to have become the mimic rabbit's playground, filled with a mix of joy and fright. In the lush green forest, an unusual chase was unfolding. Mimic Bunny, that cunning little creature, was playfully teasing the other forest inhabitants in its own unique way. It skillfully tossed carrot bombs and quickly darted away, leaving chaos in its wake. The forest echoed with two distinct sounds. One was a bao rhythmically pounding a tree with its bare paws, and the other was the sporadic explosions caused by Mimic Bunny. Amid the commotion, Wen Xuan finally found the coveted sweet fruit after a week of searching. Seeing the tree laden with pink fruits, he couldn't help but smile in relief. This discovery not only answered his lingering questions, but also made him understand why these fruits were so precious, fetching a staggering price of 10,000 each. Just as Wen Xuan was about to instruct Mimic Bunny to pick the sweet fruit, he noticed that both Mimic Bunny and Abeo were warily staring ahead. With his keen god's eye vision, Wen Xuan quickly identified the problem. A vibrant green snake was coiled silently beneath the sweet fruit tree, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding grass. Wen Xuan carefully observed the snake's attributes: a green-scaled snake, male, with a bronze 9th tier qualification, boasting Clevel Peak strength and a potential silver evolution path. Its skills included Venomous Fangs LV5, Venom Spray LV4, and Death Coil LV6. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Wen Xuan pondered how best to handle the situation. At that moment, Mimic Bunny suddenly produced a pack of powder, none other than Zhu Ming's Swift Surrender. Wen Xuan, surprised, inquired about the powder's origin, and Mimic Bunny candidly confessed it had been stolen from under a pillow. This seemingly harmless creature was surprisingly cunning at heart. Under Wen Xuan's guidance, they began searching for useful tools. After about 10 minutes, they returned to the sweet fruit tree with a black fur mouse. Mimic Bunny eagerly sprinkled Swift Surrender evenly over the black fur mouse, then grabbed its tail and tossed it towards the green-scaled snake. Snakes often require long periods of waiting to hunt. Clearly, this green-scaled snake had been lurking for some time, and upon seeing the incoming prey, it unhesitatingly swallowed it whole. Wen Xuan and his companions held their breath, waiting to see if their plan would succeed. The mimic rabbit couldn't help but burst into laughter as it looked at the scene before it. It seemed to have already foreseen the predicament that the green-scaled snake was about to face. The unstoppable effect of the concoction made by Zhu Ming was indeed astonishing. Sure enough, it wasn't long after the green-scaled snake swallowed the potion that it began to react violently. Uft, uft, uft. A series of nauseating sounds echoed through the jungle. The snake's stomach churned violently, and a large amount of white mucus spewed out from its body. The poor snake put on a pitiful symphony in the forest, composed entirely of those pft sounds. Seeing this, the mimic rabbit rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha, this is killing me. It secretly reveled in the fact that someone else was finally experiencing the same agony it once did. When Xian observed the diarrhea-stricken green-scaled snake calmly, refraining from launching an attack, he patiently waited for over an hour until the unsettling noises gradually faded away. By then, the snake was utterly weakened, lying on the ground with its tongue out, looking utterly defeated. When Xian knew the perfect moment to strike had arrived. Mimic rabbit, he called softly. The rabbit immediately understood, waved its right hand, and conjured a carrot bomb from thin air, which it then hurled at the green-scaled snake. Boom! The moment the carrot bomb made contact with the snake, it exploded with a loud bang. The mimic rabbit continued its assault, throwing more carrot bombs. Following suit, Abeo launched shadow balls for ranged attacks. When Xian opted for long-range attacks because the green-scaled snake, being a venomous beast, posed severe risks if bitten. The poor snake, now completely exhausted, couldn't even muster the strength to turn over and was left to endure the relentless assault. Under the fierce onslaught from the mimic rabbit and Abeo, the green-scaled snake finally succumbed and collapsed. Just as when Xian was about to have the mimic rabbit retrieve the crystal core, the snake suddenly lunged at the rabbit. Fortunately, the rabbit reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. Whoa, that scared the life out of me, it exclaimed, patting its pounding heart. When Xian frowned, puzzled by how the snake could still attack despite being dead, as seen through his divine eye. He then recalled that snakes could exhibit reflex actions shortly after death. So, he instructed the mimic rabbit to wait for 10 minutes to ensure safety before retrieving the beast's crystal core. Wen Xian picked up the crystal core and examined it closely in the sunlight. Under the sun's rays, the entire core glowed with a purple hue. This is a valuable find, Wen Xian thought happily. However, considering the toxic nature of the green-scaled snake and its incompatibility with the bao and the mimic rabbit, he decided to sell the core and buy a more suitable one instead. All right, let's go pick those sweet fruits, Wen Xuan said, gazing up at the treetop where 10 rosy fruits glistened invitingly in the sunlight. He turned to his trusty companion, the scholar rabbit, and instructed, "Rabbit, go get them for me." The scholar rabbit, now Wen Xuan's efficient aide, didn't climb the tree directly. Instead, it deftly maneuvered a green vine like a serpent, winding it around each sweet fruit with precision, and gently tugged them down. In a blink, all 10 fruits landed in Wen Xuan's hands. Eagerly, Wen Xuan began stuffing the fruits into his backpack, but encountered a snag with the 7th one. Glancing around thoughtfully, he had an idea. Perfect, there are 3 left, we can each have one. Before he finished speaking, the scholar rabbit had already snatched a fruit and was devouring it ravenously. The sound of its munching was loud and eager, as if it hadn't tasted such delicacies in years. In stark contrast, a bao nibbled delicately on its fruit, a blissful smile spreading across its face. Seeing this, Wen Xuan also took a bite. Delicious, he exclaimed. The fruit's flesh was crisp and flavorful, with a subtle sweetness and a rich aroma. No wonder the curly cat loved these fruits so much. In no time, he finished the entire fruit, licking his lips in satisfaction. Just as he was about to grab another, he remembered each sweet fruit was worth a hefty sum of 10,000. Better not, he thought to himself. I should save this money to buy food for these little guys. With the task complete, Wen Xuan, along with the scholar rabbit and a bao, headed back. Upon reaching the Beastmaster Association, he exchanged the 7 sweet fruits for 70,000. As soon as he received the money, Wen Xuan heard someone making strange noises, seemingly trying to catch his attention. Do you need something? Wen Xuan asked cautiously. Hey there, young man. Have you thought about how to spend all that money? A small, shrewd man approached with a grin. Wen Xuan instinctively became more alert, but the man said, Don't worry, just follow me. With that, he turned and walked away. Hesitant for a moment, Wen Xuan's curiosity got the better of him, and he followed. With his god's eye, he had already assessed that the man was just a bronze tier 4, while he himself was a bronze tier 6, confident he could handle any surprises. Soon, the man led Wen Xuan to a secluded alley. Leaning in, he whispered, Ever heard of the black market? The black market? Wen Xuan repeated, intrigued. Yes, the black market, the man continued. It's got everything you could want, at great prices. As long as you have money, you can buy anything there. Wen Xuan was intrigued by the idea of such a place in this world. However, he remained cautious, aware of the unregulated nature that defined a black market. Would you take me there? Wen Xuan asked tentatively. Of course, the man chuckled. Just give me 10,000, and I'll take you. How about that for a deal? As Wen Xuan debated whether to hand over the money, a slurred voice suddenly interjected, Don't trust him, kid. If you want to see the black market, I'll take you. Turning, Wen Xuan saw an old man, wearing a yellow duck tank top and flip-flops, swaying as he approached with a beer bottle in hand. The old man's face was flushed, clearly having had too much to drink, but his eyes gleamed with an unusual sharpness. The skinny man heard the old man's words, and a sinister expression instantly appeared on his face. His eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he gritted his teeth and said, Old man, stay out of this. The old man was unfazed and instead let out a slight, cold smile. At that moment, the skinny man suddenly shouted, Wonkai, show this old fool who's boss. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed by. A completely black dog appeared out of nowhere, exuding a terrifying aura. Wen Xuan felt the intimidating presence, and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Black Wolf King. The skinny man recognized the fierce beast and was instantly scared out of his wits. He knew full well that as a mere bronze level, he was no match for the Black Wolf King, whose power started at gold level. Seeing the skinny man flee in panic, the old man snorted, You're lucky you ran fast, otherwise you'd at least be leaving a leg behind today. Although his words were harsh, it was clear the old man had no intention of truly harming him. With his strength, killing the skinny man would be as easy as crushing an ant. Turning to Wen Xuan, the old man said kindly, Young man, weren't you looking to go to the black market? Come with me. Led by the old man, the two reached a street corner. The old man skillfully tapped on the wall 3 long and 2 short. Amazingly, the wall responded by opening. The old man pulled out 6 coins from his pocket. 2 1 yuan, 2 50-cent, and 2 10-cent coins. He explained, There are rules to enter the black market. The tapping rhythm is a code, and giving money is for identity confirmation, not profit. Only those who understand the rules can enter the black market. Stopping, the old man turned to face Wen Xuan, still wearing a kind smile. You're probably full of questions now, right? Wondering why I'm helping you, a stranger? Wen Xuan nodded, and the old man continued. Because you remind me of my grandson. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes, but he wasn't as lucky as you. He died at the mouth of a beast during an expedition. Not knowing how to console him, Wen Xuan softly said, "My condolences." The old man waved his hand. "It's fine. It's all in the past. I've come to terms with it." Despite his casual words, the tear at the corner of his eye betrayed his inner sorrow. "All right, we're here. This is the black market." The old man pointed to the bustling scene before them. "Go ahead and look around. I've got things to do." With that, he turned and left. Wen Xuan watched the old man leave, then began to stroll through the black market. It was bustling, with stalls lined up on both sides, reminiscent of an antique market. The vendors' cries echoed continuously. Using his divine eye ability, Wen Xuan quickly scanned the items at the stalls. However, after making a round, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The truly valuable items were exorbitantly priced, and what he could afford was nothing but worthless junk. Wen Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there are no fools in this world, and hoping to cheaply acquire rare items is nothing but a pipe dream. When Xian stood at the entrance of the black market, his disappointment clearly visible. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a loud shout caught his attention. "Come and see, fresh monster crystal cores," a young man called out enthusiastically as he skillfully arranged his stall. Intrigued, when Xian was about to step forward when a bony hand stopped him. He turned to see it was the skinny monkey who had previously tried to bring him to the black market. The skinny monkey leaned in and whispered a warning to Wen Xian. "Hey, don't buy his monster crystal cores. That guy's a master of forgery, turning low-grade cores into high-grade ones." When Xian raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind, he had some knowledge of identifying monster crystal cores. Green indicated plant attributes, yellow was wind, brown was earth, and red was fire. The stars and moons within the cores signified their level. A single moon with 3 stars meant bronze level 3, while 9 moons with 4 stars indicated transcendent king level 4. Although such high-level cores were beyond his current reach. Despite the skinny monkey's warning, Wen Xian decided to investigate further. After all, with his god's eye, nothing could escape his scrutiny. "What a thing," the skinny monkey muttered, watching Wen Xian walk away. He had intended to scam some money but had a rare moment of goodwill, which was taken for granted. Caught in a moral dilemma, he was unsure whether to continue being a good person or return to his old ways. Wen Xian approached the vendor's stall, where the prices of the monster crystal cores ranged from 10,000 to hundreds of thousands, truly staggering. "Hey there, what are you looking for? Feel free to browse and choose. Let me know which one you like, and I'll wrap it up for you." The vendor greeted warmly. Wen Xian quickly scanned the selection and came to a conclusion. The skinny monkey's warning was accurate. These cores had indeed been artificially enhanced in grade. He scrutinized the vendor's face, realizing that this seemingly honest fellow was, in fact, an outright swindler. "What do you think, young man? Are you satisfied with anything here?" the vendor asked with a sly twinkle in his eyes. Wen Xuan glanced around and shook his head coldly. "No, everything you're selling is fake," he said, staring directly at the vendor with a hint of threat in his voice. "Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" The vendor's face changed, but he tried to remain calm. "Why would you say that? Making such accusations can have consequences." Wen Xuan was unfazed and pressed on. "You say I'm making it up? Dare to have an expert examine them." Hearing the word expert, the vendor's face grew even more troubled. He knew his low-quality goods could only deceive newcomers to the black market, those naive and inexperienced easy targets. He hadn't expected to encounter someone so difficult today. The vendor gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "So, what do you want?" "Not much," Wen Xuan replied calmly, his gaze sharp. "I just want to know if you have any other magic beast cores. I'm not interested in these. If you have others, show me. If I'm satisfied, we can discuss the price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it." "All right." The vendor conceded, not wanting to escalate the situation. Although many present knew he sold fakes, the black market's rule was that once goods were sold, they were non-returnable. If you bought a fake, it was your own bad luck. He remembered the guy who tried to make trouble because he was a master-level beast tamer. Now, he was a specimen hanging on the wall not far away. With that precedent, everyone was more cautious. The vendor pulled out a pitch-black magic beast core from his pocket. "It's of the dark attribute." Wen Xuan's eyes lit up with interest. Looking at the core in his hand, the vendor recalled his morning encounter. He had set out early with the magic beast core to set up his stall in the black market, only to meet a black, spherical, one-eyed creature with bat wings in the forest. It bared its sharp fangs, ready to attack, but his flame dog acted quickly, taking it down with a single fireball. He then extracted this magic beast core. "How about this one?" the vendor asked, thinking to himself that the skills of such a weak beast couldn't be that impressive. In this world, knowing the skills recorded in a magic beast core was almost impossible unless you witnessed the beast use them in life. Though Wen Xuan was tempted, he maintained a facade of indifference. He glanced at the vendor and muttered, "You're not trying to pass off some trash, are you?" "Of course not," the vendor replied, somewhat nervously, his gaze shifting. "Can't you see the moon and star on it? This is a genuine bronze-tier magic beast core. Despite his words, he knew this core was trash, even at bronze tier. The other modified cores on his stall originally had higher grades. All right, I'll take this one, Wen Xuan finally said. Hearing this, the vendor sighed in relief, glad to have finally rid himself of this troublesome customer. In his eyes, Wen Xuan was nothing but a jinx, and he couldn't wait to rid himself of this trouble. How much for this magic beast core? Wen Xuan asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. 10,000, the other person replied hesitantly. Consider it your hard-earned money. I can't go any lower. Wen Xuan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Deal. Buying a bronze-level magic beast core for 10,000 was indeed a bargain. Outside, it might cost up to 30,000, given the low yield of magic beast cores, which are all about luck. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Wen Xuan swiftly pulled out his wallet and completed the transaction. He didn't want to haggle. After all, the other party was a bronze 7th-stage beast tamer, and provoking him could lead to unpredictable consequences. With the core in hand, Wen Xuan hurried towards the black market exit, his heart racing. Once outside, he immediately checked the core's information. Demon Beast Core, Bronze, Level 1. Recorded skills. 1. Demon Needle LV3. Uses dark energy to form needles and attack. 2. Magic Devour LV1. Causes contact damage to the enemy and absorbs their magic. What a find, Wen Xuan thought to himself, relieved to have stumbled upon such a treasure. If that guy knew the skills inside the core, he'd probably regret it deeply. A bow, Wen Xuan called softly, summoning his pet. He had previously used many magic beast cores on his mimicry rabbit, and now it was a bow's turn. Moreover, this dark attributed magic beast core was a perfect match for a bow's attributes. A bow opened its mouth wide and swallowed the core whole. Since it was a bronze-level core, a bow quickly completed the absorption. Soon, a blue glow flashed across a bow's body, and Wen Xuan was thrilled to see it had leveled up again. Panda baby attributes. Attribute, dark. Gender, male. Level, bronze level 7. Qualification, SSS. Power, peak. Evolution path, king. Learn skills. Bull punch LV5. Bear palm strike LV7. Mount Thai crush LV4. Roar of evil LV4. Tearing claw LV5. Stealth LV4. Iron skin LV6. Shadow ball LV4. Magic devour LV1. Wen Xuan was ecstatic. A bow had indeed learned the magic devour skill. The demon beast core contained 2 skills, and while demon needle was good, a bow already had a similar skill, shadow ball. Magic devour, on the other hand, was like an otherworldly version of the star absorption technique, allowing it to absorb the enemy's magic for counterattacks. The only drawback was that it required contact and attack to be effective, but for a close combat fighter like a bow, it was perfect. A song suddenly played in Wen Xuan's mind. Without guns, without cannons, the enemy builds them for us. In battles between beast tamers, magic consumption is inevitable. With this skill, as long as a bow deals damage in close combat, it can absorb some magic. Although it's only at LV1 now, absorbing just 1% of the opponent's magic, the skill can be upgraded. As its level increases, so too will the amount of magic absorbed. This was truly a lucky find. Wen Xuan thought contentedly as he walked towards the school, already envisioning a new goal, taking a bow out to battle and quickly improving the magic devour skill's proficiency. His steps became lighter, as if he could see a brighter future ahead. Wen Xuan strolled into the campus with a bao and the mimic rabbit by his side, exuding a sense of leisure. The ice cream in his hand glistened enticingly in the sunlight. The mimic rabbit cheerfully munched on a fresh carrot, while a bao contentedly gnawed on tender bamboo shoots. This carefree scene of one person and 2 animals starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere among the other students. An uneasy vibe lingered in the air. Students gathered in small groups, frowning and whispering amongst themselves. That guy from First High is just too arrogant, one boy exclaimed indignantly. Yeah, he doesn't show us any respect, a girl concurred. Someone sighed regretfully. If only I were stronger, I could stand up for our school. Another student wondered aloud. Why aren't the teachers sending senior students to compete? Hearing these discussions, Wen Xuan quickly grasped the situation. As a sophomore at Guang City Second High, he was well aware of the rivalry between First and Second High. Both schools were evenly matched and often engaged in overt and covert battles for limited resources. Clearly, today, students from First High had come to challenge them and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Just then, Wen Xuan noticed Wang Bin and 2 other classmates storming towards him. Wang Bin, Wen Xuan called out calmly. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Bin, as if seeing a savior, exclaimed excitedly. Wen Xuan, you need to get to the gym. First High is challenging us, and our guys didn't last more than a few rounds before being knocked out. The teachers wanted to send senior students to teach that guy a lesson, but the vice principal stopped them, fearing it would be embarrassing. Before Wen Xuan could respond, Mr. Feng Xiang hurried over. Wen Xuan, go to the gym and teach that guy a lesson. If you win, I'll give you 500 points. Mr. Feng's expression was grim, clearly angered by the first high student's arrogance. Soon after, Zhou Zimei joined in the persuasion. Despite her previous grudge with Duga Tongtong, personal grievances seemed trivial compared to school honor. I'll give you 500 points too, she declared firmly. Wen Xuan glanced around, noticing that the homeroom teachers of 6 classes had gathered, each promising him 500 points. The lure of 3,000 points was indeed significant, as it could be exchanged for many valuable items in the school's treasury. Seeing the hopeful looks on the teachers' faces, Wen Xuan nodded slightly. All right, he agreed, not only to defend the school's honor, but also for the points. With that, he headed towards the gym, ready to face this unexpected challenge. He turned around and headed towards the nearby gymnasium, his steps firm and hurried. As soon as he stepped inside, Wen Xuan witnessed a shocking showdown. A student was brutally defeated, lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Ha ha ha, trash. The victor's mocking voice echoed throughout the gym. All of you from second high are trash. What a lousy school, daring to compare with us from first high. Do you even qualify? On the stage, the victorious student surveyed the crowd with a disdainful gaze, like a king looking down on his subjects. His arrogant demeanor infuriated Wen Xuan, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "Does he have to act so cocky?" Suddenly, a rush of footsteps approached, and a few classmates excitedly gathered around Wen Xuan, saying, "Wen Xuan, that's the guy. Go and teach him a lesson. Show him why the flowers are so red. He's so arrogant, it's unbelievable." Another classmate added, "Wen Xuan, go on, hit him so hard his own mother won't recognize him." Wen Xuan took a deep breath and nodded. "All right." Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Wen Xuan slowly ascended the stage. Instantly, the atmosphere in the gymnasium shifted, with all eyes focused on this young man. It's Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan is here. Ah, yes, Wen Xuan is up there. We have hope now. Wen Xuan is our rising star. Handsome and strong. This is great. This time we can definitely win. Wen Xuan, come on, help us avenge. The spectators, who had been holding back their frustration, now shouted their hopes aloud as Wen Xuan took the stage, their voices rising and falling like waves. On the stage, the opponent Lin Tianba looped Wen Xuan up and down with disdain. Wen Xuan? So you're the famous Wen Xuan, huh? What a so-called rising star, he sneered. I bet you're just a pretty face. All show and no substance. Faced with such rude taunts, Wen Xuan remained unruffled and calmly retorted, "Whether I'm all show and no substance, why don't you ask your mom?" This remark hit Lin Tianbao right where it hurt. Lin Tianbao's expression changed instantly, and he shouted angrily, "Humph, you have a sharp tongue, but I doubt your skills match your words. Barbarian monkey, use monkey fist on his panda baby." At the command, Lin Tianbao's barbarian monkey shot towards Wen Xuan's panda baby like an arrow, its right fist forming a punch and whistling through the air. Undaunted, Abeo met the attack with a powerful slap. Bang! The two beasts collided with a deafening sound. In the next moment, a figure staggered backward. It was the barbarian monkey. Lin Tianbao's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Such strength." He hadn't expected Wen Xuan's panda baby not only to withstand the full force strike of the barbarian monkey, but to also drive it back. At this moment, Wen Xuan activated his divine eye, closely observing Lin Tianbao's barbarian monkey. He analyzed silently. Barbarian monkey attributes: fighting, gender male, level, bronze tier 7, talent, B, strength, peak, evolution path, gold, skills learned, monkey fist LV6, sharp claws LV4, rage LV5, battle cry LV3. No wonder he's from first high, Wen Xuan thought. This strength does give him the right to challenge here. But challenging is one thing, lacking manners is another. He decided to teach the opponent a lesson, to show him there are always others better than oneself. At that moment, Abeo seized the opportunity and lunged towards the retreating barbarian monkey. The two beasts instantly engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. Bang, 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 fist against fist, foot against foot, the two beasts exchanged blows with ferocity. In just a few minutes, they had already traded dozens of moves, and the fight grew increasingly intense. The atmosphere in the gymnasium reached a boiling point, with everyone holding their breath, captivated by the spectacular showdown. The match had turned into a nail-biting tug-of-war. However, Wen Xuan's heart was no longer filled with the usual anxiety. Ever since Abeo mastered the incredible skill of magic absorption, the battle began to tilt in its favor. Each attack not only inflicted damage, but also drained the enemy's magic like a vampire. As time went on, the barbaric monkey's magic reserves were nearly depleted, forcing it to rely solely on brute physical strength. In a critical moment, Abeo seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful bull punch that slammed into the barbaric monkey. With a loud bang, the monkey flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. The joy of victory surged like a tide, and Wen Xuan, along with the audience, erupted in cheers. "We won! We finally won!" The long-suppressed emotions found an outlet in the jubilant shouts. This hard-earned victory was undoubtedly a great morale booster. However, Lin Tianbao wasn't ready to concede. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the equally battered Abeo with growing resentment. After all, the damage inflicted by the fighting-type barbaric monkey on Abeo was significant. Just as everyone was basking in the victory, Lin Tianbao suddenly shouted, "Come out, stone-armored rhino." Before the words were fully spoken, a massive stone-armored rhino appeared out of nowhere. It opened its massive mouth, launching a giant rock like a cannonball towards the unsuspecting Abeo. "Watch out, Wen Xuan," someone exclaimed in alarm. "Despicable. How disgusting to resort to a sneak attack." Angry voices rose in protest. Lin Tianbao sneered. "Winning is all that matters. Why do you care how I do it?" His ugly intentions were laid bare. In the nick of time, a green figure darted across the scene. A vine, swift as a serpent, wrapped tightly around the incoming rock. "I heard someone was trying to hit my boss. How am I supposed to save face like this?" came a crisp voice. Everyone turned to see a rabbit speaking. "Hey, a talking rabbit?" Lin Tianbao stuttered in shock. "Where have you been living, under a rock? Haven't you heard of a parrot rabbit?" Someone mocked. Yeah, with your level of knowledge. It's a wonder how you got into the top school. Must have been through the back door." More jeers followed. Lin Tianbao's face darkened. Though he had indeed entered the school through connections, no one was interested in his prowess at the moment. The parrot rabbit made a nimble leap, landing steadily in the ring. It first helped Abeo to Wen Xuan's side, then turned to face the stone-armored rhino, taunting, "You dare sneak attack my boss? You're done for." The stone-armored rhino snorted with disdain. A mere rabbit wasn't considered a threat by many. "Oh, you dare underestimate me? Let me teach you a lesson," the parrot rabbit retorted, darting towards the stone-armored rhino like an arrow. Seeing this, the stone-armored rhino dug its feet into the ground, charging at the parrot rabbit like a heavy tank. The rabbit agilely leaped aside, deftly evading the powerful strike. Thud, thud, thud. Each step of the massive stone-armored rhino landed with a deafening thud on the ring. It quickly turned, launching another charge at the parrot rabbit. At that moment, the ring transformed into a unique bullfight. The nimble parrot rabbit played the matador, while the imposing stone-armored rhino was the fierce bull. They engaged in a thrilling display of wits and skill, captivating the audience. The stone-armored rhino narrowly missed the mimic rabbit each time, as if fated to miss by a mile. However, this seemingly small distance was actually the result of the rabbit's careful control. Wen Xuan focused using the eye of God, observing the rhino's every move closely. The rhino's attributes were clear to Wen Xuan. Rock attribute, male, bronze tier 4 aptitude, with strength at the peak of crate. Its evolution path led to the iron-armored rhino, with skills including Wild Bull Charge LV4, Flying Stone LV5, and Stone Armor LV3. After several failed attacks, the rhino was panting heavily. The mimic rabbit smirked devilishly and taunted, "Little bull, is that all you've got? You need more practice." Before the words had fully left its mouth, a green vine whipped the rhino, causing it to cry out in pain. Despite the pain, the rhino was unwilling to give up and continued its attacks. Even at full strength, it couldn't touch the rabbit, and now it was even more futile. The rabbit began to toy with the rhino, striking it with a vine whip every time it tried to catch its breath. This plant-based move dealt extra damage to the stone-armored rhino, each hit causing it immense pain. The audience's expressions changed dramatically, and exclamations filled the air. "A devil, it's a devil rabbit." Horrifying, truly horrifying. It could have won outright, but it's torturing its opponent like this. "Thank goodness I'm not the one fighting, or I'd be furious. Wow, I'm covered in goosebumps." Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. "Awesome. This is exactly the kind of battle I wanted to see." This exclamation acted like a fuse, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Cheers and applause erupted. "So satisfying, truly satisfying. Wen Xuan, thank you. Thank you for giving us such a great match." Many were moved to tears of joy. Wen Xuan noticed and slightly smiled, but he knew it was time to end the battle. He instructed the mimic rabbit, "Rabbit, stop playing around, finish it off." "Got it," the rabbit replied, its eyes flashing with determination. Though it had only been with Wen Xuan for a few weeks, he had given it a sense of family. Abeo, the big brother of the family, had always taken good care of it. The rhino dared to bully its big brother, which was unforgivable. The mimic rabbit leaped suddenly, appearing behind the rhino in an instant. It reached into the air and summoned a massive carrot. This was proof of the rabbit's greatly improved skill in explosive techniques. The small carrot bombs before were just to conserve magic. Now, Wen Xuan wanted a quick resolution. The rhino had a vulnerable spot at its rear, and the rabbit unhesitatingly shoved the giant carrot into it. Then, it quickly jumped back to a safe distance. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. The stone-armored rhino fell to the ground, its rear blown apart by the carrot bomb. The audience near the ring got caught in the mess, splattered with debris and blood. The battlefield was filled with a heavy smell of smoke. The mimic rabbit darted back to Wen Xuan like a flash of lightning. By then, Wen Xuan was already heading towards the exit with Abeo, leaving Lin Tianbao sitting on the ground in shock. Where is he? The audience realized Wen Xuan was nowhere to be seen. There he is. Someone pointed out Wen Xuan walking towards the exit. Wow, that's amazing. Watching Wen Xuan's imposing figure slowly disappear, the audience's eyes shone with admiration. Is this what a master looks like? He leaves the scene quietly, hiding his name and deed sits just like the saying goes. As Wen Xuan stepped out of the gymnasium, several teachers eagerly gathered around him, their faces beaming with excitement. Wen Xuan, they called out warmly, their eyes shining with admiration. They had witnessed his outstanding performance on the field just moments ago. Amazing, truly amazing. You represented our school with pride. The teachers praised in unison. In response to their enthusiasm, Wen Xuan smiled slightly and spoke directly. Teachers, I've already finished the match and won it. Are you going to? He trailed off, rubbing his fingers meaningfully. The teachers immediately understood and pulled out their phones to award him points. In this school, points were a universal reward system that both students and teachers could earn. In fact, many teachers chose to work here not so much for the salary, but for these valuable points. Only points could be exchanged in the treasure vault for rare items. If it were just about money, with their abilities, becoming millionaires wouldn't be difficult. Seeing the points credited to his account, Wen Xuan didn't linger and headed straight for the treasure room. On the way, his two beasts, the parrot rabbit and Abeo, seemed somewhat exhausted. Abeo was in decent shape, but the parrot rabbit exaggeratedly hunched over, looking near collapse. If Wen Xuan didn't have the god's eye to see through the parrot rabbit's true condition, he might have been fooled by its performance. All right, stop pretending. It's not that bad, Wen Xuan said helplessly. It was. I almost died out there, the parrot rabbit complained. And to unleash that giant carrot bomb, I nearly exhausted myself. Seeing the parrot rabbit's lingering fear, Wen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, I'll give you credit for this one. I'll head to the treasure room now to get you something good. Really? What kind of good stuff? The parrot rabbit perked up immediately. You'll find out when we get there, Wen Xuan teased. Arriving at the school's treasure room, Wen Xuan began searching carefully. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. What's going on? Where did it go? A purple treasure that was supposed to be there had disappeared. Someone must have exchanged it, Wen Xuan speculated. He continued searching in the magical beast crystal core section, intending to find a skill to restore magic for the parrot rabbit. The little creature's explosive technique consumed too much magic. Although there was previously a magic-devouring crystal core, it had been given to Abeo. Wen Xuan had considered giving it to the parrot rabbit, but decided against it. Firstly, the crystal core was of an evil attribute, incompatible with the parrot rabbit, and even if it absorbed it, the skill might not be learned. Secondly, Wen Xuan had promised Abeo a good skill. Since he had already given it to Abeo, he left it at that. After all, Abeo was Wen Xuan's first beast, and their bond was naturally deeper than with the parrot rabbit. After searching around the magical beast crystal core section, Wen Xuan was disappointed to find that although there were many crystal cores, none were what he wanted. Just then, an old but authoritative voice suddenly spoke up. Boy, what are you looking for? Wen Xuan looked up to see an elderly man with white hair, staring at him seriously. The old man exuded an intimidating aura. A strong one. Wen Xuan's heart skipped a beat. This is a strong one. He instinctively used his god's eye to observe closely. Wen Xuan stood in the treasure room, facing an elderly man who exuded the powerful aura of a 7th-tier diamond rank, the strongest person he had ever encountered in real life. He got straight to the point and asked, I'm looking for a magical beast core with mana regeneration abilities. The old man frowned upon hearing this, and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Magical beasts with mana regeneration are extremely rare. Such cores are highly sought after the moment they appear, and there are none here. Feeling disappointed, Wen Xuan was about to leave when the old man called out to him at the door. Young man, if you're really looking for mana regeneration abilities, you might want to try Golden Bay. There was a magical beast core from a mana waterman there before, and these beasts possess mana regeneration abilities. A mana waterman? Okay, thank you. Wen Xuan thanked him and left directly. As Wen Xuan's figure disappeared, the old man muttered to himself. Young people, let's see if you have the fortune to find the mana waterman's core. Though this is a world of beast taming, it relies on fortune, much like the cultivation world. Instead of returning to his dorm, Wen Xuan took a cab straight to Golden Bay. An hour later, he finally understood why the place was named so. The golden sandy beach gleamed under the sunlight, with endless blue seas beneath a sky of blue and white clouds. In the distance, the tourist area was bustling with people enjoying themselves. Taking a deep breath, Wen Xuan caught a whiff of a fishy smell. He silently mocked the TV shows that claimed the sea air was refreshing, but fortunately, he didn't mind the scent. Walking on the soft sand, Wen Xuan summoned Abeo and the parrot rabbit. Abeo excitedly surveyed the surroundings, like a country bumpkin amazed by the world, constantly feeling the texture of the sand with its feet. The parrot rabbit, on the other hand, dashed off to a blue bikini-clad woman sunbathing nearby. "Hello, miss, do you need any help?" The parrot rabbit dropped its usual mischievous act and put on an innocent, cute bunny face. The woman turned to look, surprised to find it was a talking rabbit. The little rabbit suddenly started talking, and the woman's face was instantly filled with shock. The mimicking rabbit, seeing her reaction, continued in its soft voice. "Miss, can I apply sunscreen for you?" "Sure, sure," the woman replied, nodding in surprise. Hearing this, the mimicking rabbit sprang into action. It deftly picked up the sunscreen nearby, squeezed some onto its furry little paws, and rubbed its hands together to spread the lotion evenly. Then, it gently placed its paws on the woman's smooth skin and began to apply the sunscreen carefully. I must say, the little creature's service was quite impressive. The touch of its soft, furry paws on the skin provided an unexpectedly pleasant sensation, causing the woman to display a look of enjoyment. Standing nearby, Wen Xuan watched the mimicking rabbit skillfully apply sunscreen to the woman, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, where on earth did this little guy learn these tricks? At that moment, Abeo came over and started gesturing to Wen Xuan. Soon, Wen Xuan deciphered from Abeo's gestures who the mimicking rabbit's mentor was. "Are you saying it was Wang Bin?" Wen Xuan asked. Abeo nodded vigorously, as if confirming Wen Xuan's guess. Frowning, Wen Xuan continued to inquire. "You mean, that guy Wang Bin secretly gave lessons to the mimicking rabbit while I was away, teaching it all sorts of nonsense? Like romantic action films?" Abeo nodded again, a sly gleam in his eyes. At this moment, Abeo felt a wave of glee, thinking, serves them right for not letting me watch with them back then. Now I've learned to tattle. It turned out that Abeo once caught the mimicking rabbit and Wang Bin secretly watching some unspeakable videos in the dormitory. At the time, Abeo was also very curious and wanted to join, but the two dismissed him with the excuse of being underage. Back then, Abeo was fuming and intended to report them to Wen Xuan, but every time he was about to speak, Mao Mao would conveniently appear and take Abeo to the school cafeteria for some delicious bamboo shoots. The food was so good that Abeo would forget all about tattling. "Wang Bin, oh Wang Bin, what kind of nonsense have you been teaching my mimicking rabbit?" Wen Xuan felt a tinge of regret, thinking that he should have taken both of his mystical beasts with him when he went to cultivate. He was about to call the mimicking rabbit back, but stopped midway. The little rabbit seemed so happy, with a blissful smile on its face, clearly enjoying itself. Wen Xuan sighed, thinking, oh well, let's just consider it a little holiday for him. So, Wen Xuan turned and left with Abeo. They first went to a seaside inn and booked a room, then headed to a nearby clothing store to do some shopping. Tank tops, beach shorts, flip-flops, and 2 pairs of sunglasses, one for Wen Xuan himself, and the other specially prepared for Abeo. Before long, the man and his mystical beast reappeared on the beach. Wen Xuan led Abeo towards the sea, intending to have a good swim. Just then, a clear female voice called out, "Hey, handsome, hey." Wen Xuan turned towards the sound and saw a group of young girls playing beach volleyball not far away. One of them shouted, "Could you throw the ball back to us?" Only then did Wen Xuan notice a volleyball by his feet. As he bent down to pick it up, another girl called out, "Oh, don't just pick it up. Handsome, why don't you join us instead? We're short of a player, and there's another girl here who wants to join too." "Sure," Wen Xuan agreed readily. And so, Wen Xuan joined the group of girls for a beach volleyball game. The ball bounced in the air, accompanied by the girls' graceful movements, making for a delightful sight. However, Wen Xuan was constantly worried about one thing. He feared the girls might accidentally bump into each other with the ball. After all, in volleyball rules, that's a foul. After playing beach volleyball on the sand for a while, everyone decided to take a break. "Wow, you're amazing," a breathless woman exclaimed, sweat trickling down her cheek. Wen Xuan's incredible skills on the beach volleyball court had left everyone in awe. "Hey girls, let's go for a swim in the ocean. It'll wash off the sand and sweat," another woman suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Great idea, Wen Xuan. Care to join us?" They all invited him in unison. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement and followed the women into the refreshing sea. The waves gently lapped against their bodies, washing away the heat and fatigue. After swimming for a while, one of the women had an idea. "How about a race? Let's see who can reach that buoy first." Everyone agreed enthusiastically, and a fierce competition ensued. The women swam gracefully like mermaids, but Wen Xuan's speed was unmatched. He moved through the water like a fish, his fair skin glistening in the sunlight, and effortlessly secured first place. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Xiao Xian Xian." Wen Xuan looked around curiously and spotted the mimic rabbit lounging on a pink float, wearing sunglasses and sipping orange juice, looking very much at ease. Suddenly, a sultry voice called out, "Honey." Wen Xuan turned towards the sound and was taken aback. A stunning woman with a voluptuous figure was swimming towards the mimic rabbit, her impressive physique reminiscent of 2 large watermelons. "What's up, babe?" the mimic rabbit asked, mimicking human speech. "I'm tired," the woman replied coyly. "All right, Let's head back, the mimic rabbit said, and started swimming towards the shore with the woman, leaving Wen Xuan gritting his teeth in frustration. The other women swam over to Wen Xuan, showering him with praise. You're such a fast swimmer. However, to Wen Xuan, their compliments felt like a subtle insult. Suddenly, a scream pierced the tranquility of the sea. One of the women had gone under, clearly suffering from a cramp. Without hesitation, Wen Xuan dove into the deep water, swiftly swimming towards her. He grabbed her and struggled to bring her back to the surface. But the danger wasn't over yet. A massive creature was swimming towards them. Shark, Wen Xuan shouted, stunned that such a dangerous predator had appeared in these waters. He quickly surfaced and called out to the mimic rabbit. You lazy rabbit, get over here and help, or you'll be the one on the menu. Despite its playful nature, the mimic rabbit knew when to be serious. It immediately changed its demeanor, leaping into the water and swimming rapidly towards Wen Xuan. At that critical moment, a gigantic saber-toothed shark emerged from the sea, its massive dorsal fin cutting through the water like the banner of death. On shore, people witnessed the terrifying scene and were filled with fear, unable to stop themselves from screaming. Shark! There's a shark! The word shark was like a death knell, instantly sparking panic on the beach. People turned pale at the sound and scrambled towards the shore, leaving a chaotic trail of footprints. Amidst the chaos, a massive sawtooth shark locked its gaze on Wen Xuan. It launched itself like a torpedo, breaking the surface and charging straight at him. The shark opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow Wen Xuan whole. At the critical moment, a green blur zipped by. It was Xuesha Rabbit. Skillfully manipulating vines, it wrapped them tightly around the shark's mouth. Gan Linyang. Xuesha Rabbit shouted in its unique voice. Wanna eat my master? Not without asking the little white rabbit from Langlang Mountain first. The sawtooth shark, enraged by this unexpected obstacle, thrashed violently, trying to free itself from the vines. However, Xuesha Rabbit's vine whip was incredibly tough, and no amount of force from the shark could break it. Realizing it couldn't break free, the cunning shark changed tactics. It dove deep, attempting to drag Xuesha Rabbit into the depths. Caught off guard, Xuesha Rabbit was on the brink of being pulled underwater. In a critical moment, Wen Xuan shouted, Rabbit, cut the vine. Xuesha Rabbit quickly responded, pulling out the dagger Wen Xuan had given it, and slicing through the vine. It breathed a sigh of relief, but the danger was far from over. Once free, the sawtooth shark saw that Wen Xuan and the beauty were nearly at the shore, so it turned its attention to Xuesha Rabbit. With a flick of its tail, it torpedoed towards the rabbit again. Oh, master, help! Xuesha Rabbit screamed in terror, frantically swimming towards Wen Xuan. As the shark closed in, Wen Xuan shouted, Rabbit, use the vine whip. Xuesha Rabbit understood immediately, extending the vine whip to wrap around Wen Xuan's outstretched hand. Wen Xuan grabbed it, and, with all his strength, pulled towards the shore. With Wen Xuan's powerful assistance, he successfully hauled Xuesha Rabbit to safety on land. Once safely ashore, Xuesha Rabbit shouted excitedly, You! That was fun, really fun. It cheekily waggled its plump backside at the shark in the water, taunting in shark language. Come on, you stinky shark. This provocation infuriated the sawtooth shark. As the ruler of these waters, it couldn't tolerate such humiliation. It dove deep, then used its buoyancy to burst out of the sea with a bang, aiming for Xuesha Rabbit on the shore. Xuesha Rabbit was petrified by the sudden attack, realizing it was too late to escape. In despair, it cried, Goodbye, my master. It recalled the days spent with Wen Xuan, which had been the happiest times of its life. Wen Xuan treated it like a brother, never favoring one over the other. If a Bao had something, so did it. Although Wen Xuan could be strict at times, it was always for the best. Just as the saber-toothed shark was about to bite the mimic rabbit, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the nick of time. A Bao charged towards the shark like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a powerful blow with its bare paw that sent the shark flying. Witnessing this, the mimic rabbit's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude for its leader. However, before it could express its thanks, Wen Xuan's voice rang out again. You silly rabbit, fight back already. With determination in its eyes, the mimic rabbit gritted its teeth. It swiftly turned around, summoning a massive carrot bomb out of thin air with its right hand. The saber-toothed shark adjusted its course and lunged again. The mimic rabbit pushed off the ground with its feet, leaping into the air and cleverly stuffing the carrot bomb into the shark's gaping mouth before skillfully dodging away. Boom! With a loud explosion, it was unclear whether the noise came from the carrot bomb detonating or the shark crashing heavily onto the beach, or perhaps both. As the smoke cleared, the shark's mouth was left mangled and bloody, with black smoke billowing from it. Yet, the fierce sea beast remained standing. Seeing this, a Bao leaped into the air and came down hard. With a sharp crack, its bare paw precisely shattered the shark's skull, bringing the battle to a decisive end. The crowd on the shore erupted into applause and cheers. Onlookers praised Wen Xuan's heroic deeds, exclaiming, This young man is incredible. Is this what a Beastmaster is? So powerful. Why is he so outstanding at such a young age? At that moment, a beautiful woman in a green bra suddenly rushed toward Wen Xuan, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek before darting away like a startled rabbit. Wen Xuan shrugged helplessly as he watched her disappear into the distance, the girl he had saved earlier, though she left without giving her name. The mimic rabbit quickly got to work, using a dagger to extract the magical beast core from the shark's head. Master, this is a bronze 8th tier core. Selling it should fetch a good price. Wen Xuan took the core and pondered for a moment. The shark had no special skills, and keeping the core was of no use. It couldn't be fully absorbed by the mimic rabbit or a bao, so it might be better to sell it or exchange it for an attribute core they needed. After putting the core away, Wen Xuan, feeling exhausted, decided to head back to the inn to rest. On the way, he noticed the mimic rabbit had disappeared again. Turning around, he saw it had gone off to flirt again. Wen Xuan shook his head, too tired to intervene, and let it have its fun. Late that night, a knock on the door woke Wen Xuan. He opened it to find the mimic rabbit standing there, looking weary. "Oh, I'm exhausted," it said. Wen Xuan's brow gradually furrowed as he noticed a strong scent of perfume emanating from the parrot rabbit. "What have you been up to?" Wen Xuan questioned, his eyes filled with confusion. The parrot rabbit shrugged, looking helpless as it replied. "What else could I be doing? I was being a rabbit, of course. Those guys went too far. It's one thing to make me a rabbit, but they wanted me to be a bunny too. I barely escaped with my dignity intact. Luckily, I was clever enough to get away in time." Wen Xuan scrutinized the parrot rabbit closely and suddenly noticed its paws were adorned with rings. "Where did you steal these rings from?" he asked sternly. "Steal? I'm not that kind of rabbit," the parrot rabbit retorted righteously. "I took them, yes, but I took them while those guys were asleep." Wen Xuan was at a loss for words and could only sigh. He decided not to pursue the origin of the rings any further and instead chose to remind the parrot rabbit of something. "You can't keep wearing those jeweled rings," he said seriously. "As for returning them, since you've already taken them, returning them would only confirm the theft." Surprisingly, the parrot rabbit didn't hesitate to remove all the rings and place them in Wen Xuan's hand. "Here, you can have them," it said generously. As Wen Xuan was contemplating what to do with the rings, he suddenly froze. He stared at one particular ring in disbelief and asked, "Is this a space ring?" "Oh, you mean this one?" the parrot rabbit replied nonchalantly. "That was given to me by Shiguo Mei. It's a family heirloom, but she thinks it's useless. To her, it's just an old ring without even a gemstone." Wen Xuan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Shiguo Mei was unaware of the ring's true value. In this world, space rings that could store items were extremely rare, to the point where people had almost forgotten their existence. Wen Xuan carefully examined the space ring in his hand, recalling the records about such artifacts. He took a small knife from his pocket and, without hesitation, cut his hand, letting the blood drip onto the ring. "What the heck are you doing?" the parrot rabbit exclaimed. "Even if I'm a bit shady, you didn't have to go all self-destructive." Okay, I get it. I won't do it again." Wen Xuan ignored the parrot rabbit's chatter. As the space ring absorbed his blood, it suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Wen Xuan felt himself being transported to an unfamiliar place. "Is this the space inside the ring?" Wen Xuan murmured to himself. Using his divine sight, he saw the detailed information of the space ring. It turned out that the ring was ownerless and required a blood bond to recognize its master. After successfully bonding with the space ring, its color began to change. Wen Xuan gazed at this precious artifact in his hand, filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. The transformation of the spatial ring left Wen Xuan astonished. The once dark ring had turned into a translucent red, seemingly imbued with mysterious power. He carefully withdrew his thoughts from the ring, marveling at its extraordinary nature. The space inside was an impressive 120 square meters, seemingly without any height restrictions. Wen Xuan couldn't help but imagine a small 3-bedroom apartment inside it. He chuckled to himself. The ring was practically a portable mansion. Suddenly, Wen Xuan noticed the change in the ring's color and felt a surge of happiness. "Perfect, it looks different now. I can wear it without anyone suspecting a thing," he thought with relief. To test the ring's storage function, Wen Xuan waved his hand lightly, and the gemstone rings on the table vanished, absorbed into the spatial ring. He was delighted to find that the rings indeed appeared inside the ring's space. With a thought, an emerald ring appeared in his hand. "What a treasure!" Wen Xuan's face lit up with a joyful smile. He turned to thank the mimic rabbit, but found the little creature already asleep. The mimic rabbit was curled up in its bed, mumbling, "Master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I won't take things that aren't mine. Please don't make me leave." A warmth filled Wen Xuan's heart as he watched the sleeping rabbit. He gently approached and patted its head, whispering, "Thank you, rabbit. You did well this time." Wen Xuan wasn't a rigid person. He thought to himself, if you don't look out for yourself, no one else will. Not taking advantage of a good deal would be foolish. Since the items were now in his possession, they belonged to him. Besides, The mimic rabbit had taken them, so it wasn't really his concern. It was like Lu Sun criticizing people in his writings. What did it have to do with Zhou Shuren? With this reasoning, Wen Xian contentedly stowed the treasures away. The next morning, Wen Xian was awakened by a weight pressing on him. To his surprise, it was the mimic rabbit lying on top of him. Annoyed, he pushed the rabbit aside. "What are you doing?" the mimic rabbit asked groggily, waking up. "What do you think you're doing?" Wen Xian retorted irritably. It was the first time he'd been pinned down by a rabbit, and a male rabbit at that. He wasn't Tang Sung and had no interest in any inappropriate relations with a rabbit. Climbing out of bed, Wen Xian told the mimic rabbit, "Hurry up and freshen up, then let's have breakfast. We need to get going and take care of business." "Okay," the mimic rabbit replied, dashing into the bathroom and locking the door behind it. This rabbit, Wen Xian gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking it was quite a cheeky rabbit. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a breakfast shop. The mimic rabbit gobbled down its food, while Wen Xian and Abeo ate more leisurely. During the meal, Wen Xian listened to the conversations around him, expecting a commotion about the rabbit taking things, but there was none. Could it be that, as the rabbit claimed, those things were willingly given to it? Wen Xian wondered. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing he couldn't comprehend the whims of the wealthy. Just like those rich folks who were so bored they fried people's waste and called it a golden grain meal. Such things were beyond Wen Xian's understanding. After finishing breakfast, Wen Xuan and his group left the cafe and embarked on their quest to find the magic waterman. Information from the cafe pointed them to a small cabin on the western shore, home to an old sailor with a notorious love for liquor. Wen Xuan figured that 2 bottles of ale would be enough to loosen the old drunkard's tongue and extract all the information he needed. With the newly purchased beer in hand, Wen Xuan headed west along the coastline. Before long, a solitary wooden cabin came into view, clearly their destination. Upon reaching the door, Wen Xuan knocked. "Who is it?" came a gruff voice from inside, followed by the door being flung open. A nauseating stench hit Wen Xuan like a punch to the nose, an overwhelming mix of alcohol, sweat, and foot odor, forcing him to step back. "Is this old sailor brewing biochemical weapons?" Wen Xuan muttered to himself, suppressing his discomfort as he spoke. "I'm here to deliver some beer." "Beer?" The old sailor's eyes lit up, fixating on the bottles in Wen Xuan's hand. Wen Xuan, however, didn't hand them over immediately. Instead, he set a condition. "You can have the beer, but you must answer my questions first." Sure, ask away," the old sailor eagerly replied, licking his lips. "Do you know about the magic waterman?" At the mention, the sailor's face turned pale, as if recalling a terrifying memory. With a trembling voice, he said, "Young man, heed my advice. Don't go to that place. It's too dangerous, full of hidden reefs and man-eating fish beneath the waters. If you go, there's little chance you'll return." Wen Xuan furrowed his brow, but was resolute internally. As a beast master, he knew that fear of hardship would only hold him back. Rather than being cautious, he decided to confront the challenges he'd. "Just tell me where it is. Leave the rest to me," Wen Xuan said firmly. A little over 10 minutes later, Wen Xuan emerged from the sailor's cabin with 2 new items, a boat key and a map. On the table inside, along with the 2 bottles of ale, lay a stack of cash. Wen Xuan's payment for purchasing the sailor's boat. Following the map's directions, Wen Xuan steered his newly acquired boat toward the area described by the old sailor. Soon, an isolated island came into view. Wen Xuan did not rush to approach, but instead quietly observed the surrounding waters. Using his God's Eye ability, he quickly identified the numerous hidden reefs below the surface. A single misstep could puncture the boat's hull. Fortunately, Wen Xuan's God's Eye allowed him to see all the reefs clearly and chart a safe course to the island. Taking a deep breath, Wen Xuan gripped the helm tightly, ready to steer toward the mysterious island and begin his adventure in search of the magic waterman. Wen Xian carefully navigated his boat through a maze of hidden reefs. He skillfully maneuvered, sometimes moving forward, sometimes turning left or right, like an experienced sailor. After more than 20 minutes of cautious sailing, he finally managed to cross the treacherous area and reach the island he was aiming for. He quickly secured the boat's rope to a large rock on the shore, ensuring it wouldn't drift away with the tide. Then, accompanied by his 2 beast companions, Wen Xian set off on an exploration, heading towards the island's interior. As they walked along the beach, the parrot rabbit suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Wen Xian, look! There's a cute little crab." Its voice was filled with curiosity and joy. However, just as Wen Xian turned to look, there was a crisp snap sound, and the little crab had already been flattened under the parrot rabbit's foot. "It doesn't seem very tough at all. Just one step and it's flattened," the parrot rabbit commented innocently, seemingly without any remorse for its actions. Wen Xian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, this seemingly adorable parrot rabbit had a surprisingly ruthless side. That little crab could have been a delicious barbecue, but now it was wasted. Continuing deeper into the island, it wasn't long before Wen Xian discovered a crab nest. A giant crab was sleeping inside the cave. The parrot rabbit, drooling with excitement, shouted, "Wow, what a plump crab." Wen Xuan couldn't resist teasing. "Aren't you supposed to eat only carrots, rabbit?" The parrot rabbit wiped the drool from its mouth and proudly replied, "Who says that? That's ordinary rabbits, but I'm the legendary omnivorous rabbit." Wen Xuan was momentarily speechless as he noticed his other beast, a bao, was also eyeing the crab hungrily. He suddenly realized that not only was the parrot rabbit omnivorous, but even his panda bao wasn't an exception. This creature, which seemed to eat only bamboo, also had a taste for meat. "Then let's make that guy our dinner," Wen Xuan said. And no sooner had he spoken than a bao and the parrot rabbit eagerly charged at the crab. The unfortunate crab, still asleep beneath a rock, didn't have a chance to react before it was under attack. The parrot rabbit skillfully used a vine whip to drag the crab out, while a bao delivered a powerful paw strike, killing the crab instantly. Minutes later, the sound of joyful feasting filled the air by the campfire. The parrot rabbit and a bao each held a massive crab claw, savoring their meal. Wen Xuan elegantly tasted the succulent crab meat, contentedly remarking, delicious, this guy is full of crab roe." Looking at the crab bodies, each the size of a watermelon, Wen Xuan couldn't help but recall his past life experiences of eating hairy crabs. Although hairy crabs were highly regarded, Wen Xuan thought the wild giant crab before him had even more delectable and flavorful meat. After a satisfying meal, they rested briefly before continuing their journey into the island's heart. However, as time passed, a sense of unease began to grow within Wen Xuan. What's going on? Could it be that there really aren't any magic waterfolk here? He murmured to himself. Magic waterfolk, in this world of beast companions, had become an endangered species. They were highly sought after for their rare, magic fountain skill. Once mastered, this skill allowed a beast to continuously replenish its magic during battles. Because of this, people relentlessly hunted magic waterfolk, leading to their near extinction. The high demand combined with the uncertainty of acquiring the skill had almost wiped out the magic waterfolk. When Xian walked around the island, his hope gradually turning into disappointment. "No way, not even one," he said with frustration in his voice, yet still determined not to give up on his search. Wen Xuan stood on what was supposed to be the island of the water people, looking around with disappointment clearly written across his face. "There are no water people here at all. It shouldn't be called the island of the water people," he sighed, ready to leave this fruitless place. Just then, Mimic Rabbit suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Wen Xuan, look, there's a big turtle over there." It shouted as it dashed towards the distant turtle. Wen Xuan watched curiously as Mimic Rabbit approached the turtle, imitating its slow and clumsy movements. "What are you doing?" he couldn't help but ask. "It's a tortoise and hare race, can't you see?" Mimic Rabbit replied matter-of-factly. Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips at that. He was at a loss for words to describe his peculiar companion. "All right, stop playing around. We should head back," he called out, noticing that Mimic Rabbit was following the stone turtle farther and farther away. Hearing this, Mimic Rabbit suddenly switched to calling Wen Xuan Master, a tactic it used when it wanted something. "Master, can we take this turtle home?" "Why? Do you want to practice tortoise and hare races with it?" Wen Xuan asked half-jokingly. "No, no," Mimic Rabbit quickly explained. "Don't you think this turtle is adorable?" "Adorable? I don't think so." Wen Xuan shook his head. "Oh, Master, you just don't appreciate it." Mimic Rabbit began to lavish praise. "Look at this heavy shell, look at these strong limbs, and look at this beautiful sapphire." "Sapphire?" Wen Xuan's interest was piqued. "Where's the sapphire?" "Here." Mimic Rabbit jumped onto the stone turtle's back and pointed to the center of the shell. Wen Xuan leaned in for a closer look and was taken aback. "Is this the magical beast core of the water spirit?" he murmured in disbelief. With the help of the Eye of God, Wen Xuan could clearly see the details of the magical beast core. Water Spirit's Magical Beast Core Golden Tier 7. Abilities. 1. Wave Impact LV6. Summon a wave to crash against enemies. 2. Water Jet LV5. Shoot a water jet, causing water attribute damage. 3. Magic Source LV4. Passive skill, increases magic recovery speed by 40. 4. Water Bubble LV5. Summon bubbles to trap enemies. "This is amazing," Wen Xuan exclaimed excitedly. "Mimic Rabbit, quickly dig it out." Mimic Rabbit immediately took out a dagger and carefully extracted the core from the stone turtle's back with nimble movements, causing minimal harm to the turtle. It handed the core to Wen Xuan, who accepted the gem-like core with a satisfied smile. Wen Xuan was secretly thrilled, feeling that the effort had finally paid off. He was particularly interested in the magic source skill, thinking, at level 1, it restores 10 of magic, at level 2, 20. If it reaches the max level of 9, that's 90. A bit more, and it could reach 100, which is simply unimaginable. He continued to ponder the potential of this skill. Once Mimic Rabbit's strength increases, its magic recovery rate will significantly accelerate. Perhaps by then, it might restore more magic than it consumes, like having infinite firepower in another world. Wen Xuan clutched the core tightly, overjoyed by this unexpected find. Although they hadn't discovered the water people, stumbling upon such a valuable treasure made him look forward to future adventures with great anticipation. Parrot Rabbit, come on, eat this. When Xian handed over the magical beast's core, his tone filled with anticipation. The parrot rabbit tilted its head, took a look, and without hesitation, accepted it. Having tasted the magical beast cores before, it showed no resistance. It opened its small mouth, and with a few crunches, swallowed the core of the magic water beast. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy flowed through the parrot rabbit's entire body. It trembled slightly, then sat cross-legged, closing its eyes to meditate. Time ticked by, and after about half an hour, it slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Its aura was noticeably different now. When Xian observed closely and discovered that the parrot rabbit's attributes remained plant and rock, its gender male, but its level had risen to bronze rank 7. Its SSS-tier aptitude, after absorbing the core's energy, had reached the peak of extraordinary might. The evolution path was still the rogue rabbit, but its learned skills had significantly improved. Quick Legs LV7, Mimicry LV9, Burrow LV6, Pyrotechnics LV6, Vine Whip LV7, and it had even gained a new skill magic source LV1. When Xian compared silently, realizing that the number of magical beast cores the parrot rabbit consumed surpassed that of a Bayo, allowing it to finally match a Bayo's level. Surprisingly, this seemingly carefree creature had not fallen behind in strength at all. Each skill had advanced significantly, especially the newly acquired Pyrotechnics and Vine Whip. I must admit, having high aptitude has its perks, when Xian mused. This guy is like a genius student who sleeps in class, chats during breaks, plays games at home, doesn't do homework, yet always tops the exams. Though such people can be infuriating, you have to acknowledge their prowess. They learn effortlessly, outperforming others who study diligently. Plus, they often look handsome, excel in sports, and are the quintessential model child. As dusk approached, when Xian didn't want to spend the night there, so he called out, "Let's go, we're heading back." However, he noticed the parrot rabbit looking around as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" When Xian asked. "My turtle. Where's my turtle?" The parrot rabbit replied anxiously. When Xian said helplessly, "It probably ran off long ago. Let it go. It gave you a magical beast core, so spare it." The parrot rabbit looked slightly disappointed but quickly perked up. "All right, I'll let it go this time. I was thinking of bringing it back to make a turtle soup. I bet that would taste amazing." When Xian and the others had already walked far ahead, unwilling to entertain the parrot rabbit's musings. Realizing it was left behind, the parrot rabbit hurriedly called out, "Hey, hey, wait for me." They reached the coast and sailed back along the same route. The journey was smooth, and they returned to the shore before dark. When Xian returned the boat to the old sailor and left after a brief farewell, the old sailor eyed the intact boat with a gleam, then fell into deep thought. After a while, he snapped out of his reverie, took a swig of alcohol, and patted the boat. "Old buddy," he murmured, "I thought you'd never come back. I can't believe you returned safely." When the old captain lent the boat to Wen Xuan, he had prepared for a final farewell. The place was perilous, where a single misstep could lead to shipwreck. A shipwreck there meant certain, slow death, as rescue was impossible. Could it be that guy didn't go to that place? The old sailor pondered with a frown. That's unlikely. Wen Xuan sat in the car, watching the familiar outline of the campus gradually becoming clearer, but he felt a growing hunger in his stomach. He remembered a nearby snack street and asked the driver to pull over. The narrow, crowded street obstructed the car's passage, so Wen Xuan had to get out and walk. As soon as he stepped onto the sidewalk, the strong smell of stinky tofu hit him, causing him to frown. Wen Xuan could never get used to this unique delicacy. He quickly walked past, intending to find a savory pancake or a Chinese crepe to satisfy his hunger. Just as he was crossing a small bridge, a piercing cry for help cut through the bustling street atmosphere. "Help!" Wen Xuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in a pink uniform being dragged under the bridge into a sewer. Before he could react, Shueisha Rabbit had already leaped down. "Shueisha Rabbit, what are you doing?" Wen Xuan exclaimed. "I'm going to check it out," the rabbit replied without looking back, disappearing into the dark sewer. Wen Xuan had no choice but to follow with a bayo. He retrieved a flashlight he had prepared from his spatial ring to illuminate the damp, dark passage. As he advanced, he muttered under his breath, "This troublesome rabbit, always getting me into things." However, as Wen Xuan ventured deeper, he found the sewer surprisingly clean and tidy, free from the filth he had imagined. He felt a silent relief. Otherwise, he might have reconsidered proceeding. The further he went, the more complex the sewer's structure became, branching out like a maze. Wen Xuan hesitated about which direction to take, but soon relied on his contract sense with Shueisha Rabbit to find the right path. Following the left pipe, Wen Xuan saw Shueisha Rabbit leaning against the wall, staring intently ahead. "Rabbit, what are you looking at?" Wen Xuan asked in a low voice. "I'm watching a good show," the rabbit replied nonchalantly. I've seen this scene in a movie Wang Bin gave me. Wen Xuan followed the rabbit's gaze, and his flashlight beam revealed the scene ahead. A green-skinned, point-eared creature was tearing at the woman's clothes, clearly with ill intent. It's a goblin, Wen Xuan whispered in surprise. How did this guy end up in the city? He recalled the city guards whose job was to prevent wild monsters from entering the city. More perplexing was that goblins were typically male and needed to capture females of other species to reproduce. Regardless of which creature they mated with, the offspring were always goblins, a genetic peculiarity that reminded Wen Xuan of a certain species known for always producing soy sauce-colored offspring. Rabbit, aren't you going to do something? Wen Xuan asked, hoping it would play the hero. Do something? Why should I? The rabbit replied indifferently. Don't you find it entertaining? Besides, she's not pretty, so I definitely won't help. Wen Xuan looked speechlessly at the appearance-obsessed rabbit, and what he had anticipated as a heroic rescue turned into an absurd spectacle. He couldn't help but ponder how to handle this unexpected crisis. Wen Xuan stood at the cave entrance, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, and he immediately realized someone was in danger. Though he wasn't keen on meddling in others' affairs, since he was there, he decided to lend a hand. Abeo, take care of that trouble, Wen Xuan ordered quietly. His beast companion, Abeo, understood and swiftly charged at the goblin. With a strike as quick as lightning, the goblin, lost in its cruel delight, didn't have time to react before Abeo's thunderous blow ended its life on the spot. Wen Xuan approached to check and discovered a woman who had fainted. He sighed, turning to his mimic rabbit, and said, "Pick her up and follow me." The mimic rabbit looked bewildered. It had come just to watch the excitement, not expecting to be put to work. It grumbled inwardly but complied nonetheless. The three of them, along with the beast, cautiously moved toward the cave entrance. Wen Xuan warned them, "Be careful, we're near that creature's lair." Just as he spoke, three figures entered from outside, each accompanied by a beast. Wen Xuan quickly assessed them with his seasoned experience and immediately gauged their strength. The black-haired woman leading them was at the gold level, while the other two were silver. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be members of the city guard. The two groups locked eyes, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "Are you the notorious flower thief everyone's talking about?" The black-haired woman asked coldly. Wen Xuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Would you believe me if I said I wasn't?" "You tell me if I believe you," interjected a man beside her, his tone full of provocation. Clearly eager to impress his female colleagues, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "Kid, just surrender peacefully." The lycanthrope beside the man was ready to attack at any moment. Wen Xuan shifted his gaze to the leading black-haired woman, who seemed more rational. "Do you also think I did this?" She replied impassively, "Whether you did or not isn't for me to say. Since it's come to this, you'll have to come with me. Don't worry, I won't wrong the innocent, nor will I let the guilty go." Wen Xuan weighed the situation, realizing he couldn't match the opponents, especially the gold-level woman. Even though he was skilled, surpassing their level was impossible. So he nodded and said, "All right, I trust you. I'll go with you." The group arrived at the city guard's camp. As they entered, a man with a cigar and a flippant demeanor said, "Oh, dang Jia, did you catch that flower thief?" The man from the trio interjected, "Yes, we caught the flower thief." Dang Jia's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. "Gao Tianxi, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we catch the flower thief?" Gao Tianxi eyed Wen Xuan up and down, jealousy flickering in his gaze. "Isn't he? Look at him, soft skin and delicate features. Definitely fits the profile of that flower thief." Ignoring Gao Tianxi's nonsense, Dang Jia led Wen Xuan into an office. She poured him a glass of water and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to wait here for a bit. Once that woman wakes up, we'll clarify the situation and decide whether to let you go." Wen Xuan sat calmly in the office, waiting patiently. It wasn't long before Gao Tianxi burst in, an unpleasant grin on his face. "Kid, you're done for this time," Gao Tianxi said smugly. "Daring to do something like that, get ready for prison." Wen Xuan looked at him coldly, choosing to remain silent. He knew all too well that engaging with someone like Gao Tianxi would only encourage him. Seeing Wen Xuan unmoved, Gao Tianxi became furious. "Stop pretending," he shouted, suddenly hurling a cup of water at Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan reacted swiftly, raising his hand to deflect the cup, which flew out of the way. However, the hot water splashed onto Gao Tianxi, causing him to jump back in pain, yelping loudly. Although every beast master had a magic shield, activating it required energy. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use it lightly. This left Gao Tianxi soaked and in a sorry state. "Kid, you're dead," Gao Tianxi snarled through gritted teeth. "If I don't beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. I'll take your last name." With that, he summoned his rake Bao, ready to attack Wen Xuan. At that critical moment, Gao Tianxi felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively turned towards the door, noticing a figure leaning casually against the door frame. "Go ahead, keep fighting, don't mind me," the person said lazily. Following Gao Tianxi's gaze, Wen Xuan was surprised to see it was an old acquaintance, Feng Xiang. Despite his words, Feng Xiang was already poised for action. Behind him, his wild ape was ready to spring into action, seemingly eager to give Gao Tianxi a thrashing. Seeing this, Gao Tianxi's face turned pale. "Captain Feng," he said with a sycophantic smile, "what brings you here?" Among the captains, Gao Tianxi feared Feng Xiang the most. The man was notorious for his unpredictable temper, and few could protect anyone from his wrath, not even the minister. Feng Xiang had been confined multiple times for this reason. Gao Tianxi thought Feng Xiang had been reassigned as a teacher, yet here he was. "Why can't I be here?" Feng Xiang asked coldly. No, that's not what I meant," Gao Tianxi quickly explained. "Oh, I just remembered there's something I need to do. Captain Feng, I'll let you get on with your business. I'll treat you to a drink later." With that, he tried to make his escape. "Stop," Feng Xiang commanded sharply. Gao Tianxi froze like a mouse before a cat. Remembering the last time Feng Xiang had beaten him so severely that he was bedridden for a month, his bones still ached at the memory. "Is there anything else?" he asked nervously. "Nothing much," Feng Xiang said casually. "Just that water on the floor, aren't you going to clean it up?" "Huh?" Gao Tianxi was momentarily confused. "What do you mean, huh? Are you going to clean it up or not?" I'll clean it, Gao Tianxi said reluctantly, preparing to fetch a mop. "Where are you going?" Feng Xiang asked. "To get a mop." No need. Gao Tianxi was bewildered. "I mean, no need for a mop. Use your clothes," Feng Xiang said icily. "What?" Gao Tianxi exclaimed in disbelief. "I don't repeat myself." Feng Xiang's tone left no room for argument. Gao Tianxi gritted his teeth. Facing someone as powerful as Feng Xiang, he had no choice but to comply. He obediently got down on the floor and began wiping up the water with his clothes. Just then, Deng Jia entered the office. She froze at the sight of Gao Tianxi on the floor, taken aback by the scene. When Gao Tianxi saw Deng Jia, it was as if he had seen a savior. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Deng Jia frowned as she looked at him, curiously asking, "Gao Tianxi, what are you doing?" Feng Xiang answered first, "He's mopping the floor." Deng Jia snorted and stopped paying attention to Gao Tianxi, turning to Wen Xuan instead. "That woman has woken up. We've questioned her, and it has nothing to do with you. You can leave now." "Leave?" Feng Xiang suddenly interrupted. "You can't leave just yet, kid." He gestured for Wen Xuan to come over. "What are you standing there for? Come here quickly." Feng Xiang led Wen Xuan to the office, speaking seriously. "Kid, you're in big trouble. Didn't you see Gao Tianxi's look? With his vengeful nature, he's sure to come after you. As for me, I'm stronger than him, so I have nothing to worry about." Wen Xuan secretly thought, "Brother, you were the one showing off just now and dragged me into this." Feng Xiang continued, "Gao Tianxi can't mess with me, so he'll take his anger out on you. For now, stick by my side, and I'll protect you. But it won't be free, 10,000 a month will do." "How much?" Wen Xuan exclaimed. 10,000? You might as well rob a bank." Feng Xiang was indifferent. "Fine, pay if you want. It's not my problem if you get unlucky. Besides, the 10,000 isn't just for protection. I'll give you special training." "Special training? What kind of special training?" Wen Xuan asked skeptically. "Simple training. After the training, you'll be able to beat Gao Tianxi easily," Feng Xiang said confidently. Wen Xuan was doubtful. "Is it really that good?" Feng Xiang laughed. "If you can't even beat Gao Tianxi after the training, it means you're useless. Not that I'm a bad teacher. Don't worry, that guy is just at the second level of silver rank. You'll be able to defeat him with a flick of your finger." Wen Xuan reluctantly agreed, curious about what kind of person could be friends with Du Gu Tong Tong. The next day, Feng Xiang took Wen Xuan away from the city guard. As they left, Wen Xuan felt a venomous gaze, knowing it was from Gao Tianxi. He thought to himself, "It seems we're now mortal enemies." Although they hadn't known each other long, Wen Xuan had already figured out Gao Tianxi's character, petty and vindictive, always seeking revenge when offended. Wen Xuan resolved, "It seems I have no choice but to work hard this time." The two arrived at a secret realm, paid the fee, and entered. While walking along the path, Feng Xiang suddenly asked, "Wen Xuan, why do you want to become a beast master?" "Me? I want the power to control my own fate," Wen Xuan replied. "What about you?" Feng Xiang suddenly became serious, his expression stern. "If the beasts attack, I will stand at the forefront of thousands, wield my blade against them, and dedicate myself to the nation." Wen Xuan thought, Feng Xiang's words sound noble, but why do they sound off coming from him? And what's with this sudden death flag? "All right, we're here." Feng Xiang brought Wen Xuan to the edge of a cliff. "Why did you bring me here?" Wen Xuan asked in confusion. Feng Xiang pointed to the cliff face. "Do you see the honey up there?" Wen Xuan followed his gaze and saw a large cluster of honeycombs on the cliff, so much honey that it dripped to the ground with a splattering sound. "I feel like having some honey," Feng Xiang said. "Get your beast to fetch it for me." "All right." Wen Xuan summoned his mimic rabbit and said, "Mimic rabbit, go get the honey." Feng Xiang suddenly stopped Wen Xuan, his expression serious. "Hold on a second." His voice carried an undeniable authority. Wen Xuan looked at Feng Xiang, puzzled. What's up? Feng Xiang frowned slightly and explained. It's fine to let your mimic rabbit collect honey, but I need to set a rule for it. A rule? Wen Xuan was even more confused. What kind of rule? It must not harm the bees here, Feng Xiang said firmly. Wen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. What? Feng Xiang impatiently interrupted him. Stop with the what already. Just tell me if you agree or not. If you don't, I'll make you collect the honey. Wen Xuan quickly surrendered, raising his hands. I agree, of course I agree. He thought to himself that it was better to agree quickly, following the principle of self-preservation. Then Wen Xuan turned to the mimic rabbit to confirm. Did you hear the request he just made? The mimic rabbit nodded. I heard it. All right, let's get going, Wen Xuan said eagerly. To avoid getting stung by bees, Feng Xiang pulled Wen Xuan aside, leaving the mimic rabbit to face the task alone. The mimic rabbit looked up at the beehive on the cliff, unconsciously licking its lips. Even from a distance, the sweet aroma of honey was intoxicating. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit shot out like an arrow. Using all 4 limbs, it climbed the cliff with incredible speed. In no time, it reached the hive. The dagger in its hand flashed like lightning, and a large chunk of honey fell. Once it had the honey, the mimic rabbit quickly descended the cliff and sprinted away. As it ran, it exaggeratedly shouted, Help, murder! No, wait, it's rabbit murder. Buzzing angrily, a swarm of bees was stirred up and chased after it like a dark cloud. The mimic rabbit, using its fleet-foot skills, ran quickly ahead. It considered throwing a carrot bomb to fend off the bees, but remembered Wen Xuan's instructions and refrained. The mimic rabbit led the bees in a large circle, finally shaking them off. Watching the bees leave in frustration, the mimic rabbit breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on the mimic rabbit's shoulder. Startled, it jumped back over 3 meters, warily eyeing the wild gorilla before it. Mimic rabbit, it's us, Wen Xuan's voice came. Recognizing the familiar voice, the mimic rabbit relaxed immediately. Oh, it's you guys. You scared me to death. All right, Wen Xuan said. Hurry up and give us the honey. Then you can go and get more. What? I have to go again. The mimic rabbit was somewhat reluctant. Yes, didn't I say this was special training for you? Wen Xuan explained. Okay. The mimic rabbit reluctantly handed the honey to Wen Xuan, then turned to continue its honey-gathering task. Due to the earlier commotion, the bees were now more vigilant. But the mimic rabbit was incredibly fast, always managing to grab some honey before the bees could react. In the following days, Feng Xiang gave the mimic rabbit a new task: no more honey collecting, but instead bee running. This led to a peculiar sight in the jungle, a large swarm of bees frantically chasing a rabbit. Huff, huff, huff. The mimic rabbit returned, breathless and complaining. Oh, I'm exhausted. I'm done. I quit. Really? Feng Xiang raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to drink carrot honey tea anymore? At the mention of carrot honey tea, the mimic rabbit's eyes lit up instantly. This was Feng Xiang's secret recipe, carefully blended from carrots, honey, and milk tea. Swaying gently, a simple yet alluring cup of carrot honey tea was born. Ever since Parrot Bunny first tasted this unique brew, it was utterly captivated by its flavor. So, are you still going to exercise? Feng Xiang asked, a sly glint in his eyes. Of course, I will, Parrot Bunny eagerly replied. As long as you make me tea. All right, Feng Xiang nodded in agreement. Just wait a moment, I'll prepare it for you. With that, Feng Xiang skillfully began working at the makeshift workbench, mixing the ingredients for the tea while softly humming. You love me. I love you, this is. Hearing the singing, Wen Xuan opened his eyes to glance at Feng Xiang, then closed them again to continue his meditation. A moment later, Parrot Bunny received the enticingly aromatic carrot honey tea from Feng Xiang. But just as it was about to enjoy the delicious drink, a troubling thought crossed its mind. Did you wash your hands after using the toilet this morning? Parrot Bunny asked cautiously. Nope. Feng Xiang shrugged. There's no water here. How could I? Ugh. Parrot Bunny was instantly filled with disgust, and the tea it had just sipped was promptly spat out. Seeing Parrot Bunny's embarrassed state, Feng Xiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, I was just kidding. Parrot Bunny, now both angry and embarrassed, threatened. You. Do you believe I'll go and kill all those bees? Over the past few days, it had noticed how much Feng Xiang cherished the bees here. Sure, Feng Xiang replied nonchalantly. Go ahead. But once you do, you'll never have carrot honey tea again. Why? Parrot Bunny asked, puzzled. Because the tea's ingredients include honey, Feng Xiang explained. Do you think it's just any honey? It's made by the legendary sweet bees, known for their miraculous health-boosting and beautifying properties. This stuff is incredibly precious, something money can't buy. Health-boosting? Beautifying? Parrot Bunny echoed, instinctively examining its own body and striking a few poses. No wonder I've noticed I'm getting stronger and my fur is shinier. It's the honey's effect. What else did you expect? Feng Xiang chuckled. By the way, I've been busy with the bees lately. Where's my boss? There, over there. Feng Xiang pointed into the distance. Following Feng Xiang's gesture, Parrot Bunny was surprised to see Abeo struggling to push a massive rock, inch by inch, up a hill. Each step seemed extraordinarily laborious, as if the rock could crush him at any moment. Finally, Abeo managed to push the rock onto the hilltop, then with a mighty effort, sent it rolling down the slope. After completing this daunting task, Abeo collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Seeing Abeo's exhaustion, Parrot Bunny couldn't help but turn to Feng Xiang, pleading, "Coach, can you make another cup of carrot honey tea?" "Why?" Feng Xiang asked, puzzled. "You already have a cup. Drink too much of it, and you'll wet the bed. Better drink less." "It's not for me," Parrot Bunny explained. "It's for my boss." "Your boss?" Feng Xiang repeated, instinctively looking towards the weary Abeo in the distance. "For him. I've already made his. It's different from yours, but also specially made." Saying this, Feng Xiang pulled out a cup of milk tea from his pocket. Seeing this, Parrot Bunny immediately took the milk tea and dashed towards Abeo, shouting, "Boss, take a break and have some milk tea to quench your thirst." Watching Parrot Bunny's retreating figure, Feng Xiang suddenly felt a pang in his nose, his eyes slightly reddening. This genuine care stirred a warm feeling within him. Wen Xuan finished his training and sat down at the table to enjoy a drink. Feng Xiang looked at him with envy in his eyes. "Kid, I'm really a bit jealous of you. Your two beasts, Abeo and the mimic rabbit, are so obedient. Whatever you ask them to do, they do it without any fuss, and they never slack off during training." Feng Xiang sighed and glanced over to the distance. There, under a large tree that would need 2 people to encircle it, a gorilla was sleeping soundly against the trunk, occasionally scratching its butt with its right hand. Meanwhile, an owl perched on a branch above dozed off. As for his other 2 dog-like beasts, they had wandered off to who knows where. Thinking about his own unruly beasts, Feng Xiang felt a headache coming on. Every special training session, he had to coax them gently, as if he was the one being tamed. He chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking he might have become a beast servant in this other world. At that moment, the mimic rabbit hopped over with a cup of milk tea to Abeo's side. "Boss, have some milk tea." "Thank you," Abeo replied in a gentle tone. "You're welcome, boss. It's my duty to serve you," the mimic rabbit said, settling down next to Abeo. The 2 little creatures sat side by side, leisurely sipping their milk tea. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit's eyes widened. "Boss, did you do all this?" It pointed to the scene before them in disbelief. Abeo nodded. "You're amazing," the mimic rabbit exclaimed. What was once a large pit overgrown with weeds was now filled with countless stones, as if a whole mountain's worth had been moved there. Feng Xiang and Wen Xuan walked over to the edge of the small hill, looking at the stone-filled pit. Feng Xiang patted Wen Xuan on the shoulder. "All right, kid, the special training is over." "Over?" Wen Xuan asked, a bit reluctant. "Of course it's over," Feng Xiang complained. "I've been stuck in this godforsaken place with you for over half a month. If I don't get out of here soon, I'll go crazy. Do you know how long it's been since I've seen a woman? I need to relax." Seeing Wen Xuan's speechless expression, Feng Xiang suddenly teased him. "Kid, don't tell me you're still a virgin?" Wen Xuan blushed instantly. "Haha, I guessed it." Feng Xiang grinned mischievously. "Want me to take you to experience something fun? I promise it'll be enjoyable. You go ahead, don't drag me into it." "I'm not interested." Wen Xuan shook his head, declining. "Not interested? That's because you don't know the fun of it yet." Feng Xiang laughed. "All right, I'm just teasing you. I'm off now. You should head back soon too." With that, Feng Xiang summoned a wolf dog, mounted it, and rode away. Wen Xuan watched Feng Xiang's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. That guy. Then, he turned his attention to Abeo and activated his divine eye to observe closely. Baby Panda A Bao and the Mimic Rabbit have both shown significant improvements in their abilities. Bao, a second-tier silver panda warrior, has reached the peak of SS level strength. Its skill levels have greatly increased, with Wild Bull Fist reaching LV7, Bear Paw Slam at an impressive LV9, and both Mount Tai Crush and Rending Claw at LV5. It has also mastered skills like Evil Roar LV4, Stealth LV4, Iron Skin LV8, Shadow Ball LV3, and Magic Devour LV2. Meanwhile, the Mimic Rabbit is not to be outdone. This first-tier silver rogue rabbit, with plant and rock attributes, has reached the pinnacle of SSS or level strength. Its skills are equally impressive, with both Quick Legs and Mimicry maxed out at LV9. Digging and Vine Whip skills have reached LV7. Gunpowder Technique is at LV6, and Mana Fountain has increased to LV4, enhancing its mana recovery rate by 40. Wen Xuan looked at these 2 pets with a mix of satisfaction and a hint of regret. The Mimic Rabbit's Gunpowder Technique had not improved due to a lack of practical use. He decided to take the Mimic Rabbit for some fun. "Mimic Rabbit, let's go." "Time for some fun," Wen Xuan said mysteriously. The Mimic Rabbit immediately showed a mischievous expression, already imagining various scenarios. However, when it followed Wen Xuan to their destination and saw the giant wasp nest in the treetop, its expression froze. "Wen Xuan, I'm a rabbit, not a pervert," the mimic rabbit said speechlessly, recalling a news story it had seen days earlier. Wen Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Who said anything about assaulting the wasp nest? I want you to take on the hornets inside. Haven't you been clamoring for a fight? The mimic rabbit studied the wasp nest carefully. It was astonishingly large, resembling a massive pile of dog poop hanging from the treetop. It marveled at the tree's resilience, able to support such a load without bending. When Xian had already moved to a safe distance, activating a protective shield and recalling a bow into the beast's space, he commanded, "Go, mimic rabbit." Without hesitation, the mimic rabbit produced 2 carrot bombs and hurled them at the giant wasp nest. With a loud explosion, the sky turned dark as a swarm of hornets poured out of the nest, furiously chasing after the mimic rabbit. Wen Xuan, help! The mimic rabbit screamed in terror, but it showed no mercy to the pursuing hornet swarm. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the jungle as carrot bombs unleashed their power all around. Each blast took the lives of several large wasps, whose bronze-level strength was no match for the silver-level mimic rabbit. After about 10 minutes, the explosions subsided, and the jungle returned to silence. Wen Xuan and Abeo stepped onto a path littered with wasp corpses, surveying the chaos around them. Some of the stronger wasps were still struggling on the ground, and Wen Xuan signaled Abeo to put them out of their misery. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, Wen Xuan began meticulously searching for magical beast cores. Thanks to the power of the divine eye, he could easily identify which bodies contained cores, significantly boosting his collection efficiency. While Wen Xuan was busy, the mimic rabbit approached, holding a pile of magical beast cores in its paws. This unexpected gesture warmed Wen Xuan's heart, as he felt the rabbit's thoughtfulness for the first time. After organizing his findings, Wen Xuan counted the spoils: 23 wasp magical beast cores, averaging bronze level 4, with a market value of about 90,000. Even though each core was worth over 4,000, Wen Xuan couldn't help but complain about the low yield, a comment that would surely astonish anyone overhearing. "Let's go sell these and get you some treats," Wen Xuan said as he set off with Abeo and the mimic rabbit towards Guangshi Square. They headed to a nationwide chain store called Affordable Magical Beast Core Shop, known for its fair and honest dealings, ensuring every transaction was conducted with integrity. The mysterious owner behind the shop was unknown, but their reputation for justice and strict standards was well established. Once, a chain store deceived customers, only to face severe consequences. The shop was destroyed, and the manager and their family vanished without a trace. Since then, employees at the Affordable Magical Beast Core Shop have operated with caution and integrity. "Welcome to the Affordable Magical Beast Core Shop," greeted a young woman in a black uniform at the entrance, her face adorned with a professional smile. "Sir, how may I assist you today? I'm here to sell some magical beast cores. Do you accept them?" Wen Xuan inquired. "Of course we do," she replied. "Please let me assess how much your magical beast cores are worth." Wen Xuan handed over a large bag of wasp magical beast cores. The staff member took the bag, maintaining her professional smile without a hint of surprise. This well-trained demeanor further enhanced Wen Xuan's impression of the shop. Wen Xuan stepped into the budget magic beast core shop, where the air was filled with a faint magical aura. A shop assistant approached him politely, asking about his needs. Wen Xuan took out a pile of magic beast cores and placed them on the counter. After carefully counting them, the assistant looked up and said, "Sir, the total value of these magic beast cores is 980,000. According to our policy, we need to charge a 10 fee, which is 98,000. Are you sure you want to sell them?" Wen Xuan thought for a moment and nodded. Sell them. He was already familiar with the market and knew that this shop offered the fairest prices. Although the fee seemed high, he understood that the shop bore significant risk due to the uncertain skills contained in the magic beast cores. They could only price them based on the type and power of the beast when it was alive, and some cores might be difficult to resell. However, the shop's policy of accepting all comers had led to its thriving business. With the transaction complete, Wen Xuan received 882,000. He then asked, "Could I see the magic beast cores you have in the store?" The assistant's eyes lit up, her smile growing even brighter. "Of course. Please follow me." She led Wen Xuan straight to the golden magic beast core section, clearly having assessed his purchasing capability accurately. Wen Xuan carefully browsed the gold, silver, and bronze level magic beast cores, but he still hadn't found anything he desired. He looked up and asked, "Could you show me the platinum level ones?" The assistant briefly introduced the price ranges for each level of magic beast core: bronze starting at 10,000, silver at 100,000, gold at 500,000, platinum at 1 million, and diamond at tens of millions. Beyond that, higher-level cores were almost exclusively traded through barter, and even when they had a price, they were extraordinarily hard to obtain. In the platinum section, Wen Xuan's attention was caught by a particular core. It was a magic beast core of an indomitable warrior, containing the heart of fearlessness skill. This passive skill allowed the user to be immune to fear and resist some negative effects, enabling them to face strong enemies without hesitation. Wen Xian's interest was piqued, thinking that although the skill seemed simple, it was indeed a divine skill. It ensured that the beast remained aggressive in battle, avoiding the fate of those timid creatures that curled up in fear, hoping to avoid attacks by showing weakness. Yet, in the harsh natural world, cowardice only led to death. Those little creatures haven't gone extinct, probably because they're so prolific. Wen Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his eyes still fixed on the magic beast core containing the heart of fearlessness. Wen Xian stood at the counter of the magical beast crystal core shop, his gaze fixed on a softly glowing crystal core. He turned to the sales assistant beside him and asked, "How much is this magical beast crystal core?" The sales assistant smiled and replied, "This one is priced at 1.2 million. Wen Xian frowned slightly, quickly calculating in his mind. He realized he was 200,000 short of the total amount he had saved. He thought to himself that he would need to find a way to gather more money. "Can I reserve this magical beast crystal core?" Wen Xian asked, a hint of hope in his eyes. The sales assistant nodded in agreement. "Of course, but we can only hold it for you for 3 days. If you don't purchase it within that time, the crystal core will be put back on sale." "Don't worry, I'll be back to buy it," Wen Xian said, taking out 100,000 as a deposit. After completing the transaction, he left the store, already planning his next steps. He decided to return to school to rest, and set out for the secret realm the next day. There, he might find a few magical beast crystal cores to sell, helping him gather enough money to purchase the Fearless Warrior crystal core. As Wen Xian exited the mall, a hidden gaze locked onto him. Someone was quietly following him. Wen Xian had already noticed and deliberately turned into a small alley. "It's you." Wen Xian suddenly turned around to face the stalker. Seeing no place to hide, the person removed his hat, revealing his face. "That's right, it's me," Gao Tianxi said with a cruel smile. "Kid, you're really unlucky. I didn't expect to run into you while shopping. Where have you been hiding these days? I've searched many places but found no trace of you." Wen Xian smiled slightly. "Where I go is none of your business." "You're right. Where you go is not my concern." Gao Tianxi's expression twisted. "But where you're going next, I know very well. Because I'm going to personally send you to hell." Gao Tianxi's twisted nature was on full display. While he was temporarily unable to confront Feng Xiang, dealing with Wen Xian was a different story. "Come out, Razor Fong Dog, Poison Toad." Gao Tianxi summoned 2 of his beasts. Although he was a silver-level beast master, he had not contracted a 3rd beast yet. In this world, beast masters typically wait until their existing beasts reach mid-tier strength before considering a new contract. Wen Xian's eyes fell on the Razor Fong Dog, quickly analyzing its attributes. Dark type, male, silver tier 2, clever aptitude, peak strength, with an evolution path to become a Darkhound King. Its skills included Bite LV4, Sharp Claws LV3, and Rush LV3. He then turned his attention to the Poison Toad, preparing to assess this beast's capabilities. Wen Xian was surprised to find that Gao Tianxi's venomous toad had advanced to the silver tier 3. This toad had toxic attributes, was female, and possessed silver tier 3 potential with peak clever strength. It followed the silver evolution path and had mastered 3 skills: Tongue Whip LV4, Venom Spray LV5, and Toxic Skin LV3. Gao Tianxi boastfully said, "Wow kid, not bad. You actually noticed my toad is silver tier 3. Wen Xian remained unfazed, thinking to himself, "If it were before, I would have turned and run. But now, I'm at silver tier 2 strength, so I'm not afraid of you." He decisively summoned Abeo and the Mimic Rabbit, quickly giving orders. "Abeo, take care of that black dog. Mimic Rabbit, you handle that toad." The Mimic Rabbit looked disgusted, shivering. "Huh? Why do I have to deal with that toad? It's so ugly with all those warts." "Yuck." Wen Xian quickly adjusted his strategy. "All right, then you handle the black dog." The Mimic Rabbit glanced at the sharp fangs and fierce expression of the Ripper dog and immediately changed its tune. Suddenly, the toad doesn't seem so bad. It already envisioned being chased around by the Ripper dog. Wen Xian nodded. "All right, the toad is yours. Be careful, it's poisonous." With that, he gave the Mimic Rabbit a nudge, sending it toward the battlefield. The Mimic Rabbit stumbled towards the venomous toad. The toad, entirely purple, had its white air sacs inflating with each breath, looking quite intimidating. The Mimic Rabbit tried to plead. "Brother, can't we talk this out?" The venomous toad clearly didn't understand, opening its mouth wide as a pink, slimy tongue shot out, trying to stick and swallow the Mimic Rabbit like an insect. The Mimic Rabbit exclaimed, "Wow, you're serious." It quickly bent down, narrowly dodging the tongue attack. Taking advantage of the toad retracting its tongue, the Mimic Rabbit cleverly attached a carrot bomb to each hand and stuck them onto the tongue. The toad panicked, but its retracting tongue was beyond control, pulling the bombs into its stomach. With a loud boom, the carrot bombs exploded inside the toad, spewing black smoke from its mouth. Seeing his venomous toad severely injured, Gao Tianxi was thrown into a panic. "Toad." He stared incredulously at Wen Xian, confused. "What's with this kid? How has he gotten so strong so quickly? However, what awaited Gao Tianxi was the mimic rabbit's fierce vine whip attack, and the battle continued. The mimic bunny skillfully manipulated the vine whip, deftly wrapping the tendril around the legs of the poisonous toad. With a sharp tug on the other end of the vine, it dashed towards the end of the alley. The poisonous toad was dragged along the ground, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. The mimic bunny swiftly reached the end of the alley, and the momentum carried the toad forward. With a loud crash, the toad slammed into the wall, dying on impact. The mimic bunny dusted off its hands and turned to face Abeo. Abeo's battle had also concluded. After a fierce struggle with the Fong dog, Abeo delivered a precise and powerful palm strike to the dog's waist. A sharp crack echoed as the Fong dog's spine snapped. Much like a wolf, the waist was its weak point, akin to a snake's vital spot, and a single hit was fatal. Gao Tianxi stood frozen, witnessing the fate of the two beasts. What he thought would be an easy kill turned disastrously against him. Snapping back to reality, he turned and fled out of the alley. Wen Xuan's eyes glinted coldly as he signaled to the mimic bunny. Having survived in the wild for a long time, the mimic bunny understood the law of the jungle and immediately caught on. It sprang into action, quickly catching up with Gao Tianxi, and drew out a sharp dagger. In a flash of cold steel, before Gao Tianxi could react, his throat was slit. He fell to the ground with a look of disbelief, blood gushing from his neck and quickly soaking the ground. Wen Xuan looked at Gao Tianxi's lifeless body with a troubled expression. It was his first time taking a life, and he felt a stir of emotions. But he knew well that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, it wouldn't be his last. Strength was the key to survival. Just then, a shadow leapt down from the rooftop of the alley. The newcomer, clad in a black jacket, cast a cold glance at Gao Tianxi's corpse before turning his gaze to Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan watched the mysterious figure warily, surprised to have been caught in the act of his first kill. As he tensed up, the figure slowly removed his mask. "Mr. Feng? Is it really you?" Wen Xuan exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer with delight. Not bad, kid. You took care of this guy all by yourself. Looks like you're ready." Feng Xiang chuckled. "Teacher, aren't you mad at me?" Wen Xuan asked, somewhat apprehensively. "Mad at you for what?" "With my skills, killing him would be like squashing an ant. I deliberately held back to let him be your whetstone," Feng Xiang replied, moving to Gao Tianxi's body and searching it with gloved hands. Soon, he pulled out a package resembling flour. "See this? It's enough to have him killed several times over. He might be forgiven for other things, but selling this stuff is unforgivable," Feng Xiang said sternly. "All right, you should head back. I'll handle things here." "Thank you, Mr. Feng." Wen Xuan expressed his gratitude and left the scene. Feng Xiang watched Wen Xuan's retreating figure, then glanced at Gao Tianxi's body on the ground, deep in thought. Feng Xiang watched Wen Xuan's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. This young man, so calm after his first kill, truly had hidden depths. Feng Xiang recalled his own first time, when he had vomited several times and was plagued by nightmares for days. During meals, just the sight of meat made him nauseous and he would throw up. It was only with time that these feelings began to fade. "This kid is stronger than I was. He'll definitely go further," Feng Xiang thought, feeling a surge of pride, as if he had already considered Wen Xuan his top disciple. As night fell, Wen Xuan returned to school. The dormitory lights were out, but a faint glow and a low voice could be heard. "The casino is online, with sexy dealers." Wen Xuan tried to open the dorm door, but found it locked. He knocked gently, and the sounds inside ceased instantly. "Who is it?" Wangbin called out warily. "It's me, Wen Xuan." Wangbin got up to open the door, looking relieved yet anxious. "Wen Xuan, why are you back so late? You scared me, thought it was a teacher." Wen Xuan looked at Wang Bin's expression and shook his head helplessly. "Staying up late. What are you up to?" "Wang Bin, let me tell you, there's no such thing as small bets being harmless and big bets being harmful. Gambling is gambling, and nothing good comes from it." Wang Bin quickly defended himself. "Wen Xuan, you know me. I'm a good person, and I swore from a young age to never touch gambling or drugs." "All right." Wen Xuan nodded, moving to his bed to gather his clothes, preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" Wang Bin asked curiously. "The practice room." "What?" Wang Bin exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you so diligent? You're making the rest of us look bad." Wen Xuan patted Wang Bin on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, work hard and avoid trouble. It can lead to serious consequences." With that, he left. "Consequences? What consequences?" Wang Bin muttered to himself in confusion. Wen Xuan had intended to spend the night in the dorm, but once inside, he regretted it. Zhu Ming's snoring was thunderous, Mao Mao ground his teeth loudly, and Wang Bin, the night owl, was still watching movies. The dorm was filled with the smell of stinky feet, sweat, and a faint fishy odor. He decided to spend the night in the practice room's lounge. There was a bed there, originally intended for Du Gutongtong's rest, but now occupied by Wen Xuan. All he needed was a blanket to make it through the night. Upon reaching the lounge, Wen Xuan took a shower and then lay down to sleep. The next day, he planned to take Shuetu and Abao to the secret realm to gather a few more magical beast crystals to make up the remaining money. However, as he stepped out of the lounge, he found Feng Xiang standing at the door. Hey, kid, I knew I'd find you here. Feng Xiang's voice suddenly echoed behind Wen Xuan, startling him. Feng Xiang explained, I just stopped by your dorm, didn't find you there, so I figured you'd be here. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction. Wen Xuan turned to face Mr. Feng, curiously asking, is there something you need from me? With a smile, Feng Xiang replied, well, I've taken care of yesterday's issue for you. I reported to the higher-ups about your defeat of Gao Tianxi and also informed them of his misdeeds. He paused. Not only did they not punish you, but they also awarded you a bonus. With that, Feng Xiang pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wen Xuan. Here, that's a 200,000 bonus. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. You can go to the bank and transfer it directly. Wen Xuan accepted the card gratefully, saying, thank you so much, Mr. Feng. I owe you one. Feng Xiang waved it off with a smile. Oh, don't mention it. You're my student. It's my duty to help you. After their brief exchange, Wen Xuan headed straight to the bank. He quickly completed the transfer and then hurried to the mall to purchase the magical beast core. In the mall, the sales assistant, Xiao Xia, watched Wen Xuan leave with a look of surprise and envy. Her colleague noticed her reaction and asked, Xiao Xia, what are you looking at? Xiao Xia snapped out of it and whispered, oh, nothing. She thought to herself, amazed at how Wen Xuan managed to gather 200,000 overnight. Is this the allure of a beast master? She felt a pang of regret, knowing she had no such talent. In this world, the government tests children's beast master potential at the age of 5. Those with talent are sent to specialized schools for training, while those like Xiao Xia, without the gift, attend regular schools. Wen Xuan spent 1.2 million on the Fearless Warrior's magical beast core. He was eager to find a safe spot to let Abao consume the core. After leaving the mall, he caught a cab back to school and headed straight to the training room. Once inside, Wen Xuan carefully locked the door, then summoned Abao. Here, Abao, eat this, he said, handing the core to Abao. Abao took the core and swallowed it in one gulp. It then sat cross-legged and began to refine the core. Wen Xuan watched the process anxiously, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. He knew this platinum-tier core held immense energy and could potentially unlock new skills. 2 hours later, Abao finished the refinement. Although the core's energy was partially lost due to its different attributes, Wen Xuan was still eagerly awaiting the outcome. After swallowing the magical beast crystal core, Abao's strength only increased by 2 minor levels. Although it seemed insignificant, Abao's body was on the verge of collapse. Its muscles swelled as if inflated, which was not a good sign. Wen Xuan was secretly alarmed, realizing he must be extremely cautious when using higher-level magical beast crystal cores for Abao in the future. This time had been too dangerous. Abao's body was almost overwhelmed by the energy. Fortunately, the platinum-level crystal core had lost a significant amount of energy after being extracted. Wen Xuan activated the Eye of God to carefully observe Abao's condition. The panda cub Abao, male, currently at silver level 4, possessed SS level potential. It was at its peak strength, progressing on the path to becoming a panda warrior. Abao had mastered several skills: Wild Ox Punch LV7, Panda Palm Strike LV9, Mount Tai Press LV5, Roar of Fury LV4, Rending Claw LV5, Stealth LV4, Iron Skin LV8, Shadow Ball LV3, Magic Devour LV2, and the most surprising divine skill Fearless Heart. Fearless Heart, a skill that renders the user immune to fear, allowing them to face any opponent courageously. Wen Xuan couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary luck, wondering if it was to make up for the misfortune of his previous life. Recalling the unlucky events of his past life, Wen Xuan let out a wry smile. Shaking off these thoughts, Wen Xuan refocused on Abao. At that moment, Abao was suffering from the excess energy within its body. Come back, Abao. Wen Xuan decisively summoned it back to the beast space, where it could undergo slow but steady healing. He knew that Abao wouldn't be able to fight for the next few days and would need to slowly refine the newly acquired energy in the beast space. As for Wen Xuan himself, he decided to stay in the training room to practice diligently. However, the mimic rabbit, unable to stay quiet, was released. The little creature had been making noise in the beast space, so Wen Xuan reluctantly let it out, strictly instructing it not to cause any trouble. After getting the mimic rabbit's assurance, he allowed it to leave. Once out of the training room, the mimic rabbit roamed around the campus. Suddenly, it was drawn by a tantalizing aroma. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Following the scent, the mimic rabbit arrived at the back hill of the school. The sight before it made its mouth water. A golden, crispy roasted chicken was being cooked over a campfire, emitting an irresistible aroma. Eagerly, the mimic rabbit rushed towards the roasted chicken. Just as it reached out to grab it, a chill ran down its spine, freezing it in place. Looking up, the mimic rabbit was Terrafita. A giant snake was staring intently at it. A snake. Such a big snake. The mimic rabbit screamed, trying to flee, only to find its path blocked. A majestic silver moon wolf stood in its way. With a plop, the mimic rabbit immediately surrendered, kneeling at the silver moon wolf's feet. Its little mind was filled with a single thought. This was a big problem. Spare me, sir. The parrot rabbit pleaded on its knees, its voice filled with fear and desperation. The old man observed the lively, mischievous rabbit with interest, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He slowly asked, "Whose rabbit are you?" The parrot rabbit quickly replied, "Huh? You mean me? My owner is Wen Xuan." Wen Xuan. The old man furrowed his brow as the name stirred a memory. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed through his mind. "Oh, it's him," he realized. "I didn't expect that kid to form a contract with something like you." The old man's gaze lingered on the parrot rabbit, pondering what made this creature special enough for Wen Xuan to choose it. Was it merely its cheeky antics? At that moment, the old man noticed the rabbit's eyes fixed on the roasted chicken over the campfire, its greedy expression unmistakable. "Do you want to eat?" the old man asked, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Yes," the parrot rabbit blurted out without hesitation, its honesty almost comical. A sly glint appeared in the old man's eyes as he said, "All right, if you want to eat, you must do something for me." "Do something?" the parrot rabbit asked cautiously. "What is it?" "Follow me, and you'll find out." The old man picked up the roasted chicken and turned to leave. The parrot rabbit hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed him. They arrived at a clearing halfway up the mountain, revealing a pavilion and a large basketball court. On the court, a short-haired woman was fiercely competing with a robust rooster. The rooster's movements were impressively smooth, dodging the woman's defense with a feint and scoring with a graceful layup. "Yang Bingyun," the old man called to the girl on the court. "Grandpa." Yang Bingyun turned, surprised to see the old man. "What brings you here?" "I came to see you and brought you a new basketball buddy," the old man said with a smile. "A basketball buddy?" Yang Bingyun looked quizzically behind the old man and spotted the parrot rabbit. "Grandpa, you must be joking. Is this rabbit supposed to be my basketball buddy?" "Why not?" The old man, named Yang Wei, turned to the parrot rabbit and said, "Go on, give it your best shot. If you beat it, the roasted chicken is yours." The parrot rabbit followed Yang Wei's gesture and was immediately terrified. The rooster was not only strong but also had a fierce look in its eyes. "No way, no way." The parrot rabbit shook its head vigorously. "I've worked hard to put on some weight over the years. What if I lose it all in a fight with that thing?" Saying this, the parrot rabbit turned to flee, but it quickly spun back around. Yang Wei had somehow summoned a silver moon wolf, which was now glaring at the rabbit with a scarred face and menacing eyes. The parrot rabbit instantly caved, plastering a fawning smile on its face. "Don't mind me, I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart." It seethed inwardly. "Kid, remember this. I'll get my revenge. 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west, just wait and see." Reluctantly, the parrot rabbit trudged towards the basketball court, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a knife, filled with dread and anxiety about the impending gruesome match. Yang Bingyun stood at the edge of the basketball court, her brow furrowed, face full of confusion. She turned to her grandfather, Yang Wei, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Grandpa, can it really do it?" Yang Wei smiled and patted his granddaughter's shoulder, his tone brimming with confidence. "Of course it can. If your strong rooster can play basketball, why not it? Don't worry, it'll be fine." Despite her grandfather's reassurance, Yang Bingyun's face was still filled with concern. She couldn't help but explain, "Grandpa, my strong rooster has been training with me for 30 months. This guy, it looks like it's never even touched a basketball before, right?" Yang Wei patiently explained to his granddaughter. "Every beast master has a different way of training their beasts. Some take them into battles, some climb mountains with them, and others read books with them." He pointed to the strong rooster on the court. "Your way of training it is through basketball. Over these 30 months, your skin has tanned, but your body has become stronger. Basketball is a great sport. It not only strengthens the body, but also improves coordination." On the court, the strong rooster held a black basketball. When it saw the mimic rabbit enter, a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes. It looked up and down at this small opponent, thinking a gust of wind could knock it over. "Here you go." The strong rooster tossed the basketball to the mimic rabbit. The rabbit scrambled clumsily to catch it, making Yang Bingyun involuntarily hold her head. "Grandpa." Yang Bingyun was about to say something, but Yang Wei interrupted her. "Don't rush." Yang Wei watched the basketball court with interest, thoughtfully saying, "Does that little guy have such poor judgment? No, that can't be right." The mimic rabbit retrieved the basketball, grinning as it handed it back to the strong rooster, its voice trembling. "Boss, can I concede this match?" "No way." The strong rooster decisively refused. "All right, enough talk, get ready to attack." It spread its wings, striking a defensive pose. Yang Bingyun was surprised to find that the mimic rabbit and the strong rooster could actually converse. Standing next to Yang Wei, she curiously asked, "Grandpa, they can actually talk to each other?" "I just heard them clucking away." Yang Wei nonchalantly replied. "What's there to be surprised about?" That's its ability. Why else do you think it's called a mimic rabbit? A mimic rabbit. Yang Bingyun became even more curious about this creature. Grandpa, is this creature someone's beast? Why do you ask? I'm a bit curious about what kind of person would choose a mimic rabbit as their beast. In the world of beast mastery, mimic rabbits have a poor reputation. Besides mimicking human speech, they have no other advantages. People have contracted mimic rabbits before, but their combat abilities are so poor that no one dares to contract them anymore. A student from our school, Yang Wei replied briefly. Oh, Yang Bingyun mused. Then I'll have to get to know this guy better later. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that this mimic rabbit was somewhat different. The match began. Since the mimic rabbit had never been exposed to basketball before, it couldn't even perform the basic dribbling. With no other choice, the strong rooster had to step forward to teach it Hansen. Surprisingly, the mimic rabbit displayed an astounding ability to learn, mastering the dribbling technique perfectly in just over 10 minutes. So fast, Yang Bingyun exclaimed. She knew that when people learn basketball, it usually takes several days just to get the hang of dribbling. Yet, the mimic rabbit had managed it in just a few minutes. This scene made her even more intrigued by this seemingly ordinary creature. How did its owner manage to train it? To have raised such a strong mimic rabbit? In this world, when a beast is powerful, people usually attribute it to the trainer's skill and effort. Much like when a dog uses the toilet by itself, it's often seen as a testament to the owner's training rather than the dog's intelligence. The basketball showdown between the mimic rabbit and the robust rooster caught the attention of a group of students hiking nearby. They paused to watch, filled with curiosity and chatter. Look, there's a rabbit and a chicken playing basketball, one student exclaimed. What? Where? Others asked, eagerly looking around. Over there. The student pointed towards the basketball court not far away. Following his direction, they indeed saw a white rabbit and a red-brown rooster engaging in a heated match on the court. This is unbelievable, a student remarked. Strange things happen every year, but this is something else. A chicken and a rabbit playing basketball. And it seems like they're pretty good at it. I think the chicken is a bit better, another student observed. Its movements suggest it's been practicing for quite some time. The chicken is definitely strong, a keen-eyed student noted. But haven't you noticed the rabbit getting stronger? Prompted by this, everyone began to focus on the mimic rabbit. They watched as it moved nimbly across the court, its movements becoming more fluid, and its shooting accuracy improving. Wow, what kind of rabbit is this? Someone exclaimed. Most would get worse with fatigue, but it seems to be getting better. Despite being repeatedly blocked by the robust rooster, the mimic rabbit quickly adjusted its strategy after each setback. Its movements became more precise, and its speed increased. As the game progressed, the robust rooster began to feel the pressure. This rabbit must be a monster, thought the robust rooster. Could it have been holding back before? But it quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that as a skilled player, it should be able to tell if an opponent was pretending. It's a freak of nature, the robust rooster finally concluded. Soon, the match reached a fever pitch. With agile maneuvers and swift actions, the mimic rabbit finally neared the basket. Suddenly, it leapt up and slammed the basketball right into the hoop. A slam dunk. It's actually a slam dunk, the spectators gasped. Oh my gosh, this rabbit can slam dunk. Wow, that's amazing. Unbelievable. Is the mimic rabbit really this skilled? It makes me want to get one too. Staring at the ball on the ground, the robust rooster was left dumbfounded. It had lost, defeated by an opponent who only just started playing. The rooster's pride was severely bruised, unable to comprehend the extraordinary nature of this rabbit. The game over, the mimic rabbit hopped over to Yang Wei. Now can I have the roast chicken? Yang Wei, though surprised, handed over the roast chicken to the mimic rabbit. Smells delicious. The mimic rabbit sniffed the chicken, ready to take it away. Aren't you going to eat it? Yang Wei asked. No, I'm taking it back to share with Wen Xuan, the mimic rabbit replied. Who's Wen Xuan? Yang Bingyun inquired curiously. Wen Xuan is my owner. He's really nice, the mimic rabbit said proudly before preparing to leave. Just then, two figures appeared in the distance. Rabbit, rabbit. It was Wen Xuan's voice. After finishing his training, he noticed the mimic rabbit was missing and followed his senses to find it. I'm here. The mimic rabbit, seeing Wen Xuan, excitedly bounded towards him. You silly rabbit, Wen Xuan said helplessly. Where did you run off to? I've been looking for you all day. Wen Xuan frowned as he looked at the roasted chicken in the mimic rabbit's hand, sighing inwardly. Was this mischievous rabbit causing trouble again? Just as he was about to ask, he saw Yang Wei and Yang Bingyun approaching. It's you. Wen Xuan recognized the man he had seen in the library. Yang Wei greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, kid. Did you find what you were looking for? Wen Xuan shook his head, displaying a dejected expression. He didn't reveal that he had already acquired the source of magic. That skill was too valuable. Yang Wei sighed. Seems like that thing really is extinct. At this point, Yang Bingyun extended her right hand to Wen Xuan. Hello, I'm Yang Bingyun. They shook hands politely. Yang Bingyun glanced between the mimic rabbit and Wen Xuan, then suddenly suggested, your mimic rabbit is quite talented. How about letting it learn basketball with me? Maybe it could become a national team athlete and bring glory to the country. Wen Xuan glanced at the mimic rabbit in surprise, but politely declined. Sorry, that's not my ambition. To him, becoming a top beast master was the true life goal. After all, in this world where strength was paramount, even being a basketball champion meant nothing without real power. Yang Bingyun felt it was a pity, but didn't press further. After saying their goodbyes, Wen Xuan headed down the mountain with the mimic rabbit and a bao. Watching them leave, Yang Wei couldn't help but remark, that kid is destined for great things. Yang Bingyun remained skeptical, as she didn't know Wen Xuan well. On the way, Wen Xuan held a drumstick. A bao had another in its mouth, while the mimic rabbit was focused on gnawing at the chicken's tail. Yum, delicious, really delicious, the mimic rabbit exclaimed as it chewed. The tail is indeed the tastiest part. Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This rabbit had quite a unique taste. He had never met anyone who preferred the chicken tail before. In the following days, although Wen Xuan didn't skip class, his behavior was rather amusing. He would arrive on time for each lesson, but before long, his head would droop, his eyelids would grow heavy, and he would eventually fall asleep. The teacher's lectures seemed to act as a potent sedative, with the words on the PowerPoint slides serving as hypnotic spells that Wen Xuan found hard to resist. On this particular day, a pair of sharp eyes noticed Wen Xuan's actions. Han Xiaojun frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. She abruptly raised her hand, breaking the classroom's silence. Teacher, Han Xiaojun's voice carried a hint of anger. I want to report that someone is sleeping during your class. The teacher looked up, a bit puzzled, and asked who. Without hesitation, Han Xiaojun pointed to the last row of the classroom. There, both Wen Xuan and Wang Bin were sound asleep. The teacher merely murmured an "oh" and continued writing on the blackboard, as if it was a trivial matter. Unbelieving, Han Xiaojun pressed on. Teacher, they're sleeping in class, and you're not going to do anything? The teacher put down the chalk, turned around, and explained, Wang Bin sleeping is something everyone is used to. People privately call him names like Dead Pig or Sleep God. As for Wen Xuan, it's a wonder he showed up today at all, and now he's asleep. Han Xiaojun's frustration grew. Just yesterday, she was reprimanded harshly by this teacher for being a few minutes late. Yet today, Wen Xuan and Wang Bin were openly sleeping, and the teacher did nothing. This double standard was infuriating. Teacher, do you believe I won't go to the principal about this? Han Xiaojun said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, the teacher chuckled. Sure, go ahead, they'll be here waiting. By the way, Han Xiaojun, right? You don't need to come to my classes anymore, nor do you need to take the exams. Even if you do, I won't pass you. What? Han Xiaojun's eyes widened in disbelief. The classroom erupted, with students casting curious glances at Han Xiaojun, as if she were some naive fool. At this point, Teacher Wu, with a stern expression, coldly said, Are you feeling indignant? Let me tell you, if you can reach the strength of Silver Tier 4 like him, you can sleep however you want in my class. Even if you want to lie on the desk, they'll bring you a blanket. If that's not enough, you can bring a bed to class. With these words, the entire class was in an uproar. Everyone turned their shocked gazes to the last row, as if sitting there was not a fellow student, but an extraordinary being. Mr. Wu Yang's words were like a bomb exploding in the classroom, causing an uproar. Everyone stared in disbelief at this usually stern scholar. Is Wen Xuan really at silver level 4 now? Someone repeated in a hushed voice, filled with shock. Wu Yong nodded solemnly. Yes, that's no joke. You know I never joke around. The classroom erupted into chaos. Students whispered to each other, their faces a mix of disbelief, envy, and admiration. It's true, it's actually true. Oh my god, how old is he? And he's already at silver level 4. Wow, how can there be such a huge gap between people? I just barely broke through to bronze level 5 yesterday and thought I was something. Now, compared to him, I'm nothing. Sigh, what's the point of us working so hard? He's a genius and puts in so much effort. His strength is way beyond ours, leaving us no chance. Sitting in the front row, Mao Mao and Zhu Ming were no exception, their shock evident. Mao Mao's eyes sparkled with admiration as he murmured, Is Wen Xuan really that strong? No wonder he's my leader. Although Zhu Ming was a bit envious, he didn't show it. At the center of this storm, Wen Xuan remained asleep. It wasn't until school ended in the afternoon that Mao Mao woke him up. Stretching lazily, Wen Xuan sighed contentedly. That was refreshing. He finally experienced the long-desired feeling of waking up naturally in a classroom, as if life was truly his own. As he walked out of the classroom, the setting sun cast a fiery glow on everyone's faces, painting a rosy picture. Wen Xuan couldn't help but stop to admire the beautiful evening. In the following days, Wen Xuan attended classes as usual while closely monitoring the absorption of excess energy in a bao. He noticed that after sufficient rest, a bao and the mimicking rabbit were brimming with energy. Great, let's go find something good, Wen Xuan smiled. During this time, he hadn't been idle. He bought a comprehensive guide to magical beasts and studied it carefully, searching for suitable skills for a bao and the mimicking rabbit. He discovered an excellent choice, the voracious skill of the gluttonous pig. This skill is a foodie's dream. No matter how much is consumed, one never feels full, and it accelerates energy digestion. After a brief preparation, Wen Xuan set off with a Bao and the mimicking rabbit on their journey to the secret realm. Soon, they arrived at Wild Boar Forest, cautiously making their way through it. Suddenly, a small wild boar charged towards them. This little creature seemed unafraid, merely glancing at them before continuing to munch on fallen fruit under a tree. The fruits were in poor condition, some even rotten, with white maggots wriggling on them. Ew! The mimicking rabbit made a face of disgust at the sight. Wen Xuan, however, observed with interest. This guy sure has an appetite. It dares to eat that stuff without worrying about an upset stomach. A thought struck him. Luckily, we're kind-hearted. To prevent it from suffering a stomachache, let's roast it today. I've always heard roast suckling pig is delicious and never had the chance to try it. Now that I've got the opportunity, I should indulge my taste buds. The mimic rabbit acted decisively, its green vine whip coiling like a serpent, instantly binding the little boar tightly. The restrained boar let out an ear-splitting wail, its shrill cries comparable to a pig being slaughtered. A glint of cruel delight flickered in the mimic rabbit's eyes, and a wicked smile played on its lips. Scream, scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get, it taunted, gripping a sharp dagger while slowly advancing on its trapped prey, already envisioning the boar roasting over a fire. At that critical moment, the ground began to tremble violently. A deafening roar echoed from afar, with trees toppling in succession as if a colossal creature was approaching. The mimic rabbit turned its head cautiously and was instantly terrified. A massive boar burst from the bushes, its eyes blazing red with fury. Wen Xuan immediately recognized it as the notorious Greedy Pig. At that moment, Greedy Pig's gaze was fixed on the pitiful, wailing little boar. The youngster seemed to be recounting its tragic ordeal, further enraging Greedy Pig. Greedy Pig abruptly shifted its focus to the mimic rabbit, scraping the ground with its front hooves and lowering its body, poised to charge at any moment. The mimic rabbit, panic-stricken, stammered, Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, can you believe me? But the only response was Greedy Pig's thunderous charge. The mimic rabbit was scared out of its wits and took off running, shouting for help. Help! Murder! Using its quick feet, skill, the mimic rabbit sped away like lightning. It deliberately headed for areas dense with shrubs and small trees, hoping to hinder Greedy Pig's pursuit. Yet it underestimated Greedy Pig's strength. The massive beast was like a heavy tank, unstoppable. It didn't bother to swerve. It simply crashed through obstacles, demolishing everything in its path. A thrilling chase unfolded in the forest. The nimble mimic rabbit sprinted ahead, while Greedy Pig followed closely, relentless in pursuit. However, the large Greedy Pig couldn't match the mimic rabbit's endurance and soon stopped, panting heavily. Seeing this, the mimic rabbit leaned smugly against a large tree, wearing a cheeky expression, and taunted. What? Not chasing anymore. Infuriated by this display, Greedy Pig gritted its teeth and charged again. The mimic rabbit feigned terror, shouting, Ah, murder! No, it's rabbit murder. Then it dashed off once more. In a sudden twist, Greedy Pig stumbled over a protruding rock, crashing heavily to the ground. It was a hard fall, leaving Greedy Pig unable to get up, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, a hint of malice flashed in the mimic rabbit's eyes. With a sinister smile, it slowly approached Greedy Pig, dagger poised at its throat, ready to deliver a fatal blow. With a swift strike, the mimic rabbit sent a gush of blood flowing. It had successfully dealt with the gluttonous pig, its fur now stained a bright red. From a distance, Wen Xuan and a Bao approached slowly, just in time to witness the gruesome scene. The mimic rabbit turned around cautiously, and upon recognizing them, it relaxed immediately. Oh, it's you guys, it exclaimed excitedly. Wen Xuan, come quickly. I want roasted pig brain and pig kidneys. As it spoke, it expertly carved out the pig's brain and kidneys with a dagger. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit looked around in confusion. Hey, where's the pig whip? Wen Xuan explained helplessly. It's a sow, there's no pig whip. My chance to grow bigger, the mimic rabbit grumbled in frustration. Ignoring its complaints, Wen Xuan swiftly stored the gluttonous pig's carcass into a space ring and set up a campfire to start roasting. Before long, the aroma filled the air. Delicious, really delicious. The mimic rabbit devoured the food eagerly. The pig kidneys and brain are a bit gamey, but just right. The only regret is the absence of a pig whip, otherwise I could have grown a bit more. Watching the mimic rabbit enjoy the meal, Wen Xuan couldn't help but wonder if it was truly a rabbit. As he savored the roasted pork skewers, he toyed with the magic beast core he had extracted from the gluttonous pig. This dark red core represented combat attributes, containing skills like charge, gluttony, sharp teeth, and rough skin. Wen Xuan contemplated the silver tier 5 core thoughtfully. Mimic rabbit, here, eat this, Wen Xuan said, handing it the core. The mimic rabbit took it without hesitation, crunching it down. Not bad, it commented while continuing to munch on the roasted pig kidneys. Wen Xuan observed the mimic rabbit's transformation closely. Its attributes showed plant and rock dual elements. Male, silver tier 3, with SSS-tier potential. It had mastered various skills, including the newly acquired gluttony. With the acquisition of the gluttony skill, the mimic rabbit seemed to transform into a voracious eater, stuffing roasted meat skewers into its mouth by the handful. In no time, all the food Wen Xuan had prepared was devoured. Burp. The mimic rabbit let out a loud belch, and its round belly deflated instantly. Wen Xuan watched in astonishment, worried that the mimic rabbit might turn into an eternally hungry, starving ghost. Rabbit, are you okay? Wen Xuan asked with concern. I'm fine, nothing's wrong with me. The mimic rabbit replied nonchalantly. Wen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful that the gluttony skill seemed to have no side effects. With this in mind, he was already planning to get one for Abeo as well. After a satisfying meal, Wen Xuan and his companions set off on their quest to find wild boars. They entered the forest known as Wild Boar Woods with high hopes, but luck was not on their side this time. After searching for most of the day, they didn't even catch a glimpse of a single gluttonous pig. Strange, Wen Xuan said with a frown. Isn't this place supposed to be called Wild Boar Woods? There should be plenty of them around. Time passed quietly as the sun set and the sky darkened. Shueisha Rabbit was still struggling along with a small wild boar it had caught earlier slung over its shoulder. Unable to stand it anymore, Wen Xuan suggested. Why carry it all the time? We might as well kill it now so I can store it in my space ring. Shueisha Rabbit shook its head in refusal. No, I want freshly roasted suckling pig. I can't kill it too early. Suddenly, Shueisha Rabbit stopped in its tracks and rubbed its growling stomach. I'm hungry. Let's eat here. Wen Xuan realized he was also starving and nodded in agreement. All right, put the little boar down, and I'll handle it. You go gather some firewood. With a thud, Shueisha Rabbit dropped the small boar to the ground. Wen Xuan pulled out a dagger and skillfully began to prepare the pork. Thanks to the space ring, he had access to all kinds of seasonings. Soon, a campfire was crackling, and the prepared boar was roasting over the flames. The fire's heat licked the meat, creating a sizzling sound and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Shueisha Rabbit watched with watering mouth, eager to taste it. The roasting process was long, but the wait was worthwhile. When Wen Xuan finally took the golden, crispy suckling pig off the fire and placed it on the picnic mat, the air was filled with a tantalizing scent. Carefully, Wen Xuan used the dagger to cut off a hind leg of the pig, skewered it with a stick, and handed it to Shueisha Rabbit. The meat was scorching hot, too hot to touch with bare hands. Shueisha Rabbit eagerly reached for it, only to yelp in pain from the heat. Wen Xuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't be so hasty. Wait a bit longer. Here, have some carrot juice to tide you over. He poured a big glass of carrot juice for both Shueisha Rabbit and Abeo. A moment later, the three of them began enjoying the delicious suckling pig. It's so good. Shueisha Rabbit exclaimed. The skin is crispy with a hint of sweetness, and the meat inside is tender and juicy. Wen Xuan, how did you do it? Wen Xuan smiled slightly and explained. I brushed honey on the skin of the suckling pig. Honey? The kind we collected earlier? Wen Xuan nodded in confirmation. He recalled how Feng Xiang had taken most of it as tuition, leaving him only a small portion as compensation. He hadn't expected that little bit of honey to come in so handy. Just as the three were savoring their meal, they heard a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. They stopped, alert and tense, watching the direction of the noise. Finally found my way out, a voice said. A portly figure with a bowl haircut and wearing overalls emerged from the bushes. More astonishingly, a penguin followed behind him. This unexpected visitor left Wen Xuan and his companions stunned and at a loss for words. Great, there's someone here. A tempting aroma wafted through the air, drawing the person irresistibly towards Wen Xuan and his friends. A golden, crispy roasted piglet lay before them, emitting an irresistible fragrance. The person's eyes lit up as he approached Wen Xuan with his penguin companion. He grinned and said, Hey, brother, can I have a piece of that roast piglet? Before he could finish his sentence, the parrot rabbit darted like lightning to the roast piglet, guarding it with its tiny paws and loudly declaring, No way. The person was surprised to see a talking rabbit, but quickly regained his smile. He pulled out a shiny golden card from his pocket and said, They say at home you rely on your parents, outside you rely on friends. Brother, let's be friends. Wen Xuan looked at the gold card but didn't reach out to take it. The person seemed puzzled and continued. What's wrong? Is it not enough? This is a gold card with 300,000 on it, and it's unregistered. Hearing the figure, 300,000, Wen Xuan was secretly shocked, not expecting this seemingly ordinary chubby guy to be a little tycoon. He decided to accept this generous offer, as he always liked making wealthy friends. Wen Xuan took the gold card, sliced the roast piglet with a dagger, and handed a large piece of meat from near the tail to the chubby guy. The chubby guy hesitated and asked, Could I get the front pig's trotter instead? I love pig's trotters. Wen Xuan's eyes twinkled. Sure, but the pig's trotter isn't at this price. How much do you want? The chubby guy asked. 1 million, Wen Xuan said calmly. The chubby guy's eyes widened in shock. What? A million? Are you robbing me? Although he considered himself wealthy, he wasn't foolish enough to spend a million on a pig's trotter. Wen Xuan shrugged, turning to the parrot rabbit. Since you don't want to buy it, never mind. Here, parrot rabbit, I'll cut you a pig's trotter. Seeing the delicious trotter about to be devoured by the rabbit, the chubby guy panicked and quickly shouted, 500,000, 500,000. If you agree, I'll pay immediately. Wen Xuan nodded. All right, but you have to transfer the money right away. The chubby guy looked surprised. What? Wen Xuan sneered. Don't think I don't know. Your card doesn't have any money, does it? The chubby guy awkwardly chuckled. How did you know? Don't take others for fools, Wen Xuan replied. Only then did the chubby guy realize he had met his match. He had used this trick to fool many people before, but today he fell into Wen Xuan's hands. Hungry, he had no choice but to obediently transfer the money to Wen Xuan. After the transfer was complete, Wen Xuan signaled the parrot rabbit to toss the front trotter to the chubby guy. The chubby guy eagerly grabbed the trotter, devouring it ravenously, as if he hadn't eaten in ages. In no time, he finished the trotter, leaving nothing but the bones. The chubby guy licked his lips with satisfaction, and Wen Xuan asked, How was it? Want another one? Yes, of course, the chubby guy instinctively replied. All right, 50,000, Wen Xuan said with a smile. Upon hearing the price, the chubby guy immediately restrained his cravings. Although he loved to eat, he wasn't willing to be overcharged. Wen Xuan glanced at the penguin and asked, If you're not eating, it should at least eat something, right? It? No need, it eats this, the chubby guy said, pulling out a shiny gold coin. With a flick of his hand, the coin soared into the air. The penguin, quick as a flash, opened its mouth and swallowed the coin whole, as if this was its favorite delicacy. Wen Xian's gaze fell on the peculiar penguin, and its attributes left him puzzled. Swallow gold penguin, metal attribute, male, silver tier 5 aptitude, SS peak strength, master evolution route, no learned skills, recharge level 7. This string of descriptions made Wen Xian furrow his brow, thinking to himself, what on earth is this thing? His attention was drawn to the unusual skill recharge level 7. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Young man, want to become stronger? Then recharge. Recharge to become stronger. This phrase instantly triggered Wen Xian's memory, and he blurted out, Pay to win. No money, no game. Hey, your last name isn't Ma, is it? Yeah. How did you know? A chubby boy responded excitedly. My name is Ma Dubiao. Like 1 horse, 2 horses, 3 horses. Hearing the tongue-twisting name, Wen Xian was at a loss for words. He decided to give the chubby boy a simple nickname. I'll just call you Maichun. Maichun. Sure, that name works. Easy to remember, much better than my actual name. The boy happily accepted the new name, all the while staring intently at the roast suckling pig. Wen Xian noticed Maichun's unusual reaction and curiously asked, What's up with you? It's just a roast suckling pig. No need to be like this, right? Maichun explained. Brother, do you not know the value of this roast suckling pig? The meat of the gluttonous pig is especially delicious, catching everyone's attention, which led to a sharp decrease in the number of gluttonous pigs in the wild boar forest. Now, you can hardly see gluttonous pigs around the outskirts of the forest. Outside, this roast suckling pig sells for at least 600,000 each. I spent 50,000 on one of your front legs. It's a fair deal for you. Wen Xian nodded, seeing that Ma Yichun wasn't lying. He then asked, By the way, how come you're here? I'm here for training, Ma Yichun replied. The exams are coming up, so I need to get in shape. Exams? What exams? Wen Xian asked curiously. Ma Yichun looked Wen Xian up and down. Brother, judging by your appearance, you should be a junior in high school, right? Don't you know that every university has special admissions every year? Wen Xian shook his head, indicating he didn't know. So Ma Yichun began to explain. I'm planning to participate in Jiangnan University's special admissions. Jiangnan University? Wen Xian recalled the 3 prestigious universities in Dragon Country: Imperial Capital University, Magic Capital University, and Jiangnan University. He couldn't help but ask, why choose Jiangnan University? Ma Yichun flashed a mischievous grin. Because there are lots of girls there. The southern lands nurture the heart and give rise to charming young women. Most of them prefer not to head north, partly due to their strong ties to home, and partly because Jiangnan University is easier to get into compared to those in the capital or Shanghai. As Ma Yichun spoke, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he turned to Wen Xuan, asking, Brother, want to join me in heading south? Wen Xuan shook his head slightly, his tone resolute. No, you go ahead. He had already set his sights on Capital University, driven by the dream of attending the top institution. Ma Yichun's face showed a hint of disappointment, but he quickly put on a cheerful smile. It's all right. Even if we can't be classmates, we can still be friends. As night deepened, the campfire crackled. Wen Xuan had already crawled into his tent to rest, while Ma Yichun lay directly by the fire, wrapped in a sleeping bag. Late at night, Wen Xuan was awakened by Abao's urgent movements. Abao, what's up? Abeo gestured anxiously, and Wen Xuan immediately understood. You mean there's an enemy outside? Abeo nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Nearby, the mimic rabbit smacked its lips in its sleep, savoring the taste of roast suckling pig. Wen Xuan nudged it. Wake up, the parents are here to settle scores. The mimic rabbit rubbed its sleepy eyes and followed Wen Xuan out of the tent. Outside, Ma Yichun was facing off with a gluttonous pig king. The pig king was massive, with sharp tusks and eyes blazing with fury. It was a 7th-tier silver beast at the peak of the gold evolution path, wielding skills like charge, gluttony, sharp tusks, and furious bite. Ma Yichun's 3 beasts, the gold-swallowing penguin, the red leaf monkey, and the black ink dog, were engaged in a standoff with the pig king. The gold-swallowing penguin was the strongest, while the red leaf monkey and black ink dog were showing signs of fatigue, being only at the 3rd and 2nd silver tiers, respectively. Seeing Wen Xuan emerge, Ma Yichun urgently said, Brother, you're only coming out now? His tone carried a hint of reproach, as he had been holding out alone for some time, with the red leaf monkey and black ink dog already injured, leaving only the gold-swallowing penguin struggling to hold on. Wen Xuan quickly considered their options. Escape? The gluttonous pig king's attention was entirely on Ma Yichun. They were mere acquaintances, and it wasn't worth risking their lives. However, in this critical moment, a bold plan suddenly emerged in Wen Xuan's mind. As Wen Xuan was about to leave, the gluttonous pig king across the way suddenly noticed them, its gaze finally locking onto the study cabin rabbit. The rabbit was walking normally, but suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Mistakenly thinking that the pig king had caught the scent of piglets, it immediately bolted. The gluttonous pig king's behavior was similar to that of an aggressive dog. If you make eye contact, it might stop attacking. However, if you start running, it means you're afraid, and it will relentlessly pursue you. The study cabin rabbit thought to itself, why am I always the one getting hurt? And began to dash through the forest. However, the rabbit's speed was no match for the pig king. Just as it was about to be caught, the rabbit had a quick idea. Mimicking Spider-Man's actions from TV, it reached out with vines and climbed up a massive tree that would take several people to encircle. Panting and with its heart racing, it felt relieved for having escaped, knowing it would have been doomed under the pig king's sharp tusks. Feeling triumphant, the rabbit looked down at the pig king and taunted it by shaking its rear, shouting, Come on! Come on! Infuriated, the pig king backed up a few steps, then charged at the tree. With a loud thud, the whole tree shook violently, and the rabbit clung tightly to the trunk. Seeing its first attempt fail, the pig king retreated to launch another attack. Thud! Crash! The sounds of impact echoed through the forest. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun quietly approached, spotting the rabbit trapped at the top of the tree. Busy trying to stabilize itself, the rabbit couldn't fight back and cursed, Damn it, just wait. I'll make a giant carrot bomb for you next time. No sooner had it finished speaking than the pig king rammed the tree again, producing a deep boom. Wen Xuan observed the battered tree trunk, realizing it wouldn't hold much longer and that the rabbit would soon fall with it. He needed to come up with a plan quickly. Looking around, Wen Xuan noticed Ma Yichun was frantically feeding gold coins to his gold-eating penguin. In a short time, the penguin had swallowed nearly 30 coins, each worth 10,000. No wonder it's called the gold-eating penguin. Its gold consumption is indeed impressive. Wen Xuan marveled quietly. Suddenly, Ma Yichun exclaimed excitedly, It's ready, it's finally ready. In the penguin's hands appeared a gleaming, gold-engraved sword with a dragon motif. The Dragon Slayer sword has finally been summoned, Ma Yichun declared triumphantly. Looking at this legendary weapon, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch a smile. A mental image popped into his mind. Could this be the legendary Padawan strategy? With unlimited spending, you start with a Dragon Slayer sword, and all beast equipment is gained through sheer luck. Hello everyone, I'm Ma Yichun. If you're a brother, come and challenge me. Before Wen Xuan could react, the golden penguin had already flashed like a beam of gold, wielding a dazzling Dragon Slayer sword and charging at the gluttonous pig king. With a swift slash, there was a crisp crack, and one of the pig king's hind legs was severed. The golden penguin quickly leaped into the air and returned to Ma Yichun's side in an instant. To everyone's surprise, the powerful Dragon Slayer sword turned into a wisp of golden light and disappeared after use. Wen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself, it's actually a one-time use weapon. He felt relieved that he hadn't impulsively purchased the Golden Swallow skill, as the cost of 300,000 per use was indeed staggering. Is this how you usually use it? Wen Xuan couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with shock. Ma Yichun wiped the corner of his mouth, a peculiar glint in his eyes. No, this guy went too far. He dared to harm my beast. Wen Xuan looked at Ma Yichun suspiciously, feeling that his gaze towards the gluttonous pig king was more like that of someone admiring a delicious meal. The pig king, having lost a hind leg, fell heavily to the ground, struggling in vain as it sank deeper. At that moment, the mimic rabbit leapt down from the treetop, conjuring a carrot bomb out of thin air. With a cold smile, It seized the moment and shoved the bomb into the Pig King's rear. Uh, uh. Seeing this, Ma Yichun instinctively clenched his legs, as if he could feel the pain. Before anyone could react, there was a loud boom as the carrot bomb exploded inside the Pig King. It groaned in agony, and the mimic rabbit, without hesitation, ended its life with a swift slash of its dagger. The mimic rabbit quickly extracted the magical beast core and handed it to Wen Xuan. Taking the core, Wen Xuan turned to Ma Yichun and said, "I'll take the magical beast core. The rest of the carcass is yours." Ma Yichun nodded in agreement. Wen Xuan knew well that the filthy, blasted pig meat would be hard to stomach, so he decided to forego it entirely. "A Bao." Wen Xuan called his beast and handed it the core. A Bao swallowed it whole and began to refine it. Moments later, Wen Xuan was thrilled to find that A Bao not only learned the gluttony skill, but also advanced a level in strength. Wen Xuan was secretly delighted, having finally transformed from an unlucky soul to a fortunate one in this world. Watching A Bao's progress, he couldn't help but look forward to future adventures. The attributes of the panda cub, A Bao, are astonishing. Gender male, silver level 5, SSS peak strength, and a king's evolution path. Its skills are even more impressive. Wild Bull Fist LV7, Bear Paw Strike LV9, Mount Ties Pressure LV5, Roar of Evil LV4, Ripping Claw LV5, Stealth LV4, Iron Skin LV8, Shadow Ball LV3, Magic Devour LV2, Fearless Heart, Gluttony LV5. A Bao's strength has reached silver level 5, signaling it's time to return. When Xian turned to look at Ma Yichun, who had already set up a campfire and was preparing to enjoy a sumptuous barbecue feast. Having gone hungry the previous day, Ma Yichun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Ma Yichun, take your time eating, I have to leave," Wen Xian said. "All right," Ma Yichun replied without looking up, casually waving his hand, fully absorbed in the sizzling skewers before him. Wen Xian took one last look at Ma Yichun and quietly left with a bow and the mimic rabbit. Soon after, Ma Yichun's skewers were finally ready. He eagerly grabbed one and took a big bite. Ugh! An indescribable stench filled his mouth instantly, and Ma Yichun was horrified to discover the meat still retained its original foul taste. "It's not my fault. I swear I cleaned it properly. Why does it still taste like poop?" Realizing he might have accidentally eaten something unpleasant, Ma Yichun turned pale and began to vomit uncontrollably. Meanwhile, when Xian had already left the secret realm and returned to school. By now, it was broad daylight, and after the intense battle earlier, both the mimic rabbit and A Bao's stomachs were growling. Just as when Xian was about to take them for a meal, he saw Wang Bin and two others rushing out of the school. "Oh no, we overslept. If we're late, it'll be a disaster," Wang Bin shouted as he ran. "Where are you all headed?" Wen Xian asked curiously. "It's Wen Xian. No time to explain, just come with us," Wang Bin said, grabbing Wen Xian and heading towards the school gate. Curious, Wen Xian followed the three of them out of the school. A taxi was already waiting at the gate, pre-booked by Wang Bin and his friends through a mobile app. Once in the car, Wen Xian couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" "There's a food festival happening at May Day Square," Wang Bin explained. "There's a big eater competition today, and we're planning to participate. If we win, we can get a year's supply of beast food." Beast food. The mention of these words instantly lit up Wen Xian's eyes. Beast food is not ordinary food, but specially crafted by professional beast breeders. It not only aids in better development, but also strengthens the body. It's like feeding a golden retriever with specialized dog food, reducing shedding and making the fur more vibrant. "Looks like I need to get my hands on this food," Wen Xian resolved inwardly. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of May Day Square. The group quickly got out and headed toward the food festival, the air filled with the enticing aromas of various foods, as if beckoning them to showcase their skills. Even though it's only 7 in the morning, May Day Square is already packed with people. Among the crowd are elderly men practicing their exercises, but the majority are young people like Wen Xuan and his friends, who have come to attend the food festival. The air is filled with excitement as the bustling crowd moves about. Led by Wang Bin, Wen Xuan and his group squeezed through the throngs to reach the registration area for the eating competition. The entry fee was 1,000 yuan, and only Wen Xuan and Wang Bin signed up. After completing the registration, the group began to wander around May Day Square. Wang Bin seemed particularly pleased with himself, strutting along with such confidence that he drew the attention of passers-by. His friends couldn't help but tease him. "Wang Bin, what's gotten into you now?" "Yeah, Bin, you look like a fool strutting around like that." Wang Bin was unfazed and even more proudly declared, "I'm definitely going to win this time. I've got a secret weapon for this competition." "A secret weapon? What kind?" Mao Mao asked curiously, leaning in closer to Wang Bin. Wang Bin whispered something in Mao Mao's ear, and Mao Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Bin, are you crazy? You've contracted a little stomach king? That's like a bottomless pit. Even if your family is wealthy, you can't possibly keep it fed." Mao Mao looked Wang Bin up and down skeptically. "Bin, be honest, did your family strike it rich? Or did you find yourself a sugar mama? Otherwise, How could you dare to contract a little stomach king? Hearing this, Wang Bin paused, realizing just how risky his actions were. Feeling a bit wronged, he explained, I just want to beat Wen Xuan for once. Wen Xuan has always been number one since we were kids. Wang Bin had always seen Wen Xuan as his benchmark and longed to surpass him, to prove that he wasn't useless and had his own strengths. Mao Mao shook his head and said seriously, surpass Wen Xuan? Bin, I think you must have a fever and fried your brain. With your abilities, it's impossible to surpass Wen Xuan. Unconvinced, Wang Bin retorted, why not? This time, I'm sure I can beat him. He even made a bold promise. If I can't beat Wen Xuan this time, I'll run naked around the school track when we get back. Zhu Ming, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but interject, Fatty, take my advice and don't go overboard. Why not? I want to do it, Wang Bin stubbornly insisted. Zhu Ming shook his head helplessly, thinking, some people are determined to make mistakes, and when others try to stop them, they think they're being hindered. What's that saying? Like a dog biting Lu Dongbin at recognizing a good person's intentions. After resting in Mayday Square for a while, the eating competition officially began. Besides Wen Xuan and Wang Bin, there were over 20 other participants, making a total of 30. The competition was straightforward. Contestants had to use a beast to eat noodles. Wen Xuan observed closely and noticed the noodles resembled spaghetti. The competition lasted 30 minutes, and the winner would be the one who ate the most noodles in that time. Wen Xuan took his place at the competition area, where the noodles were already set. After a brief moment of consideration, he made his decision. Come out, Mimic Rabbit. At his call, an adorable Mimic Rabbit appeared, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Look over there, someone just summoned a rabbit. The crowd erupted into laughter, and someone mocked. Haha, that's hilarious. Which family does this fool come from? Using a Mimic Rabbit in an eating contest. Yeah, right, another voice chimed in. Once the rabbit eats too much and bursts, he'll probably cry. Ah, the youth, always so interesting, they'll try anything. The crowd buzzed with chatter. At that moment, a burly man with a broad back and muscular build approached Wen Xuan. He was clearly a fitness enthusiast, and his beast companion was a large, muscular bear, a favorite to win the contest. The man kindly suggested to Wen Xuan, little brother, maybe you should drop out. Wen Xuan simply smiled and calmly replied, no worries, I know my limits and will act accordingly. Seeing Wen Xuan's determination, the man said no more. Other contestants began summoning their beasts, each one large and appearing to be a professional big eater. However, when Wang Bin's little big eater appeared, the crowd went wild again. Oh my gosh, this guy actually contracted a little big eater, someone exclaimed. Wow, whose rich kid is this? His family must own a mine, another voice shouted. This little big eater is notorious for its insatiable appetite. It's either eating or on the hunt for food. Nothing seems to fill its stomach. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Looks like the championship is his for the taking. Listening to the crowd's comments, Wang Bin raised his head proudly, evidently confident in his beast. The contest began quickly, with contestants commanding their beasts to devour noodles voraciously. As time went on, one competitor after another dropped out. In the blink of an eye, the contest entered the final 10 minutes, leaving only Wang Bin, Wen Xuan, and the kind-hearted man. Suddenly, a loud crash stunned the audience. The man's bear collapsed, unconscious. It not only regurgitated the noodles it had eaten, but also had noodles coming out of its nostrils. Clearly, it had reached its limit and passed out from overeating. With the man's regretful exit, only Wen Xuan and Wang Bin remained. Look at that rabbit, it's quite something. It's lasted so long. Someone in the audience remarked in surprise. Yeah, it's unbelievable, and it looks like it still has energy left. My goodness, what is that rabbit's stomach made of? The mimic rabbit continued to pour plate after plate of noodles into its mouth, chewing briefly before swallowing. Meanwhile, the little big eater was also devouring fiercely, but the differences between them began to show. The little big eater's belly was swelling like a balloon, seemingly ready to burst at any moment. The mimic rabbit's belly would swell slightly, but with a light pat and a loud burp, it would deflate and continue feasting. Finally, the 30-minute countdown ended. Staff began counting the plates. To everyone's astonishment, the mimic rabbit won by a large margin, leading by 10 plates. Although the little big eater had an incredible appetite, it struggled to maintain its pace, slowing down noticeably in the latter half of the contest. I lost, Wang Bin murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and reluctance. At that moment, Mao Mao and Zhu Ming excitedly ran up to Wen Xuan. Mao Mao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, Wen Xuan, you're amazing. Zhu Ming curiously observed the mimic rabbit and couldn't resist reaching out to touch its belly. The rabbit swiftly dodged and teased in a human-like tone. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know you shouldn't randomly touch a rabbit's belly? Besides, haven't you learned that men shouldn't be too intimate with each other unless you're planning to act out Brokeback Mountain? This unexpected remark left Zhu Ming's hand hanging awkwardly in midair, unsure of what to do. Wang Bin turned to Wen Xian with a puzzled look. Wen Xian, What's the deal with your rabbit? How can it eat so much? He found it hard to accept that the so-called Little Stomach King lost so thoroughly in the Big Stomach King contest. Wen Xuan just gave a mysterious smile without offering much explanation. At that moment, a beautiful staff member approached Wen Xuan and handed him a card. Congratulations, Wen Xuan, on your victory. This is your reward, a one-year supply of Beast Food Redemption card. You can use it to claim food at our stores or choose to take it away directly. Wen Xuan glanced at the mountain of beast food piled up on the 10 trucks in the distance and decisively chose the card. He thought, with so much food, even the beasts might not finish it all. With this card, he could get as much as he wanted, and since it was from a reputable chain store, the quality was guaranteed. After playing for a while longer at Mayday Square, they took a bus back to school. On the bus, Mao Mao and Zhu Ming enthusiastically discussed the delicacies they bought at the food festival, while Wang Bin seemed downcast. Wen Xuan noticed Wang Bin's mood and quickly reassured him. We were just joking around earlier, don't take it to heart. Seriously, don't take it seriously. However, Wang Bin seemed determined to fulfill his promise. As soon as they returned to school, he actually stripped off his clothes and started streaking across the playground. This scene immediately drew a crowd of students. Oh my god, there's a pervert. Where? Where? Over there, the guy streaking without clothes. The male students laughed heartily at the spectacle, while the female students gasped, exclaiming pervert, as they watched Wang Bin intently. The scene made one ponder who the real perverts were. After the streaking, Wang Bin nonchalantly walked over to Mao Mao, took his clothes, and dressed. Mao Mao looked at Wang Bin worriedly, fearing he might be traumatized. To everyone's surprise, Wang Bin was laughing, and he seemed genuinely happy. Usually reserved, Zhu Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, Wang Bin, did you do this on purpose? You pervert, I bet you've always wanted to streak, but never had an excuse. This time you found the perfect opportunity to fulfill your wish, didn't you?" Wang Bin, although denying it, "No, I didn't. You know I'm not like that." His expression betrayed him. He turned to Wen Xuan with a playful look, pleading, "Wen Xuan, help me explain here." At that moment, everyone realized that this farce was perhaps a well-orchestrated act by Wang Bin. Wen Xuan rolled his eyes at Wang Bin, knowing exactly what was going on. He was all too familiar with this guy who never did anything without a gang. If Wang Bin really didn't want to do it, he would have found an excuse to back out long ago. But he agreed, so there had to be something fishy going on. Before Wen Xuan could think further, Wang Bin had already stripped off his clothes and begun his streaking performance. Wen Xuan suddenly understood. This guy was just looking for a legitimate reason to streak. He could enjoy the thrill and gain a reputation for keeping his word, a clever move indeed. Unable to resist, Wen Xuan mocked. "Don't get too full of yourself. Everyone's seen your little worm. Good luck finding a girlfriend at school now." Wang Bin froze at the remark, suddenly realizing the trouble he might have caused. He groaned in regret. Wen Xuan waved him off, deciding to ignore this self-satisfied fool, and turned to head back to the dormitory. Wang Bin and the others had no choice but to follow him reluctantly. In the following days, Wen Xuan continued attending classes as usual. One day, while he was in the dorm browsing the latest beast-taming news, Wang Bin and the others were lazily lying on their beds, playing on their phones. Suddenly, a parrot rabbit hopped in from outside, clutching a juicy, red watermelon slice and munching on it with delight. Wang Bin perked up and curiously asked, "Hey, where'd you get that watermelon?" The parrot rabbit proudly replied, "The girls from the dorm across gave it to me." Wang Bin was instantly excited. "What? You went to the girls' dorm? Didn't the dorm supervisor catch you?" The parrot rabbit puffed out its chest proudly. "I'm a handsome rabbit. Why would the dorm supervisor catch me?" Hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes flashed with envy, and he muttered, "I wish I could turn into a rabbit. Then I could visit the girls' dorm and eat watermelon." As he spoke, a lewd expression unwittingly appeared on his face. His roommates couldn't help but tease him. "Bin, do you want to be a rabbit? Or a wolf in disguise?" Caught in his thoughts, Wang Bin gave an embarrassed smile and changed the subject. "It's so hot today, why don't we buy a watermelon?" "Sure, sure," his roommate agreed. "But let's bring Wen Xuan along. He's great at picking watermelons. Last time you bought one, it wasn't ripe, and I waited for nothing." Wang Bin turned to Wen Xuan, pleading, "Wen Xuan, could you come with us?" Wen Xuan thought for a moment, realizing the weather was indeed hot, and some watermelon would be refreshing. So he nodded, agreeing to lead Wang Bin and the others out. Soon, they arrived at a watermelon stand. Wang Bin started clumsily tapping the watermelons, pretending to choose wisely. The vendor greeted them warmly. "Buying a watermelon, young man?" Wang Bin answered seriously. "Yes, I need to choose carefully. Last time I got an unripe one." The vendor impatiently replied. "Oh, come on. Why so picky? Would I, a watermelon seller, give you an unripe one? Just take this one." He picked up a watermelon and placed it on the scale. $42. I'll round it down to 40 for you." Wang Bin eyed the watermelon suspiciously and hesitantly asked, "Boss, this isn't unripe, is it?" The vendor immediately flared up. "Kid, are you here to stir up trouble? Keep saying I have unripe watermelons." Unwilling to back down, Wang Bin challenged. Well, we can find out by trying it, can't we? Ignoring the boss's reaction, Wang Bin decisively grabbed a watermelon knife and sliced the watermelon in front of him. With a crisp crack, the watermelon split open, revealing its pale, unripe center. See, I told you it was an unripe melon, Wang Bin said triumphantly. The boss's face darkened as he yelled. Kid, how dare you slice my melon? Realizing he had been caught, he decided to play the victim. None of you are leaving today. Before his words were finished, the boss quickly formed a hand seal. In an instant, a magic circle appeared on the ground, and a creature made up of 5 watermelons emerged. This watermelon monster had a large watermelon as its head, with smaller watermelons for limbs, looking both comical and eerie. The watermelon monster's attributes were clear. Type, plant, fighting. Gender, male. Level, bronze tier 2. Quality, D. Strength, bronze peak. Evolution path, none. Skills learned, watermelon punch LV4, seed Gatling gun LV4. As soon as the monster appeared, it lunged at Wang Bin, its right fist whistling through the air. Terrified, Wang Bin dashed towards Wen Xuan and the others. At the critical moment, a dark figure darted out like lightning. With a bang, the watermelon monster's punch was firmly blocked. It was Wen Xuan's timely summon, Abeo. Not only did Abeo block the attack, but it also launched a counterattack. With a powerful bear paw strike, it sent the watermelon monster flying. The creature crashed heavily into a truck behind, denting the cargo area. Wen Xuan stared coldly at the watermelon stand owner. The boss turned pale and quickly pleaded. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just trying to make a living. Please forgive me this once. Wen Xuan pondered for a moment and said, I'll let it go this time, but give me a few watermelons as compensation. Of course, of course. The boss, feeling relieved, quickly picked a few watermelons, put them in a bag, and handed it to Wen Xuan. Wang Bin swiftly stepped forward to take them. Wen Xuan gave a final warning. I'll let it slide this time. If I catch you selling unripe melons again, I'll smash your stall. Yes, yes, I won't dare do it again. The boss nodded repeatedly, bowing. Wen Xuan and his companions left the watermelon stand. Watching them leave, the boss murmured to himself as if he had seen a plague. I can't stay here. I need to find another place to set up shop. He began packing his things. Back at the dorm, everyone washed, cut, and enjoyed the watermelons. Wow, it's really sweet. Mao Mao said, juice dripping from his mouth as he chewed. Thanks to Wen Xuan, or we'd be eating unripe melons again. Yeah, that boss was too much, trying to trick us, the others chimed in. Wen Xuan smiled slightly, his brow relaxing. Earlier he had been worrying about what beast to contract with, but now he had made up his mind. This time, I need to contract a fire-type beast, preferably one that can fly, Wen Xuan said with determination, a look of anticipation in his eyes. On the train, Wen Xuan glanced at his companions and couldn't help but ask, I'm just going to the volcano. Is it really necessary for you all to come with me? Wang Bin replied with a laugh. Oh, Wen Xuan, you're heading to the volcano to catch the little firebird. But we're different. We're planning to enjoy the hot springs. Wen Xuan had thoroughly researched and concluded that the little firebird was perfect for him. This magical creature could not only fly, but also possessed both wind and fire attributes. Excitingly, after 3 stages of evolution, it would transform into a powerful flame feather eagle, a rideable beast. Wen Xuan had already envisioned himself soaring through the skies on the back of a flame feather eagle. The little firebird's habitat was atop the volcano, while Wang Bin and the others were headed to a hot spring town. This town originated from the abundant hot spring resources in the volcanic area. When people discovered the hot springs, savvy merchants saw a business opportunity and began opening bathhouses nearby. As these establishments multiplied, a bustling town gradually emerged. After a day-long train journey, Wen Xuan and his group finally arrived at the hot spring town before nightfall. Wang Bin, burdened with heavy bags, was panting due to his weight and kept complaining. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted, Wen Xuan suggested. Bin, I think you should consider losing some weight. Wang Bin immediately retorted, lose weight? Why? I think my figure is fine, quite full, and I have what many girls lack QQ. As he spoke, he wiggled his body to show off what he considered his assets. Admittedly, Wang Bin's QQ did make many girls envious, given how common runway models were these days. Just then, a woman with a bun hairstyle, wearing a yukata, appeared before them. Her beauty had a unique charm. She warmly invited, Gentlemen, you've come a long way. You must be tired. Would you like to soak in the hot springs at my inn? Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Wang Bin was immediately captivated and quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Despite the inn owner's mature allure, she was undeniably attractive. The inn owner led Wen Xuan and his friends to her hot spring inn. She called out, Husband, we have guests. A burly man emerged from inside, responding, Coming. This man was robust and dark-skinned, but stood only about 1.6 meters tall. Witnessing this, Wang Bin whispered in surprise, What? She's married. This is like a real-life version of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. Noticing this, Wen Xuan urged, "All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's move on." He was worried that Wang Bin's loose lips might cause trouble. The group entered the changing room, undressed, and after showering, finally immersed themselves in the hot spring pool. The warm water enveloped their tired bodies, and Wang Bin sighed in comfort. "Ah, I'm alive again." Lying in the hot spring, he felt blissfully relaxed, more so than any other enjoyment. Wen Xuan and the others also relaxed by the poolside. Wang Bin, seeing Mao Mao's delicate skin, couldn't resist tickling him. Mao Mao burst into laughter, pleading loudly. "Ha ha ha! Bin, stop it! Bin, stop!" Hearing Mao Mao's pleas, Wang Bin grinned mischievously and said, "Let me see." Mao Mao quickly refused. "No." Seeing this, Wen Xuan intervened. "All right, Wang Bin, stop messing around." At this, Wang Bin and Mao Mao turned to look at Wen Xuan. At that moment, Wen Xuan was also bare, and his fair skin and eight-pack abs left Wang Bin and Mao Mao in awe. As their eyes traveled downward, they were clearly impressed by Wen Xuan's physique. Wang Bin stood frozen in place, finally understanding why Wen Xuan had nicknamed him Little Earthworm. It was not a comparison between candlelight and the bright moon. It was pure humiliation. He shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling a mix of emotions. Night quietly descended on the hot spring trip. Wen Xuan intended to get a good night's sleep, but was jolted awake by sounds coming from the next room. "Honey, wait a moment." Accompanied by soft murmurs, made Wen Xuan realize with a darkened expression that a rather lively scene was unfolding next door. With no other choice, he decided to go out for a walk. After getting dressed, Wen Xuan stepped into the evening of the hot spring town. The streets were still bustling, with vendors calling out one after another. Various Odin stalls were particularly eye-catching, each claiming to be made with hot spring water and boasting benefits such as boosting vitality and prolonging life. Wen Xuan scoffed at this, knowing full well that the mineral content in hot spring water was too high for drinking, let alone any miraculous effects. As Wen Xuan wandered aimlessly, a familiar voice called out, "Can't sleep either, young man?" Looking over, Wen Xuan was surprised to find that it was the husband of the female owner speaking. This unexpected encounter set off alarm bells in Wen Xuan's mind as he suddenly realized who the man intimately involved with the female owner at the inn was. Suppressing his inner shock, Wen Xuan responded with feigned calmness. "Yeah, couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." "Perfect, I couldn't sleep either. How about we walk together?" the man suggested. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement, and the two walked side by side, chatting casually. Through their conversation, Wen Xuan learned that the man, named Wu Lang, had grown up in the hot spring town. As they strolled, Wen Xuan suddenly asked, "Wu Lang, do you know where I can find little firebirds?" Wu Lang answered without hesitation, "Head east, over that mountain, and you'll find a place called Flame Forest. The leaves there are all red, and that's where you'll find little firebirds." After thanking him, Wen Xuan suggested it was time to head back. The two amicably ended their late-night walk and returned to the inn. Back in his room, Wen Xuan fell into deep thought. He remembered a moral dilemma a friend had once posed. If you discover a friend is being cheated on, should you tell them or stay silent? He had once chosen to tell without hesitation, which resulted in a tragedy. That experience taught him that sometimes, the truth doesn't necessarily bring happiness. The next morning, as Wen Xuan came downstairs, he encountered the female owner having breakfast. She threw him a flirtatious glance, as if nothing had happened. Wen Xuan felt a mix of emotions, but could only pretend nothing was amiss, and quietly made his way to the dining area. Faced with the advances of the female shop owner, Wen Xuan chose to ignore her. Even though she exuded an alluring charm like a blossoming flower, Wen Xuan remained composed and decisively left the hot spring shop. He headed straight east and soon arrived at the edge of the flame forest. Covered in volcanic ash, Wen Xuan's focus was entirely on the scene before him. Suddenly, a massive figure blocked his path. It was a fire wolf, baring its sharp fangs and lowering its body as it growled deeply at Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan quickly assessed the fire wolf. Fire attribute, male, bronze tier 3 qualifications, with strength at the peak of level. It was on the evolution path of a flame wolf king, mastering skills like Little Fireball LV4, Flame Fong LV5, and Roar LV3. Suddenly, the fire wolf lunged at Wen Xuan. Just as Abeo was about to intervene, the mimic rabbit stopped him confidently, saying, "Let me handle this." With that, the mimic rabbit charged at the fire wolf. The fire wolf opened its massive jaws, flames blazing fiercely as it bit down hard on the mimic rabbit. However, the mimic rabbit smirked slightly, producing a large rock from nowhere and jamming it directly into the wolf's mouth. The rock lodged in the wolf's throat, causing it immense pain. The fire wolf thrashed wildly on the ground, desperately trying to expel the rock, but to no avail. In the end, the poor fire wolf suffocated to death. Wen Xuan stared at the mimic rabbit in astonishment and asked, "Rabbit, what kind of move was that?" "Just something new I learned," the mimic rabbit replied nonchalantly. Wen Xuan carefully observed the mimic rabbit, recalling its attributes, plant and rock attributes. Male, Silver Tier 4, SSSR qualifications, with peak strength, following an extraordinary king evolution path. Its skills included Swift Feet LV9, Mimicry LV9, Burrow LV7, Pyrotechnics LV8, Vine Whip LV8, Mana Fountain LV5, Gluttony LV6, and the recently used Flying Stone LV4. Over these days, the Mimic Rabbit's abilities had advanced rapidly, its SSSR qualifications finally shining through. It demonstrated through actions what a true learning genius was, making all efforts seem insignificant in its presence. You used the Flying Stone skill to defeat the Fire Wolf, right? Wen Xuan asked. Yeah. The Mimic Rabbit replied, still as calm as ever. Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. While most would use the Flying Stone skill for ranged attacks, the Mimic Rabbit had ingeniously shoved a rock directly into its opponent's mouth. This innovative combat style left Wen Xuan both surprised and impressed. Alright, Rabbit, go take care of it. Skin it and check for a magic beast core, Wen Xuan instructed. The Mimic Rabbit skillfully took out a dagger, swiftly skinning a complete firewolf pelt. Unfortunately, this firewolf did not have a magic beast core. Wen Xuan carefully stored the firewolf pelt and continued deeper into the flame forest with a Bayo and the Mimic Rabbit. After walking for a while, a series of dense bird calls suddenly filled the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing the familiar sounds, Wen Xuan became excited. Those were the calls of the little firebirds, signaling that they were on the brink of an important discovery. Wen Xuan looked up at the canopy, spotting a group of small firebirds perched among the branches. Their feathers glimmered faintly in the sunlight. He squinted, carefully inspecting each one to find the best target for capture. Suddenly, a slightly larger firebird caught his attention. Wen Xuan's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. This firebird had great potential, far surpassing its companions. Among so many firebirds, finding one with great potential was an exceptionally rare occurrence. Just as Wen Xuan was about to capture this rare little firebird, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the forest. He quickly turned his head to see a giant tiger engulfed in blazing flames charging down the hillside, leaving scorched marks with every step. It's a flame tiger, and it's gold-ranked. Wen Xuan gasped, instantly realizing the gravity of the danger. He had no choice but to abandon thoughts of the firebird and urgently called out to a Bayo and the Mimic Rabbit. Run! The three of them fled in panic, with the sounds of snapping branches and beastly roars behind them. The flock of firebirds, also startled, took to the sky and vanished in an instant. After running a considerable distance, Wen Xuan finally dared to glance back. Confirming there was no sign of the flame tiger, he exhaled deeply, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This encounter once again demonstrated the peril of the wilderness, allowing no room for carelessness. Despite still being shaken, Wen Xuan couldn't help but recall the attributes of the flame tiger. Flame tiger attributes. Fire type, female. Level, gold tier 4. Potential, B. Strength, peak. Evolution path, scarlet flame tiger. Learn skills. Tiger claw, LV7. Flame roar, LV6. Large fireball, LV6. Tearing claw, LV7. Wen Xuan analyzed. This flame tiger seems strong, but its potential has reached its limit. Its great potential restricts further growth. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Today just isn't my day. Just then, Wen Xuan's attention was drawn to some movement on a nearby rock. To his surprise, it was the great potential firebird. It was happily hopping on the rock, seemingly unaware of any danger. Overjoyed, Wen Xuan cautiously approached the little firebird with a Bayo and the Mimic Rabbit. However, before they could get close, the alert firebird noticed them and swiftly spread its wings, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Wen Xuan couldn't help but curse in frustration. He realized he needed to devise a new capture plan and decided to go back and make a wire net to catch the elusive little firebird. Just as Wen Xuan was about to lead the group back, the Mimic Rabbit hesitantly said, "Wait a minute. What's up?" Wen Xuan asked, puzzled. "I need to pee." The Mimic Rabbit replied awkwardly. Wen Xuan shook his head helplessly. Lazy folks always have to go to the bathroom. Be quick and stay safe. The Mimic Rabbit acknowledged and quickly ran toward a large rock. As it hid behind the rock to relieve itself, it noticed a small flame flickering in a crevice. Hee hee. That's interesting. The Mimic Rabbit mischievously thought and tried to extinguish the flame with its urine. However, no matter how hard it tried, the flame persisted. While the Mimic Rabbit was puzzled, the flame suddenly darted toward it. Startled, the Mimic Rabbit quickly dodged, barely avoiding the flame's attack. Phew, I nearly lost my future generations, the Mimic Rabbit thought, relieved that it had managed to dodge in time. If the flame had hit a vital spot, it would have been a barbecued worm situation. Mimic Rabbit, what's taking you so long just to pee? Wen Xuan called out impatiently. Wen Xuan, do you think I want this? It's because of this little guy, the Mimic Rabbit replied, feeling wronged. This little guy? Wen Xuan asked in confusion, having no idea what trouble the Mimic Rabbit had encountered. Wen Xuan followed the direction indicated by the Mimic Rabbit and saw a small flame glaring at it with a look of resentment. With the power of the god's eye, Wen Xuan instantly understood the attributes of the small flame. Fire element, female, black iron level 8 aptitude, peak SSSR strength, and a path of evolution towards extraordinary king. Its skills included small fireball LV3, flame charge LV3, and, surprisingly, devour flame LV9. An SSS raptitude small flame? This is like a windfall from the heavens. Wen Xuan thought excitedly. Although the next evolution of the small flame is a large fireball, its third form, the flame doll, is incredibly powerful, capable of contending with dragons. Even more astonishing is that this small flame has mastered the LV9 Devour Flame skill, making it immune to all fire-based attacks. Wen Xuan decided immediately, I must capture it. With the small flame, who needs a small firebird? He turned to the mimic rabbit and instructed, it's up to you, but only injure it, don't kill it. And don't use fire-based skills, or it will become stronger. However, before Wen Xuan finished speaking, the mimic rabbit had already thrown a carrot bomb. With a loud bang, smoke and dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, the small flame was not only unharmed but had absorbed the energy from the bomb, becoming even more vigorous and charging towards the mimic rabbit. Help! The mimic rabbit cried as it fled in panic. Seeing this, the small flame became even more determined to avenge the earlier humiliation of being doused. As the small flame closed in, the mimic rabbit's lips curled into a sly smile. It suddenly turned around, and seemingly out of nowhere, a stone appeared in its hand, which it hurled accurately at the small flame. With a thud, the small flame couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the rock skill, severely injuring it. In just one move, the mimic rabbit had gravely wounded the small flame while holding back. Wen Xuan quickly approached the small flame with a bow and began casting a spell. A contract magic circle appeared at the small flame's feet, initiating the contract ritual. The small flame tried to struggle but was too injured to resist. Soon, the contract was successfully established. Looking at the weakened small flame, Wen Xuan carefully took out a valuable healing potion worth 10,000 from his spatial ring and applied it gently. The potion worked immediately, and the small flame's injuries began to heal visibly. After the contract, the small flame became much more docile. However, when the mimic rabbit approached, the small flame seemed to recognize an enemy and bounced, ready to attack once more. Little flame, stop! Wen Xuan's voice echoed across the volcano. Despite its reluctance, Little Flame obeyed its master's command and halted its steps. Wen Xuan surveyed the surroundings. The dangerous aura of the volcano was palpable. Let's go, he said to his 3 spirit beasts. Our goal is achieved. It's time to leave this perilous place. However, fate had other plans. As they descended the mountain, the sudden sound of a fierce battle shattered the volcano's silence. Wen Xuan's curiosity was piqued, and he led his 3 spirit beasts to quietly approach the source of the noise. The scene before them was astonishing. A woman was fiercely battling a flame tiger. Wen Xuan recognized this flame tiger as one he had encountered before. The woman, a gold-ranked beast master, was in dire straits. 2 of her 4 spirit beasts had already fallen, leaving only the fighting frog and the ivory earth pig struggling to hold their ground. The fighting frog, a water and fighting type gold tier 2 spirit beast, was fighting alongside the ivory earth pig, a gold tier 3 rock type spirit beast. However, they were up against a formidable gold tier 4 flame tiger. If not for the advantage of their attributes, the woman might have already met her demise. The woman's face was tense, her gaze constantly shifting between the battlefield and her phone screen. On the screen, 2 red dots were flashing, one of them rapidly approaching her location. Hurry up, she screamed internally, feeling she was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the woman seemed to make a decision. She swiftly flipped onto the back of the ivory earth pig and began to flee. The flame tiger, seeing this, launched itself off the ground in pursuit. As the flame tiger closed in, the fighting frog mustered all its strength to conjure a water ball and shot it toward the tiger. The flame tiger effortlessly leapt aside, retaliating with a fiery roar. A searing flame shot out, engulfing the fighting frog in an instant. Despite its resistance to fire attacks, the fighting frog sustained significant damage. It fell to the ground, charred and motionless. The flame tiger cast a cold glance at it before resuming its chase after the woman. Without the fighting frog's protection, the woman was now defenseless, like a fish on a chopping board. The flame tiger quickly caught up and unleashed another torrent of flames, this time targeting the ivory earth pig. The woman could feel the scorching heat approaching, despair gripping her heart. It's over, she thought, closing her eyes and bracing for the end. In that critical moment, a small fireball appeared out of nowhere, opening its mouth to swallow the flame tiger's attack whole. It was Wen Xuan's little flame. After consuming the flame, it smacked its lips, relishing the taste as if savoring a delicacy. Roar! The flame tiger, seeing its attack devoured, erupted in fury, letting out a deafening roar. It bared its sharp claws and lunged at little flame, and the battle was about to ignite. The flame tiger lunged ferociously at little flame, its sharp claws glinting coldly. In a split second, with a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck from the sky, hitting the flame tiger accurately. Instantly, the fierce beast was reduced to a charred corpse. Wen Xuan looked up in astonishment to see an elderly man with white hair descending slowly on a giant, golden thunder eagle. This majestic beast was evidently powerful, possessing electric attributes, male, at diamond level 5, with great aptitude, and at the peak of its strength. As a top-tier evolution of the Thunder Dragon Eagle, it had mastered several formidable skills: Thunder level 7, Lightning Flash level 6, Lightning Chain level 6, Electric Net level 5, and Wind Blade level 5. The old man landed steadily in front of a young woman. As soon as she saw him, she excitedly exclaimed, "Grandfather," and rushed into his embrace. The old man affectionately patted his granddaughter's back and asked with concern, "Oh my dear, you aren't hurt, are you?" The young woman replied proudly, "No. Although that creature was tough, I managed to escape in time." The old man smiled slightly and turned his gaze to Wen Xuan. "Young man, I saw what you did just now. You did well. Thank you for saving my granddaughter." The woman was taken aback and finally realized what had happened. Seeing this, the old man urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and thank this young man." The young woman cast a disdainful glance at Wen Xuan and muttered, "Grandfather, this guy is only at silver level, not even as strong as me. How could you say he saved me? I didn't see it." The old man patiently explained, "Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean I didn't. From up in the sky, I saw clearly that the flame tiger's fire was about to reach you. It was this young man's little flame that bravely stepped in, using its own body to block the flame tiger's attack." At this point, the old man curiously glanced at little flame, mumbling to himself, "If I'm not mistaken, this little flame likely has the ability to devour flames. What a rare talent." This rare ability intrigued the old man, but he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that little flame belonged to Wen Xuan and he couldn't take it by force. The old man turned to Wen Xuan with sincerity. "All right, young man, I have other matters to attend to. Consider the flame tiger as a gift of thanks from me. Don't refuse it. And here, take this." He handed Wen Xuan a business card. "If you run into trouble, call this number. I owe you a favor and will help you once." Wen Xuan accepted the card, feeling delighted. A favor from someone of diamond level was extremely valuable to him at this time. He respectfully thanked the old man. Having said his piece, the old man left with his granddaughter. Wen Xuan looked down at the card in his hand, which bore the name Xiao Zhan. He carefully placed it in his space ring and then approached the flame tiger's corpse. Wen Xuan directed the mimic rabbit to skillfully extract the magic beast core from the flame tiger using a dagger. Unfortunately, the flame tiger's body had been charred by lightning, rendering it inedible. He shook his head with some regret and handed the crimson core to Little Flame. Little Flame was overjoyed, cradling the core like a treasure and licking it repeatedly. Suddenly, a childish voice echoed in Wen Xuan's mind. "Thank you, master." He looked at Little Flame in surprise, feeling a peculiar sensation. At this moment, Little Flame's face was lit up with a satisfied smile as it greedily savored the magical beast core of the flame tiger, much like licking a lollipop. After the contract was established, a mysterious soul connection formed between Wen Xuan and Little Flame, allowing them to communicate silently through telepathy. The flame tiger, being a gold-level magical beast, had a core rich in energy. Although Little Flame was only an 8th-tier black iron beast and dared not recklessly consume such a powerful core, it could gradually absorb its energy by licking it slowly. Wen Xuan could clearly feel Little Flame's power increasing steadily with each lick. "Let's go home," Wen Xuan said, scanning the surroundings to ensure nothing was left behind, and then headed back to the hot spring inn with Abeo and the others. As soon as they stepped into the inn, Wen Xuan saw Wang Bin and his companions, who looked utterly exhausted as if all their energy had been drained. Wen Xuan was puzzled but didn't delve into it. "Wen Xuan, where did you go?" Wang Bin asked. "We searched the entire town and couldn't find any trace of you." "I went to the volcano at the back," Wen Xuan replied calmly. "The volcano?" Wang Bin exclaimed. "You went there alone? Don't you know how dangerous it is? You should have taken us with you. More people mean more safety." Wen Xuan chuckled to himself. In his view, taking Wang Bin along would probably be more of a burden than a help. Just then, Mao Mao noticed something unusual behind Wen Xuan. "Brother Wen Xuan, what's that?" he asked, pointing at a red, flame-like object. Everyone followed Mao Mao's gaze and noticed Little Flame. "Wow, it's so cute," Mao Mao exclaimed, his eyes almost melting with admiration. He instinctively moved closer, but Little Flame got scared and hid behind Wen Xuan's leg, clutching his pants tightly. Although Little Flame was emitting flames, they currently had no offensive power, leaving Wen Xuan's pants unscathed. The flames would only become scorching if it was provoked or chose to attack. "Don't be scared, little one," Wen Xuan said, bending down to pick up Little Flame, surprised at how timid it was. "All right, Mao Mao, it's a bit shy, so don't touch it," Wen Xuan cautioned, worried that Mao Mao might inadvertently provoke it. It was noon, and the innkeeper's wife happened to return for lunch. "Congratulations, little brother," she said with a smile. Wen Xian instinctively glanced at Wu Lang, thinking that if there were a color-detecting device placed over Wu Lang's head, it would surely signal green. After lunch, Wen Xian bid farewell to Wu Lang and the innkeeper's wife and set off on the return journey. On the train, Wang Bin appeared listless, clearly feeling the after-effects of spending too much time in the hot springs, as if his bones had turned to jelly. Wen Xuan and his companions returned to school, and as soon as they reached the gate, they encountered Yang Bingyun. Her eyes lit up as she briskly walked towards Wen Xuan, with a hint of reproach in her voice. "Hey, where have you been these days? I've been looking everywhere for you." Wen Xuan was a bit surprised and asked, "Looking for me? Is there something you need?" Yang Bingyun explained excitedly. "The Guang City Interschool Basketball Tournament is about to start, and I wanted to see if you're interested in joining." As she spoke, she pulled out a brightly colored poster from her bag and handed it to Wen Xuan. 18 schools are participating this time, and it's a knockout competition. The best part is, if we win, each member will receive a golden level magical beast core. Yang Bingyun's voice was full of anticipation. Wen Xuan's eyes lit up. "A golden level magical beast core?" Yang Bingyun added proudly. "That's right, there's a wealthy sponsor this time, so the prizes are quite generous." After hearing this, Wen Xuan was quite tempted. He instinctively glanced at the mimic rabbit beside him, which still looked nonchalant. Noticing Wen Xuan's gaze, Yang Bingyun quickly said, "Don't worry, this little guy can do it. It has good potential, and with a bit of training, it'll get the hang of it quickly." After thinking for a moment, Wen Xuan made a decision. "All right, I'll join." After all, a golden level magical beast core is quite valuable, starting at least 500,000. If someone is offering such a prize, why not take it? In the days that followed, Wen Xuan brought the mimic rabbit to the basketball court halfway up the school's back mountain for training. Besides Yang Bingyun herself, she also invited 3 other people to join the team. Wen Xuan sized up his 3 new teammates, 2 boys and 1 girl, all seniors. Since Wen Xuan rarely wandered around the school, they were all unfamiliar to him. One of the boys sported a flamboyant mohawk, and his beast companion was a burly gorilla. The other boy wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked scholarly. His beast companion was an agile leopard man. The girl had a majestic tiger man as her beast companion. In comparison, whether it was Yang Bingyun's robust rooster or the other beast companions, they were all quite large. The small mimic rabbit looked particularly insignificant among them, drawing disdainful looks from the other beasts. Feeling the contemptuous gazes from the gorilla and other beasts, the mimic rabbit suddenly got riled up. It puffed out its chest and loudly challenged. "Oh, you guys look down on me? Come on, let's have a match." With that, it grabbed a basketball and strode towards the court. Although basketball is a sport with physical contact, it also has its rules. No matter how strong, one can't deliberately crash into opponents. However, the gorilla and the other 3 beasts clearly weren't ones to play by the rules. They exchanged meaningful glances, and the gorilla smirked. It was ready to take on the mimic rabbit and show this overconfident rabbit that the basketball court wasn't its place. The mimic rabbit and the gorilla prepared for an unknown showdown. On the sidelines, the robust rooster held a basketball under its wing, a slight smirk on its face. It thought, the gorilla dares to underestimate the mimic rabbit? This is a master it personally trained, and even it had lost to the mimic rabbit before. The match began. The mimic rabbit attacked with the ball, its speed astonishing. As a rabbit, agility was its natural talent. After a few feints, the mimic rabbit easily broke through to the basket. Suddenly, it made a powerful leap, soaring into the air. Bang! With a loud slam, the mimic rabbit dunked the ball into the hoop, announcing the end of the match. Everyone watched in shock, not expecting the seemingly weak mimic rabbit to possess such strength. With remarkable speed and agility, the mimic rabbit defeated the chimpanzee, leaving the latter wondering if it had been too careless. Unwilling to accept defeat, the chimpanzee decided to fight back, dribbling the basketball with powerful, booming bounces. Suddenly, it performed a feint, ready to break through the defense. In that split second, a blur whisked past the chimpanzee. By the time it realized what had happened, the basketball had vanished. Stunned, it watched the mimic rabbit spinning the ball in its hands, amazed by the speed that even it couldn't detect. The strong rooster observed the scene with a slight smirk, exactly as it had anticipated. Yang Bingyun, dressed in sportswear with a whistle around her neck, announced the match result as the coach. "Are you convinced now? If so, join the team. Let's start training." Yang Bingyun meticulously taught basketball techniques, guiding the team from basic dribbling to shooting and layups step by step. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan took Abeo to a nearby forest for special training. Abeo chose a sturdy tree as its training target, working on its claws. Its bare paws continuously slapped the trunk with loud thuds, sending wood chips flying as the entire tree shook under Abeo's fierce assault. Standing by Wen Xuan's side, Little Flame focused on licking the necklace around its neck. To help Little Flame absorb the magic core energy of the flame tiger, Wen Xuan had a necklace embedded with the cores specially made. Time flew by, and the intense training of half a month quickly passed. With its incredible talent, the mimic rabbit had fully integrated into the team, surpassing the older members like the chimpanzee, second only to the strong rooster, who had been training for 30 months. On the basketball court, Yang Bingyun wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to the team, "Tomorrow is game day. I hope you give it your all and show your best performance." The mimic rabbit responded on behalf of the team, "We certainly will." The next day, when Xuan and the group arrived at the bustling city sports arena, the venue was packed, with the audience eagerly awaiting the long-anticipated match. The arena had 4 basketball courts, with 4 games taking place simultaneously to select the top 4 teams for the semifinals the following day. Wen Xuan led the team to their designated court, finding their opponents already waiting. He scrutinized the opposing lineup, discovering they were from the 4th school, surprisingly composed entirely of fighting monkeys, with the largest one presumably the captain. Wen Xuan analyzed inwardly. Basketball is all about teamwork, and 5 fighting monkeys of the same type must have excellent coordination. More importantly, these monkeys likely come from the same group, meaning their synergy is probably exceptional. This match is likely to be a tough challenge. The students from the school across the street focused their attention on the beasts of Wen Xuan and his team. Their expressions turned serious as they saw the formidable rooster and the other tough creatures. However, when their eyes landed on the studious rabbit, they were taken aback. One of the boys rubbed his eyes in disbelief, making sure he wasn't seeing things. "It's true. It really is true." He burst into laughter. "Look, there's actually a rabbit on the other team." Pointing at the studious rabbit, he mocked, "Haha. You think that scrawny rabbit with its thin arms and legs will survive if our fighting monkey runs into it? Just look at how frail it is. I bet even I could take it down." Despite the mocking from the other side, the robust rooster and its companions remained unfazed. In their minds, they recalled the training sessions with the studious rabbit. The seemingly frail creature was always the first to complete the exercises, moving swiftly and precisely, earning rewards from Yang Bingyun. Compared to their own exhausting efforts, the studious rabbit always emerged unscathed. To them, it was already dubbed a monster. As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially began. The studious rabbit made an agile leap, seizing the basketball first. Like an arrow released from a bow, it darted toward the front court, quickly reaching the opponent's 3-point line. With a graceful backward jump, it executed a flawless shot. The ball swished through the net, producing a crisp sound. The once noisy venue fell silent, everyone frozen in place. They all had one thought: this rabbit is incredibly strong. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, this rabbit's basketball skills are amazing. The way it moves with the ball is so clean and fluid, it's a joy to watch. I've never realized before that watching basketball could be so enjoyable. It's like I am the one handling the ball, every move so natural and smooth." Is this what they call the legendary flow basketball? Moving with the heart, following the ball. The expressions on the faces of the participants from the other school turned grim. They forced themselves to believe it was just a fluke. It's just a rabbit. It can't really be that good. Their coach quickly devised a man-to-man strategy specifically targeting the studious rabbit. The game went on. The tight defense by the 2 fighting monkeys indeed restricted the movement of the studious rabbit. But basketball is a team sport, and assigning 2 players to guard the studious rabbit underestimated its teammates. Seeing it was difficult to break through the defense, the studious rabbit decisively passed the ball to the robust rooster. Catching the ball, the rooster dashed towards the basket like an arrow. With a loud bang, it executed a powerful slam dunk, driving the ball forcefully into the hoop. The ball? It's in again! The spectators erupted in astonishment. Wow, this year's team is incredible. Not only is there an agile rabbit, but even this rooster is amazing. As the game progressed, the studious rabbit and the robust rooster gradually took control of the pace on the court. In the end, a spectacular game came to a close. They won the match with an overwhelming score of 150-0. The players from School 4 walked off the court with their heads down, faces full of disappointment and shame. This crushing defeat left them feeling utterly humiliated, unable to accept being completely shut out by their opponents. They quietly blamed Wen Xuan and his team, thinking they lacked even the basic courtesy to let them score a point or two. Wen Xuan and his team advanced to the semifinals, leaving the court in high spirits. As they reached the entrance, they spotted another team emerging from the adjacent basketball court, a squad composed of 5 towering rhinoceros men. This team exuded an intimidating aura. Both the Beastmasters and their beasts were quintuplets, showcasing an impressive level of coordination. Yang Bingyun felt a tinge of anxiety as she observed the rhino team. These rhinoceros men seemed born to play basketball. Their imposing size and seamless teamwork were truly daunting. As the 5 rhino brothers walked past the parrot rabbit and its team, their eyes betrayed a clear disdain, looking down on them from above. Watching the rhino's retreating figures, the parrot rabbit couldn't help but grumble. What's up with these guys? Do they have noses on top of their heads? Why are they all so arrogant? Yang Bingyun sighed helplessly and explained, because they really are that strong. All 5 rhinos are at the silver level, while on our side, only you and the strong rooster are at silver level. The 3 gorillas are still stuck at bronze tier 9. Yang Bingyun was puzzled by the gorilla's inability to break through, having tried many methods to no avail. Only Wen Xuan knew the truth. These 3 had level potential, destined never to surpass the bronze tier 9 ceiling unless they could consume rare elixirs that enhance potential. Wen Xuan felt fortunate to possess the divine eye, allowing him to see the potential of beasts when choosing them, unlike others who relied on luck or the unreliable method of choosing the biggest. Seeing the gorilla beastmasters looking dejected, Yang Bingyun quickly offered comfort. Don't be upset. We just won today's match, didn't we? Let's go celebrate. It's on me. Her words immediately lifted everyone's spirits. Let's go. Let's get some skewers. Yes, skewers. Let's live in the moment. Who cares if we're broke tomorrow? The group headed enthusiastically toward the barbecue restaurant. Once there, they began ordering enthusiastically, ready to fully enjoy the celebration of their victory, courtesy of Yang Bingyun. As night fell, Wen Xuan and Yang Bingyun continued to drink together. Under the influence of alcohol, a faint blush appeared on Yang Bingyun's cheeks. Her gaze swept over the 3 who had already passed out, and a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Wen Xuan, you know, you're luckier than they are, Yang Bingyun said softly, with a touch of melancholy in her voice. I met them in our first year of high school, and we've been playing basketball together for over 2 years. It's a pity they can only accompany me this far. Beyond this point, I have to go on alone. Yang Bingyun was about to graduate with a bright future ahead, while the 3 before her could only enter the workforce or attend second-tier universities. The 9th tier of bronze was their limit, and it was nearly impossible for them to advance further. Yang Bingyun felt a mix of emotions. It wasn't that they didn't work hard, but their backgrounds limited them, preventing them from obtaining high-quality beasts. Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The offspring of powerful beasts generally have good potential. Wealthy people are willing to spend a lot of money to buy the offspring of powerful beasts. Yang Bingyun's voice gradually choked, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Wen Xuan, seeing Yang Bingyun suddenly cry, was at a loss. Fortunately, she soon fell asleep due to the intoxication, and Wen Xuan breathed a long sigh of relief, shaking his head helplessly. The next day, at the competition venue, all 4 appeared somewhat weary. Luckily, in the basketball games, the Shu 2 and the others could perform freely without needing Wen Xuan and his friends to direct them. Today, their opponent was the team from 5th High School, while 1st High School faced 3rd High School. 5th High School's beast basketball team had a diverse lineup: a stone giant, a strength monster, a star bear, a pink gorilla, and a dog-headed man. Although 5th High School was slightly stronger than 4th High School, the gap wasn't significant. In the early stages of the match, 5th High launched several fierce attacks, all of which were thwarted by Shu 2 and the others. As time went on, the beasts of 5th High showed signs of fatigue. In the end, the score settled at 130-3, with the 3 points being a lucky shot from the half-court by the strength monster. After defeating 5th High, Wen Xuan and his friends followed Yang Bingyun out of the competition venue. As they reached the entrance, they ran into 5 students from 1st High who had been waiting for some time. The tall leader of the group, upon seeing Yang Bingyun, immediately broke into a smile, his eyes shining with a peculiar light. Bingyun, he called softly, his tone filled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Sister-in-law, the 4 behind him shouted in unison. At these words, Yang Bingyun's expression instantly darkened. What are you shouting about? Sister-in-law, did we call you wrong? Zhao Sunxin replied nonchalantly. These 5 brothers had rather unique names: Zhao Xinxin, Zhao Sunxin, Zhao Miao Miao, Zhao Yanyan, and Zhao Yao Yao. Seeing this, Wen Xuan didn't want to get entangled with them and urged, Bingyun, let's go. Oh, okay. Yang Bingyun snapped out of her daze and prepared to leave with Wen Xuan. Bingyun. As Yang Bingyun was about to leave, Zhao Xinxin suddenly called out, his voice tinged with urgency and pleading. His eyes were slightly red as he emotionally confessed, Bingyun, after all this time, don't you understand my feelings? You love basketball, so I learned basketball. You applied to the 2nd high school, so I applied to the 1st. I've worked so hard for you. Why won't you even look at me? Zhao Xinxin's words were filled with grievance and unwillingness. He and Yang Bingyun had been childhood friends, inseparable during their early years. Although Yang Bingyun was only a few months older than Zhao Xinxin, she was the big sister of their small group, with Zhao Xinxin and 4 other boys always following her. However, this pure friendship changed quietly after Zhao Xinxin first confessed his feelings to Yang Bingyun. Fate played its hand, as Yang Bingyun only ever saw him as a brother, while Zhao Xinxin fell hopelessly in love with her. Wen Xuan, let's go. Yang Bingyun said expressionlessly, pulling Wen Xuan away, unmoved by Zhao Xinxin's heartfelt confession. Bingyun. Zhao Xinxin muttered to himself, his voice low and filled with loss as he watched Yang Bingyun's retreating figure. Seeing this, Zhao Sunsin and the others were about to comfort Zhao Xinxin, but he firmly stated, "It's okay. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. I believe that with sincerity and perseverance, I can win her over. That's right, big brother, we all believe in you. You'll succeed." The brothers chimed in, cheering him on. Back at school, Yang Bingyun wearily said to Wen Xuan, "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." With that, she left Wen Xuan standing there alone. The next day, Wen Xuan and his friends arrived at the competition venue early, only to find Zhao Xinxin and his group had been waiting for some time. When Yang Bingyun appeared, Zhao Xinxin's face lit up with a joyful smile as he eagerly called out, "Bingyun." Seeing this, Wen Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. He silently mocked, "This guy is such a hopeless sycophant. Doesn't he know that being overly eager gets you nowhere?" Despite wanting to dissuade Zhao Xinxin, Wen Xuan knew he would persist regardless. "Bingyun, when will you agree to be with me?" Zhao Xinxin asked again, his voice filled with hope. Yang Bingyun, seemingly annoyed by Zhao Xinxin's persistence, replied coldly, "If you can beat me in this competition, I'll agree." "All right," Zhao Xinxin responded excitedly, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Yang Bingyun continued with a hint of warning. "I, Yang Bingyun, like men who are stronger than me. If you can't do that, then please leave and don't appear in front of us anymore." "No problem," Zhao Xinxin replied confidently. He had thoroughly studied the Mimicking Rabbits team's game footage and was well versed in their tactics, which fueled his confidence. The match officially began. The Mimicking Rabbits team, as usual, grabbed the ball first and charged ahead. However, they were intercepted at half-court by the Rhino captain, who quickly launched a counterattack, scoring the first 2 points with a beautiful shot. An intense battle ensued, with the Mimicking Rabbit and Strong Rooster working seamlessly together, frequently scoring. Unfortunately, the Gorilla was the team's weak link, with constant defensive errors that gave the opponents opportunities. Despite the Mimicking Rabbit and Strong Rooster's efforts to score, the Gorilla's defensive lapses allowed the other team to capitalize repeatedly. As the game entered the second half, the players on the court were visibly exhausted. Wen Xuan focused on the Mimicking Rabbit, noticing for the first time how fatigued this usually energetic player looked. "This guy's endurance isn't up to par," Wen Xuan muttered under his breath, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "Looks like it needs some serious training afterwards." The competition had reached a fever pitch, with the timer ticking down the last 10 minutes. The score was neck and neck, 110 to 108, with the Mimic Rabbit team trailing by a slim margin. Suddenly, the Mimic Rabbit halted, taking a deep breath. Its body was enveloped in a dazzling light, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. "A breakthrough!" everyone exclaimed, watching in disbelief as the incredible rabbit stood on the field. As the light faded, the Mimic Rabbit's exhaustion vanished, and its aura was rejuvenated. Its strength shot up to Silver Tier 5, surpassing the opposing team's 5 Silver Tier 4 armored rhinos. The game resumed, and the Mimic Rabbit darted across the court like an arrow. With a cold smile, it began a breathtaking performance. A white blur flashed through the herd of rhinos, swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Mimic Rabbit had bypassed several rhinos and reached the basket. It leapt up and slammed the ball into the hoop with a thunderous roar. The crowd erupted. "Wow, that was amazing! Oh my god, this rabbit is incredible! I'm a fan for life. Mimic Rabbit all the way." Zhao Xinxin and the others looked on grimly, struggling to believe the rabbit's stunning display. They quickly adjusted their strategy, assigning 2 players to guard the Mimic Rabbit closely. At this point, the Strong Rooster was at its limit, unable to assist the Mimic Rabbit. Facing 2 towering rhinos, the Mimic Rabbit was unfazed. "Just you 2? You're underestimating me." It dribbled the ball and swiftly slipped between the rhinos. Before the rhinos could react, the basketball swished through the net. They exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss. What just happened? It felt like time stopped. No, the rabbit's speed is just too fast. What kind of footwork is that? It's so bizarre. Could it be the legendary butterfly glide step? Yes, it must be that. Nothing else could be so powerful. This rabbit is like a bull in a china shop. It's unbelievable. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Butterfly glide step? It's clearly the phantom step, he thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the Mimic Rabbit. Mimic Rabbit attributes. Type, plant rock. Gender, male. Level, Silver Tier 5. Potential, SSS-tier. Peak strength, extraordinary king. Evolution path, rogue rabbit. Skills learned. Swift legs LV9, mimicry LV9, digging LV7, gunpowder technique LV8, vine whip LV8, magic fountain LV5, gluttony LV6, rock throw LV4, phantom step LV1. Wen Xuan mused, the phantom step is indeed powerful, making it move like a phantom, hard to track. But to master the phantom step, swift legs must be maxed out. It seems the Mimic Rabbit's potential is far from fully realized. The Mimic Rabbit mastered the swift feet skill to perfection and naturally acquired the phantom steps. At that moment, it seemed as if it were blessed by the gods, turning the upcoming match into its personal showcase. In the last 10 minutes, the mimic rabbit darted back and forth across the court like lightning. Its speed was dizzying, and even with all 5 members of the Rhino team desperately trying to block it, they couldn't stop its offense. It moved as if the court was empty, scoring continuously and racking up 20 points in a short span. As the game entered its final countdown, the mimic rabbit once again displayed its astonishing prowess. With the ball in hand, it charged toward the opponent's three-point line, leveraging its momentum to leap into the air, soaring towards the hoop like an arrow released from a bow. With a resounding bang, it executed a powerful slam dunk that left the entire arena in awe. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Spectators were wide-eyed, holding their breath, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Someone exclaimed, "Is that thing a god?" While others were moved to tears, repeatedly praising, "Unbelievable." Jumping from the three-point line, that leap is out of this world. The basketball bounced off the hoop and onto the court. Zhao Xinxin stood frozen, feeling as if something inside him had shattered. He couldn't fathom losing to a rabbit. Zhao Xinsun wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhao Xinxin raising his hand. "Let's go home," Zhao Xinxin said quietly, admitting defeat with grace. Yang Bingyun watched Zhao Xinxin leave the court in defeat, feeling a stir of emotions. She wanted to comfort him, thinking that even if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be friends. But in the end, she didn't take that step. After the game, the mimic rabbit returned to Wen Xuan's side. Wen Xuan handed it a glass of carrot juice, smiling. "You worked hard." The mimic rabbit took it and drank it all in one go, contentedly saying, "Thank you. Carrot juice is indeed the best juice in the world." At that moment, a staff member approached to award the prizes. She opened a box containing 5 gold-tier magical beast cores. Everyone looked to Wen Xuan, assuming he would choose first. Wen Xuan modestly said, "I won't be shy then," and used his divine sight to carefully examine the skills contained in each core. Finally, he chose a red magical beast core. Yang Bingyun then selected a blue one. When it was the gorilla owner's turn, they appeared somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly laughing and saying, "Wen Xuan, we didn't really contribute this time, so why don't you take the rest?" Wen Xuan smiled and replied, "I've already taken what belongs to me. The rest is not mine to take. How you choose to handle them is up to you." With that, he turned and left. A gentleman values wealth, but acquires it through ethical means. Wen Xuan had already taken what rightfully belonged to him, and had no interest in the rest. Although they were all high-grade magical beast cores, the skills contained within were quite ordinary. Wen Xuan tightly gripped the newly acquired red magical beast core and led Abeo and the others back to the school's training room. The air was filled with a faint magical aura, stirring a sense of anticipation. "Wen Xuan, what skill is recorded in that magical beast core?" someone curiously asked. Wen Xuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "That's a secret." "Fine, don't tell us then." "No need to be all mysterious," the person replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ignoring the comment, Wen Xuan handed the red magical beast core to Xiaomio. "Here, Xiaomio, this is for you." Xiaomio's eyes lit up instantly. It had nearly finished absorbing the previous magical beast core, and its strength had already risen to silver tier 2. At this moment, Xiaomio, a female creature, had a fire attribute, was at silver tier 2, and had reached an SSSR qualification with peak strength. Its evolution path was the Great Fireball. It had mastered skills like Small Fireball LV3, Flame Charge LV3, Fire Devour LV9, and Flame Roar LV3. After refining the magical beast core of the Flame Tiger, Xiaomio not only advanced to silver tier 2, but also learned the Flame Tiger's Flame Roar skill. Now, Wen Xuan intended to bestow another fire attribute magical beast core to Xiaomio. Wen Xuan carefully examined the magical beast core in his hand, which contained information about the golden tier 1 flame lizard. 1. Flame Jet LV5. Emits a searing flame, causing fire damage to enemies. 2. Flame Wheel LV6. Rolls into a ball and charges at enemies. 3. Scorch LV5. Applies a burning effect with fire attribute skills, causing continuous damage. Wen Xuan valued the Scorch skill the most, as Xiaomio already had similar skills to the first two. Xiaomio extended its tiny paw and eagerly accepted the magical beast core. "Thank you," it said in a sweet, childlike voice, gleefully hopping around like a little girl who just received her favorite toy. Not wanting to be left out, Parrot Rabbit chimed in. "You're only thanking him? What about me? I worked hard to win this magical beast core for you." "Thank you, Brother Rabbit." Xiaomio immediately expressed gratitude to Parrot Rabbit. Over time, their relationship had noticeably improved, and past disagreements had faded away. "That's more like it," Parrot Rabbit said with a satisfied smile, feeling that its efforts had not been in vain. As usual, Xiaomio began to lick the magical beast core. Watching this, Wen Xuan's thoughts drifted to another question: how to make Xiaomio fly. He pondered carefully. While the possibility of Parrot Rabbit and Abeo flying was low, Xiaomio was different. as it was composed of fire elements. Wen Xuan recalled that fire elements should be capable of flight, akin to steam. Yes, steam be burning the water molecules in the air with flames, flight could be achieved. This idea struck him like a flash of inspiration. Wen Xuan quickly grabbed a nearby book and started flipping through it. Soon, he found what he was looking for: a fire balloon. A fire balloon was a peculiar creature shaped like a red balloon, with no limbs, just a pair of eyes and a mouth. Their mode of movement was floating, precisely the flying ability Wen Xuan was seeking. When confronted with an enemy, they open their mouths and emit scorching steam from their bellies. Wen Xuan quietly noted this information, deciding to set out the next day in search of the fire balloons. Capturing the little flame beast filled Wen Xuan with joy, as it was a creature of exceptional potential. However, he felt a twinge of regret it couldn't fly. He had hoped to capture a firebird, a magical creature with both fire and wind attributes, naturally capable of flight, adept at scouting, and perfect for starting fires during downtime. Unfortunately, having captured the little flame beast meant he couldn't capture the firebird, as one can only capture one beast per level. Wen Xuan had already planned for his next Beasta water attribute creature. Wen Xuan understood that to become a powerful beast master, he needed to develop in land, sea, and air, with beasts of diverse attributes. Otherwise, encountering an opponent with a countering attribute could have dire consequences. He was not one of those legendary masters who could win despite adverse attributes. The next morning, Wen Xuan packed lightly and set off. This time, he headed to the volcano alone, his mind occasionally drifting to thoughts of Wulong and the innkeeper. He wondered how they were doing. Upon arriving at the hot spring town, Wen Xuan was immediately greeted by the innkeeper. She warmly called out, "Young man, you're back again. Want to stay at my place?" Wen Xuan smiled slightly and politely declined. "I could, but I have something important to take care of first." The innkeeper cheerfully replied, "All right, go on then. Once you're done, come back to us. Don't worry, I'll save a room for you. Given our friendship," she said with a playful wink. Wen Xuan pretended not to notice and headed straight for the volcano. With the previous strategy in mind, Wen Xuan made his way directly to his destination. Soon, he arrived at a narrow volcanic vent. Looking down, the lava churned violently, bubbling noisily. Wen Xuan began searching for signs of the fire balloons, which fed on the heat rising from the lava and lived near the vent. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed mimic rabbit shouted, "Wen Xuan, look over there." In the distance, a large group of fire balloons gathered, a vibrant red mass creating a festive atmosphere. "Let's go," Wen Xuan murmured. The fire balloons were not very powerful, only at a bronze level 5 or 6, making them easy targets. Wen Xuan and the mimic rabbit launched a surprise attack on the group of fire balloons. The mimic rabbit took the lead, using its rock-throwing skill, which had a damage bonus against fire balloons due to its rock attribute. Stones flew from the mimic rabbit's hands like bullets, hitting their targets with precision and piercing through several fire balloons instantly. The number of fire balloons in the air visibly dwindled. Faced with the sudden assault, the surviving fire balloons retaliated. They deftly dodged the mimic rabbit's stones and opened their mouths, unleashing blasts of scorching fire towards the mimic rabbit. The parrot rabbit stood still, calmly watching as a thin line of flame shot towards it. Just as the flame was about to hit, a figure appeared, stepping in to block the attack with its body. "Xiao Xiao, how are you feeling?" The parrot rabbit turned its head and asked, with a hint of concern in its voice. The little flame smacked its lips, showing a look of longing. "More? Give me more," it shouted excitedly. Wen Xian's small flame had the ability to devour fire. All the flames in the world served as its nourishment. The flame balloon's attack was completely absorbed by the little flame, which was overjoyed, dancing around in delight. The flame balloons in the sky were momentarily confused by this scene. Mistakenly thinking their attack wasn't strong enough, they intensified their firepower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless flame rays shot down like raindrops. The little flame turned into a fire brigade captain, skillfully jumping up and down, blocking each and every flame ray. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the parrot rabbit launched a counterattack. The stones it threw were sharp, each one piercing through the body of a flame balloon with precision. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, a flame balloon was taken down. A few minutes later, there was no trace of flame balloons in the sky, only their remnants on the ground. "Parrot rabbit, go check and bring back the magic beast cores," Wen Xian instructed. The parrot rabbit swiftly scampered off to search. It went quickly and returned just as fast, soon bringing back a red magic beast core to Wen Xian. "Is there only one?" Wen Xian asked. The parrot rabbit nodded. "The drop rate is really low." Wen Xian sighed. "Give this magic beast core to Xiao Xiao." "All right." The parrot rabbit handed the core to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao took the core and swallowed it without a word. "The strength of this flame balloon is only at bronze level 6, Wen Xian explained. "It has 2 skills. Flame Ray LV4, which can shoot a small but highly penetrative flame ray. Steam LV6, where the flame balloon stores a large amount of scorching steam inside, used for flying and for attacking strong enemies. Great. I hope the little flame can learn this steam skill, Wen Xuan said expectantly. After swallowing the magic beast core, the little flame began refining it. It wasn't long before it successfully completed the process. The little flame's strength advanced to silver level 3. Wen Xuan carefully checked the little flame's new attributes. Fire gender, female. Level, silver level 3. Aptitude, SSS-tier. Peak strength, extraordinary king. Evolution path, great fireball. Skills learned, small flame ball LV3, flame charge LV3, devour fire LV9, flame roar LV3, scorch, steam LV3. This is the advantage of high aptitude, Wen Xuan remarked. The higher the aptitude of the beast, the better its comprehension and the greater the chance of learning skills from magic beast cores. Plus, with my lucky physique, it's almost like whatever I want I get. The little flame, having learned the steam skill, bounced around happily on the ground, celebrating its new breakthrough. Wen Xuan gazed at the small flame in front of him and softly said, "Little flame, try to fly." Hearing this, the small flame nodded slightly and began to attempt flying using steam. Suddenly, it lost control of its power, and its entire body shot up like a launched rocket. Ah! It screamed in terror, experiencing the thrill of flight for the first time. However, the small flame's SSS level aptitude quickly became apparent. Its insight was remarkable, and after a few wobbly attempts in the air, it swiftly grasped the basics of flying. It streaked past from a distance, drawing a graceful arc beside Wen Xuan, then instantly changed direction and flew towards him. The little flame moved so fast that it even created a whooshing sound in the air. Thrilled by its newfound flying skills, the small flame soared freely in the sky. It flew from east to west, and then from west to north, thoroughly enjoying the joy of flying. Wen Xuan did not stop it, understanding that this play was crucial for the small flame to quickly master its flying skills. An hour later, Wen Xuan and his beast companion set off towards the foot of the volcano. Abeo and the parrot rabbit walked on either side, their eyes full of envy as they watched the small flame elegantly floating above. Once, the small flame had been just like them, only able to walk on the ground or hop like a slime. But now, it flew freely in the air at speeds many times faster. If only we could fly too, the parrot rabbit said enviously. Wen Xuan smiled, gently patting its head, and reassured it. We might not have that ability now, but that doesn't mean we never will. As long as we work hard, when we're strong enough, we might just be able to fly as well. The parrot rabbit's eyes lit up with renewed hope, and it nodded firmly. After descending the mountain, Wen Xuan and his group headed straight to the small hot spring shop. As they entered, he noticed that the person at the counter was not Wu Lang, but another sturdy young man. "Welcome," the young man said with a polite smile. Just then, the landlady entered with a guest. "Oh, young brother, you're here." The landlady greeted warmly, clearly having a good impression of Wen Xuan. He nodded in acknowledgement, then heard the landlady complaining. "My husband, really, the shop is so busy, and he doesn't even think to help at home. He sneaks off to have fun without telling me where he's going, and I can't reach him by phone. I'm worried sick." However, Wen Xuan keenly noticed that the landlady's expression did not match her words. What was more surprising was that she exchanged flirtatious glances with the young man at the counter right in front of Wen Xuan and the other guest. Wen Xuan understood that something was going on between them, suspecting that the young man was likely the one the landlady mentioned as sneaking out to have fun. Nonetheless, Wen Xuan knew this was not his business to meddle in, and simply observed the situation quietly. After spending a night at the small hot spring inn, Wen Xuan felt completely refreshed. The next morning, he set off on the journey home with Abeo, the mimicry rabbit, and Little Flame. As the sun rose and a gentle breeze brushed against them, the four of them walked leisurely along the forest path. Suddenly, the mimicry rabbit stopped in its tracks, raising its long ears and looking around cautiously. "Wen Xuan, have you noticed that the weather seems to have changed?" it asked with a hint of concern in its voice. Hearing this, Wen Xuan looked up and was taken aback. The once clear sky had become shrouded in dark clouds, gathering rapidly above them. The clouds were pressing lower and lower, as if threatening to engulf the whole world, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. Whoosh, a gust of wind howled past, bringing a chill with it. Tiny raindrops began to fall sporadically, hitting Wen Xuan's face. "It's going to pour," he muttered, quickly scanning the area for shelter. However, the surroundings were open and barren, without even a tree hollow to hide in. Wen Xuan remained calm and turned to the mimicry rabbit, saying, "Mimicry rabbit, quick, use your burrowing skill." The mimicry rabbit nodded, revealing its sharp claws. A soil-colored glow surrounded them, filled with rock attribute energy. It began to dig into the ground with the speed of a high-powered tunneling machine. As earth flew in all directions, a hole large enough to accommodate several people quickly took shape. Wen Xuan immediately led Abeo and Little Flame into the burrow. As soon as they were inside, a torrential downpour began outside, the sound of rain drumming incessantly. Deep within the burrow, Wen Xuan was amazed by the mimicry rabbit's burrowing skills, as no rainwater seeped in. However, they still faced a problem. The biting cold wind was blowing in through the entrance, causing everyone to shiver. Darn it, Wen Xuan said, slapping his forehead in frustration. I sent all the blankets for washing. I'll have to prepare a spare next time. Seeing his companions shivering, Wen Xuan called out, come closer, everyone, let's warm up together. He spread his arms wide, gathering a Bao, the mimicry rabbit, and Little Flame into his embrace. Little Flame transformed into a natural heater, carefully regulating its temperature to warm them without burning. After what seemed like a long time, the wind outside began to subside. Wen Xuan sent the mimicry rabbit to scout the situation. A furry rabbit head cautiously peeked out from the burrow entrance, looking around like a sneaky thief. It stopped. It stopped. The mimicry rabbit excitedly reported as it dashed back into the burrow. We can go home now. It couldn't stop in time and bumped into a Bao and Little Flame. All right, got it. Wen Xuan smiled and patted the mimicry rabbit's head. Oh, Wen Xuan. The mimicry rabbit protested. Can you stop patting my head? I won't grow tall. Hearing this, a Bao and Little Flame couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their cheerful laughter instantly dispelled the cold in the burrow, filling the air with warmth. The unexpected rain may have caused some inconvenience, but it brought them closer together. The experience of huddling for warmth deepened their already close bond. Let's go home. I'll cook something delicious for you, Wen Xuan said, leading a Bao and the others out of the cave and onto the path back home. The rain had just stopped, leaving the mountain path muddy and slippery. The group moved cautiously, when suddenly a cry shattered the silence. Wen Xuan looked towards the sound and saw a figure in the distance fall awkwardly, leaving a long mark on the wet earth. Are you okay? Wen Xuan asked as he approached quickly, concern in his voice. The person looked up, revealing an old, wrinkled face. I'm fine, the elderly man panted. Can you help me up? Wen Xuan glanced around and saw no one else nearby. He hesitated, recalling stories of people getting into trouble for helping fallen elderly strangers. But seeing the man's helplessness, he reached out his hand. The old man got up, dusting off the mud from his clothes, and sighed. Getting old. I can't even get up from a fall anymore. Back in the day, I was quite the force to be reckoned with. He turned to Wen Xuan and introduced himself. My name is Ma Daigua. What is yours, young man? Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan? Such a distinguished name. Ma Daigua praised, then asked, do you have some time to help me back home? Wen Xuan hesitated for a moment, and Ma Daigua seemed to sense his reluctance. Don't worry, I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll reward you well, he assured. Wen Xuan agreed and helped Ma Daigua down the mountain. Soon, they reached a small town. Here, far from the volcano, the vegetation was lush and vibrant. They stopped in front of a martial arts school. Ma Daigua suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Shiba, get out here now. A moment later, a burly man rushed out, frowning at Ma Daigua's disheveled state. Father, what happened to you? Ma Daigua explained. I fell in the back hills, and this young man helped me back. The burly man bowed deeply to Wen Xuan. Thank you for helping my father. Father, your clothes are soaked. Let's get you inside to change. He took over from Wen Xuan and led his father inside. Ma Daigua turned back to Wen Xuan. Come on in, young man. I have something good for you. Wen Xuan followed them into the martial arts school. Inside, dozens of men in white training uniforms were practicing on wooden stakes, the sounds of their strikes echoing through the hall. Ma Shiba helped his father change clothes while Wen Xuan watched. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan turned his head and saw Wulong standing there looking quite disheveled, with a conspicuous black eye on his right eye. Wulong, what are you doing here? Wen Xuan asked in surprise. Wulong shook his head with a wry smile. Oh, it's a long story. But what about you, Wen Xuan? How did you end up in this place? Wen Xuan briefly explained. I happened to help an old man on the road, and it turns out he is the father of the master of this martial arts school. Wulong nodded thoughtfully. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Ma Shiba strode out. Seeing Wulong chatting idly with Wen Xuan, his face immediately darkened. Wulong, what are you doing? Ma Shiba shouted sternly. He despised those who slacked off. Remembering how Wulong had pleaded for his teaching when he first arrived, and seeing him now in this lazy state, Ma Shiba's anger grew. Wulong straightened up immediately, avoiding eye contact with Ma Shiba. Wulong, demonstrate the martial arts I taught you, Ma Shiba commanded. All right, Wulong responded, then assumed his stance. Begin the first form of the fist of breath, hitting the wife. Ma Shiba ordered. Wulong began the demonstration as instructed. He used both fists and feet in a seamless series of moves, striking, grabbing, surprising attacks, and a swift sequence of 5 strikes, followed by a left whip kick and a right front kick. Clearly, Wulong had been practicing diligently, as his moves were quite impressive. Ma Shiba nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Wen Xuan, inviting him warmly. Brother, What do you think? Interested in joining our martial arts school? I'll teach you the most authentic techniques. Hearing this, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch a smile. He thought to himself, the most authentic techniques? Is he talking about wife-hitting techniques? I'm not a brute. I don't need to learn this. Thanks, but I don't think it's for me, Wen Xuan politely declined. Right? He's not suited for it, Ma Shiba agreed. At this moment, Ma Daigua came out in a new training outfit, which transformed his demeanor, giving him an air of sophistication. Truly, people rely on clothes just as horses rely on saddles. Ma Daigua's change of attire made a big difference. With a smile, Ma Daigua approached Wen Xuan and said, "Young brother, I promised you a gift. Here, take this." He handed Wen Xuan a martial arts manual. Wen Xuan took a look and discovered it wasn't the expected Hun Yuan Xing Yi Tai Chi, but rather Pao Quan. Using his divine vision, he was surprised to see the manual emitting a purple glow. This was an unexpected delight, not only genuine but also a rare treasure. Wen Xuan began to quickly flip through it. Since arriving in this world, he had acquired the ability to read rapidly and remember everything. If he had this skill in his previous life, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been a breeze. In no time, he had thoroughly read the entire manual. How is it? Not bad, right? Ma Daigua asked, full of anticipation. Yes, it's quite good, Wen Xuan affirmed. Pleased with the acknowledgement, Ma Daigua beamed with joy. Then take your time to practice here. Don't worry, we'll cover your meals during this period. With that, he hobbled over to a nearby armchair, sat down, and began to enjoy some tea. Seeing Ma Daigua's actions, Wen Xuan couldn't help but smile. Perhaps Ma Daigua was once a formidable figure in his youth, but time has relentlessly worn down his strength. Observing those who once dedicated themselves to fitness gradually become overweight as they aged, he realized that fitness enthusiasts often depart earlier than those who focus on health preservation. This harsh reality led Ma Daigua to embrace a path of wellness, a decision that ultimately contributed to his fall. On the way back, Wen Xuan curiously asked Ma Daigua why he was on that particular road. Blushing with embarrassment, Ma Daigua hesitated before explaining that he was heading to the hot springs near the volcano, believing it would prolong his life. Wen Xuan refocused his attention on Abeo and the mimic rabbit in front of him. Abeo, mimic rabbit, today we're starting our boxing practice. Wen Xuan had memorized the essentials of the cannon punch, and now it was time to internalize it through practice. He meticulously shared his insights with the two beasts. Wen Xuan then led by example, guiding the trio through training with wooden stakes. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the tranquility of the martial arts school. Abeo had punched through a sandbag with such force that it left a gaping hole right in the center. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. My goodness, the strength of this panda is unbelievable. It punched right through the sandbag. If that hit a person, they'd be done for. The other students in the school were stunned, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Wen Xuan smiled with satisfaction, carefully assessing Abeo while silently reviewing the attributes of this panda cub. Nature, aggressive male. Level, silver tier 5. Potential, SSS. Strength, peak. Evolution path, king. Skills learned. Wild bull fist LV7. Panda paw strike LV9. Mount Thai crush LV5. Roar of malice LV4. Rending claw LV5. Stealth LV4. Iron hide LV8. Shadow ball LV3. Magic devour LV2. Fearless heart. Gluttony LV5. Cannon punch LV5. Abeo had mastered the cannon punch in just a week, elevating it to level 5. Wen Xuan nodded to himself. Impressive, very impressive. The cannon punch is immensely powerful, striking with the force of a cannonball, exhibiting tremendous penetration and destructive capability. At this point, Ma Daigua and Maxibo approached. Seeing Abeo's feat with the sandbag, the father and son nodded approvingly, as if they already regarded Abeo as their apprentice. Witnessing their apprentice excel brought them a sense of pride. However, their attention was soon drawn to a scene not far away. There, a rabbit lay leisurely on a grand chair, legs crossed and shaking, occasionally sipping from a small teapot. Ma Daigua and Maxiba exchanged puzzled looks, having never seen such a lazy rabbit. The mimic rabbit had practiced half-heartedly on the first day and then spent the rest of the time lounging. Wen Xuan noticed their reaction but did not intervene with the mimic rabbit. He had already decided. The mimic rabbit was an agile warrior, while Abeo was the powerhouse. The cannon punch heavily relied on strength, and the mimic rabbit, lacking in power, need not be forced to train in it. Seeing the panda cub master the Pao Quan technique, Ma Daigua and Ma Shiba were filled with excitement, their eyes glowing with delight. After years of searching, someone had finally mastered the secret of Pao Quan. In his heart, Ma Daigua silently thought, "Father, grandfather, can you see this? The Pao Quan manual you left behind has finally borne fruit." Although the Ma family martial arts school had taken in many disciples, the father and son themselves had limited comprehension. Especially Ma Daigua, who had spent most of his life unable to grasp the essence of Pao Quan. He quickly approached Wen Xuan, staring intently at this talented disciple, and eagerly said, Wen Xuan, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Wen Xuan inquired. I want you to go challenge another school. Ma Daigua's words took Wen Xuan by surprise. Ma Daigua hurriedly explained. Don't worry, you won't do it for free. As he spoke, he pulled out a shimmering magical beast core from his pocket. This was left to me by my father on his deathbed, but unfortunately, neither my son nor I have the talent for beast mastery. He glanced regretfully at Ma Shiba, his eyes full of apology. When Xuan examined the core closely, inwardly amazed. It was a golden tier 7 magical beast core, containing several powerful abilities. Pao Quan LV7, Enhanced Skin LV6, Fist Intent Passive Skill, and Wild Bull Charge LV5. The Fist Intent skill particularly caught Wen Xuan's attention, knowing that if a Bao could learn it, his strength would significantly increase. I agree. Wen Xuan responded without hesitation for the sake of the precious core. Great. No time like the present. Let's head out now, Ma Daigua exclaimed excitedly. The group made their way through the town, soon arriving at the entrance of another martial arts school. This school was evidently more prosperous than the Ma families, bustling with muscular men in black uniforms. They watched Ma Daigua's group warily. Nyobi, we have esteemed guests. Aren't you going to come out and greet them? Ma Daigua shouted into the school. Before long, a buzzcut man emerged with a young woman. Ma Nyobi, it's you. The man, Nyo Bin, squinted mockingly. What? Didn't you lose badly enough last month, and want to try again? Ma Daigua retorted. Nyobi, don't be so smug. This time I've got an impressive new disciple, and he'll definitely defeat your daughter. The man known as Nyobi, Nyo Bin, scanned the group and quickly noticed Wen Xuan beside Ma Daigua. This young man had an outstanding presence, as radiant as the moon, his brilliance undiminished even in the daytime. There were many people present, including Wu Lang. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the imminent showdown. They are all quite good, but when it comes to Wen Xian, they can only play second fiddle to him. Yes, it's him. A gleam flashed in Ma Daigua's eyes as he turned to Nyo Bin and asked, So, how about it? Does our original bet still stand, Nyo Nizi? Without hesitation, Nyo Bin replied, of course, as long as your fighter can defeat my daughter. Then our families will unite through marriage. Great, no time to waste. Let's start right away, Ma Daigua urged eagerly. Nyo Bin gestured for them to proceed and led everyone into his martial arts hall. The woman accompanying Nyo Bin remained expressionless, coldly walking straight to the ring and assuming a combat stance. Wen Xian was a bit confused. He initially thought they would use beasts for combat. Are you planning to send a Bao up? Ma Daigua asked at the right moment, loud enough for the woman in the ring to hear. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly reacted. All right, if you want to use beasts in battle, let's do it. Come out, long-legged monster. She swiftly performed a series of hand seals, instantly summoning a long-legged monster. The long-legged monster had an unusual appearance, with most of its body being legs. Those legs looked incredibly powerful, full of strength. Wen Xian immediately used the Eye of God to observe the long-legged monster's attributes. Long-legged monster attributes. Type, fighting. Gender, female. Level, silver tier 2. Quality, B. Power, peak gold. Evolution path, kick king. Skills learned. Cross kick LV6, flying kick LV6, whirlwind kick LV5, elephant leg LV6, low whip kick LV6. As soon as the long-legged monster appeared, it began hopping in place, kicking the air a few times as a warm-up. Seeing this, Nyo Bin smiled and said to the woman, Hua Hua, go easy on them. Our guests are here, and we shouldn't be too harsh. Okay, Nyo Hua Hua responded succinctly. Only then did Wen Xian take a closer look at Nyo Hua Hua. She was stout and muscular, resembling a muscular Barbie. Her skin was dark and rough, with short hair, making her easily mistaken for a man at first glance. All right, Wen Xian, you go up too, Ma Daigua urged. Wen Xian nodded in agreement and ascended the ring with a Bao. Although Nyo Hua Hua's long-legged monster was strong, it was no match for a Bao. A Bao was now a silver tier 5 beast, and even with a slight attribute disadvantage, it could easily suppress its opponent with its level advantage. Long-legged monster, it's up to you, Nyo Hua Hua commanded. Upon hearing this, the long-legged monster kicked back with its right foot and charged at a Bao like an arrow. Midway, it suddenly leapt into the air, spinning rapidly. After a full rotation, its right foot lashed out at a Bao. Low whip kick. A Bao quickly sidestepped to evade. Bang! The long-legged monster's attack missed, heavily striking the blue stone of the ring. The terrifying force shattered the stone, sending fragments flying. Wen Xian was secretly alarmed. What terrifying attack power! Seeing its first strike miss, the long-legged monster immediately adjusted its stance, launching a second round of attacks without hesitation. The long-legged creature stood firmly on its left foot, raising its right leg to form a 90-degree angle. Suddenly, its body spun rapidly like a top, transforming into a whirlwind as it charged at a Bao. This time, a Bao didn't back down. It clenched its right fist, swung it forcefully backward, channeling all its strength into the punch. Blast punch. Abeo's fist collided fiercely with the long-legged creature, producing a deafening boom. Both suffered a tremendous shock, but Abeo only took a small step back, while the long-legged creature was sent flying like a broken kite. Niu Huahua's eye sharpened as she finally understood the situation. Wen Xuan's Abeo indeed surpassed her long-legged creature in strength, not technique. Though unwilling, a loss was a loss. The long-legged creature crashed heavily onto the ground, and seeing this, Abeo immediately launched a pursuit. It ran 2 meters, leapt into the air, and with the momentum of its descent, its terrifying right paw descended like Mount Tai onto the long-legged creature. At the critical moment, the long-legged creature kicked the ground with its legs, barely sliding away. Bang! Abeo's paw left a deep imprint on the arena floor, stunning everyone present. They couldn't help but imagine. If that paw landed on them, their bones would surely shatter. Missing the first strike, Abeo pounced again. The long-legged creature barely bounced up from the ground, having no time to think, and hastily blocked with a horizontal kick. Bang! Abeo's palm collided once more with the creature's leg. The long-legged creature was sent flying like a broken kite again, crashing heavily into the stands, smashing rows of seats to pieces. Did we win? We won. Mashiba couldn't hide his excitement. Remembering over 10 failed challenges in the past, this victory felt even more precious. Niu Huahua expressionlessly recalled the long-legged creature back to her beast space, like an emotionless machine, maintaining her cold, deadpan face. She silently walked over to her father, Niu Ben. Unexpectedly, Niu Ben smiled at Wen Xuan instead of getting angry. Good, very good. We've accepted this son-in-law. Ma Daigua was baffled. Niu Ben, are you mistaken? Mistaken? Mistaken about what? Niu Ben retorted. Isn't he your disciple? Since he defeated my daughter, he must marry her, and from now on, our families will be in-laws. Hearing this, Ma Daigua awkwardly looked at Wen Xuan. He never expected things to turn out this way. Ma Shiba's face suddenly darkened. Over the years, he had repeatedly lost to Niu Huahua, yet he never harbored resentment. Instead, a complicated feeling had grown within him. Upon hearing that Niu Ben intended to marry Niu Huahua to Wen Xian, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Wen Xian quickly explained, I think you misunderstood. I'm not his disciple. I just made a deal with him. Ma Daigua, seizing the moment, chimed in. Yes, he's not my disciple. I just hired him to challenge the dojo. Turning to Wen Xian, he added, Wen Xian, since the job is done, you can leave now. With that, he pulled out a magic beast crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Wen Xian. Clutching the crystal core, Wen Xian was about to leave when Niu Ben's stern voice stopped him. Hold on. Wen Xian frowned. What do you want? Niu Ben bluntly stated. Since you defeated my daughter, you must marry her. Wen Xian's face changed at these words. Marry your daughter? He looked incredulously at Niu Huahua, internally assessing. On a scale of 1 to 100, her appearance might barely score 30. What? You're unwilling. Niu Ben pressed. Wen Xian took a deep breath, striving to remain polite. Of course, we've just met, and are complete strangers with no emotional foundation. How can I marry her? Niu Ben chuckled. No problem. You can build a foundation. Rest assured, she's my only daughter. If you marry Niu Huahua, I will treat you like a son. See this dojo? After I'm gone, it will be yours. Wen Xian firmly shook his head. Sorry, I'm still young, and not considering that at the moment. He turned to leave. Stop right there. Niu Ben commanded harshly, his face dark as iron. If you won't drink to a toast, you'll drink to the punishment. This marriage will happen whether you agree or not. Wen Xian turned back coldly. Oh? I'd like to see how you plan to force me into marriage. Come out, Kick King. Niu Ben ordered, and with a thud, the Kick King appeared out of nowhere. This creature was massive, particularly its legs, which resembled thick tree trunks. Its brown skin was crisscrossed with dark green veins, bulging like snakes, a testament to years of rigorous training. Everyone present involuntarily swallowed, intimidated by the sheer muscular power. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Niu Ben's eyes. Now, do you still want to leave? Wen Xian, unperturbed, carefully observed the Kick King, analyzing silently. Kick King, a male combat type, at the golden 7th rank, with great aptitude, has reached peak strength. Its evolution path is unclear, but it has mastered several advanced skills. Side Kick LV8, Flying Kick LV7, Whirlwind Kick LV8, Elephant Leg LV8, Low Whip Kick LV7, and Bodybuilding LV7. Wen Xian was secretly surprised, realizing that this seemingly ordinary Niu Ben was actually a hidden golden 7th rank expert. Like a concealed master, he possessed extraordinary strength, yet chose to guard an unassuming dojo. Wen Xian's mind raced as he thought about how to escape from his opponent. At this critical moment, 2 figures suddenly burst into the martial arts school, breaking the stalemate. Xiao Nyonyo, after all these years, you're really going backwards. Attacking a youngster, is this what you call martial arts? You're really disgracing your father. The newcomer's voice was filled with mockery. Niu Bin's face changed dramatically, and he reluctantly called out, Uncle Xiao. He never expected Xiao Zhan to appear suddenly. He was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Zhan shook his head with a sigh, looking disappointed. All right, I was just passing by and didn't expect to see such a scene. He turned to leave with Xiao Xing, but before departing, he called out to Wen Xuan, Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Do you really want to become their son-in-law? Wen Xuan snapped out of his daze and quickly followed Xiao Zhan, leaving the troublesome place behind. Outside the town, Wen Xuan bowed deeply to Xiao Zhan. Thank you, Senior Xiao, for your help this time. It's nothing, just a small matter, Xiao Zhan replied. He happened to be in town for some business and coincidentally saw Wen Xian's challenge at the martial arts school. Out of curiosity, he came to watch with Xiao Xing. He noticed Wen Xian's performance and initially intended to leave quietly, but couldn't stand by when Niu Bin tried to force a marriage. As Wen Xian was his granddaughter Xiao Xing's lifesaver, Xiao Zhan naturally couldn't ignore his plight. All right, kid, I brought you this far. Take care and leave here soon. If Niu Bin catches you, I won't be able to help you, Xiao Zhan advised. Wen Xian nodded in agreement, watching Xiao Zhan and Xiao Xing leave before hurrying away from the troublesome place himself. Inside the martial arts school, Niu Bin's face was as dark as ink. He glared at Ma Daigua and his son, his disgust growing. If it weren't for the deep connection between their families, he would have already taught this father and son a harsh lesson. Well, Niu, since it's over, we'll be leaving now, Ma Daigua said with a forced smile, taking his son Ma Shiba with him as they left the school in embarrassment. He regretted ever letting Wen Xian challenge the school. This time, he truly realized the frightening strength of Niu Bin. He was just holding back before. Ma Daigua thought to himself, realizing the vast gap between an ordinary person like him and a gold-level beast tamer like Niu Bin. Wen Xian returned to school with a bow and the others, enjoying a few days of rare peace. One day, as he lay leisurely on his bed, Wang Bin and the others walked in looking dejected. What happened to you guys? Wen Xian asked curiously. He remembered them leaving in high spirits that morning, but now they looked completely deflated. Our entrance exams are coming up. The day after tomorrow is the exam, Wang Bin and the others replied listlessly. Wen Xian suddenly realized that he was now in his second year of high school and would soon be moving up to the third year. The pressure of the entrance exams was already looming over them. The crucial moment of transitioning from sophomore to junior year has arrived. An upcoming entrance exam will determine their fate, and only those who pass will move on to the pivotal graduating class year. During this year, many students will experience a dramatic improvement in their abilities, reaching unprecedented heights. It's just an entrance exam. You three are pretty capable. Are you really worried about not passing? Wen Xuan said nonchalantly. However, Wang Bin's face showed signs of worry. Sigh, Wen Xuan, you have no idea. This time we got unlucky and have to take the exam in a tropical rainforest. Tropical rainforest? Wen Xuan raised an eyebrow. That's right, the legendary Mosquito Haven. Wang Bin exclaimed, waving his hands animatedly. I've heard from seniors that the mosquitoes there are as big as fists. If one bites you, you'll get a swelling as big as a bun. Wang Bin's words made Wen Xuan frown too. He continued, the pass rate in the tropical rainforest is the lowest, only 30%. That means only about a third of our class will make it to junior year. And there's another condition, Wang Bin added, we have to go solo. No teaming up allowed. Hearing this, Wen Xuan frowned slightly and began to ponder. After a moment, he said, the school wants to enhance your individual abilities and prevent reliance on others. This rule posed no threat to Wen Xuan, who was a lone wolf by nature. All right, since the exam is the day after tomorrow, let's prepare, Wen Xuan suggested. We can bring supplies for the exam, right? Yes, Wang Bin nodded. The group headed to the mall for a shopping spree. 3 days later, Wen Xuan and the others arrived at the entrance to the tropical rainforest. The principal stood there, addressing the 300 students with a serious expression. Listen up, this exam is different. Once inside the rainforest, you'll be on your own. I urge you to take this seriously. You've probably heard from your seniors that this exam has a mortality rate. I hope you all go in alive and come out alive. Now off you go. With the principal's command, Wen Xuan and the others marched towards the rainforest. The exam would last a month, during which they had to rely on their skills to survive. Inside the rainforest, many students exchanged glances and decided to set up camp at the jungle's edge. Although the school prohibited helping each other, they believed camping together wasn't against the rules. Wen Xuan shook his head at these students seeking safety in numbers. Only sheep flock together. The strong always stand alone, he thought. He looked over at Wang Bin and the other two. Wang Bin, in particular, was laden with a towering backpack, presumably stuffed with food. Wen Xuan thought to himself that even with these supplies, they would last no more than a week. After that, Wang Bin would have to hunt, and carrying so much food might attract predators, making him a target for beasts. Wen Xuan shook his head again. He had already advised them. Since Wang Bin insisted on his approach, There was nothing more Wen Xuan could do. With the school's rule of no assistance, Wen Xuan decided to distance himself from Wang Bin and the others to avoid the temptation to help. May they fend for themselves, Wen Xuan thought as he cast one last glance in their direction before heading alone into the depths of the jungle. Wen Xuan left the group on his own, venturing deep into the rainforest. In the monitoring room, a group of teachers sat glued to the screen, watching his decisive actions with approving nods. This young man is quite impressive, showing such courage at a young age. Indeed, he seems to be the standout of this batch. I just wonder how he will perform later on. In stark contrast to Wen Xuan, Wang Bin and his companions seemed intent on setting up camp right where they were, unwilling to venture further into the rainforest. This made the teachers' expressions turn grim. They recalled their pre-departure advice. Be bold, for fortune favors the brave. To become a beast master, one cannot be timid. Don't worry, the real excitement is just around the corner. One mentor smirked knowingly. As the planner of this rainforest training program, she was well aware of what was to come. Venturing deeper into the rainforest, Wen Xuan's footsteps crunched on the fallen leaves. In the damp, muddy environment, 3 mimic rabbits, his beast companions, guarded him vigilantly. Look, that guy has 3 beasts. He's reached the silver level already. Amazing, truly impressive, such talent. Looks like our school's special admissions have a good chance this year. Hope sparkled in their eyes. Last year's special admissions student from their school had also reached silver but perished in the assessment. Wen Xuan's presence reignited their hopes. In the rainforest, Wen Xuan frowned, swatting at the mosquitoes on his body. I thought they said the mosquitoes were fist-sized, so why are there these little ones? Swarms of mosquitoes hungrily descended upon him. Wen Xuan quickly retrieved a bottle of 6-god repellent from his backpack and applied it to his skin. The mosquitoes, deterred by the scent, halted their attack but then turned their attention to Abeo and the others. Abeo's thick fur provided a natural barrier, leaving only its face exposed. Wen Xuan swiftly applied the repellent to Abeo as well. The little flame, being a creature of fire, easily incinerated any approaching mosquitoes with its heat. The poor mimic rabbits weren't as fortunate. The mosquitoes swarmed them, sucking blood voraciously. Dang it! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! The mimic rabbit shrieked, hopping around and frantically slapping at the mosquitoes. With each slap, several mosquitoes met their end. Gradually, the rabbit's paws turned red, stained with its own blood. The mimic rabbit finally couldn't take it anymore and started running wildly through the forest. Its shrieks echoed through the trees, as if trying to chase away the mosquitoes with its cries. This sudden noise caught the attention of the students outside the forest, most of whom wore expressions of fear, mistakenly thinking someone was in trouble. Wen Xuan had just finished applying the 6 spirits water on Abeo and shouted towards the mimic rabbit, "Rabbit, stop running. Come here and put on some of this lotion. It will keep the mosquitoes from biting you." Hearing this, the mimic rabbit immediately dashed towards Wen Xuan and snatched the bottle of 6 spirits water from his hand. Having lost all patience, it quickly unscrewed the cap and poured it all over itself, rubbing it in hastily. In no time, a soaking wet rabbit, looking like a drowned rat, appeared before everyone. Phew! Finally, I feel alive again, the mimic rabbit sighed in relief. Wen Xuan explained, 6 spirits water is the best remedy against mosquitoes, made from herbs like mosquito-repelling grass and mint. It not only repels mosquitoes, but also soothes the itching from bites. The mosquitoes, furious at this, tried to rush over to feast on Wen Xuan and the others. However, as soon as they got halfway there, they caught a whiff of the 6 spirits water. The scent was harmless to other creatures, but to mosquitoes, it was deadly. Instantly, countless mosquitoes fell to the ground like raindrops. Looking at the mosquito carcasses scattered all around, Wen Xuan smiled slightly. Grandpa's specially made 6 spirits water is truly amazing. He went on to explain that his family lived in a bamboo grove. While living there might seem idyllic, like a hermit's paradise, it was actually full of mosquitoes. To fend off these pesky critters, Wen Xuan's grandfather not only invented the 6 spirits water, but also planted mosquito-repelling grass throughout the yard, barely managing to keep the mosquito invasion at bay. However, while Wen Xuan had solved the mosquito problem for himself, the other students were not so lucky. Unable to attack Wen Xuan and his group, the mosquitoes turned their attention to other creatures. The students on the periphery, full of rich blood, naturally became the mosquitoes' new targets. Despite setting up camp on the outskirts of the forest, thinking they could avoid the insects, they forgot that mosquitoes can move. Suddenly, a chilling buzzing sound arose. Everyone turned towards the noise, only to see a massive swarm of mosquitoes diving towards them. The students were terrified, and screams echoed through the camp. At that critical moment, a flash of golden light appeared on one student's body, and a protective shield materialized, keeping the mosquitoes at bay. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, activating their own protective shields. In the blink of an eye, all the mosquitoes were kept outside the shields. Looking at the dense swarm outside, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone remarked, "It's a good thing we have these shields. or we might have been the first beast tamers carried away by mosquitoes. Another agreed. Yeah, these shields are great. With them, we're invincible. However, as the word invincible was uttered, Mao Mao's expression suddenly turned grim. In the control room, the teachers wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. Their brows were furrowed, and their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and concern. Idiots, a bunch of idiots, an older teacher muttered under his breath. They all understood that the protective shield was a last resort lifesaver and shouldn't be activated so casually. Recklessly depleting their spiritual energy now could have dire consequences if more powerful beasts attacked later. Mao Mao keenly sensed the danger. He quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder and fled the scene without a backward glance. Seeing this, Wang Bin and the others followed suit. The crowd that had gathered quickly scattered, dashing into the dense rainforest like startled birds. Wen Xuan, along with his 3 spirit beasts Mimic Rabbit, a Bao, and Little Flame carefully navigated through the jungle. The towering trees blocked out the sky, their branches and leaves intertwining, making it difficult to discern direction. Suddenly, a Bao extended a furry paw, signaling everyone to stop. A Bao, what's wrong? Wen Xuan asked in a low voice. A Bao didn't respond verbally, but gestured with its eyes for Wen Xuan to look in a specific direction. Following a Bao's gaze, Wen Xuan saw what appeared to be a normal pile of dead leaves. However, utilizing his special ability, the Divine Eye, he quickly detected the hidden danger. What a disguise! Wen Xuan marveled internally. Thanks to the Divine Eye, he clearly saw a large snake concealed among the dead leaves. It was a withered leaf snake, possessing a poison attribute, male gender, silver tier level 2, and a crate aptitude, at peak strength. It followed the silver evolution path and had mastered skills such as camouflage LV6, venomous fang LV5, and poison spray LV5. Wen Xuan quickly signaled his 3 spirit beasts. A Bao and Little Flame immediately understood and launched their attack. A Bao opened its mouth, releasing a dark energy ball, the Shadow Ball, with a whooshing sound. Little Flame followed closely, unleashing a searing flame roar. A Bao's Shadow Ball hit the withered leaf snake accurately, causing it to spring from the leaf pile in pain. Little Flame's fire then swept over, not only striking the snake, but also igniting the surrounding leaves. In an instant, the area around the snake became a sea of flames. It writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the fire on its body, but to no avail. Little Flame had mastered the scorching skill, and these flames wouldn't be easily put out. As the withered leaf snake continued its futile struggle, Mimic Rabbit seized the opportunity. With a flick of its right hand, a sharp stone appeared out of thin air. It hurled the stone with force, sending it flying like an arrow towards the snake's vital spot. By this time, the snake's scales had been burned away, leaving it defenseless. Mimic Rabbit's projectile easily pierced through its head. With a thud, the withered leaf snake fell heavily to the ground, life extinguished. The entire thrilling scene was observed by the teachers in the control room. This kid's got some skills. One teacher couldn't help but praise. He actually spotted the withered leaf snake hiding under the leaves. In previous years, more than a dozen students fell victim there. I'm curious how he discovered it. That snake was really well hidden, another teacher mused. It must have been the panda cub, a colleague chimed in. I noticed earlier, it was the panda cub that first sensed something was off. The appearance of the panda cub sparked envy among all the teachers. This beast's final evolved form is the martial arts panda, a being with incredible strength capable of punching through an iron plate over 10 meters thick. After defeating the withered leaf snake, Wen Xuan commanded the scholar rabbit to search for a magic beast crystal core, only to discover the snake didn't possess one. The group decided to continue moving forward. In the days that followed, everyone was immersed in the harsh realities of wilderness survival and combat. They all became disheveled, particularly the boys with high testosterone levels, whose beards and hair grew wildly, making them look like wild men in just half a month. In this perilous jungle, a man cautiously advanced with 2 beasts. He vigilantly scanned his surroundings, accompanied by a dagger goblin, entirely green with pointed ears and armed with a short knife bronze tier 7, and a jungle spearman with blue skin and feathers in its head, wielding a long spear bronze tier 8. It was this natural jungle hunter that enabled him to survive in such a treacherous environment. Suddenly, they halted. Before them appeared a massive black centipedev iron-shelled centipede. The man's face changed instantly, realizing the danger. As a beast master, he could gauge the level of enemies weaker than himself, but the power of this iron-shelled centipede was beyond his perception. Without hesitation, the man turned and fled with his 2 beasts. However, the iron-shelled centipede had already set its sights on them and quickly pursued. Dagger Goblin, Jungle Spearman, stop it, the man shouted. The dagger goblin's eyes glinted coldly as it lunged at the centipede with its dagger. It swiftly reached the centipede's side, stabbing fiercely at its back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, with sparks flying. The man watched in disbelief. The centipede's shell was impenetrable, and the dagger couldn't break through. The iron-shelled centipede, enraged, lashed its tail, sending the dagger goblin crashing into a large tree. Its bones shattered instantly, and it slumped to the ground like a broken puppet. Having dealt with the dagger goblin, the centipede turned towards the jungle spearman. It crawled closer, its terrifying mandibles snapping open and shut, creating a horrifying scene. As the centipede closed in, the jungle spearman thrust its spear with all its might, expecting to pierce the enemy. Unexpectedly, the centipede's hard mandibles clamped down on the spear, holding it fast. Snap! The sharp teeth of the iron-skinned centipede instantly severed the jungle spearman's long spear. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the spearman unhesitatingly hurled the remaining half of his spear at the centipede and turned to flee for his life. However, the centipede was not about to let its prey escape so easily. It pursued him like lightning, its massive mandibles snapping down precisely on the back of the spearman's neck. With a crisp crack, the spearman's neck broke. Blue blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, staining the centipede's face with a more terrifying visage. Having dealt with the spearman, the centipede's crimson eyes quickly locked onto the beastmaster sitting paralyzed on the ground nearby. The man was already scared out of his wits, his pants soaked, his body trembling uncontrollably. But the centipede felt no pity for the pitiful state of its prey. It lunged quickly, ending the beastmaster's life in an instant. In the control room, the teacher's expressions grew increasingly grim. How many students had been lost already? Although the exact number was uncertain, it was clearly in the double digits. Each lost life had been a student they had carefully nurtured, and this filled them with deep regret. However, the assessment had to continue. To become a qualified beastmaster, one must endure trials and face the challenges of nature. If students always hid under the teacher's protection, they would never truly grow. The purpose of this exam was to let them experience bloodshed and harden themselves, as in their future careers, the teachers could not always be by their side. Just then, a teacher suddenly broke the silence. Look, doesn't that rabbit look familiar? On the screen, a rabbit was leisurely munching on wild fruit. It glanced around and muttered to itself, "I've been searching for a while and haven't found a good spot. This will do." It turned out the rabbit was looking for a place to relieve itself. Because its droppings were notoriously foul-smelling, Wen Xuan had specifically instructed it to stay away from people. Just as the rabbit was about to do its business, it caught a sound. Crunch, crunch, as if something was gnawing on bones. Curiosity drove it to part the grass for a better look, only to stumble upon the iron-skinned centipede feasting. "Oh, it's just a centipede eating someone," the rabbit sighed in relief. "Scared me. I thought it was something else." With that, it withdrew its head, ready to leave quietly. However, at that moment, the rabbit suddenly felt a shadow looming from its right. It slowly turned its head to find the centipede standing beside it, its large compound eyes fixed intently on it. Seeing the bits of flesh still in the centipede's mouth, the rabbit gulped. Big guy, it's a misunderstanding," the rabbit stammered. "I'm just here to poop, and you're eating, right? No problem. You keep eating, I'll find another place to go. Won't bother you." With that, the rabbit turned to flee, but the centipede seemed to go berserk, giving chase with frantic speed. "Oh, Wen Xuan, help. Someone's trying to kill your adorable rabbit," the rabbit shouted as it ran. At that moment, Wen Xuan and Abeo were resting in a clearing. Suddenly, they saw the rabbit rushing towards them in a panic, with a giant centipede close on its heels, turning the situation into utter chaos. Wen Xuan's eyes were sharp as he decisively commanded, "Little flame, unleash fire roar." In an instant, scorching tongues of fire surged forth like a raging dragon, precisely striking the iron-clad centipede. The metal shell quickly turned red-hot under the intense heat, and the centipede transformed into a rolling, struggling ball of fire. In no time, this once mighty beast was reduced to a pile of black ashes, devoid of life. In the control room, the teachers watched in stunned silence. Before they could fully process what had happened, Liana Master at the 9th gold level spoke up, revealing the truth. "It's the extraordinary power of this kid's little flame, combined with the advantage of elemental dominance. Although the iron-clad centipede is at the silver 7th level, its combination of metal and insect attributes is inherently vulnerable to fire. Wen Xuan's little flame is already at the silver 5th level, so this outcome was expected." Everyone nodded in realization. Someone remarked, "This Wen Xuan is something else. At such a young age, he's already far ahead of his peers, now a mid-level silver beastmaster. It seems the special recruitment spot is surely his." After the battle, Wen Xuan carefully had the mimic rabbit use a dagger to extract the magic beast core from the ironclad centipede. He smiled slightly at the light green core in his hand. Over the past few weeks, he and his companions had defeated countless magical beasts, reaping substantial rewards. Although luck hadn't granted him new skills, the level up of his beasts was a significant consolation. Just as Wen Xuan was about to leave, a rustling sound came from the forest, sending a chill down his spine. His instincts, honed over many days, warned him of impending danger. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly withdrew Abeo and Little Flame, escaping with the mimic rabbit. They had barely left when a much larger centipede appeared at the scene. This copper-hued giant beast discovered the charred remains of its kin and let out a deafening screech. It keenly picked up the scent left by Wen Xuan and his companions and began a frenzied pursuit. As Wen Xuan ran, he glanced back, and his heart sank when he saw the massive creature. It's a copper-clad centipede. Damn, this is really troublesome. The iron-shelled centipede seemed to be the offspring of the copper-shelled centipede. After Wen Xuan killed its child, the copper-shelled centipede relentlessly pursued him. As the massive creature closed in, Wen Xuan's mind raced, quickly formulating a plan. Echo Rabbit, follow me. Wen Xuan grabbed the paw of the Echo Rabbit and sprinted toward a nearby hill. They soon arrived at a familiar cave entrance. Echo Rabbit, seeing its former refuge, exclaimed, Wen Xuan, you're not thinking of going into that cave, are you? The cave was indeed peculiar, growing narrower the further in it went, and its walls were so solid that even Echo Rabbit couldn't do much damage. Wen Xuan had once asked Echo Rabbit to try expanding the cave, but even using its burrow skill, it could only scrape off some stone dust. Stop talking, get in, Wen Xuan ordered, dragging Echo Rabbit into the cave. Ah! Echo Rabbit screamed as it ran, we're doomed. We're going to die? Wen Xuan, I hate you. I'm still a virgin bunny, I mean, a virgin rabbit. I haven't even experienced love yet. This cave is a trap. Once we're in, there's no way out. We're just waiting to be caught. The copper-shelled centipede followed closely behind. Seeing Wen Xuan and Echo Rabbit disappear into the cave, a cold smile crossed its eyes. Those fools had trapped themselves. The enormous centipede squeezed into the cave, quickly spotting the panicked Wen Xuan and Echo Rabbit. It picked up speed, its countless legs moving rapidly, sharp teeth poised to tear its prey apart. Suddenly, Wen Xuan and Echo Rabbit stopped and turned to face the centipede. The creature let out a piercing screech, about to launch its final charge, only to realize in horror that it couldn't move. It was stuck in the narrow passage. Ha! Echo Rabbit burst into laughter. Come on, try to bite me. It taunted, shaking its plump rear in front of the centipede. The copper-shelled centipede was furious, struggling with all its might. With its efforts, it managed to push a little further in. Oh my goodness! Echo Rabbit shrieked, scared out of its wits, and quickly dashed back to Wen Xuan's side for safety. Wen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the copper-skinned centipede struggle in the crevice of the rocks. This risky move had paid off, and his predictions were spot on. Otherwise, things might have ended disastrously. Come out, Abeo, little flame. Wen Xuan decisively summoned his two beasts. He also called out the mimic rabbit. Although he rarely commanded them in battle, the urgency of the situation prompted him to take charge. Abeo, use Shadow Ball. Little Flame, use Flame Roar. Mimic Rabbit, use Rock Throw. Wen Xuan's voice echoed through the cave. The three beasts sprang into action immediately. Abeo opened its mouth, gathering a massive black energy ball, which it then launched. Little Flame followed closely, spewing a torrent of searing fire that illuminated the dim cave. The mimic rabbit conjured a large rock and hurled it at the copper-skinned centipede with force. Boom! The three attacks hit the centipede simultaneously, and the deafening explosion reverberated through the cave. Amidst the flying dust, Wen Xuan saw that the centipede was severely injured but not yet defeated. Wen Xuan quickly assessed the centipede's attributes: bug and metal type, male, at the 6th gold tier, with upgrade aptitude and strength at the peak of gold level. Its evolution path was from a silver-skinned centipede, and it had mastered skills such as Copper Skin LV7, Bug Bite LV6, Screech LV5, and Venom Spray LV5. Seeing the Venom Spray skill, Wen Xuan tensed immediately. Be careful, everyone, he shouted just as the centipede opened its large mouth. Splat! A glob of green slime shot towards Wen Xuan. The proximity left him no room to dodge. In the nick of time, a golden protective shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking the venom. This was Wen Xuan's Beastmaster shield. As long as he had spiritual energy and his beasts were alive, he could use this life-saving skill. Witnessing their master under attack, Abeo, Little Flame, and the mimic rabbit were enraged. They seemed to lose all restraint, launching a frenzied assault on the centipede. You damn bug, how dare you attack my master? I'll finish you off, the mimic rabbit cursed as it attacked. Though it was often sharp-tongued, it always led the charge in critical moments. Under the relentless attacks from the three beasts, the copper-skinned centipede was forced into a defensive position. Ultimately, it succumbed to their combined onslaught. Its head left a mangled mess. Wen Xuan carefully inspected the centipede's corpse, worried that the magic beast core might have been damaged in the fierce battle. Soon, he spotted a shimmering green core on the ground, glowing brightly under the miner's lamp. Not bad, it was worth the effort, Wen Xuan thought with relief. The mimic rabbit picked up the magic beast core and handed it to Wen Xuan. He took the core, pondered for a moment, and then gave it to Abeo. Little Flame, being a mage-type beast, was already capable of flight, and its future combat style would inevitably focus on long-range attacks. The mimic rabbit excelled at using cunning to outsmart opponents, harassing them until it found an opening for a lethal strike. In contrast, Abeo was the beast that needed the magic beast core the most. Abeo had already mastered the Iron Skin skill, and learning Copper Skin would significantly boost its defense, turning it into a true powerhouse. Wen Xuan looked forward to Abeo's growth, confident that this core would lead to a substantial transformation. Abeo eagerly swallowed the magic beast crystal core of the Copper Skin centipede, immediately beginning the refining process. Wen Xuan watched nervously, his heart filled with unease. The insect and metal attributes of the Copper Skin centipede did not align with Abeo's essence, which would undoubtedly reduce Abeo's chances of learning a new skill. However, Abeo's refining speed was unexpectedly fast. In a flash, a bright white light shimmered over it, signaling another successful upgrade. Wen Xuan couldn't wait to use the Eye of God to check Abeo's latest attributes. Panda Baby, Male, Level, Silver Stage 7, SSS Aptitude, Peak Strength, Evolution Path, King, Panda Warrior. The skill list now included Copper Skin LV3, while other skills remained unchanged. Bull Punch LV9, Bear Paw Strike LV9, Mount Tie Pressure LV6, Roar of Evil LV4, Tearing Claw LV5, Stealth LV4, Iron Skin LV9, Shadow Ball LV5, Magic Devour LV3, Fearless Heart, Gluttony LV6. Wen Xuan frowned in thought. Only level 3 Copper Skin? The Copper Skin centipede had a level 7 Copper Skin, and Abeo barely reached half of that. It seems the attribute mismatch greatly reduced the comprehension. But at least Abeo learned the skill. The issue of skill level can only be improved through future battles. With the death of the Copper Skin centipede, a pungent stench filled the air. Wen Xuan frowned and turned to the parrot rabbit, ordering, "Rabbit, go cut that thing up with the knife." The parrot rabbit let out a surprised, "Ah," clearly daunted by the sizable task. Wen Xuan impatiently urged, "What do you mean, ah? If you don't do it, should I? That thing's blocking the exit. We need to cut it open to get out." Reluctantly, the parrot rabbit agreed and began the arduous task of cutting. An hour later, Wen Xuan finally led the beasts out of the cave. He took a deep breath of fresh air and exclaimed, "Ah, finally alive again." Abeo and Little Flame also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the parrot rabbit looked aggrieved, covered in the copper-skinned centipede slime, its once white fur now all matted together. Wen Xuan consoled, "All right, don't be upset. There's a small lake over there. Let's go wash up." They arrived at the nearby lake, a place they had lived before. Without hesitation, the parrot rabbit leaped into the water with a splash, enjoying a refreshing swim. It not only displayed proficient dog paddling, but also unexpectedly performed a butterfly stroke, showing off its aquatic skills to Wen Xuan. After swimming for a while, the parrot rabbit invited, "Why don't you guys come in too?" Wen Xuan shook his head, declining, "You swim on your own. In the wild, it's too dangerous for all of us to be in the water at once. If a beast attacks, we wouldn't even have a chance to escape." He knew in his heart that he could always summon the parrot rabbit back to the beast's space if needed, so letting it swim alone was no big deal. Before long, the parrot rabbit contentedly returned to shore, finally free of the grime. The mimic rabbit was completely soaked, with large droplets of water continuously dripping from its fur. When Xian offered a blanket and gently said, "Here, dry yourself off." The mimic rabbit accepted the blanket and carefully wiped its body. Once it was mostly dry, it hopped over to the Little Flame, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Hey, Little Flame, could you help me dry off a bit more?" the mimic rabbit softly requested. "I'll treat you to some carrots later." Hearing this, Little Flame's mouth curled into a slight smile. Although it wasn't interested in carrots, the time spent together had made everyone as close as family. It opened its mouth, releasing a stream of hot air like a high-efficiency hairdryer, quickly fluffing and drying the mimic rabbit's fur. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was unusually tense. The teachers had just witnessed the harrowing scene of Wen Xuan being chased into a cave by a copper-skinned centipede, leaving them worried about his safety. Helplessly, they shifted their attention to other students. The electronic screen switched to another scene. A slightly chubby student was cooking outdoors. He had set up a large pot, with water bubbling inside and several brightly colored mushrooms floating up and down. The student cheerfully muttered to himself, "Wow, this is great. Soon I'll have some mushroom soup to drink." The teachers couldn't help but twitch their lips at the sight. Particularly, the head teacher, Li Yan, whose face turned instantly grim as his sharp gaze swept across the other teachers. "Whose student is this?" he demanded sternly. A bald teacher nervously raised his hand and awkwardly admitted, He's mine." Li Yin was furious. "Haven't you taught your students anything? Don't you know that colorful mushrooms are not edible? The more vibrant the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. Even a 3-year-old knows the saying red cap, white stem, eat it, and you'll lie flat." Just as Li Yin was reprimanding, the student had already downed the mushroom soup. Suddenly, his behavior turned bizarre. First, he stripped off all his clothes, revealing his pale body, and then he started doing push-ups with his hips slightly raised on the ground. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The male teachers' mouths twitched, while the female teachers turned their heads away. Zhou Zimei, in particular, found it unbearable, her face turning pale, and she suddenly felt nauseous, vomiting on the spot. The other female teachers also had similar reactions, and the entire monitoring room descended into chaos. The teacher responsible for switching the camera feeds began his work, unable to stop as if he were addicted. The camera swiftly changed angles, showing one student's situation after another. The once enjoyable video of Wen Xuan had now turned dull, replaced by scenes of students struggling for survival. Some were evading monster attacks, while others were huddled in dark corners, barely hanging on. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by, catching everyone's attention. The teachers urgently requested the camera to switch back, but the moment had passed. However, when the familiar face appeared on screen again, everyone felt a wave of relief. Ha ha ha, the kid's not dead. Li Yin couldn't help but laugh, and the other teachers also smiled with relief. They were genuinely happy that Wen Xuan had escaped harm. Yet, questions arose. How did this kid, only at the silver level, manage to evade the pursuit of a gold-level armored centipede? Once again, this student who always brought surprises left everyone in awe. The scene shifted to Wen Xuan, who was walking along a path with his pets, including a bao. He held a map in his hand, which he had purchased for 10,000 yuan. Though expensive, it was worth every penny. It detailed the entire secret realm and marked the activity areas of various monsters. Wen Xuan's destination was the territory of the Willow Demon. He realized his beasts lacked defensive skills, especially the mimic rabbit. He planned to hunt the Willow Demon to acquire a wood shield skill. Thanks to his photographic memory, Wen Xuan had memorized the monster encyclopedia and knew that the Willow Demon possessed this skill. Following the map, Wen Xuan and his companions arrived at the Willow Demon's domain. Before them lay a tranquil lake, surrounded by dense willow trees. A gentle breeze rustled the willow branches, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, Wen Xuan knew all too well that the calmest surface often concealed the greatest danger. At that moment, a black-haired wild boar emerged from the distant bushes, drawn to the water. As it reached the lake's edge, a sudden whoosh of slicing air was heard. Countless willow branches extended from the treetops like serpents, swiftly wrapping the unsuspecting boar into a massive dumpling. The boar let out a harrowing scream, but it was soon silenced as a willow branch suddenly straightened and pierced through its body. The branch, like a pump, began to greedily siphon the boar's blood. Wen Xuan watched the entire process, witnessing the boar's body rapidly wither before his eyes. What a domineering willow demon! Wen Xuan hadn't expected these willows to be hunters, preying specifically on the magical beasts that came to the lakeside to drink. He focused his system eye to closely observe the willows. The sight before him was astonishing. The willows were equally strong, and the mightiest one required 2 people to encircle its trunk. System display. Willow Demon attributes. Plant gender, no level, gold tier 1 aptitude, B strength peak, gold evolution path. Skills. Vine Whip LV6, Tree Spear LV5, Absorb LV5, Vine Entangle LV4, Wood Shield LV5. Wen Xuan quickly devised a strategy. Little Flame, he called out. The playful Little Flame immediately dashed to his side, eyes gleaming with excitement. See that willow? Use Flame Roar on it, Wen Xuan commanded, then turned to his other companions. Mimic Rabbit, use Carrot Bomb. Abao, you go with Shadow Ball. The battle was about to begin. Abao opened its mouth, gathering a swirling black energy ball, and hurled it toward the targeted Willow Demon. Sensing the danger, the Willow Demon instantly extended countless vines, weaving them into a massive shield in Madarit's Wood Shield skill. Boom! The Shadow Ball collided with the Wood Shield, the explosion resounding thunderously. As the smoke cleared, the Wood Shield remained unscathed. Wen Xuan marveled at the skill's power, but was prepared for this. With a roar, Flame Roar and Carrot Bomb struck the Wood Shield simultaneously. These fire-based skills delivered a devastating blow, shattering the shield in an instant. Without its protection, the Willow Demon was quickly dispatched. Done, that's the first one. Wen Xuan's eyes gleamed as he glanced at the remaining Willow Demons. He was ready for a massacre. Rooted in the ground, the Willow Demons were unable to move, leaving them vulnerable to attack. Wen Xuan employed a cautious strategy, long-range attacks, pinpointing weaknesses, and retreating immediately after each strike. This approach prevented the Willow Demons from using their powerful close-range skills. One by one, the Willow Demons fell. Even the strongest one couldn't escape its fate. It attempted to repeat its usual tactic, waiting to ambush when the enemy got close, using its vines to strangle them. But Wen Xuan never gave it the chance. As the battle concluded, Mimic Rabbit happily hopped over to collect the magical beast cores. Initially, it was thrilled because the cores were meant for its use. However, as more Willow Demons were cut open, its expression became increasingly serious. None. This one doesn't have any either. Mimic Rabbit exclaimed in frustration, what the heck? Is it because I didn't wash my hands after using the bathroom today that I'm so unlucky? With one last hope, Mimic Rabbit approached the largest willow demon. The mimic hare swung its dagger, intently digging into the ground. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared, revealing a beast core, entirely jade green, in its paws. The mimic hare was overjoyed, grinning with a goofy smile. Ha ha, I knew I wasn't that unlucky, it boasted, proudly holding the core up to examine it in the sunlight. Seeing this, Wen Xuan urged, all right, stop laughing and hurry up and eat it. The mimic hare nodded in agreement, opened its mouth, and stuffed the beast core inside. With several crisp crunch sounds, it chewed the core as if it were hard candy. Wen Xuan watched, his mouth twitching in disbelief at the creature's impressive dental strength. After swallowing the core, the mimic hare closed its eyes and concentrated, fully immersing itself in refining the energy. The beast core of the willow demon was plant-based, perfectly matching the mimic hare's attributes, allowing it to gain the maximum benefit. Thanks to its voracious skill, the mimic hare's refining process was incredibly swift, and it quickly absorbed the core completely. It opened its eyes, stood up with a smug expression, and walked over to Wen Xuan. The mimic hare asked mysteriously, Wen Xuan, can you guess what skill I learned? Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan immediately used his divine sight to closely observe the mimic hare. He quickly discerned all of its attributes. Plant rock. Gender male. Level, silver tier 7. Potential, SSS-tier. Power peak, extraordinary king. Evolution path, rogue hare. Skills, swift feet LV9, mimicry LV9, digging LV7, pyrotechnics LV8, vine whip LV8, magic source LV5, veracity LV6, flying stones LV5, phantom steps LV2, wood shield LV4. It's wood shield, Wen Xuan stated without hesitation. Ugh, the mimic hare waved dismissively. It's no fun with someone like you. It had hoped Wen Xuan would take a while to guess, but he had revealed the answer immediately, much like a friend who solves a carefully prepared riddle in an instant, spoiling the fun. Noticing this, Wen Xuan swiftly changed the subject. All right, enough chit-chat. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest. They soon found a cave and settled in temporarily. Time flew by, and the final day had arrived. Wen Xuan led Abayo and the others toward the secret realm's entrance. After a month of rigorous training, Abayo and the others had significantly improved, and the same was true for the other students. Upon reaching the entrance, they found many people already waiting there. Many girls, upon seeing their old friends, burst into tears, hugging each other tightly. Their cries set off a chain reaction, causing those around them to tear up as well. This month's life in the secret realm had been a grueling ordeal for these students, who had been pampered since childhood. Fortunately, they had all survived through their own strength. Wen Xuan watched this touching scene silently before stepping out of the secret realm. As soon as he emerged, he saw Feng Xiang and the other instructors waiting. Seeing Wen Xuan return safely, they were thrilled. Feng Xiang rushed forward, playfully punching Wen Xuan in the chest, laughingly saying, Kid, you really made me proud this time. Then, his expression turned serious. By the way, come with me for a moment. Wen Xuan followed Feng Xiang towards the teachers, feeling a bit puzzled. As soon as Li Yin saw Wen Xuan, he warmly congratulated him. Wen Xuan, congratulations. You've won the wilderness survival competition with the top score. To reward you, the school has decided to give you the special admission spot. Special admission? Wen Xuan frowned slightly, evidently unfamiliar with the term. Seeing this, Li Yin patiently explained, yes, special admission. He then elaborated on its meaning and significance. After listening, Wen Xuan suddenly understood. This so-called special admission was similar to the early admission he had heard of in his previous life, allowing outstanding students to skip their final year of high school and go straight to university, saving a precious year. Li Yin continued to remind him, Kid, prepare well. Someone will come to pick you up in a week. Remember, getting the special admission spot doesn't mean you're already in university. Once there, you'll have to undergo an assessment. Mentors from 3 universities will be present to decide based on your performance whether to admit you. Wen Xuan nodded seriously, I understand. All right, you've been exhausted for a month. Go back and rest well, Li Yin said, patting Wen Xuan on the shoulder. On the way back, Wen Xuan gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, recalling Li Yan's words. This special admission would involve 3 top universities: Imperial Beast University, Magic Beast University, and Jiangnan Beast University, all prestigious institutions in China. Top students from surrounding provinces would also be participating. Wen Xuan was initially confident in his silver tier, levels even strength, but Li Yan's words were like a cold splash of water. In previous years, there were even gold tier participants. Gold tier was a significant leap forward. Each stage for beast tamers was like a chasm, and crossing levels to fight was nearly impossible. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, Wen Xuan consoled himself. The car entered the school, and Wen Xuan headed straight for the training ground, planning to take a good nap in the rest area. For the next week, he would focus solely on training to be in the best shape for the competition. A week later, early in the morning, Wen Xuan had just finished his run and was about to go to the cafeteria for breakfast when a figure appeared before him. It was a woman in a green military uniform with short, neat hair, exuding a spirited and vigorous aura. "You must be Wen Xuan," she said directly. "I am. Hello, may I ask who you are?" Wen Xuan replied politely. "My name is Miao Yun. I've been sent to take you to the assessment." The woman introduced herself succinctly. "Assessment?" Wen Xuan was slightly taken aback. "That's right, the assessment," Miao Yun confirmed with a nod. "All right, pack up a bit, then come with me." Wen Xuan replied. "No need, I don't have much to bring. Let's go directly." Miao Yun seemed about to say something, but quickly gave up. As Wen Xuan mentioned, everything they needed was already prepared at the assessment location. The two of them headed to the field, where an armed helicopter was waiting. Miao Yun boarded first, then extended her hand to Wen Xuan. He took it without hesitation, and with a firm pull, Miao Yun helped him into the cabin. The rotors began to spin, and the helicopter slowly lifted off, carrying them to the unknown assessment site. Miao Yun forcefully shut the hatch, and the armed helicopter roared as it took off, carrying Wen Xuan and the others towards the examination site. Once seated inside the cabin, Wen Xuan noticed a familiar face smiling at him. "Ma Yichun," Wen Xuan blurted out, somewhat surprised. "Hee hee, Wen Xuan, who would have thought we'd meet again so soon? Quite a coincidence," Ma Yichun chuckled. "And I'm glad you remember me. It shows I wasn't wrong to consider you a friend." Miao Yin looked at them curiously. "You two know each other?" "Yeah, we do," Wen Xuan replied simply. The atmosphere in the cabin gradually relaxed. With nothing much to do, Miao Yin started chatting with Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun. During their conversation, Wen Xuan and the others gained some preliminary insights into the upcoming exam. Before they knew it, the helicopter had reached its destination. Miao Yin stood up. "All right, the meeting point is just ahead. You guys go on without me. I need to pick up other students." She waved them off and hurried away. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun exchanged a glance and headed towards the meeting point. Their arrival drew attention from the other contestants, who cast unfriendly glances their way. The air of competition was already palpable. After only a few steps, a staff member in a green military uniform approached them. "Are you the newly arrived participants? Come over here to collect your uniforms and fill out your identification information for registration." Under the staff member's guidance, Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun each received a set of clothes. Wen Xuan picked up his uniform, a look of disdain crossing his face. The outfit was so ugly it was almost offensive, reminding him of the universally disliked school uniforms from his past life. Ma Yichun seemed to read Wen Xuan's thoughts and whispered, "Wen Xuan, don't underestimate these clothes. They're woven from ice silkworm threads, making them impervious to water and fire. They're warm in winter and cool in summer, truly a treasure." Wen Xuan looked at Ma Yichun in surprise. "How do you know so much about this?" Ma Yichun grinned proudly. "I have a talented brother, that's why. My brother participated in this competition last year and passed with ease." He sighed. "Having him around, I can't really hold my head up in the family. It's a lot of pressure." Despite Ma Yichun's words, his expression didn't seem genuinely troubled. Having an exceptional brother seemed to make his life easier. In their family, as long as his brother excelled, it was enough. As for Ma Yichun himself, he was content to live a stable life, with no interest in fame or fortune, just enjoying being a carefree rich kid. The two headed towards the changing room. Along the way, Ma Yichun suddenly started laughing. "What's so funny?" Wen Xuan asked, puzzled. "Nothing, nothing," Ma Yichun replied mysteriously, unwilling to elaborate. Wen Xuan looked at Ma Yichun speechlessly, thinking this guy was like a lunatic, with his unpredictable moods. Finally, they arrived at the changing room. As soon as they opened the door, Wen Xuan realized why Ma Yichun had been laughing earlier. This was hardly a changing room. It was more like a large room reminiscent of a northern bathhouse. As Wen Xuan stepped in, he was greeted by the sight of a group of naked guys. He began changing his clothes, catching a glimpse of Ma Yichun sneaking glances at him with a mischievous expression. A few minutes later, Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun emerged from the changing room. Ma Yichun seemed like a different person, his previous confidence replaced by a dejected demeanor. He looked like a wilted eggplant, muttering to himself, "Damn, how could it be so big?" Gesturing in the air as if still overwhelmed by what he had seen. Wen Xuan ignored Ma Yichun's odd behavior, focusing on adjusting his tracksuit. Almost unconsciously, he kicked his leg up to his head, executing a perfect vertical split. "Not bad," he thought to himself. "The outfit may be ugly, but it feels pretty good." Despite its style, Wen Xuan was quite pleased with the tracksuit. After changing, the two headed to the meeting point outside. Since the other students hadn't arrived yet, they had to wait patiently. Fortunately, the organizers had arranged accommodation and meals. Soon after, Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun decided to grab something to eat. In the cafeteria, Wen Xuan was eating slowly when Ma Yichun approached with a metal tray. "Ugh, the long journey has killed my appetite. I'll just eat a little today," Ma Yichun said as he walked over. Wen Xuan curiously glanced at Ma Yichun's tray and was stunned. This little consisted of 8 buns, 5 chicken legs, a mountain of rice, a bowl of lotus root and rib soup, a plate of stir-fried cauliflower, and braised pork. Wen Xuan couldn't help but be amazed. If this was a reduced appetite, what was Ma Yichun's normal intake? He thought Wang Bin was a big eater, but Ma Yichun was the true king of the gluttons. What's up? Is there something on my face? Ma Yichun asked, noticing Wen Xuan's gaze. Nothing, Wen Xuan replied, lowering his head to continue eating, though his mind was racing. Ma Yichun's mountainous tray quickly caught the attention of those around them. Hey, look at that guy over there. He's got so much food. Wow, even if it's free, that's overboard. Is this what they call a country bumpkin in the city? Clearly not used to this. I can't believe I'm taking the assessment with someone like that. It's embarrassing, truly embarrassing. A guy laughed out loud, only to be abruptly silenced by a swift punch to the face. The punch was so quick and forceful that he didn't even have a chance to activate his Beastmaster shield, sending him flying. So what if I'm from the countryside? Am I eating your rice? A burly man shouted furiously. His tray was piled even higher than Ma Yichun's. Unlike Ma Yichun, who is rather plump, the man was a fitness enthusiast, his body rippling with muscles that made him look intimidating. Maintaining such a physique required a substantial amount of food. When the provocateur was knocked to the ground, the onlookers didn't show sympathy. Instead, they looked at him with disdain. Everyone here had some skills, and to establish oneself, one had to act low-key. Flaunting one's abilities could only invite trouble, even if one had exceptional talents, as it would be hard to withstand a collective attack. The man got up from the ground, casting a resentful glare at the muscular guy before turning to leave. Wen Xuan caught that snake-like look, realizing this matter might not end here. However, as long as he wasn't bothered, Wen Xuan didn't care to meddle. Turning to Ma Yichun, Wen Xuan noticed the guy was still devouring his food as if he hadn't eaten in days. Aren't you concerned about what just happened? Wen Xuan asked. With his mouth full, Ma Yichun mumbled. Concerned about what? Just a mad dog barking. Should I bark back at a dog? People like that are usually spoiled brats who got in through family connections. He shook his head. Don't worry, idiots like that usually don't pass the assessments. After finishing their meal, the two had just stepped out of the cafeteria when they saw a woman dressed lavishly approaching from a distance. She held her head high, her face displaying an arrogant smile, as if she were looking at ants. Another idiot. Ma Yichun couldn't help but comment. Wen Xuan, let's hurry to the dorm and rest. Seeing these idiots is contagious. Following the map provided by the staff, they arrived at room 666 on the 6th floor. Ma Yichun joked that it was his favorite number, symbolizing smooth success. Upon entering, they found someone already in the room. The person glanced at them briefly before continuing to eat a snack, appearing very composed. Without a word, Ma Yichun lay down on the bed near the door, sighing with contentment. Ah, so nice. Lying down after a meal is the happiest thing in the world. Wen Xuan shook his head in resignation, thinking, is this happiness-induced weight gain? He chose the right side bed by the window. Just as he sat down, the person across from him offered a snack and asked, want some? Wen Xuan hesitated for a moment, but politely accepted it, saying, thanks. No problem, the person replied calmly. He continued munching on the crispy noodles, the sound echoing with each bite. Wen Xuan watched this scene and couldn't help but comment. You seem to really like these crispy noodles, don't you? Yeah. The man nodded enthusiastically, flashing a bright smile at Wen Xuan, as if discussing the most wonderful thing in the world. Crispy noodles are the best food ever. Wen Xuan noticed the guy's near obsession with the snack and awkwardly said, maybe I should give you back this pack then. No need, I've got plenty. With that, he suddenly pulled back the blanket covering him. Curious, Wen Xuan peeked under the blanket and was taken aback, exclaiming, wow. There was a pile of crispy noodles of every flavor: original, spicy, barbecue, braised. It was like a mini snack section of a supermarket. Trying to ease the awkwardness, Wen Xuan extended his hand and said, by the way, I'm Wen Xuan. Jean Ling, the man replied. But you can call me Ling since Jean Ling is a girl's name. Ling. Yes. Ling, nice to meet you. Same here. The conversation ended, and Wen Xuan lay down to rest as the room fell into silence. They were following instructions to recharge and prepare for the next day's assessment. To Wen Xuan's surprise, Ma Yichun, who was on the heavier side, didn't snore. This discovery made Wen Xuan reassess his stereotypes about overweight people. Before they knew it, morning arrived. After getting up, Wen Xuan and the others noticed that they were the only 3 in the dorm. Ma Yichun suggested, let's grab some breakfast and head to the meeting point. However, Ling shook his head. You guys go ahead, I'm staying. You're not coming? Ma Yichun was surprised. Nope. Ling confirmed with a nod. What are you going to eat for breakfast then? This, Ling said, pulling out a pack of crispy noodles from his backpack and tearing it open in front of Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun exchanged glances and, unable to argue, headed to the cafeteria together. In the cafeteria, Wen Xuan picked up a simple breakfast of a bun, a bowl of soy milk, and a fried dough stick. In contrast, Ma Yichun's tray was piled high with food: 5 buns, a bowl of soy milk, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, and 3 fried dough sticks. Wen Xuan couldn't help but tease. "Yichun, what's up with you? Are you feeling unwell since you're eating so little today?" Ma Yichun, eating voraciously, explained, "Oh, it's just because of the exam later, so I'm eating a bit less." Seeing the blissful smile on Ma Yichun's face, Wen Xuan grew curious. Ma Yichun exclaimed, "Ah, this tofu pudding is best when both sweet and salty are mixed." Wen Xuan was puzzled. He had heard of people liking sweet tofu pudding and others preferring salty, but he didn't expect Ma Yichun to enjoy both. After eating, Wen Xuan and the others arrived at the meeting point, which was bustling with examinees gathering. Wen Xuan spotted Ling alone in a corner and walked over with Ma Yichun. Ma Yichun, seeing Ling all by himself, asked with concern, "Ling, aren't you lonely being by yourself all the time?" "Not at all," Ling replied with a smile, eyes forming crescent moons. "Because I'm like a vernier caliper." "A vernier caliper? What does that mean?" Ma Yichun looked puzzled when he heard Ling's words. Wen Xuan, however, picked up the conversation, calmly stating, "Because a vernier caliper never approximates loneliness." This cold joke sent a shiver down Ma Yichun's spine. Time flew by, and at exactly 8 o'clock, the crucial moment of the competition arrived. For some contestants, this time felt unusually early. After a brief explanation from the mentor on stage, he signaled Wen Xuan and the others to follow. Before he even finished speaking, he had already started moving. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from afar. Everyone turned around to see the once proud woman now in a sorry state, her hair disheveled, dressed in pajamas, and panting heavily as she ran. She attempted to join the group, but was stopped by the staff. "Sorry, you've missed the time and lost your qualification to compete." Hearing this, the woman collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. A few other late contestants faced the same fate shortly after. Wen Xuan and his group followed closely behind the mentor, beginning to run. The mentor maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. Soon, they entered a dense forest. Ma Yichun looked serious, summoning his black ink dog, and whispered to Wen Xuan, "The first test is here. According to my brother, there are many powerful beasts hidden in this forest. Our task is to overcome the beasts' obstacles, whether by defeating them or avoiding their attacks. As long as we pass safely and keep up with the mentor's pace, we succeed." Hearing this, Wen Xuan immediately summoned his parrot rabbit. When it came to running, it was unmatched by anyone present. As the competition progressed, contestants began to drop out. Some were exhausted, others twisted an ankle, and some were attacked by beasts. However, these setbacks seemed to have no effect on the mentor at the front, who continued his mechanical, steady pace. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, the contestants were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. It dawned on Wen Xuan why they were given sportswear. It was to handle such rigorous challenges. Those who disliked the look of the sportswear and insisted on wearing their own clothes were all eliminated, not for breaking rules, but because their unsuitable attire severely hindered their performance. "I can't do it anymore. I'm really done." One contestant, on the verge of collapse, had already fallen to the back of the group. Watching the mentor gradually move further ahead, he gritted his teeth as if making a firm decision. "Come out, Gale Horse." He summoned a brown steed, leapt onto its back, and prepared to continue the race on horseback. However, just as he mounted the horse, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking him squarely in the back. Zzz. The bullet adhered to his back, releasing a powerful electric current that instantly knocked him to the ground. Bang! A loud crash accompanied by the crackling of electricity, and the trainee who had attempted to ride their beast fell heavily from the horse's back. Hearing the noise, the others glanced back briefly but quickly resumed running, fearing they would fall behind. The instructor's voice followed, tinged with both exasperation and warning. "Let me remind you once again, beasts can be used for combat, but they are absolutely not for riding." Many silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't tried the same stunt. The race continued, and an hour later, the group had noticeably thinned out. Wen Xuan appeared relaxed, with only a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Ma Yichun looked at him, internally marveling. What an animal. He's been running for so long and doesn't even look tired. Just then, Ling caught up from behind, munching on a packet of crispy raccoon snacks as she ran. Ma Yichun stared at her in disbelief. "You? What are you doing?" Ling swallowed her mouthful and casually replied, "Got hungry, needed a snack to keep going." Hungry? Ma Yichun's spirit was crushed. On one side, a stamina monster. On the other, someone who could eat while running. How is anyone supposed to survive this? Ling reached Wen Xuan's side and offered him a packet of snacks. "Want some?" "Sure," Wen Xuan said, not hesitating to dig in. This scene caught the attention of the other contestants, who internally groaned. "You guys must be here to mess with us, right? Not feeling tired after all that running is one thing, but aren't you thirsty?" By now, their lips were cracked, and their throats felt painfully parched. "Ridiculous," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "If it were plums, I could understand." looking at plums to quench thirst and all that. But crispy raccoon snacks? They make you thirstier. Ma Yichun's condition worsened rapidly. His face was flushed, and he was breathing heavily. I can't go on much longer. I feel like I'm going to die. He regretted ever thinking this exam was easier than his brother's. Yichun, hang in there, the finish line is just ahead, someone encouraged. After running through the forest for what seemed like forever, a glimmer of light appeared, and victory seemed within reach. But suddenly, a barrage of arrows shot from all directions. Exhausted, the candidates were too drained to activate their Beastmaster shields and could only rely on instinct to dodge. Rabbit, use the wood shield. Wen Xuan commanded decisively. His rogue rabbit immediately conjured a shield woven from vines, blocking the incoming arrows. It was then that Ma Yichun saw their attackers, a group of spiky porcupines blocking the path. To complete this final challenge, they would have to defeat these fierce opponents. Suddenly, a large, formidable spiky porcupine emerged from the group, letting out a deep growl. The candidates realized that the real challenge was just beginning. It was the spiny porcupine king. This beast was much larger than an ordinary spiny porcupine, its tusks gleaming like ivory and asserting its dominance. Its sudden appearance was like a sledgehammer, shattering everyone's composure in an instant. The silver-level beast tamers were thrown into a panic, scrambling to flee deeper into the forest. They knew all too well that, after a long journey and exhausted, they were no match for this gold-level beast. Wen Xuan, Ma Yichun, and Ling were no exceptions, quickly seeking cover. In this critical moment, a shameful yet honest thought flashed through everyone's mind. Hopefully, the spiny porcupine king would target someone else, giving them a chance to escape. The beast's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, soon locking onto a target. It suddenly surged forward, charging at its chosen prey. What's happening? Ma Yichun shouted in terror. Why is it coming for us? Wen Xuan didn't have time to answer, his mind racing to find a strategy. Mimic rabbit, use the vine whip to climb that tree, then pull me up too. The mimic rabbit immediately sprang into action, nimbly climbing a tall tree and extending the vine whip to pull Wen Xuan to safety. Below, Ma Yichun's desperate cries for help echoed. Help! Help! It was then that Wen Xuan realized the spiny porcupine king's target was Ma Yichun. He quickly understood why the guy's plump figure was undoubtedly an enticing, walking piece of meat to the beast. Ma Yichun's cries gradually faded as he led the beast away. Wen Xuan hesitated, unsure if he should help, when Ling suddenly appeared by his side, holding a packet of crispy snacks. Let's go, Ling said calmly. Don't worry, Ma Yichun isn't as helpless as you think. His brother passed the trial last year, so his family must have prepared a backup plan for him. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement, then descended from the tree to leave the forest with Ling. As soon as they emerged, they saw their mentor. He was sitting leisurely under a large sun umbrella, sipping coffee, as if the recent chaos had been merely an illusion. Wen Xuan and Ling approached the mentor, who glanced at his watch and smiled with satisfaction. Congratulations, you've passed. Follow me. Just then, a voice called out urgently from behind. Wait, wait. Wen Xuan turned to see Ma Yichun running up, panting heavily, accompanied by a burly man very expert who had helped them in the cafeteria earlier. Both of them were covered in blood, indicating they had been through a fierce battle. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun's clothes were stained with patches of blood, and their faces bore a few scratches, clearly showing they had just teamed up to defeat the ferocious spiked porcupine king. The instructor's sharp gaze swept over the two, his brow furrowed slightly before he glanced down at his wristwatch. The time displayed prompted him to make a decision, and a barely perceptible smile tugged at his lips. Congratulations, you've passed the assessment. Both of you, come with me, the instructor said, turning to lead the way. Wen Xuan and Ma Yichun exchanged a glance and followed closely behind. In an unnoticed moment, the instructor discreetly adjusted his watch, setting the time back by 1 minute. This small gesture might have hidden significance. Before long, a campsite came into view. 3 people were waiting there. An elderly man with a kindly face, a burly man with hair as red as flames, and a blue-haired woman whose expression was cold and whose gaze was icy. Are there only 4 this year? The kindly old man asked, his voice gentle, yet carrying a touch of authority. That's right, just 4. The instructor replied succinctly. The old man nodded, then turned to Wen Xuan and the others, his tone becoming warmer. Congratulations to the 4 of you for passing the assessment. You demonstrated remarkable endurance, intelligence, and strength. He approached Wen Xuan and Ling, his eyes filled with approval. Are you 2 interested in joining my school? Wen Xuan's gaze fell on the badge on the old man's chest, which clearly read, Imperial Capital University Admissions, Instructor Tang Jia. He pondered briefly, not agreeing immediately, and instead asked tentatively, what benefits are there to joining your school? Tang Jia was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Wen Xuan to be so direct. Isn't the name Imperial Capital enticing enough for you? He countered, a hint of pride in his voice. Wen Xuan's lips curved into a slight smile. So there's no benefit then. With that, he shifted his gaze to the other 2 instructors. The red-haired instructor seemed particularly excited, clearly impressed by their recent battle. Kid, why not join our school? I'll personally give you a diamond-grade magical beast core. You can choose the attribute you want, he said enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hearing this tempting offer, Wen Xuan felt a stir in his heart. This was the admissions instructor from Magic Capital University, and the university's strength was nothing to scoff at. Sensing the competition, Tang Jia quickly upped the ante. Kid, I'll personally give you 2 diamond-grade magical beast cores. Don't push your luck too far. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan's lips curled into a smile, and he bowed to Tang Jia respectfully. Student Wen Xuan, at your service, teacher. Tang Jia nodded in satisfaction, a hint of triumph in his eyes. Wen Xuan calculated privately. Although rumors claimed that Magic Capital University and Imperial Capital University were on par, in most people's minds, Imperial Capital University remained the top institution. He chose to join Imperial Capital University for 2 reasons. Firstly, the old man offered generous benefits, and secondly, through the eye of God, he discovered that Tang Jia was a formidable master-level powerhouse. Such strength would be well regarded anywhere, and his every move could influence the entire city. When it was Ling's turn to choose, Tang Jia looked at her and said, I'll give you 2 diamond-grade magical beast cores as well. Join Imperial Capital University. Ling firmly shook her head and refused. I already have a school in mind. She walked straight to the female mentor. The mentor seemed to recognize Ling and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. When it was Ma Yichun and the strong man's turn, the red-haired man pointed at the strong man and said, You come with me. The strong man was thrilled and eagerly ran to the red-haired man's side, secretly delighted to join the Beast University of Magic City. Ma Yichun, having performed poorly in the assessment, was neglected by the mentors. Tang Jia, somewhat helpless, said, You can choose from our 3 schools. Ma Yichun was overjoyed and unexpectedly chose the woman. Tang Jia and the red-haired man were both surprised, as they had thought Ma Yichun would join Wen Xian at the Imperial Beast University. Ma Yichun apologized to Wen Xian, saying, Sorry, I mentioned I wanted to go to Jiangnan Beast University to find a partner. Wen Xian nodded in understanding, recalling how Ma Yichun had mentioned his desire to attend the beauty-filled Jiangnan Beast University when they first met. With the selection over, Tang Jia swiftly performed a hand sign and summoned a gigantic green-scaled dragon. The dragon's scales shimmered in the sunlight, making everyone stare in awe, especially the strong man, who envied Wen Xian for joining the Imperial Beast University. Tang Jia leapt onto the dragon's back and reached out to pull Wen Xian up. With a command, the green-scaled dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. At 1,000 meters high, Tang Jia excitedly asked, Kid, how is it? Impressive, right? Wen Xian nodded calmly. Not bad. Although he appeared unfazed, the expansive view from the dragon's back offered him a unique experience unlike flying in an airplane. Quietly, Wen Xian activated his divine eye to observe the attributes of the green-scaled dragon closely. Type: Plant Dragon. Gender: Male. Level: Master Level 1. Quality: SS. Strength: Peak Master. Evolution Path: None. Skills learned: Venom Spray LV7, Dragon Strike LV8, Dragon's Fury LV7, Thorn Entangle LV7. Wen Xian marveled at the green-scaled dragon's power. If Tang Jia hadn't suppressed the dragon's aura, Wen Xian might have struggled to withstand its pressure. Wen Xuan was already overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the green-scaled dragon, unable to move. Tang Jia, commanding this mighty beast, flew with Wen Xuan to the Imperial Capital's Beastmaster University. The green-scaled dragon landed steadily in front of a building, its scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. With a wave of his hand, Tang Jia stored the dragon back into his beast space and turned to the still-breathing heavily Wen Xuan, saying, Come with me. I'll take you to my treasure trove. Following Tang Jia, Wen Xuan walked through several corridors and arrived at a seemingly ordinary room. Tang Jia skillfully operated a hidden mechanism, leading Wen Xuan into a basement. He unlocked a heavy metal door with his fingerprint and gestured for Wen Xuan to follow. As they stepped into the basement, Wen Xuan's eyes widened in awe, speechless at the sight before him. The space was filled with an array of rare items, including various beast tools, ancient scrolls, and dazzling gems. Wen Xuan couldn't help but compare, realizing that this collection far surpassed his high school's treasure vault. He quickly understood the difference in power. His high school mentors were only as strong as the diamond level, whereas Tang Jia was a genuine master-level beastmaster. Tang Jia pointed to a corner where an assortment of crystal-clear beast cores was piled. The beast cores are over there. You can choose 2, he said. Wen Xuan nodded in gratitude and moved towards the core area. He discreetly activated his divine eye, quickly scanning the skills contained in each core. After careful selection, Wen Xuan picked up 2 cores, one fiery red like flames, the other emerald green like jade. Seeing Wen Xuan's choices, Tang Jia nodded approvingly. Kid, you have a good eye? You've chosen the best 2 cores here. Wen Xuan only then realized he had inadvertently made an impressive choice. Now that you've chosen, let's go register, Tang Jie said, a pleased smile on his face as he led Wen Xuan out of the treasure trove. On the way, Tang Jie recalled last year's special recruit who was expelled, feeling relieved to have found a true talent this time. Wen Xuan, at such a young age, had already reached Silver Tier 7, and his incredible stamina running for over an hour and still able to casually eat crunchy snacks left a lasting impression on Tang Jie. Tang Jie felt proud, having put a lot of thought into this assessment. The journey, originally an hour and a half, was extended to 2 hours, and the arrangement of the spiky porcupine king was meant to test adaptability. Wen Xuan's reaction in summoning the mimic rabbit to use a wooden shield, and his precise selection of the highest grade cores in the treasure trove, greatly satisfied Tang Jie. They arrived at the registration desk, where a smiling woman in her 30s was working. She greeted them warmly. Mr. Tang, you're here to register a student? Tang Jie nodded in response, filled with anticipation for Wen Xuan's future. The talkative female teacher was helping Wen Xuan with his registration while cheerfully saying to Tang Jie, Mr. Tang, you seem particularly happy today. Looks like the students you recruited are exceptional, and you're quite satisfied, aren't you? Just as Tang Jie was about to respond, 2 more individuals approached. Leading them was a man with a hooked nose, whose sharp, snake-like gaze swept over Wen Xuan, sending a shiver down his spine. Well, if it isn't Mr. Tang Jie, the man sneered. Tang Jie's expression darkened instantly. Yang Kong. The hostility between them was almost palpable. Yang Kong looked provocatively at Wen Xuan. Is this your special recruit for the year? Not bad, but you'd better keep a close watch on him, unlike last year. His words dripped with menace. Tang Jie was about to retort, but Yang Kong suddenly turned to the female teacher, offering her a rose. Ms. Xiongyan, could you register my student first? Xiongyan smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang Kong, but I need to finish Mr. Tang's registration first. Yang Kang's face hardened momentarily, a flash of malice in his eyes, but he quickly regained a pleasant demeanor. Xiongyan, sweating slightly, hastened through Wen Xuan's registration. Soon, she handed Wen Xuan a student card. You can pick up your uniform from the student office. After leaving, Tang Jie sighed. Wen Xuan, be cautious of Yang Kong. He's an expert in poison, and his students also use poison-type beasts. His poison cultivation enhances the power of his poisonous beasts. Wen Xuan recalled his grandfather once saying that there are countless cultivation techniques in the world, like fire, water, and poison attributes. While these techniques can boost the power of one's beasts, they also limit the choice of beasts, as the contracted beasts generally need to match the practitioner's cultivation technique. To cultivate the toxic arts, one must bond with a beast possessing toxic attributes. Wen Xuan frowned in contemplation, realizing the danger of such a singular path. Facing an opponent who could counteract poison would be disastrous. His grandfather's earnest teachings echoed in his mind, warning him against changing techniques and urging him to stick with the carp divine art. In the past, Wen Xuan might have been skeptical of his grandfather's advice. But now, with the eye of God, he had witnessed the dark golden glow emitted by the carp divine art manual, confirming its prestigious status. Wen Xuan couldn't help but think of the legend of the carp leaping over the dragon gate, igniting hope for his future. Tang Jie led Wen Xuan to the student office and handed him 2 sets of brand new uniforms. Wen Xuan, you'll have to find the dormitory on your own. Just follow this path straight to the end, Tang Jie instructed. Remember, your room number is 444. Hearing this inauspicious number, Wen Xuan's expression changed slightly. Though most people avoided this number, he encountered it, and it was repeated thrice. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. At least it was better than 404. Carrying his uniforms, Wen Xuan arrived at dormitory 444. Pushing the door open, he discovered it was a double room with 1 occupant already inside. The person gave Wen Xuan a cold glance before returning to his book, without any intention of greeting him. Wen Xuan set his things down and curiously glanced at his roommate's desk. Alongside medical books, there were various peculiar tomes: comprehensive herbology, the art of crafting qi pills, the method of brewing power-enhancing elixirs, and even a book titled The Frenzied Formula for Sows. The last one surprised Wen Xuan. Wasn't it an aphrodisiac for breeding sows? Without engaging his roommate, Wen Xuan headed straight into the adjacent seclusion room. The imperial capital's beast-taming university dormitories were well-equipped, with private bathrooms, balconies, and even seclusion rooms capable of withstanding attacks from diamond-level experts. Closing the door, Wen Xuan summoned his mimic rabbit and little flame, handing them 2 magical beast cores obtained from Tang Jie. The 2 beasts immediately began refining the cores. Through the eye of God, Wen Xuan could clearly see the attributes of the cores. Winged Flame Tiger, Diamond Tier, 8 Magical Beast Core. Skills contained. 1. Flame Roar LV8. Emits scorching flames, causing fire damage. 2. Flame Wings LV9. Forms fiery wings, granting the ability to fly. 3. Tiger Claw LV7. sharp claw strike, with a chance to trigger a bleeding effect. 4. Flame Fang LV7, fire-enveloped teeth, infused with wild fire attribute energy. Little Flame was refining this core, while the mimic rabbit absorbed another. Wen Xuan watched silently, anticipating their growth. Wen Xian gazed at the two beast cores in his hand, a mix of emotions swirling within him. These were treasures Tang Jie had acquired years ago. Though their energy had waned, they still held immense power. The first core came from an 8th-level beast known as the AI mushroom, which contained 3 7th-level skills: Spores, Mushroom Trap, and Saprophyte. When Xian couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the mushroom's obsession with the number 7, jokingly wondering if it was raising pigs. After an entire night of refining, Little Flame and the mimic rabbit had transformed. The next morning, as when Xian finished practicing his carp god technique and opened his eyes, he was awestruck by what he saw. Little Flame had unfurled a pair of dazzling flame wings, breathtakingly beautiful. When Xian examined its attributes carefully: Fire Attribute, Female, Silver Level 5, SSS-tier quality, Extraordinary King potential. Its skills included Little Flame Ball, Flame Charge, Fire Devour, Flame Roar, Scorch, Steam, and the newly acquired Flame Wings. Previously, the Steam skill only allowed it to float slowly, but now, the Flame Wings granted it true flight capability. Turning to the mimic rabbit, when Xian was amused by the smug smile on its face. "You'll never guess what I've learned this time," the mimic rabbit exclaimed excitedly. When Xian easily guessed. "Isn't it just Mushroom Trap? What's there to be so proud of?" The mimic rabbit's attributes were equally impressive. Plant and rock dual attributes. Male, Silver Level 8, SSS-tier quality, Extraordinary King potential. Its skill set was diverse and rich: Fleet Foot, Mimic, Burrow, Gunpowder Technique, Vine Whip, Magic Source, Gluttony, Flying Stone, Ghostly Step, Wood Shield, and the newly learned Mushroom Trap. After refining the AI mushroom's core, the mimic rabbit's strength had advanced to Silver Level 8, with most of the energy used to master the Mushroom Trap skill. "Come on, try out your new skill," when Xian encouraged. The mimic rabbit nodded, waved its right hand, and a giant mushroom appeared out of thin air. But upon closer inspection, when Xian burst into laughter, it wasn't a mushroom at all, but a giant carrot. This gluttonous rabbit had even shaped its conjured mushroom into its favorite food. Even more surprising was that when the mimic rabbit placed the mushroom on the ground, it vanished into thin air. Invisible mushroom. When Xian's eyes lit up, "This is perfect for setting traps." "Rabbit, how many of these mushrooms can you place?" The mimic rabbit thought for a moment and replied, "Each invisible mushroom lasts a maximum of 10 minutes. There's a time limit. I can place 3 in the first minute, and then 1 every minute after that." Hearing this, when Xian was filled with anticipation for the potential of this new skill. He began to contemplate how to use this invisible trap in battles, preparing for future challenges. When Xian calculated that if all the mushrooms were intact, he could have up to 12 invisible mushrooms at once. This number made him quite satisfied. "All right, you've been training all night and must be tired. Go and rest in the beast space for a bit," when Xian said, waving his right hand to send the mimic rabbit and Little Flame into the beast space. He opened the door and stepped out, bumping into his roommate. They exchanged glances but remained silent. When Xian walked to his bed, lay down wearily, and prepared to sleep. However, just as he closed his eyes, he felt a gentle tap on his right arm. "Hey, wake up," his roommate's voice came through. When Xian reluctantly opened his eyes, exhausted from last night's training. He had hoped for a good sleep, only to be interrupted. "What's up?" he asked a bit impatiently. "Nothing much, just a reminder that today is the first day of classes," his roommate calmly said. "Oh," when Xian mumbled, closing his eyes again, ready to continue sleeping. But his roommate didn't leave. "This is university, not high school. Don't say I didn't warn you. The teacher for the first class is a bit special." "Special?" When Xian opened his eyes, curious. "In what way?" "You'll find out when you get there," his roommate replied mysteriously. "I'm heading off now. You can come if you want." With that, he turned and left. When Xian sighed. Since his roommate said so, he felt compelled to get up and see what this first class was all about. He quickly freshened up and headed straight to the lecture hall. On the first day of registration, the school had them download a multifunctional app. This app not only contained class schedules and room assignments, but also various school information. It even allowed users to accept tasks and earn points upon completion. These points, much like in high school, could be exchanged for items. When Xian entered the large classroom and found his roommate already seated in the front row, with no other choice, he sat down next to him. He noticed that his roommate was engrossed in studying alchemy-related knowledge. "Are you planning to become an alchemist?" When Xian couldn't help but ask. His roommate looked up and answered mildly, "Yes and no. I want to become a powerful beast master, but that requires a vast amount of elixirs, some of which aren't available for purchase. If I can't buy them, I plan to make them myself." When Xian nodded in understanding. For some, crafting elixirs is indeed essential. Pills like barrier-breaking elixir, spirit chi elixir, and body-strengthening elixir are particularly crucial for those who have contracted beasts of lower quality. These elixirs not only speed up training, some top-tier ones can even enhance a beast's aptitude. He thought about the aptitude elixir, which comes in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, capable of boosting a beast's aptitude to SSS level at most. To advance from SSS to SSSR, one would need to seek out legendary and extremely rare natural treasures, like a million-year-old Lingji or dragon liver phoenix marrow. The use of the aptitude pill comes with strict conditions. The beast's strength must reach its limit. Consumption leads to a breakthrough process accompanied by immense pain, as if defying the natural order. This enhancement does not come without a price, either sacrificing potential or shortening lifespan to achieve an improvement in aptitude. Just as Wen Xuan was about to continue chatting with his dorm mates, a purple-haired instructor entered the classroom. He had a slight smile on his face, yet left Wen Xuan with a bad first impression, as if something was hidden behind that smile. The purple-haired instructor scanned the classroom, pausing momentarily on Wen Xuan and his dorm mates in the front row. He seemed to recognize Wen Xuan but said nothing, instead turning to write on the blackboard. The entire alchemy class concluded in this manner, and as he left, the instructor gave Wen Xuan another meaningful glance. This did not escape the notice of Wen Xuan's dorm mate, who frowned and asked after class, "Did you offend that instructor?" Wen Xuan was baffled. "No, I didn't. It was only his second day at the school, and he was unfamiliar with the place. So how could he have offended anyone?" Suddenly, a figure flashed in his mind: Yang Kong. Wen Xuan was about to explain to his dorm mate, but realized the other had already walked away. Next was the magical beasts class. The teacher was a bespectacled, chubby man who, despite his unassuming appearance, was very knowledgeable. He explained the habits, diet, strengths, and weaknesses of each magical beast in an accessible way, allowing Wen Xuan to truly appreciate the prowess of the Imperial Beast University. This was in stark contrast to his high school teacher, who merely recited from textbooks. After lunch, Wen Xuan returned to the dorm and found his dorm mate still engrossed in his books. "What's up with you today?" Wen Xuan couldn't help but ask, noticing his dorm mate's unusual behavior. His dorm mate looked up and said coldly, "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" "Know what?" Wen Xuan was even more puzzled. "The instructor who taught us alchemy today is named Yang Gua, and he is the son of Professor Yang Kong, a first-rank master at our school," his dorm mate explained. "Judging by today's events, Teacher Yang Gua seems to have some issues with you, which is why I asked if you had offended him." Hearing his roommate's words, Wen Xuan frowned slightly, and his expression instantly became serious. He hadn't expected to be dragged into this mess for no reason. His roommate's voice carried a clear sense of detachment. "All right, whether or not you've offended him, I'm going to distance myself from you from now on. I'm here to study, not to get into trouble. I don't want to be implicated by you for no reason. I have important things to focus on." As he spoke, the roommate began to hastily pack his belongings, his actions revealing a sense of urgency to sever ties. Wen Xuan asked confusedly, "What are you doing?" Without looking up, the roommate replied, "I've already applied to the student office. Starting today, I'm moving out of this dorm." With that, he picked up his backpack and walked out without looking back. His roommate's reaction left Wen Xuan both shocked and disappointed. It was the first time he had encountered someone so cowardly. Out of curiosity, Wen Xuan walked over to his roommate's bed, his gaze falling on it. He noticed a small photo stuck to the headboard with the name Li Feiyu written beside it. "Li Feiyu, huh?" Wen Xuan murmured, surprised at how quickly this person distanced himself just because a mentor was displeased with him. Regarding the issue with Yang Kong, Wen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. He hadn't intended to cause trouble, but now he needed to think about how to handle the situation. Considering Yang Kang's power and status, he wouldn't act personally. As for his disciples, Wen Xuan had a feeling he would encounter them soon. Wen Xuan fell into deep thought, starting to devise a plan. He recalled Yang Kang's background in poison techniques and realized that to deal with him, he needed to focus on poison. There were several ways to counter poison. One was to use beast companions with metal or poison attributes, as they are immune to poison attacks. Another was to learn skills that counter poison, either by absorbing or purifying it. Given that he couldn't currently contract a fourth beast companion and had already planned for his next one to be water attribute, Wen Xuan decided to pursue the second option. He took out his phone, opened the university's app, and began searching for information. The app for Imperial Beast University had a forum similar to Quora. Wen Xuan typed in beasts with poison absorption abilities and quickly found several answers. Although most were quite powerful, he identified a feasible target: the venomous ice silkworm. The venomous ice silkworm, a poison and ice attribute beast, lived in icy regions. Someone at the school had a venomous ice silkworm as their beast companion. Its final evolution, the toxic powder moth, possessed large-scale offensive skills, with its toxic powder striking fear into many. Wen Xuan decided to talk to that student. He left his dorm and headed towards the freshman's dorm room. Upon arrival, he found the door ajar and walked right in. Inside, the student was playing with his venomous ice silkworm. Seeing Wen Xuan suddenly appear, a hint of displeasure crossed his face as he asked warily, "Who are you? What do you want here?" Wen Xian greeted Yin Bing with a warm smile. "Hello, senior. I'm Wen Xian, a student from the advanced class." Yin Bing, seeing Wen Xian's courteous demeanor, relaxed a bit, as it's hard to be unfriendly to a smiling face. He asked, "What can I do for you?" Wen Xian got straight to the point. "Senior, I'm looking for information on where to find the venomous ice silkworm." The venomous ice silkworm? Yin Bing's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are you interested in this beast too?" He was quite the enthusiast when it came to the venomous ice silkworm. Wen Xian nodded. "Yes, I plan to catch one as my beast companion." Yin Bing became even more enthusiastic upon hearing this, exclaiming, "That's fantastic. Finally, someone shares my taste. Now let's see who dares call me a weirdo." He quickly went to a cabinet, rummaged through it, and pulled out a map, handing it to Wen Xian. "Here you go. Follow the marks on the map to find the ice silkworm cave. The venomous ice silkworms are there." Yin Bing's face beamed with a smile, resembling a proud pet owner, as if the venomous ice silkworm was his beloved pet. He warmly said, "I'm really looking forward to seeing your venomous ice silkworm. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand in the future. I won't hold back any secrets." When Xian took the map and politely thanked him, "Thank you. Well, I'll be on my way then." "All right, take care," Yin Bing reminded him. "Make sure to let me know once you've bonded with the venomous ice silkworm. I'll give you a guide on how to raise it and share my insights so you don't accidentally let it die." "I will," Wen Xian promised as he left. Once Wen Xian was far enough away, he took out the map, a faint smirk crossing his face. "Sorry, senior. I'm not going to bond with the venomous ice silkworm. I'm going to hunt it." He put the map away, took leave from the student office, and headed straight for the Frost secret realm. Inside the realm, Wen Xian trudged slowly through the snow, wrapped in a coat for warmth. For safety, he released the mimic rabbit to accompany him. "Brrr. I'm freezing to death here." The mimic rabbit shivered, its teeth chattering. "Wen Xian, how much farther?" "Almost there, almost there," Wen Xian replied dismissively, though his cheeks were tinged with red. The mimic rabbit complained, "You said that an hour ago. Are you lost?" Wen Xian silently admitted he was indeed lost. Surrounded by a vast expanse of snow and ice, with no landmarks in sight, finding the ice silkworm cave with just Yin Bing's map was proving difficult. Just then, a sudden screech echoed from the sky. "Caw. Oh no, it's a snow eagle." Wen Xian whispered in alarm, quickly dropping to the ground alongside his companion, the Shuayu rabbit. The snow eagle, a formidable golden-tier beast, was circling above, its sharp eyes scanning the snowy expanse below. Wen Xian and the Shuayu rabbit held their breath, waiting for the danger to pass. Suddenly, the Shuayu rabbit gently tugged at Wen Xian's sleeve and pointed into the distance. "Look, it's a venomous ice silkworm," it whispered. Following the rabbit's direction, Wen Xian spotted a massive venomous ice silkworm slowly crawling along. In an instant, the snow eagle swooped down, snatching the silkworm with its talons and disappearing into the sky. Once they were sure the snow eagle was gone, the two cautiously stood up. "Let's keep moving," Wen Xian said, brushing the snow off his clothes. After another half-hour of trekking, they finally came across an icy cave. A plump venomous ice silkworm was leisurely making its way into the entrance. "That must be the ice silkworm cave," Yin Bing mentioned, when Xian speculated quietly. The pair carefully entered the cave, and as they reached the end, they were stunned by the sight before them. The ground was covered with a multitude of venomous ice silkworms. These creatures were snow white, covered in fuzz, and had numerous crooked eyes that gave them an unsettling appearance. "Ugly. They're just too ugly," Wen Xian couldn't help but remark. "No wonder no one wants to form a contract with them." He suddenly realized that Yin Bing's venomous ice silkworm was clearly a carefully chosen one, as the ones before him were far less appealing. Activating his divine eye, Wen Xian closely observed the swarm of silkworms. To his disappointment, the strongest among them were only iron tier, with a very low chance of producing magical beast cores. As he pondered whether to eliminate all these silkworms, Wen Xian remembered the large silkworm that had been snatched by the snow eagle earlier. That particular silkworm had reached silver tier strength and was likely the leader of this group. After watching for a while, Wen Xian noticed a pattern. These silkworms would crawl outside to defecate, keeping the cave clean. However, this habit made them vulnerable to predators. The large silkworm from earlier was probably caught by the snow eagle while outside. "Let's check over there first." Wen Xian decided to explore the snow eagle's territory. If that plan didn't work out, he would return to deal with the silkworms. Thanks to his thorough reading of the Encyclopedia of Magical Beasts, Wen Xian easily located the snow eagle's nest. These creatures typically built their nests on cliff faces to avoid disturbances from other beasts. As they approached the cliff, they heard the snow eagle's sharp cries. Using his divine eye, Wen Xian saw the snow eagle tearing apart the silkworm it had caught and feeding it to its chicks piece by piece. Wen Xian carefully examined the snow eagle's information. Attribute: ice. Gender: female. Level: Golden Tier 5. Potential, B. Strength, Peak Golden. Evolution Path, Ice Snow Divine Eagle. Skills learned, Blizzard LV4, Ice Spike LV6, Ice Claw LV6, Keen Eye LV6, Ice Range Strike LV5. This creature is quite powerful. Wen Xuan thought, realizing the task ahead might be more challenging than he had anticipated. Wen Xian's face suddenly turned grim. The snow sculpture moved as fast as lightning, so much so that he couldn't fully grasp all its attributes. When he finally managed to see clearly, the idea of raiding the snow sculpture's nest vanished instantly. The reason was simple. The snow sculpture possessed an intimidating skill known as the Sharp Eye. This skill granted the snow sculpture extraordinary vision, allowing it to easily spot a rabbit running on the snow even in a blizzard. Wen Xuan had initially planned to approach stealthily and take advantage of the situation, but now it seemed that this plan was no longer feasible. He sighed quietly and decided to shift his focus to finding the toxic ice silkworms. Just as Wen Xuan was about to leave, a commotion arose not far away. He turned cautiously to see a group of people approaching. "Grandfather, did you bring me here to catch the young snow sculpture?" A clear female voice rang out. Wen Xuan took a closer look and saw there were 4 people in total. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a girl around Wen Xian's age. Behind them, 2 silent individuals followed closely, likely their servants. The old man nodded, replying, "Yes, it's the young snow sculpture, or more accurately, the offspring of the snow sculpture. The ice snow sculpture evolves from the snow sculpture." The group made no attempt to conceal their presence as they headed straight to the base of the cliff. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of the snow sculpture. Chirp! The snow sculpture let out a piercing screech, a warning to the group. It was trying to convey that this was its territory, and if they didn't leave, it would have to attack. The old man snorted, dismissing the snow sculpture's warning. "Humph, just a beast, daring to act so arrogantly. Come forth, fiery arrow eagle." He quickly performed a spell, summoning a fiery arrow eagle enveloped in flames. The snow sculpture's expression changed slightly. It could sense that the fiery arrow eagle was slightly stronger than itself. A smug smile appeared on the old man's face, exuding an air of superiority, or perhaps more accurately, a sense of power derived from the eagle. Chirp! Faced with the intruding fiery arrow eagle, the snow sculpture glanced anxiously at its offspring, its eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, its gaze became resolute. As a beast that dearly loved its offspring, if anyone dared to harm its young, the snow sculpture would fiercely defend them. The snow sculpture suddenly spread its wings and charged towards the fiery arrow eagle. Its mouth opened wide, unleashing countless ice spikes that shot through the air like a rain of arrows towards the fiery arrow eagle. The fiery arrow eagle remained unfazed. It opened its beak and spewed a stream of scorching flames. The flames met the ice spikes in midair, and in an instant, the spikes melted under the intense heat. Seeing its attack so easily neutralized, the snow sculpture became flustered. It had assumed it could at least put up a fight, but the gap in power was unexpectedly vast. At this moment, Wen Xuan also got a good look at the fiery arrow eagle's attributes. Fiery arrow eagle. Attribute, fire. Gender, male. Level, platinum tier 1. Quality, A. Strength, peak. Evolution path, platinum. Skills learned. Flame jet LV7. Hot wind LV6. Fire tornado LV5. Flame claw LV6. Iron beak attack LV5. Wen Xian's heart tightened. This fiery arrow eagle had not only reached the platinum level, but was also a fire attribute beast, naturally countering the ice attribute snow sculpture. The situation for the snow sculpture had become perilous. The snow sculpture had no resistance at all. Faced with a formidable enemy, it fought back fiercely, and the two engaged in an intense battle in the sky. However, just a few minutes later, the snow sculpture was overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught of the blazing arrow eagle and plummeted to the ground. The young woman watched the snow sculptures fall, her excitement obvious. "Grandfather, you're amazing." Her gaze then shifted to a nearby cliff, where the snow sculpture's chick was crying out in distress. Perhaps sensing its mother's death, a look of determination flashed in the chick's eyes. It slowly walked to the edge of the nest, teetering on the brink. "Grandfather, look!" the young woman exclaimed. "What's that snow sculpture chick doing?" The old man's face changed suddenly. "Oh no, it's trying to kill itself." Before he could finish speaking, the chick leaped off the cliff, dozens of meters high. "Blazing arrow eagle, save it!" the old man commanded sharply. The eagle responded immediately, speeding towards the falling chick. However, it was too late. The fragile body of the chick hit the icy surface below, shattering instantly, staining the snow with blood. Witnessing the unyielding spirit of the chick, the old man was furious and shouted at the eagle, "Eat it!" The eagle opened its jaws and swallowed the remains of the chick whole. "Let's go," the old man said coldly. He skillfully excavated the magical beast's crystal core from the snow sculpture's body with a knife. Accompanied by the girl and 2 servants, they turned and left. Sometime later, Wen Xuan and Xuezong too emerged from hiding. That old man was really strong. Xuan too exclaimed. The snow sculpture was like clay in their hands, easily manipulated. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement, and then said, "Let's go over and take a look." They approached the base of the cliff. The massive body of the snow sculpture lay there silently, with a large hole in its head where the magical beast's crystal core had been removed. Nearby, a pool of blood marked where the chick had been. Wen Xuan gazed up at the towering cliff, murmuring, "I wonder if the venomous ice silkworm is still there." He then called out to his little flame, "Go up and see if there's a corpse of the venomous ice silkworm, and bring it down." The little flame spread its fiery wings and flew to the snow sculpture's nest. There, it found the half-eaten body of the venomous ice silkworm, picked it up with its transformed hands, and hurled it downward. With a thud, the corpse of the venomous ice silkworm hit the ground, breaking apart. Its innards and various unsavory fluids splattered everywhere. Suppressing his nausea, Wen Xuan approached with Xuan Tuesday Rabbit, "See if there's a magical beast's crystal core," he instructed. Xuan Tu immediately went to check. The mimic rabbit's nimble paws swiftly rummaged through the corpse of the venomous ice silkworm, its movements so quick they were a blur. This time, Wen Xuan's luck was on his side as an ice-blue magical beast core was found intact. Wen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. "Not bad," he murmured. Then his expression turned serious. "We need to leave. The owner of this territory, the snow eagle, is dead, and its blood scent will attract other magical beasts. The longer we stay, the greater the danger." Wen Xuan quickly left the scene with the mimic rabbit and little flame, but instead of heading directly back, he returned to the ice silkworm cave. His plan was to have the mimic rabbit refine the newly acquired magical beast core there. Gazing at the ice-blue core in his hand, Wen Xuan carefully examined its attributes. Venomous Ice Silkworm Silver Tier 5. Skills. 1. Ice Spike LV4. Launches sharp ice spikes, directly hitting the enemy. 2. Blizzard LV5. Unleashes cold winds mixed with snow, capable of freezing opponents. 3. Iron Shell LV5. Reinforces body armor. 4. Venomous Devour LV3. Absorbs toxins to convert into energy, enhancing poison attribute skills. 5. Poison Stinger LV6. Shoots purple poison stingers, poisoning the enemy. Wen Xuan's mind conjured the survival tactics of the venomous ice silkworm. This magical beast moved slowly, relying on its camouflage that blended with the ice and snow to hunt by ambush. It patiently waited for prey to approach before suddenly launching its poison stingers to infect them. Then, it would wait for the prey to succumb to the poison before leisurely crawling over to enjoy its meal. In the harsh, icy environment, the venomous ice silkworm lacked the robust physique and agility of the snow eagle, so it evolved skills like Venomous Devour and Poison Stinger to improve its hunting success rate. Wen Xuan pondered. He didn't have a poison attribute beast under his command, but since the mimic rabbit had a plant attribute, it was most likely to learn the Venomous Devour skill. Magical beasts with plant attributes usually could naturally comprehend one or two poison attribute techniques, making the mimic rabbit more compatible with Venomous Devour. The mimic rabbit took the core and swallowed it whole, then began to focus intently on refining it. Over 20 minutes later, it suddenly stood up, letting out a series of pained cries. "Ouch! Ouch!" Wen Xuan looked at it in confusion, but with the ability of the god's eye, he could clearly see the mimic rabbit's condition. Soon, he understood. The mimic rabbit had successfully refined the venomous ice silkworm's magical beast core and learned the venomous devour skill. The mimic rabbit, a male pet with dual attributes of plant and rock, is currently at the peak of the silver tier 8. Its SSS or level strength and extraordinary evolution path make it a rare and powerful companion. Wen Xuan carefully recalled the skills mastered by the mimic rabbit. Both Fleet Foot and Mimicry had reached the heights of LV9, while Burrow LV7, Gunpowder Technique LV8, and Vine Whip LV8 were also noteworthy. With Magic Source LV5, Gluttony LV6, Flying Stone LV5, Ghostly Steps LV2, Wooden Shield LV4, and Mushroom Trap LV5. Each skill showcased the mimic rabbit's diverse combat abilities. However, the newly acquired Toxic Bite skill was only at LV1, appearing somewhat lacking. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit shivered all over and exclaimed urgently, "Oh dear, I feel like my body is freezing. I'm aching all over." Its eyes scanned downward anxiously, as if checking for something important. Seeing everything was fine, it breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew. Thank goodness, my good buddy is still here." Wen Xuan watched the mimic rabbit's exaggerated behavior and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This guy had just been sitting on the ice for a while and was already acting so dramatically. He softly said, "We should head back. This secret realm is all white, and staying too long can make someone feel depressed or even lead to snow blindness." With the mimic rabbit in tow, Wen Xuan returned to school. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, he bumped into Tangjia. Tangjia, looking anxious, couldn't wait to speak as soon as he saw Wen Xuan. Where have you been these days? I've been looking for you everywhere and couldn't find you. Wen Xuan glanced at his watch, estimating the time. I didn't go anywhere special, just went out for some training. It took me 5 days in total. He asked curiously, Mr. Tang, is there something you needed me for? Tang Jie responded seriously. I'm here to remind you that the freshman competition is about to start. Everyone in your class has to participate, and this time, first-year students will be joining as well. Our whole class has to participate. Wen Xuan was a bit surprised. Yes, Tang Jie explained. You're in the advanced class. In the eyes of those first-year students, you've taken resources that originally belonged to them. So in this freshman competition, they'll send their best to try and remove some of you from the advanced class. Wen Xuan suddenly understood. The so-called advanced class was like the genius youth classes from his past life. Although they were young, their strength was not to be underestimated. If these talented students could grow, they would undoubtedly hold significant positions among the strong in the future. This was indeed the case, as every student who graduated from the advanced class eventually became a high-ranking official. Kid, do you have confidence this time? Tang Jie asked. Wen Xuan smiled confidently. Of course. As a strong silver tier 8, he had already investigated those first-year students, and their strongest was only at the high silver level. Although not the strongest, in the Imperial Beast University, which gathered the nation's strongest beast master seeds, his strength was enough to make a name for himself. Tang Jie nodded in satisfaction, patting Wen Xuan on the shoulder. Confidence is good. Wen Xuan, I believe in you. He continued. If you can place in the competition, I'll give you a big reward. A big reward? What is it? Wen Xuan asked curiously. Tang Jie smiled mysteriously. You don't need to know now. You'll understand when the time comes. All right, Wen Xuan agreed. Tang Jie suddenly turned serious. By the way, in this assessment, you must be careful of Lao Du. Lao Du? Wen Xian's mind flashed to the figure following Yang Kong, and he fell into thought. Wen Xuan secretly calculated in his mind how to counter the threat posed by Lao Du. He had quietly taught Xue Shu, too, a toxin-devouring skill. This trump card, he decided, would be kept from Tang Jie for the time being. After Tang Jie left, Wen Xuan headed back to his dorm. As he reached the stairway, he bumped into Lao Du. Their eyes met briefly, and Lao Du paused for a moment before nonchalantly brushing past Wen Xuan. As Lao Du descended the stairs, Wen Xuan felt a chilling aura, clearly an intentional intimidation. Wen Xuan snorted dismissively and continued on his way. Just as he arrived at his dormitory door, he encountered Li Feiyu, who was reading in the hallway. Li Feiyu glanced up at Wen Xuan with a complicated expression and said, I heard some freshmen are planning to team up against you. If it were me, I'd drop out immediately. We're still young, and this is just the advanced class at the Imperial Beast University. After dropping out, you could return to high school, take the college entrance exam, and attend another university. If you join the freshman competition, your beast might get hurt, which wouldn't be worth it. With a blank expression, Wen Xuan replied, It's fine. If they want to come after me, let them. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, I also believe in the rule of strength. Seeing that Wen Xuan wouldn't heed his advice, Li Feiyu sighed helplessly. Well, I've done my part. Since you choose to stay, it's no longer my concern. With that, he closed his book and walked towards his dorm down the hall. Wen Xuan watched Li Feiyu's retreating figure, puzzled, and asked, Were you worried about me just now? Without turning back, Li Feiyu replied, If you think so, then it is. With that, he disappeared behind the dormitory door. Wen Xuan shook his head, dismissing the thought, and returned to his own room. In the following days, Wen Xuan barely left his dorm as he prepared for the freshman competition. Apart from attending classes, he dedicated himself to rigorous training in his room. The curriculum at Imperial Beast University was extensive, making it impossible to cover everything. The school's philosophy encouraged students to pursue courses they were interested in, fostering a culture of diversity and debate. As long as students passed the annual exams, they could advance to the next year. The university offered a 4-year program, and students needed to achieve platinum-level strength within this period to graduate successfully. However, reaching the platinum level was an elusive goal for many. To reach this standard, a beast level had to be platinum, necessitating at least in a grade aptitude. Since beast masters couldn't contract beasts of a higher level than themselves, the possibility of having elders capture high-level beasts was eliminated. Newcomers had to start with weaker beasts and nurture them gradually. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and before long, the day of the freshman competition had arrived. Wen Xuan woke up early, had a quick breakfast, and made his way to the school's grand gymnasium alone. Inside, 8 competition arenas were set up, and the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. Wen Xuan, dressed in the distinctive attire of the advanced class, drew the attention of many freshmen as soon as he appeared. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and challenge, as if sizing up a tempting piece of prey. Look, someone from the advanced class is here, a girl whispered in awe. Wow, he's quite handsome, another girl chimed in. What good is being handsome? It's the skill that counts, a boy said dismissively. He might just be all show and no substance. Why don't you go and find out? a girl teased, playfully nudging her friend. The girl, known as Saw Mei, was unfazed and seemed eager to take up the challenge. No rush, she said confidently. I'll make my move after he wins the match. By then, he'll surely fall for me. She thought to herself, believing her charm had already conquered countless boys, and this one would be no exception. After showing his student ID, Wen Xuan headed straight to his competition arena. This time, all 30 members of the advanced class were participating. Due to the uneven number of participants, Wen Xuan's arena had only 2 advanced class students and 2 freshmen. The competition was unknown, with each participant allowed to use only one beast. First up was Wen Xuan's classmate, a boy with thick glasses. He looked confident, as if victory was already in his grasp. Come out. Golden Hornet. The glasses-wearing boy quickly formed a seal, and a large, unusually colored golden hornet appeared before the crowd. The audience erupted in gasps. Oh my god, that golden hornet is a rare color. Judging by its size, its strength must be at least silver tier 7, right? Is this the strength of the advanced class? They're 2 years younger than us, yet already so powerful. The freshmen couldn't help but feel disheartened. Most of them entered school with strength around silver tier 2 or 3, thinking themselves geniuses, only to be overshadowed by the advanced class students. Wen Xuan sat in the audience, quietly using his Eye of God to observe the Golden Hornet. Golden Hornet attributes: Bug, Poison. Gender: Male. Level: Silver Tier 8. Quality: B. Strength: Peak. Evolution route: Golden Hornet King. Learn skills: Deadly Sting LV6, Venom Spray LV5, Bug Bite LV5, Bug Buzz LV6, Zigzag / LV6, Multi / LV6. Wen Xuan silently noted this information, waiting for his turn to compete. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as a student from the advanced class. His prowess is indeed impressive. The bespectacled man showcased remarkable talent, and his opponent was no ordinary competitor either. Come forth, Stone Golem. The bespectacled man commanded decisively, releasing his beast. With a tremor in the ground, a massive rock creature slowly took shape. Stone Golem. The bespectacled man's face turned grim, as if he had seen a nightmare. His Golden Hornet, a beast with poison and insect attributes, was facing a nemesis in the form of the Stone Golem. The Stone Golem stood proudly, its attribute being rock, male in gender, and had reached the 8th tier of the silver level. Its potential was rated grade, with its strength at its peak and the possibility of evolving into a granite giant in the future. This rock behemoth wielded powerful skills: Rock Throw LV6, Rolling Wheel LV5, Rock Punch LV5, Meteor Fall LV5, and Stone Rain LV4. That guy's in trouble, someone in the audience murmured. Clearly, the bespectacled man had encountered a highly specific adversary. At this moment, Ding Xing, the bespectacled man, was filled with regret. He had thought his strength would allow him to triumph easily, but he hadn't expected to face Shirley, an adversary specializing in rock attribute beasts. Ding Xing's gaze swept quickly over the audience, filled with remorse. If only he had sent out the water spider, the situation might not have been so dire. However, in reality, there are no ifs. Unable to switch his beast, Ding Xing gritted his teeth and decided to fight. He planned to leverage the Golden Hornet's aerial advantage to launch an airborne assault on the Stone Golem. The battle was imminent. Initially, the Golden Hornet used its agility to maneuver around the Stone Golem. However, as time passed, the Golden Hornet's speed began to slow. The Stone Golem seized the opportunity, grabbing 2 massive rocks from the ground with its hands. With a powerful shake of its arms, the rocks shattered into countless sharp stone blades. Whoosh, 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 the stone blades shot toward the Golden Hornet like a torrential rain, covering a wide attack area. The Golden Hornet had nowhere to escape and was instantly pierced by the stone blades. Thud! It crashed heavily to the ground. A sharp stone blade lodged in its abdomen, and its delicate wings were riddled with holes. Golden Hornet! Ding Xing cried out in agony, his face filled with despair. Ding Xing's defeat meant that the resources provided by the school would be transferred to Shirley. However, this was not the end. The Losers Challenge in a month would be his final opportunity. If he could defeat Shirley then, he could reclaim the lost resources. But if he failed again, expulsion would be his only option. After all, the Imperial Capital Beast University would not tolerate incompetence. With Ding Xing's defeat, it was Wen Xian's turn to take the stage. He stepped onto the platform, sizing up his opponent, a man in a casual suit exuding the aura of a wealthy heir. However, the opponent's face was sullen, as if someone owed him a large sum of money. As the referee gave the signal, Wen Xian and his opponent simultaneously summoned their beasts. Wen Xian called forth the agile mimic rabbit, while the opponent summoned a majestic blaze dog. The 2 beasts stood opposite each other, the air thick with tension, as an intense showdown was about to begin. When the mimic rabbit appeared on the field, the audience was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Who would contract such an unwanted beast? What use is a mimic rabbit? Isn't it just a pet for rich ladies? My aunt's rabbit can only do stand-up comedy and nothing else. Haha. And it has that long, thick, mischievous little tongue. The last comment drew curious looks, and the speaker lowered his head in embarrassment. These taunts reached the mimic rabbit's ears, and it quietly vowed to show them its true power. On the opposite side, Mingyin frowned. He remembered that when Xian's profile indicated his initial beast was a panda cub, so he didn't expect the appearance of a mimic rabbit. However, as a student from the advanced class, Wen Xuan must have some exceptional skills. Go, Blazing Dog, use Flamethrower. Mingyin commanded. Blazing Doga fire type, male, silver tier 7, with a great potential and mastery of various fire skills opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching flame. The mimic rabbit smirked and began to run around the field. The audience was treated to a comical scene. Blazing Dog chasing with its fire, and the mimic rabbit making a hasty escape. Haha, this is hilarious. Does it really think it can compete? Isn't this just a dog chasing a rabbit? Seeing that the long-range attack was ineffective, Blazing Dog switched to a close-range pursuit. Mingyin's face darkened, feeling insulted. Is your mimic rabbit only capable of running away? He shouted at Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan glanced at the situation. The mimic rabbit was unscathed, while Blazing Dog was already panting heavily, its pink tongue releasing waves of heat. All right, if you want to fight, let's have one. Mimic rabbit, rock throw. The mimic rabbit suddenly stopped, a stone somehow appearing in its hand. It hurled it forcefully, hitting Blazing Dog right on the head. Ow wow, ow wow, ow wow. Blazing Dog howled in pain. The mimic rabbit's lips curled into a sly smile, and it spoke. The tables have turned. The mimic rabbit gathered stone after stone in its hands, hurling them fiercely at the fiery dog. It was as if the rabbit had transformed into a village child, using rocks to chase away a bothersome stray dog. As the fiery dog's cries grew increasingly pitiful, the rabbit's assault became even more relentless. Seeing the fiery dog on the verge of being stoned to death, Mingyin couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, I concede. He never expected that he would be the one to be outwitted in the end. Mingyin couldn't help but wonder, why didn't Wen Xuan's mimic rabbit, with its evidently strong abilities, attack directly from the start? With no other choice, Mingyin withdrew his battered fiery dog back into the beast's space and turned to leave. The onlookers exchanged glances, murmuring in disbelief. Is it over already? The crowd had anticipated an earth-shattering battle, recalling the intense showdown between Dingxing and Shirley. Even when at a disadvantage, Dingxing had fought on for a long time, earning respect despite his defeat. Now, although Wen Xuan had won, the victory felt lackluster and inexplicable. Wen Xuan paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. The mimic rabbit had secured the win for him, and now he just wanted to treat it to a good meal. On the way to the restaurant, Wen Xuan received a message from the Student Affairs office, detailing the venue and opponent for his next match, as well as the schedule for others. As he browsed through the information, Wen Xuan was surprised to discover the impressive strength of this year's freshmen. Each arena allowed 4 to advance, and he initially thought the ratio of freshmen to older students would be 1-to-1. Unexpectedly, aside from Dingxing, all the freshmen had won, and those advancing were all newcomers. This meant that the subsequent matches would not involve the usual resource distribution, and winning would bring substantial rewards. Wen Xuan pushed aside his thoughts about future opponents, deciding to focus solely on the present. The next day, Wen Xuan returned to the familiar arena number 8. As soon as he arrived, he encountered a familiar face Shirley, the opponent from yesterday morning. After a night's rest, all the contestants' beasts had recovered. Today, they would compete for the top 8. Other areas required 2 matches, but due to the number of participants, Wen Xuan's side only needed 1. Shirley also stepped onto the platform, a slight smile on his lips, and said to Wen Xuan, Hey, buddy, I find you much more interesting than the guy yesterday. I watched your fight with Mingyin and kept wondering what it would be like to face you. I hope today we can have an exciting match and you can show your full strength, giving me a satisfying battle. Sure, Wen Xuan replied briefly, nodding. As the referee gave the signal, both sides simultaneously summoned their beasts. Wen Xuan stuck with the mimic rabbit, while Shirley suddenly changed tactics, calling out, Come on, little firestone. A beast with a stone core and flames burning on the outside appeared on the field. The appearance of Xiao Huasher left everyone stunned. This beast was engulfed in fierce flames, with rock and fire attributes. It was male, at a silver level 7, with a great aptitude, and its strength had reached the peak. Its evolution path was towards a lava rock, and it possessed skills such as Flame Jet LV5, Flame Charge LV6, Lightning Stone LV6, and Roll LV5. The audience began to buzz with conversation. Some criticized Shirley for being ruthless in the new versus old challenge, always sending out beasts that countered his opponents. However, one spectator suddenly pointed out a crucial detail. Wait, isn't the Shueisha rabbit's attribute rock and plant? Its plant attribute is weak against fire, but its rock attribute can resist fire attacks. This means the Shueisha rabbit isn't actually afraid of fire. This realization made the previous speaker scratch his head in embarrassment. Sorry, The Shueisha rabbit is too obscure. I only remembered it had a plant attribute and forgot about its rock attribute. Others were understanding, as remembering every beast's attributes was nearly impossible. Shirley looked smugly at Wen Xuan, as if he had already seen through his opponent's strategy. Kid, trying to use the Shueisha rabbit's plant attribute against me? You're not quite there yet. Most of Shirley's beasts had rock attributes, but he wisely chose Xiaohuoshi, which had both rock and fire attributes. Wen Xuan looked at the flaming Xiaohuoshi and suddenly wished he had a water attribute beast. If he had one, he could defeat his opponent in a single move. However, while the Shueisha rabbit was not at an advantage, it wasn't completely countered either. The battle was about to begin. Xiaohuoshi attacked first, launching a lightning stone. A small stone enveloped in flames flew towards the Shueisha rabbit at an incredible speed. Unable to dodge the lightning-fast attack, the Shueisha rabbit quickly spun its right hand to summon a massive wooden shield. Bang! The burning stone struck the wooden shield with a deafening noise. After brief contact, the flames on the stone extinguished, and it fell to the ground as a charred rock. Unwilling to back down, Xiaohuoshi immediately used Flame Jet. The searing tongues of fire instantly ignited the Shueisha rabbit's wooden shield. Shirley snorted coldly as he watched the Shueisha rabbit frantically shake off the burning vines. Finally free of the entangling vines, the Shueisha rabbit watched as its wooden shield turned to ashes and breathed a sigh of relief. It realized that against such powerful fire attribute skills like Flame Jet, the wooden shield's defensive effectiveness was quite limited. In the moment of hesitation from Mimic Rabbit, Little Firestone's jet of flames attacked once more, the scorching heat rushing forward. Mimic Rabbit quickly reacted, kicking off with its limbs, and began to sprint rapidly. Memories of yesterday's strategy against the Flame Dog flashed through its mind, and it decided to use the same tactic again. Mimic Rabbit darted around the arena, its agile figure like a white lightning bolt. Its goal was clear: to exhaust Little Firestone's energy and wait for the perfect moment to strike. The scene from yesterday played out again in the arena. Little Firestone continuously spewed flames, fiery arcs tracing the air. Meanwhile, Mimic Rabbit dodged deftly, as nimble as a feather dancing in the wind. Finally, Mimic Rabbit spotted an opening. It swiftly bent down, conjured a hard stone in its hand, and hurled it forcefully at Little Firestone. Just as Little Firestone opened its mouth to launch another flame attack, the stone struck with a thud, lodging perfectly in its mouth. The large stone blocked Little Firestone's fire source, preventing it from using its flame jet. Seizing this rare opportunity, Mimic Rabbit dove into the arena's soil. It turned out that yesterday's fierce battle had left the entire arena in ruins, prompting the school to bring in a lot of soil for a quick fix. This provided Mimic Rabbit with the perfect chance to exploit. When Mimic Rabbit re-emerged, it had stealthily positioned itself right under Little Firestone. Seeing this, Shirley felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly commanded, "Little Firestone, attack it with flame charge." However, as soon as he spoke, Shirley froze. His Little Firestone had vanished into thin air. At that moment, a spectator suddenly shouted, "Wow!" Little Firestone fell into a hole. It turned out that Mimic Rabbit had cleverly dug out the ground beneath Little Firestone during its burrowing trick, causing it to fall into the pit unprepared. Mimic Rabbit strutted over to the edge of the pit, looking down at the struggling Little Firestone with a victorious smile. Little Firestone, lacking arms, could only roll to move. At this moment, it was like a tire stuck in mud, unable to escape no matter how hard it tried, sinking deeper instead. "Do you want to come out? Let me help you." Mimic Rabbit feigned concern, then began to dig up soil from the other side, moving it above Little Firestone. Sharp-eyed spectators gasped, "Buried alive. This rabbit is ruthless, trying to bury Little Firestone alive." What was even more chilling was that while performing this cruel act, Mimic Rabbit's face showed no fear, only a sweet smile. "A demon, it's a demon rabbit." The crowd realized the terrifying nature of Mimic Rabbit. Watching his Little Firestone being buried in the soil, Shirley's clenched fists bulged with veins, his jaw tightly set. After a long pause, he finally relaxed his grip, revealing a defeated expression. I concede." Shirley never expected to lose the match in such a manner. But he dared not persist, fearing for Little Firestone's safety. After all, a beast master could only contract a limited number of beasts, each one incredibly precious. Thus, Wen Xuan successfully defeated Shirley and advanced to the quarterfinals. Unlike yesterday's warm-up match, the intense quarterfinals would begin this afternoon. Wen Xuan's victory opened the door to a higher stage, marking just the beginning of his adventurous journey. Shirley squatted on the ground, his hands covered in dirt, carefully digging out his small firestone from the soil. His movements were gentle, as if he were afraid of harming this precious companion. Once safely stored in his beast space, he dusted off his hands and quickly caught up with Wen Xuan, who was already walking ahead. "Do you need something?" Wen Xuan turned around, a slight frown on his face, looking at Shirley with caution. He expected Shirley to say something like, "I'll be back," but instead, Shirley gave him a sincere smile. Congratulations on defeating me and making it to the top 8, Shirley said, his voice full of admiration rather than resentment. Thank you. Wen Xuan replied briefly, continuing to walk forward. Shirley paused for a moment, then quickly followed, unable to resist asking, "Where are you going?" "This direction seems to be away from the stadium. I'm going to take a break," Wen Xuan said without turning his head. "A break?" Shirley looked puzzled. "Aren't you going to check out the other matches and scout your future opponents?" Wen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "No need. In the face of absolute strength, any data is useless." This statement applied not only to Wen Xuan but also to his opponents. The competition progressed rapidly, and the top 8 were soon determined. At this moment, Wen Xuan was lying on his dorm bed when his phone vibrated with a message from the student office. Glancing at it, his eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. It's the 8th arena again. It seemed he had a connection with this arena. By midday, the cafeteria was bustling with people. Wen Xuan carried his tray and found a quiet corner to sit with his 2 companions Xue, Shitu, and Abao. Xue Shitu had a large plate of fresh carrots in front of it, devouring them one by one, as if starving. Abao held a thick bamboo shoot, leisurely gnawing on it with a satisfied expression as it crunched. Wen Xuan was focused on his meal when he noticed a long-haired man approaching and sitting across from him without a word. Wen Xuan looked up, examining the unexpected guest. The man had shoulder-length hair, a gentle smile on his face, and exuded the air of a gentleman. "Hello, my name is Nianan." The long-haired man introduced himself with a smile. Wen Xuan replied simply, continuing to eat. Nianan hesitated, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he asked, "Aren't you curious why I'm here to see you?" "Why?" Wen Xuan looked directly into Nianan's eyes. Nianan was momentarily taken aback by Wen Xuan's straightforwardness, nearly at a loss for words. Regaining his composure, he said, "Because I'm your opponent this afternoon." "Oh." Wen Xuan remained as calm as ever. Seeing this, Nianan decided to get straight to the point. "Wen Xuan, how about we make a deal? In this match, you deliberately lose to me, and I'll personally give you 5 million as compensation." "Sure." Wen Xuan's unexpected response came as he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and slid it to Nian and transfer the money here. Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Wen Xuan to accept the offer so readily, even producing a bank card on the spot. Wen Xuan, observing Nian's shocked expression, calmly said, "You want to buy me off, right? Let's be practical, just transfer the money. Rest assured, I'm a man of principle. I'll do as much as I'm paid for." Nian pressed his lips together, caught in an awkward situation. Although he came from a well-off family, he didn't have that much cash on hand. Even if he did, he wouldn't actually give it to Wen Xuan. His plan was to tempt Wen Xuan with money and then find an excuse to back out after Wen Xuan lost the match. Since there was no written agreement, Wen Xuan wouldn't be able to hold him accountable afterward. Nianan recalled how he had used this trick in the preliminary rounds to defeat an opponent, who now sulked in some corner. The school prohibited senior students from acting against juniors, so that person had to suffer in silence. Nianan hadn't anticipated that his carefully crafted scheme would be so easily thwarted by Wen Xuan. Seeing that he couldn't deceive Wen Xuan, Nian's expression turned vicious. He gritted his teeth and said, "You brat, don't think you're something special. I'm not fighting you because I don't want to hurt you. Since you refuse the easy way, you'll have to take the hard way." With that, he picked up his plate and stormed off in anger. Wen Xuan watched Nian's retreating figure with a cold gaze, continuing to eat his meal indifferently. Such trivial opponents didn't concern him in the slightest. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. When Wen Xuan arrived at the arena, Nian was already waiting. Seeing Wen Xuan's late arrival, Nian smirked mockingly and said, "What's wrong, brat? Are you scared? If you're afraid, just admit defeat early so we don't waste each other's time." Wen Xuan rolled his eyes at Nian's provocation, thinking about how much this guy loved to put on airs. He walked straight to the referee, quickly completing his registration. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. Both Wen Xuan and Nian summoned their respective beasts. Nian used a muscular boxing kangaroo, while Wen Xuan chose his mimic rabbit once again. "Ha ha. As expected, you still use the mimic rabbit," Nian boasted. "But I'm not like those other guys. Boxing kangaroo, charge and use your deadly punch." At Nian's command, the boxing kangaroo kicked off powerfully, launching itself like an arrow towards the mimic rabbit. In midair, it drew back its fist and struck forward. Faced with the oncoming boxing kangaroo, the mimic rabbit nimbly leapt back, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Bang! The kangaroo's punch hit the ground heavily, creating a large crater. The audience erupted in amazement. What incredible power! This boxing kangaroo's strength is terrifying. If I were up against that, I wouldn't stand a chance. That kid is in trouble. This boxing kangaroo is well trained. Its muscles are perfectly defined. A slightly overweight spectator swallowed and murmured, "I wonder what that thing tastes like." Hearing this, those around him gave him bemused looks. Clearly, Even with his size, he was still thinking about food, truly a unique mindset. In the arena, the boxing kangaroo launched a fierce attack on the mimic rabbit, its red-gloved fists swinging relentlessly. The mimic rabbit used its agility to keep dodging. The two were locked in a stalemate. However, Wen Xuan felt a sense of unease. He noticed that the boxing kangaroo, as a combat-type beast, was a natural at close-quarters fighting. Despite the prolonged battle, the kangaroo showed no signs of exhaustion. Nian also noticed this, a smug smile playing on his lips. Memories of training the boxing kangaroo flashed through his mind. Back then, the kangaroo's combat skills were lacking, but Nian tirelessly put it through special training, often taking it to spar. Although it was frequently beaten, the kangaroo's fighting abilities improved rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Nian had faced countless failures and setbacks, but he never gave up. Through relentless effort and perseverance, he finally overcame all his opponents and became the dominant force in the region. At this moment, an intense beast battle was unfolding. Parrot Rabbit, use Vine Whip. Bind its feet. Wen Xuan keenly noticed his opponent's weakness and immediately gave the command. Although beast battles are typically too fast-paced for direct control, Wen Xuan, as an observer, could clearly see the opponent's flaws. Parrot Rabbit understood and swiftly unleashed a thick green vine, wrapping it around the boxing kangaroo's feet. The vine, like a nimble snake, quickly ensnared the kangaroo's legs, causing the powerful opponent to lose balance instantly. With a loud thud, the boxing kangaroo crashed heavily to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. Although the boxing kangaroo had a strong upper body, its footing was unstable, giving it an unbalanced appearance. Wen Xuan accurately exploited this weakness. Seeing the kangaroo fall, Parrot Rabbit seized the opportunity and quickly conjured a giant carrot bomb. "Here's a big surprise for you," Parrot Rabbit exclaimed, hurling the bomb towards the fallen boxing kangaroo. Boom! The explosion rocked the entire arena, leaving the boxing kangaroo severely injured. However, years of training endowed it with an astonishing physique. Even injured, it did not fall. It endured the pain, swiftly rolled back to its feet, clenched its right fist, and charged at Parrot Rabbit with a determined strike. Yet, Parrot Rabbit was faster. Just as the kangaroo's fist was about to land, Parrot Rabbit nimbly dodged, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The kangaroo's attack missed, and it stumbled forward, crashing heavily to the ground once more. Suddenly, Parrot Rabbit emerged from the ground on the other side, a cold smile on its face, and another, even larger carrot bomb in hand. Without hesitation, it threw the bomb at the boxing kangaroo. Boom! Another explosion sent a small mushroom cloud into the sky, filling the battlefield with flames and smoke. When the smoke cleared, the audience saw the boxing kangaroo standing there, battered and bruised, its back torn and one arm severed. The spectators were stunned, eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to speak for a moment. Nian felt a bitter taste in his mouth, wanting to say to Wen Xuan, "Why didn't you show your true strength earlier?" His boxing kangaroo was now severely injured, missing an arm, and its combat ability was greatly diminished. So powerful," someone exclaimed. "My gosh, is Parrot Rabbit really that strong?" Teacher, I was wrong. I've learned my lesson today," another person lamented. "It turns out there's no weakest beast, only the weakest beast master. It's not that the beasts are weak. It's that the master hasn't fully tapped into their potential." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They recalled their teacher's oft-repeated words, but as the prideful elite, they rarely took it to heart. Witnessing Parrot Rabbit's incredible combat ability firsthand, they finally grasped the true meaning of those words. When Xuan cast a cold glance at Nian, who was sobbing uncontrollably while holding the severely injured boxing kangaroo, Wen Xuan felt no sympathy for such weakness. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, pity is a useless emotion. He turned away, leaving Nian to mourn alone. The next day, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Wen Xuan advanced smoothly to the semifinals, and the venue changed accordingly. The playground replaced the previous site, with the central soccer field transformed into a vast combat area. This reminded Wen Xuan of playgrounds from a past life similar, yet uniquely different. The first match was about to begin, featuring Liao Du and Li Feiyu. As old acquaintances, Wen Xuan was particularly interested in their choice of beasts. At the referee's signal, both contestants summoned their beasts simultaneously. Li Feiyu revealed a silver soldier, a warrior clad in silver armor and wielding a sharp sword. This beast, of the metal attribute and male gender, was at the 8th level of the silver rank with a great aptitude, reaching peak strength. Its evolution path pointed to a silver general, having mastered skills such as /LV6, metal/LV5, multi/LV5, and metal/LV4. Li Feiyu's face radiated confidence, clearly satisfied with his choice. However, when Liao Du's beast appeared, Li Feiyu's expression froze. His pupils trembled violently as he muttered in disbelief. "Impossible. This can't be." Liao Du sneered. "What's wrong? Disappointed that the beast I summoned isn't the one you expected?" His eyes, sharp as a viper's, fixed on Li Feiyu, causing cold sweat to trickle down his face as he felt immense pressure. Wen Xuan focused and saw that Liao Du had summoned a flame centipede. This beast, possessing both poison and fire attributes, was also male, at the 8th level of the silver rank, but with an impressive grade aptitude and at peak strength. Its evolution path led to a flame centipede king, having mastered skills like Flame Fang LV5, Flame Jet LV6, Raging Flames LV6, Poison Jet LV6, and Poison Fang LV5. Li Feiyu had intended to use the metal attribute Silver Soldier to counter Liao Du's poison attribute beast, but unexpectedly, his opponent changed tactics, deploying the Flame Centipede with both poison and fire attributes. The fire attribute was the nemesis of the Silver Soldier, and the situation reversed instantly. Liao Du wasted no words, ordering directly, "Go, Flame Centipede. Use Raging Flames." The Flame Centipede immediately curled into a tire-like ring, rolling towards the Silver Soldier. Seeing this, Li Feiyu quickly shouted, "Silver Soldier, block it." The Silver Soldier raised its sword, attempting to fend off the fierce Flame Centipede. Clang, clang, clang. The Flame Centipede collided with the Silver Soldier's sword, spinning rapidly and sending sparks flying. The Silver Soldier struggled to hold its ground, but was clearly at a disadvantage. The battle had just begun, yet it was already one-sided. The armored shell of the Flame Centipede clashed with the long sword of the Silver Soldier, sending sparks flying. They were locked in a stalemate. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the Flame Centipede broke the Silver Soldier's sword. The massive body of the Flame Centipede, engulfed in flames, slammed into the Silver Soldier, sending him flying backward. Boom! After soaring through the air for a distance, the Silver Soldier crashed heavily to the ground. The impact was so powerful that it caused the Silver Soldier to skid along the ground, carving a deep trench. Silver Soldier. Li Feiyu rushed over to him and quickly headed towards the school's medical room. Watching Li Feiyu leave the battlefield, Lao Duo smirked coldly. He turned to the referee and urged, "Hey, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and declare my victory." Lao Duo's arrogant tone displeased the referee, but he said nothing, as Lao Duo was backed by Yang Kong, someone he dared not offend. This match was declared a victory for Lao Duo. TCH. No challenge at all, Lao Duo said as he walked away with his hands in his pockets. Damn, why is this guy acting so smug? Someone couldn't help but spit. If you had his background and strength, you could be arrogant too. After all, he's backed by Yang Kong. Alright, I take back what I said earlier. He does have the right to be arrogant. After Lao Duo defeated Li Feiyu, it was Wen Xuan's turn. Wen Xuan entered the battlefield and found that his opponent was a girl with blue hair. However, her expression was rather cold. Cold. Extremely cold. She seemed like a lifeless corpse. It was Xia Bing. Xia Bing the goddess. Wow, it's great to see her again. Some of the boys were swooning, while a few girls couldn't help but comment, "It's just a girl. Do you really have to act like this?" "What girl? That's a goddess." Xia Bing is not only beautiful, but also incredibly strong. Her ice claw black cat is unbelievably powerful. Powerful. At that moment, the match began. This time, Wen Xuan switched beasts. He had heard from the audience that Xia Bing was very strong and had a fast ice claw black cat. Respecting his opponent, Wen Xuan called out, "Little Flame, it's your turn." Against an ice-type beast, deploying Little Flame was the wisest choice for Wen Xuan. Little Flame. Xia Bing was surprised at the sight of Little Flame. She had heard about Wen Xuan's achievements and his strong mimic rabbit. She assumed he would use it again, but he chose Little Flame instead. Fire against ice. I have the advantage. Wen Xuan isn't a reverse attribute master. As long as it's a favorable matchup, he can't lose. Wen Xuan used the God's Eye to observe the ice claw black cat. Its attributes were dark, ice, gender, female, level, silver tier 8, potential, B, strength peak, gold, evolution path, ice burst cat, skills, ice claw LV7, instant acceleration LV5, ice rain LV5, ice arrow LV5, blizzard LV4, dark assault LV6, enchanting ILV5. Wen Xuan's gaze fell on the suddenly appearing little female cat, and he was quietly amazed. This ice-clawed black cat was as black as ink, with eyes that glowed with an eerie green light. Its sharp claws were covered with a thin layer of frost, emitting waves of cold air. It elegantly licked its paws, exuding a powerful and noble aura. In stark contrast was Wen Xuan's little flame, a flickering ball of fire suspended in midair. This scene aroused surprise and discussion among the onlookers. Huh? How can that little flame float? Interesting, this advanced class is really something. Before the words had even settled, the ice-clawed black cat darted towards the little flame like a black lightning bolt. However, the little flame remained unperturbed. A pair of flaming wings suddenly sprouted from its back, allowing it to gracefully soar into the sky, quickly creating distance from its opponent. The ice-clawed black cat missed its target and paused, looking somewhat puzzled. Clearly, Xiaobing had not anticipated the little flame to be so capable. The audience erupted in astonishment. Wow, flaming wings. That's so cool. This guy's luck is off the charts, catching such an amazing little flame. In the judges' seats, Tang Jie and the other two mentors were also captivated by the scene. Tang Jie thought to himself, flame wings? I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky, obtaining such a powerful skill with just one magical beast core. He recalled his own past efforts, hunting 100 magical beasts to teach his beast a skill, only to come up empty-handed. This made him somewhat envious of Wen Xuan's good fortune. On the field, Xiaobing frowned slightly, quickly considering her next move. Suddenly, she commanded the ice-clawed black cat. Use Ice Shard Rain. Immediately, countless ice shards formed around the black cat, shooting towards the little flame like a torrential downpour. With no place to hide from the dense attack, the little flame had to face it heat-in. It opened its small mouth and spewed a stream of scorching fire. The fire collided with the ice shards, which melted away instantly like spring snow. The little flame successfully withstood the attack, joyfully dancing in the air. Xiaobing watched the little flame flying freely in the sky, pressing her lips together. She hadn't expected Wen Xuan's little flame to be so troublesome and quietly pondered her next move. All right then, Ice Claw Black Cat, use the bewitching eye. Xiaobing's voice echoed across the dual platform, causing a wave of surprise among the audience. Bewitching eye? The unfamiliar skill name left the crowd momentarily stunned, but someone quickly caught on. It wasn't an offensive move, but a control skill. Once hit, the opponent would fall into a state of enchantment, irresistibly drawn in. Who would have thought that the goddess Xiaobing would teach her Ice Claw Black Cat such a skill? Someone marveled. Goddess Xiaobing, I want to be bewitched too. Why don't you enchant me and take me back to the dorm? A fan shouted loudly, eliciting laughter from those nearby. The Ice Claw Black Cat's eyes suddenly glowed with a pink light, and a pink heart shot like an arrow towards Little Flame. Unable to dodge, Little Flame was hit directly. Seeing the skill land, the Ice Claw Black Cat smirked coldly. It began to rub its sharp claws together, producing a powerful clanging sound, as if sharpening its blades for the impending victory. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. Little Flame hovered in the air, seemingly unaffected. The Ice Claw Black Cat tilted its head in confusion, clearly puzzled as to why its skill had failed. The audience was equally baffled. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed in realization, I get it. Wen Xuan's little flame must be female. Ah, that makes sense, another voice chimed in. The bewitching eye only works on the opposite sex. Xiaobing's Ice Claw Black Cat is female, and Wen Xuan's little flame is female too, so it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work between females? A short-haired girl couldn't help but sigh. Because girl love is great, but sadly, it can't produce offspring. Someone quipped immediately, causing a burst of laughter. The battle continued, and this time it was Little Flame's turn to attack. It spewed out countless small fireballs from its mouth, like a machine gun firing at full power, fiercely targeting the Ice Claw Black Cat. The Ice Claw Black Cat dodged clumsily, but the chain explosions caused by the fireballs hitting the ground left massive craters on the dual platform. The ground became uneven, and the Ice Claw Black Cat misstepped, falling into one of the craters. Little Flame seized the opportunity, puffing up its cheeks, and a searing flame shot from its mouth, directly hitting the Ice Claw Black Cat in the crater. With no way to avoid it, the Ice Claw Black Cat had to endure the hit. When the flames subsided, the Ice Claw Black Cat was in a sorry state. Its once noble and luxurious fur was singed and curled, emitting a foul, burnt protein odor. Its previously elegant image was completely gone, now resembling a long stray, filthy alley cat. Just as Little Flame was preparing to launch a second attack, Xiaobing, though reluctant, called out. Wait, I concede. Wen Xuan immediately commanded. Stop, Little Flame. Obediently, Little Flame ceased its attack and hovered in midair. Wen Xuan's victory over Xiaobing caused a stir. The audience buzzed with discussions, some lamenting Xiaobing's loss, while others praised Wen Xuan's strength. Oh no, my goddess Xiaobing actually lost, and to some punk, a fan lamented. What punk? Have you seen a punk more handsome than you? Another retorted. I think her loss wasn't undeserved. I thought Xiaobing would win this time, but I didn't expect this guy to be so strong and actually defeat her. Yeah, that little flame of his is really powerful. This guy's got some skills, otherwise Xiaobing would have won. As the crowd continued their heated discussions, Wen Xuan suddenly felt a chill. Looking toward the source, he saw Lao Du standing nearby. Lao Du was wearing a black hoodie, with the hood covering half his face, hands in his pockets. His eyes, cold as a snake's, were fixed on Wen Xuan, as if assessing prey, with an amused smile on his face. As Wen Xuan left the competition venue, he was greeted by a beaming Tang Jie. As Wen Xuan's mentor, Tang Jie felt immense pride in the student he had brought to this school. Just then, several instructors passed by. Seeing Tang Jie, they smiled and praised him. Teacher Tang Jie, you found a real talent this time. Yeah, this guy's combat skills are impressive. You truly have an eye for talent. Good horses are common, but good scouts are rare. You are the one who can recognize a champion. Hearing the instructor's compliments, Tang Jie felt even more proud, as if he had regained the prestige he lost last year. He turned to Wen Xuan and said, "Kid, next you'll face Yang Kang's student. How do you feel? Confident you can beat him?" Tang Jie, now over 70, had reached the master level 2 years ago and was eager to take on students, hoping to nurture powerful disciples and fulfill his dream of having students all over the world. "Yes, absolutely," Wen Xian replied confidently. "Good, good," Tang Jie nodded. "I've prepared everything. Whether you can succeed depends on your performance." "All right," Wen Xian replied briefly. "Okay, go get some rest. This afternoon might be a tough battle, considering Lao Du's strength is not to be underestimated." MHM. After exchanging pleasantries, Wen Xian bid farewell to Tang Jie and went to rest. In the afternoon, the final match of the competition proceeded as scheduled. The arena was packed, the audience buzzing with excitement. All eyes focused on the center of the stage. Yang Kong, with a wicked smile, looked at Tang Jie and taunted, "Hey, Fatty Tang, your student might not make it this time." Tang Jie's smile froze instantly. He coldly replied, "Whether he makes it or not, I know one thing for sure. Your student is going to lose today." "Oh, so confident." Yang Kong raised an eyebrow. "Did you prepare some secret weapon for him?" Tang Jie rolled his eyes at Yang Kong, disdainfully saying, "I'm not like you, always resorting to underhanded tricks." Yang Kang's face turned sour. "You still have such a sharp tongue. We'll see if you're still this tough when he loses." Tang Jie didn't respond, instead turning his attention to the arena. At that moment, Wen Xian was emerging from the rest area, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Wen Xian's entrance triggered a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. "Wen Xian! Wen Xian!" Fans screamed one after another. "Ah, Wen Xian, I love you!" shouted an excited female fan. Another voice followed. "Wen Xian, you're so handsome. Keep it up." Someone even promised, "Win, and I'll make soup for you." Another chimed in immediately. "Yes, yes, win, and I'll cook my best sweet and sour ribs for you." This fervent scene stirred a sense of discomfort in Liao Du, who stood to the side. He recalled his own entrance, which hadn't received such enthusiasm from the crowd. Liao Du couldn't help but compare himself internally. He followed a path of poison attributes, coupled with his unique fashion style, which gave off a villainous vibe, even resembling a psychopathic killer. How could such an image be likable? "You little brat." Liao Du gritted his teeth, attributing all his resentment to Wen Xian. He was convinced that Wen Xian had stolen the cheers that should have been his. Liao Du silently vowed, "No matter, once I win this competition, they'll be cheering for me. And you," he glared menacingly at Wen Xian, "will become a pitiful, unnoticed stray." Hearing Liao Du's hostile words, Wen Xian merely shrugged lightly, a faintly disdainful smile on his face. He thought, Liao Du is like a toad yawning full of hot air. Let's see if his strength matches his big talk. "Let the match begin." The referee's booming voice echoed, and both Wen Xian and Liao Du began summoning their respective beasts. In an instant, two magical arrays lit up simultaneously on the dueling field, radiating dazzling light. Wen Xian summoned a mimic rabbit, while Liao Du called forth a blackwater serpent. The serpent was entirely black, over 5 meters long, with scales the size of palms, glistening coldly under the lights. Its large red eyes were fixed on the mimic rabbit, its pink tongue flickering as if sensing every movement in the air. Seeing this formidable blackwater serpent, Wen Xian frowned. He quickly assessed his opponent's strength in his mind. Blackwater serpent, attributes are water and poison, male, level at silver rank 9, grade aptitude, with strength reaching the peak of diamond rank. Its evolution path is the Blackwater Death Serpent, mastering multiple high-level skills: Venom Fang LV6, Poison Spray LV6, Death Coil LV6, Tail Whip LV5, and Water Gun LV4. Liao Du couldn't help but laugh when he saw the mimic rabbit Wen Xian had summoned. "Ha, I can't, let me laugh for a moment." He pointed at the mimic rabbit, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Of all the beasts, you send out a mimic rabbit. What's the matter? Are you worried my Blackwater serpent hasn't had lunch, and you want to offer it a snack?" Hearing this provocation, Wen Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. "Why don't you try and see if it gets a snack?" His gaze at Liao Du was full of disdain, as if looking at a clown. This look completely infuriated Liao Du, known for his strong ego and terrifying vindictiveness. Wen Xian's contempt reminded him of an incident from elementary school. A girl had called him ugly, and he waited after school to ambush her, hitting her over the head, dragging her to an alley, and cruelly kicking her into a manhole before sealing it. Now, Liao Du was once again in a frenzy, his eyes flashing with madness, internally roaring, "Kill him! I must kill him! Blackwater serpent, swallow it whole." With Liao Du's hysterical command, the enormous blackwater serpent lunged at the mimic rabbit. Yikes! The mimic rabbit squealed, darting swiftly across the dueling field. With its astonishing speed, the mimic rabbit continually circled around, keeping just out of reach of the blackwater serpent. The scene became both tense and comical as the small rabbit led the large serpent in circles around the arena. Kid, does your mimic rabbit only know how to run away? Lauda shouted in frustration, his voice filled with defeat. Wen Xuan calmly replied, yes, you're right. It only knows how to escape. So, why don't you try to catch it? Lauda ground his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Wen Xuan's mimic rabbit had max-level speed skills, making it nearly impossible to catch. The Blackwater Serpent launched attack after attack. It opened its gaping mouth, revealing sharp fangs coated in purple venom, lunging at the mimic rabbit. However, every strike was effortlessly dodged by the nimble rabbit, leaving the serpent to eat nothing but dirt. Watching the serpent being toyed with, Laudu couldn't help but order, Blackwater Serpent, use water gun. The serpent immediately opened its mouth, releasing a stream of blue water. Seeing this, the mimic rabbit leaped gracefully, easily avoiding the attack. Keep using water gun, Laudu commanded. The Blackwater Serpent began a relentless barrage of water attacks, quickly turning the battlefield into a muddy mess. Wen Xuan frowned, quickly realizing Laudu's strategido restrict the rabbit's movement. The once freely running rabbit now risked slipping with every step. Blackwater Serpent, now's the time, swallow it. Laudu shouted. The serpent twisted its massive body, lunging at the rabbit with its mouth wide open. In a split second, the mimic rabbit dove into the mud, disappearing from sight. The serpent missed again, biting into the dirt in frustration. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit emerged from another spot, taunting, ha ha ha, silly snake, if you want to eat me, you need the skills to do it. Come on, try and catch me. Infuriated, the Blackwater Serpent lunged at the rabbit once more. This time, it felt like it had caught something, and excitedly increased its bite force. Boom. A loud explosion echoed. The serpent was left bewildered, its mouth throbbing with pain. It instinctively opened its jaws, releasing a cloud of black smoke. The cunning mimic rabbit had left a carrot bomb at the entrance of its burrow. The pain and anger drove the serpent into a frenzy. It glared at the rabbit, spewing a ball of purple slime venom attack. The rabbit quickly burrowed underground, evading the danger once more. The Blackwater Serpent watched its surroundings warily, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, as time ticked by, the mimic rabbit remained unseen. A minute passed, then 2, then 3. The audience began to grow restless, with some stifling yawns. Come on, this is ridiculous, one spectator complained. Did the rabbit fall asleep underground? It's been ages. Another speculated. Maybe the tunnel collapsed and crushed the rabbit. At that moment, the mentors looked tense, exchanging glances with the referee mentor. The referee mentor caught on and turned to Wen Xuan, urgently saying, Wen Xuan, quickly call out your mimic rabbit and end this match. Wen Xuan nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and summoned the mimic rabbit with his mental power. Instantly, the ground slightly bulged, and a furry creature emerged. It was the mimic rabbit. However, the Blackwater Serpent was already prepared. Its menacing jaws opened wide, releasing a purple viscous liquid like an arrow, directly hitting the mimic rabbit as it surfaced. With a splat, the venom accurately struck the mimic rabbit. Ha! Laudu's triumphant laughter echoed across the arena, his eyes gleaming with victory. You brat, I finally got you. The Blackwater Serpent's venom is extremely toxic. Once it hits, you're poisoned. That poor little rabbit of yours is facing a slow death. Tang Jia's face changed dramatically, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Damn, he muttered to himself. I underestimated him. Yang Kong noticed Tang Jia's reaction and smirked mockingly. He leaned closer to Tang Jia, taunting. What's wrong? Worried about your student? Don't worry, I'm merciful. For someone like him, I'll make sure he gets home safely. After all, his parents are waiting for him at home, and it's not good to keep them waiting too long. Tang Jia was momentarily speechless, choked by Yang Kang's sarcastic words. In the audience, the crowd was buzzing with discussions. Wow, that poison-type beast is disgusting. Yeah, if you're not careful, you're done for. It's so treacherous. Who would like a poison-type beast? It's just unreasonable. A girl's voice, tinged with tears, said, Oh no, my idol Wen Xuan is going to lose. It's okay, even if he loses, I'll make soup for him. On the field, the mimic rabbit, hit by the venom, fell heavily to the ground, rolling in agony. It hurts. Its piercing cries echoed across the arena. Lauda watched this scene with a satisfied smile, as if the mimic rabbit's cries were the sweetest music. He waited a moment before ordering the Blackwater Serpent. Blackwater Serpent, swallow it. The Blackwater Serpent, following the command, lunged at the mimic rabbit with its jaws wide open. Just at this critical moment, the mimic rabbit suddenly stopped rolling. In its paw, there was now a carrot bomb with a lit fuse. The Blackwater Serpent, startled by this unexpected turn, instinctively tried to dodge. However, its body didn't obey, continuing its attack on the mimic rabbit. Take this, the mimic rabbit shouted, precisely tossing the carrot bomb into the Blackwater Serpent's open mouth. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Blackwater Serpent's neck was blown apart, its massive body collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The mimic rabbit gave no respite. It quickly formed a sharp stone, aiming and hurling it viciously at the Blackwater Serpent's right eye. Bang! The stone hit its mark, causing the Blackwater Serpent's eye to burst instantly. Blood gushed from its mouth and eye sockets, staining the surrounding ground. The Blackwater Serpent met its end under the seemingly harmless, yet deadly carrot bomb of the mimic rabbit. Yang Kong abruptly sprang from his seat, his face a picture of disbelief. His eyes widened as he glanced back and forth between the battlefield and Tang Jia, searching for a reasonable explanation. How is this possible? He exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and a hint of reluctance. In Yang Kang's mind, the scene of the recent battle replayed over and over. The black water viper of Lao Du, a creature whose terrifying power he had witnessed firsthand, was defeated by a seemingly feeble mimic bunny. He clearly remembered the viper's venom killing a wild bull in seconds. Yet now, the mimic bunny, struck by the same venom, was unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Yang Kang's gaze finally settled on Tang Jia, his eyes filled with doubt and suspicion. Did you give him a secret weapon? He wondered silently. In stark contrast to Yang Kang's agitation, Tang Jia was all smiles. Wen Xuan's victory seemed to dispel the gloom that had weighed on him. Although he had heard rumors of Wen Xuan having a secret weapon, witnessing its power firsthand was astonishing. Wen Xuan, you've kept your secrets well, Tang Jia thought to himself. Even I can't see through you. Yang Kong snorted and turned to leave. Though he believed Tang Jia assisting Wen Xuan wasn't against the rules, this defeat was undoubtedly humiliating. He silently vowed to reclaim his honor next time. With Wen Xuan's victory, the audience erupted in cheers. Wen Xuan, Wen Xuan, Wen Xuan. The crowd chanted his name in unison. Wen Xuan, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies, shouted an enthusiastic female fan. Wen Xuan, you're amazing. I really like you. Another voice called out. Get lost, you're a guy. Why do you like Wen Xuan? Besides, he probably doesn't like you. Someone retorted indignantly. So what if I'm a guy? With some makeup and a wig, I can be stunning too. I might as well take a trip to Thailand. The person replied defiantly. Wen Xuan approached the podium to receive his trophy from Tang Jia personally. As a reward for his victory, Wen Xuan earned the opportunity to visit the treasure pavilion at the Imperial Beast University. The thought of the treasures inside filled him with excitement. During the award ceremony, Tang Jia whispered to Wen Xuan, Kid, come find me in the lounge later. Wen Xuan nodded in confusion and, after delivering his victory speech, made his way to the lounge. Inside the lounge, Tang Jia stood there grinning, accompanied by 3 strangers. Congratulations, kid, on winning the competition, Tang Jia greeted warmly. You did well. Knowing the black water viper's tough skin couldn't be fought heated. You feigned weakness, waited for the right moment, found its weak spot, and shoved the carrot bomb into its mouth. Brilliant move. Tang Jia then introduced the strangers. Let me introduce you to some new friends. This is Wen Xuan, this is Xiong Zhuang, and this is Sun Linger. Wen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, unsure of Tang Jia's intentions. Just then, Sun Linger, who was just over 5 feet tall, spoke up. Are you the new number 10? Despite her petite frame, she had a strikingly developed figure that drew a second glance. Wen Xuan couldn't help but be drawn to Sun Linger's impressive figure, silently marveling. How does she walk without getting tired? Just as he was lost in thought, Wen Xuan coldly interrupted. Linger, stop talking nonsense, he isn't one yet. Her tone revealed her dissatisfaction with Wen Xuan's presence. Sun Linger innocently asked, Oh, isn't he? Didn't Mr. Tang say that if he wins this competition, he will be? Wen Xuan seriously corrected her. It's not up to us to decide. We have to wait for Brother Long Tian's decision. Wen Xuan was utterly confused, his face full of puzzlement. Seeing this, Tang Jia laughed and explained, All right, kid, let me introduce you. Have you heard of the top 10 of the Imperial Capital? Each grade selects 10 of the best students. This is Wen Xuan, ranked 3rd among the freshmen, Xiong Zhuang, ranked 8th, and Sun Linger, ranked 9th. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Linger waved at Wen Xuan with a smile. Hi there, want some chips? She offered him a chip from her bag, a gesture that surprised Wen Xuan. Normally, even she had to plead to get a taste of Sun Linger's snacks. Wen Xuan couldn't help but ask, Linger, what's so special about this guy that you're so taken with him? Sister Xuan, don't you think he's handsome? Sun Linger asked innocently. Wen Xuan replied indifferently, Handsome? I don't think so. Sun Linger pouted. That's because all you care about is Brother Long Tian. Humph, what's so great about him? He's always so stern and fierce. This guy is nicer. He looks warm and gentle, like a real gentleman. Wen Xuan noticed something unusual in Sun Linger's behavior, frowning slightly. Wen Xuan noticed his reaction and explained directly. Linger had a high fever when she was little, so she's a bit scatterbrained at times. Oh, Sister Xuan, why do you always say that? Sun Linger pouted, crossing her arms, making her giant panda even more prominent, sulking. Seeing this, Tang Jia quickly intervened to smooth things over. Whether you agree or not, he's one of the top 10 now. All right, Get along well, I'll talk to Long Tian. With that, he left. Lung Shuang turned to Wen Xian, her tone slightly cold. You're Wen Xian, right? Come with us. She led Wen Xian to a spacious courtyard behind the school, equipped with all kinds of sports facilities, from ping pong tables to basketball courts, and even dumbbells and other fitness equipment. This is where the top 10 relax. We hang out here, have some drinks, and chat when there's nothing else to do. Lung Shuang explained simply. She glanced at Wen Xian and suddenly had an idea. Since Mr. Tang wants you to join the top 10, show us what you've got. Xiong Zhuang, spar with him. All right, Xiong Zhuang agreed. His large frame resembled a cartoon bear, giving off a friendly and approachable vibe. He walked up to Wen Xian with a cheerful grin. Hey, number 10, Sister Lung wants me to spar with you. Don't get upset. Wen Xian calmly replied. No worries, I'm not petty. Hearing Wen Xuan's words, Xiong Zhuang grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. He confidently said, Old 10, don't worry. I'll go easy on your beast and won't injure it. Wen Xuan raised an eyebrow at this. He thought to himself, this isn't like Xiong Zhuang at all. When did he become so arrogant? Could he really be that powerful? Wen Xuan's curiosity about Xiong Zhuang's true strength grew. The two made their way to the duel arena, where Xiong Zhuang quickly formed a spell. In no time, a giant brown bear appeared before Wen Xuan. This bear, known as the Star Bear, had a distinctive star-shaped pattern on its chest. Wen Xuan immediately used his Eye of God to scrutinize the beast. The Star Bear's attributes flashed in his mind. Type, Fighting Male. Level, Gold Tier 2. Aptitude, SS. Strength, Peak Master. Evolution Path, Star Force Bear. Learn Skills. Bear Paw Strike LV7. Battle Roar LV7. Rending Claw LV6. Furious Bite LV6. Bearman Strength LV6. Savage Bear Charge LV6. Thick Fat LV8. As soon as the Star Bear appeared, it let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves nearly shaking the entire arena. Wen Xuan was secretly amazed. It was the first time he'd seen such a young beast master with an SS aptitude beast. He had to admit, the reputation of the 10 geniuses was well-deserved. Their strength was indeed impressive. At this moment, Lung Shuang coldly spoke. What's the matter? Kid, are you scared? Wen Xuan scoffed, retorting, scared? What's there to be scared of? It's just a gold tier 2 star bear. These words made Lung Shuang's eyes light up, and she thought to herself, this kid has some guts. No wonder teacher Tang Jia recommended him. His judgment is sharp. Despite her surprise at Wen Xuan's confidence, she was eager to see his true capabilities. Come out, Mimic Rabbit. Wen Xuan summoned his Mimic Rabbit again. In fact, Wen Xuan had 3 beasts, Panda Baby, Mimic Rabbit, and Little Flame. Against the fighting-type Star Bear, using the Dark-type Panda Baby, which was only Silver Tier 8, was unwise. As for Little Flame, although it served as the mage in Wen Xuan's team and could fly, giving it a good chance against the Star Bear, Wen Xuan knew that even if he won, Lung Shuang would claim it was an unfair victory. So he chose the Mimic Rabbit without hesitation. Seeing the Mimic Rabbit take the stage, Lung Shuang was slightly taken aback. She had expected Wen Xuan to choose Little Flame, but his choice of the Mimic Rabbit made her regard him more highly. After all, this was a friendly match, not a duel, and fairness was key. However, Lung Shuang suddenly realized that perhaps things were a bit unfair on their side. She silently scolded Xiong Zhuang. That guy, doesn't he know to hold back a bit? Caught in a dilemma, Lung Shuang felt conflicted. Meanwhile, Xiong Zhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Wen Xuan's Mimic Rabbit. As a true battle enthusiast, he had witnessed the Mimic Rabbit's prowess from the audience and had longed to face it. Now, finally given the chance, he could barely contain his excitement. Star Bear, charge ahead and use Bear Slam. Xiong Zhuang's command echoed through the arena. Like an arrow released from a bow, Star Bear raced towards Parrot Rabbit, the ground trembling slightly under its weight. Parrot Rabbit nimbly leaped back, and Xiong Zhuang's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated this move. However, just as Star Bear was about to reach Parrot Rabbit's previous position, a deafening explosion shook the entire arena. Sparks flew, and thick smoke billowed as Star Bear was caught in the blast, its fur instantly curling. Fortunately, its thick layer of fat absorbed most of the impact, leaving it with only minor injuries. Lung Shuang frowned, puzzled. What's going on? She murmured, her eyes fixed on the battlefield. Star Bear shook its head and continued to charge forward. Another thunderous explosion rang out. This time, Lung Shuang saw the source clearly. It was a bunch of mushroom-like objects resembling carrots. She turned to Wen Xian for an explanation. Wen Xian smiled knowingly, having already grasped the situation with the help of his divine eye. Parrot Rabbit had set up a mushroom trap throughout the arena, turning it into a minefield of hidden dangers. Seeing his Star Bear hit twice, Xiong Zhuang's face darkened, ready to lash out. Enough! Lung Shuang intervened just in time. This match ends here. She knew well that if the battle continued, Xiong Zhuang would surely lose. The mushroom traps were far from exhausted, and if Star Bear kept charging, it would be seriously injured. This sparring match had served its purpose. Wen Xuan was impressed by Wen Xian's performance. Kid, you're pretty good. I acknowledge you. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Linger cheered and bounced over to Wen Xian. She pulled a piece of white rabbit candy from her pocket, her smile radiant. Old 10, to celebrate you joining us, have some candy. Wen Xian accepted it with a smile, immediately unwrapping and tasting it. It's delicious, he exclaimed genuinely. Right? It's good, isn't it? I think so too, Sun Linger said, taking out another piece and savoring it happily. Wen Xuan's impression of Wen Xian improved further. Although they had known each other for less than an hour, she was already convinced of Wen Xian's exceptional character. This judgment was largely influenced by Sun Linger's reaction. Despite Sun Linger's impaired intellect due to a high fever, she seemed to possess a unique ability, a keen intuition about people's true nature. Wen Xuan recalled a past incident. A person who seemed polite and courteous had deceived even her. Yet, Sun Linger was extremely averse to this person. Eventually, it was revealed that he was a notorious heartbreaker. Since then, Wen Xuan had come to value Sun Linger's unique insight. After several instances, she grew more confident in this ability. Hey kid, I'm curious. Your parroting rabbit is so strong. Why didn't you use it in the competition? Wen Xuan couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wen Xian's lips curved into a slight, disdainful smile. Because they don't deserve it. Hearing this, Wen Xuan was momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, she had to admit that Wen Xian had a point. The parroting rabbit's move was incredibly powerful, almost like a cheat. To get close to it, one had to first navigate a maze of mushroom traps. Even if someone managed to break through the obstacles, they would be battered and bruised, with their combat ability significantly reduced. Moreover, this cunning creature had swift legs and the ability to burrow, allowing it to disappear underground in an instant. Just as Wen Xuan was about to continue her questioning, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she answered immediately. After the call, her expression turned serious. We have a mission. Let's move, Wen Xuan said briefly, then stepped forward. Sun Linger and Xiong Zhuang followed closely, but Wen Xian remained standing still. Noticing Wen Xian's hesitation, Wen Xuan urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. With a hint of curiosity, Wen Xian caught up with Wen Xuan. The group quickly arrived at the parking lot of the Imperial Capital Beast University. Wen Xian was taken aback when he saw the Raptor pickup truck in front of him. He had expected Wen Xuan to choose a flashy red Porsche or something similar, but it seemed she preferred this rugged vehicle. As soon as everyone got in, Wen Xuan floored the gas pedal, and the truck shot forward. The speedometer quickly climbed to 180 km/h, and the scenery outside the window blurred past. Wen Xian furrowed his brow, clearly uneasy with the reckless speed. In contrast, Sun Linger was thrilled, waving her arms around, while Xiong Zhuang just sat there with a silly grin. The truck soon entered a village. Suddenly, a figure, covered in blood and scratches, stumbled towards them, shouting in terror, help! What happened to you? Wen Xuan asked urgently. The person trembled as they replied, rats, so many rats. Following the direction the person pointed, Wen Xian saw a creature the size of a small dog darting out of the village at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. At that moment, an even faster figure flashed by. Using his God's Eye ability, Wen Xian clearly saw its true form of Phantom/Cat. The Phantom/Cat was entirely black, standing upright on its hind legs, with forepaws resembling wolf claws that gleamed ominously in the sunlight. With one swift move, it sliced the large black rat from the village into pieces. Wen Xian activated his God's Eye again to scrutinize the Phantom/Cat's attributes. Phantom/Cat. Attributes: Dark, Metal. Gender: Female. Level: Gold Tier 4. Qualification: SS. Strength: Peak Master. Evolution Path: None. Skills learned: 1/LV7. Phantom Claw LV6. Leap LV6. Shadow Assault LV6. Metal Claw LV7. Gold Tier 4. Wen Xian mused. This creature is indeed strong. No wonder it's one of the 10 heroes. But if she's Gold Tier 4, how strong must the remaining 2 of the 10 heroes be? Suddenly, Wen Xian remembered that Wen Xuan ranked 3rd among the 10 heroes. At least Gold Tier 5, he thought. For ordinary people, that's an insurmountable level. Just as Wen Xian was lost in thought, Wen Xuan's voice pulled him back to reality. Kid, stop daydreaming and get into the village to work. The school provides advanced class students with a monthly benefit of 1,000 points, far exceeding the 200 points allotted to regular classes. Wen Xian was taken aback when he heard this. It turned out that Tang Jie invited him to join the 10 elite for such perks. Xiong Zhuang chuckled warmly. Old 10, joining our 10 elite is great. No one dares to bully you here. Although we have some tasks to do occasionally, the privileges we enjoy are enviable. Wen Xian realized that Xiong Zhuang wasn't simple-minded, but rather possessed a wise yet unassuming nature. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wen Xuan and the others had already summoned their beasts and charged toward the village. Wen Xuan quickly followed, calling out a Bayo, the parrot rabbit, and the little flame, launching a relentless attack on the black rats. With the four of them working together, the village was soon cleared of the black rats. Surrounding Wen Xuan were her four beasts: the phantom/cat, the bald eagle, the earth spirit archer, and a flaming dog. Xiong Zhuang had three bear-type beasts: the star bear, the thunder bear, and the icefield bear. Seeing this lineup, Wen Xuan couldn't help but inwardly comment on Xiong Zhuang's fondness for bears. However, the most surprising was Sun Linger's beast ensemble: a ghostly girl, a mighty puppet cat, and a chainsaw man. This bizarre lineup made Wen Xuan think of Lovecraftian horror stories. In comparison, Wen Xuan's beasts seemed the most normal. Old 10, you're amazing. Sun Linger ran over to Wen Xuan with a lollipop in her mouth. She stood in front of him, taking out the candy to offer it. Old 10, do you want some? Wen Xuan froze, looking at the saliva-covered, dripping lollipop. It's better if you eat it, Linger. You're so thin, you should eat more. Wen Xuan instinctively glanced at Sun Linger, then realized he misspoke. Sun Linger wasn't skinny at all. Alright, Old 10 is the best, always thinking of me and letting me have the lollipop. Unlike Sister Wen Xuan, who's always fierce and even tricks me into giving her my snacks, Sun Linger said innocently. Linger, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever trick you out of your snacks? You gave them to me willingly, Wen Xuan retorted. Wen Xuan understood. The so-called willingness probably had another story behind it. But what malice could a child have? Suddenly, Sun Linger exclaimed and ran off somewhere. Moments later, she returned, holding a small black rat that was struggling in her grasp. Wen Xuan's expression changed drastically, and she urgently shouted, Linger, throw it away. However, Sun Linger shook her head, turned to Wen Xuan, and smiled innocently. Old 10, this black rat seems to have heat stroke. Let's grill it and eat it. Upon hearing Sun Linger's words, Wen Xuan's mind immediately conjured up the image of a roasted black rat, causing a wave of nausea. She bent over suddenly and retched. Just as she caught her breath, another wave of nausea hit her, and she retched again. Gasping for air, her face pale, Wen Xuan said, Linger, let it go quickly. Although Sun Linger was a bit reluctant, she obediently let the little black rat go. She watched as it scurried into the bushes, sighing inwardly. That would have been a delicious feast. Wen Xuan saw what happened and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Be good, Linger. It's just a black rat. Don't be upset. When we get back to school, I'll make you some braised pork. Sun Linger's eyes lit up, her gloomy expression instantly turning to joy. Really? After dealing with matters in the village, the three of them set off on their way back. As soon as they returned to school, Sun Linger eagerly grabbed Wen Xuan's hand, clamoring for braised pork. Wen Xuan, having no other choice, took her to the 10 Elite's base. The 10 Elites indeed enjoyed superior conditions. The lounge was spacious and equipped with a fully stocked kitchen. Wen Xuan skillfully took a piece of pork out of the fridge and began preparing it. Sun Linger, unable to help, could only watch cluelessly from the side. Before long, the fragrant braised pork was ready. Sun Linger, like a little cat waiting for a treat, was almost drooling. She eagerly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes squinting in delight. It's so delicious. Just then, Wen Xuan walked in from outside. Sun Linger instinctively hugged the plate, protectively saying, Nothing, there's nothing here. She spoke with a guilty conscience. Wen Xuan rolled her eyes, but her gaze was drawn to the 2 pieces of meat left in the pot. She picked up a piece to taste, and her eyes lit up. Her look at Wen Xuan changed, as if she had discovered a treasure. Old 10, you're amazing. This skill is better than a 5-star chef's. No, even a Michelin restaurant's head chef would have to call you master, Wen Xuan praised. I'm curious, where did you learn this dish? It's nothing, my grandpa taught me, Wen Xuan replied casually. Your grandpa? Wen Xuan became curious about Wen Xuan's grandfather, thinking he must be a culinary expert to teach such skills. She glanced at Sun Linger, who was still clutching the plate tightly, and said helplessly, All right, no one's going to take it from you. Unlike Sun Linger, Wen Xuan wasn't as obsessed with food. With that, she turned and left. Watching Wen Xuan's retreating figure, Sun Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, she's finally gone. Sun Linger was overjoyed and couldn't wait to start enjoying the braised pork in front of her. This time, she set aside her manners and directly grabbed a piece of meat with her hands, stuffing it into her mouth. She ate with astonishing speed, as if she hadn't eaten in days. Before long, the entire plate of braised pork was gone, leaving only the shiny bottom of the plate. With her mouth and hands covered in grease, Wen Xuan noticed and thoughtfully handed her some napkins. Thank you, Sun Linger said, feeling a warm surge in her heart. As she wiped her hands and mouth, she suddenly gathered the courage to say to Wen Xuan, Old 10, why don't you marry me? Wen Xuan was taken aback, looking puzzled. Seeing this, Sun Linger quickly explained. My mom always said that if a good-looking man is gentle, considerate, and cooks well, you should keep him by your side and make him your husband. As she spoke, Her eyes shone with a hopeful light, as if she believed her mother's words to be gospel truth. Wen Xuan smiled gently and replied, "Linger, you're still too young. Let's think about this when you're older." Sun Linger pouted in dissatisfaction, instinctively puffing out her chest as she argued. "But I'm already grown up." Her actions left Wen Xuan momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Xiong Zhuang strode in, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Old Ten, he exclaimed excitedly. "I heard from Sister Lung Shuang that you made a delicious braised pork, even better than the tire restaurants. Let me try some." Wen Xian helplessly replied, "You're a bit late. Linger already finished it." A hint of disappointment flashed across Xiong Zhuang's face, but he quickly brightened up. "There's still one piece left." He grabbed a slightly charred piece of pork from the pot and stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. Delicious, truly delicious," he praised as he chewed. Wen Xian eyed the piece of meat, doubting its taste due to the pot's residual heat, but Xiong Zhuang seemed to relish it, licking his fingers with satisfaction. "Old Ten," Xiong Zhuang said earnestly. "Next time you make it, give me a shout. I'll bring the ingredients and help out. Don't worry, when you add the seasoning, I'll turn my head away and won't steal your techniques." Touched by Xiong Zhuang's sincerity, Wen Xian smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll call you next time. But there's no need to turn your head. You can watch and learn if you like." "Really?" Xiong Zhuang confirmed with delight. Upon receiving Wen Xian's affirmation, he beamed like a child who found a treasure, grinning widely. Feeling a bit tired, Wen Xian said, "All right, I've been here long enough. I'm tired, I should head back to rest." Xiong Zhuang immediately suggested, "Why go back? Just stay here. There are plenty of rooms. I'll prepare a blanket for you, and you can sleep here. Don't worry, the blankets are new and unused. I'll get it ready for you." With that, he hurried off to prepare. Watching Xiong Zhuang's retreating figure, Wen Xian smiled knowingly. He realized he had officially become one of the 10 elites. Later, Wen Xian returned to his dormitory to gather some essentials. When he arrived at the room Xiong Zhuang had arranged for him, he was taken aback by the neatly made bed, feeling a surge of warmth and gratitude. Pink, pink. Everything was pink: the bed, the sheets, the pillows. Wen Xuan stood in the middle of the room, dumbfounded, as if he had accidentally wandered into a girl's bedroom. The countless little bear faces embroidered on the sheets only added to his bewilderment. Next to him, the parrot rabbit couldn't help but burst into laughter. It pulled out Wen Xuan's new phone and teased him. "Oh, my pink princess heart. Wen Xuan, I'm really curious to see you lying on this bed. Come on, lie down, let me take a picture for the memories." Wen Xuan's face darkened instantly, and he snapped, "Get lost." He was definitely not some cute girl who needed a pink-themed bed. At that moment, Xiong Zhuang entered the room with a big smile, holding a giant pink bear pillow in his arms. He cheerfully said, "Wen Xuan, I was worried you might feel lonely at night, so I got you a bear pillow. Do you like it?" Seeing the hopeful look in Xiong Zhuang's eyes, Wen Xuan couldn't bring himself to disappoint him. He forced a smile and said, "It's okay, just put it down for now." But he secretly vowed that he wouldn't sleep in this pink nightmare tonight. Xiong Zhuang happily placed the pillow on the bed and said, "All right, I have to go now." His steps were light as he left, clearly pleased with Wen Xuan's arrival. Wen Xuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Shaking his head, he decided to put the issue aside for now. "Forget it, let's go claim the reward first." With the parrot rabbit in tow, Wen Xuan headed to the school's treasure pavilion. As soon as he entered, he caught the attention of the old man at the counter. Wen Xuan respectfully greeted him. "Hello, I'm Wen Xuan, here to claim my competition prize." The old man gave Wen Xuan a once-over and said sternly, "You can choose any item on this floor. Remember, only this floor, no going upstairs." Wen Xuan nodded in agreement. "Understood." The old man added, "All right, off you go. Once you've chosen, come back here to register." He looked at Wen Xuan with piercing eyes and said meaningfully, "I won't go over the rules again. You're old enough to know what to do and what not to do. Don't try to be clever." Wen Xuan got the message. Got it. With permission granted, Wen Xuan began to search the floor carefully. Using his God vision ability, he noticed that most items emitted a green glow. Is there nothing better? He wondered, quickly scanning the surrounding treasures. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of dark golden light caught Wen Xuan's attention. Though extremely subtle, his keen senses picked it up. Dark gold, the mark of top-tier treasures. Wen Xuan's heart raced as he walked towards the source of the light, hardly daring to believe it. As he approached, he discovered the dark golden glow was mixed within a mass of white light. Upon closer inspection, he found it was a book. Wen Xuan carefully picked it up, filled with anticipation and curiosity. When Wen Xuan picked up the book titled, On the Postpartum Care of Swine Beasts, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just the otherworldly version of postpartum care for sows? However, the orange glow from the divine eye hinted that this seemingly ordinary book was anything but. He handed the book to the old man, who frowned and asked, "Kid, are you sure you want this book?" Wen Xuan nodded firmly. With a sigh and a shake of his head, the old man didn't even bother to register it and let him take it away. Wen Xuan hurried back to the room arranged by Xiong Zhuang, locked the door, and eagerly opened the pages, only to find it indeed discussing swine beast breeding techniques. Handholding method? Massage method? Artificial insemination method. Wen Xuan muttered incredulously. His intuition told him there was more to it. Upon inspecting the book closely, he discovered the spine was hollow. After some probing, he decisively tore open the cover, and a slip of paper densely packed with small writing fell out. The words "Secret Method Flame Wings" caught his eye. Wen Xuan was initially pleased, then disappointed. Wasn't this a skill that the little flame bird already knew? But as he read further, his expression shifted from gloom to delight. It turned out this secret method wasn't for the beast to use, but for the beast master. This meant Wen Xuan himself could learn the art of flying. He excitedly thought that this was much better than his original plan to contract with a little firebird for riding. Although he had ended up contracting the more talented little flame, now he could soar through the skies on his own. Wen Xuan was thrilled. Flying had been a timeless dream of humanity. Even though people could later fly in airplanes, it was always with the help of external devices, never truly experiencing the joy of free flight. Now, he was about to acquire this magical ability to roam freely across the vast skies. This unexpected delight filled Wen Xuan with irrepressible joy, as if he could already see himself spreading his wings and taking flight. When Xian continued reading, his brows slightly furrowed. The requirements for this secret technique were indeed high, as it required the beast to also master the same skill. He felt secretly relieved that Meow Meow had already mastered the flame wings. Taking a deep breath, Wen Xian began to practice. Thanks to his extraordinary understanding in this life, he quickly grasped the intricacies of the technique. Holding his breath and focusing, he initiated the secret method. Boom! A pair of wings made of crimson flames suddenly unfolded behind him, radiating brilliantly. When Xian cautiously reached out to touch them, surprised to find that while the fiery wings were warm, they didn't burn. Holy cow! The parrot, originally playing on the bed with a phone, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wen Xian, you've turned into a birdman." Nearby, a Bao and Little Flame immediately stopped their antics, staring intently at Wen Xian's glowing wings. A Bao's eyes were filled with envy, while the excited Little Flame quickly summoned its own fiery wings, joyfully flying around Wen Xian as if it had found a kindred spirit. Feeling the fiery wings behind him, Wen Xian tried gently flapping them. With the wings' rhythm, his body slowly lifted off the ground. However, the room's height limited his flight, so he carefully controlled his descent. A Bao rabbit, Little Flame, let's go. Wen Xian decided to test this newly mastered secret skill outside. To avoid drawing attention, Wen Xian didn't use it at school, but instead took a ride to the outskirts. As the sun set, he found a secluded grove. Instantly, the flame wings spread out behind him, and Wen Xian soared into the sky, with Little Flame following closely, the two figures soaring across the horizon. Half an hour later, Wen Xian landed in a clearing in the woods, gasping for breath. Phew! This secret technique is powerful, but it drains energy too quickly. It seems I can only use it at critical moments. I need to find a flying beast as a means of transportation, he pondered to himself. Moreover, the training threshold is high, requiring understanding, and the beast must have the same skill. This technique is somewhat like borrowing, more akin to copying. Fortunately, using it doesn't affect the beast. Little Flame, let's go. Wen Xian regrouped with Little Flame and a Bao. By the time they returned to school, night had fallen. Wen Xian intended to head straight to the dormitory, but ran into Xiong Zhuang and Sun Linger on the way. Xiong Zhuang cheerfully said, "Old Ten, look what I've brought for you." He was holding a large box of Shuijing beer. Sun Linger also chimed in happily. "Old Ten, I've brought you something nice too." With that, she opened the bag in her hand. The aroma of barbecue, with the distinctive scent of cumin, filled the air as soon as the bag was opened. Sun Linger looked at Wen Xuan excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Old Ten, I was especially good this time. I listened to Brother Zhuang and didn't sneak a bite," she proudly announced. "Brother Zhuang said it's for us to share. Don't you think Linger is well behaved?" Wen Xuan smiled and gently patted Sun Linger's head. "Of course, our Linger is well behaved." Xiong Zhuang eagerly pulled Wen Xuan along. "All right, Old Ten, let's go. Tonight, let's not stop until we're drunk." The three of them went to Xiong Zhuang's room, where Zhuang found 3 cups and poured drinks for himself and Wen Xuan. Sun Linger obediently poured herself a glass of iced cola, explaining as she did, "Mom says that alcohol is for boys, and good girls shouldn't drink. So I'll have iced cola, and you can drink with Brother Zhuang." "Yes, Linger is very good," Wen Xuan said, affectionately patting her head again. They started enjoying the barbecue, and the parrot rabbit and bear cub joined in on the small gathering. Fortunately, Sun Linger and the others had bought enough, so there was no worry about running out. Before long, Xiong Zhuang's face turned red, clearly revealing his low tolerance for alcohol. Wen Xuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting him to get tipsy so quickly. After eating for a while, Sunlinger began to play with the parrot rabbit. She cuddled the little rabbit, continuously stroking its soft fur, and a bit of grease accidentally dripped down her chin. Little bunny, you're so chubby and still eat so much. What if I make you into spicy rabbit stew? Sunlinger suddenly said, startling the parrot rabbit, which was munching on grilled chives. It quickly jumped aside. Oh, little bunny, why are you hiding? I'm not really going to eat you, Sunlinger said with a laugh, her face full of innocent charm. The parrot rabbit, however, remained cautious, as if it thought she might be joking under the influence of alcohol, even though she hadn't drunk any. Come on, little bunny, I'll treat you to a grilled sausage. It's big and thick and very tasty. Sunlinger tempted. The parrot rabbit still wasn't persuaded, clearly remembering the earlier threat. All right, I'm not lying to you. Watch, I'll eat it first. With that, Sunlinger put the grilled sausage in her mouth, first licking it to remove the cumin powder. The parrot rabbit watched her actions and couldn't help but swallow, reminded of some videos it had recently seen online. As the night deepened, Xiong, with his poor drinking capacity, had already passed out on the table. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Lung Xuan rushed in. Seeing Sunlinger eating barbecue, she breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Lung Xuan and Sunlinger usually lived together, and their room arrangement resembled ancient times, with Lung Xuan sleeping on the right and Sunlinger on the left, a tea table in between. When Lung Xuan returned to the room that night and didn't see Sunlinger, she panicked and searched the entire school. Just when she was at a loss, Wen Xuan's image came to mind, leading her to find them there. Linger, you little troublemaker, Lung Xuan said with a mix of relief and reproach. I turned the whole school upside down looking for you. You scare me to death, coming over to Wen Xuan's for barbecue without telling me. Hearing this, Sunlinger looked down innocently, her eyes welling up like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Lung Xuan. I thought you knew. Seeing this, Wen Xuan quickly intervened to smooth things over. All right, Linger is safe and sound here. Lung Xuan glanced at the nearly tearful Sunlinger and decided not to say anything further. Lung Xuan walked over to Sunlinger, pulled her into an embrace, and softly said, All right, Linger, don't cry. I apologize. I'm sorry, I was too hasty just now. Sunlinger began to sob in Lung Xuan's arms, her tears soaking through Lung Xuan's clothes. Lung Xuan gently patted Sunlinger's back and said tenderly, Be good, Linger. Stop crying. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Sunlinger looked up with tear-filled eyes and nodded slightly. Okay. Despite her adult appearance, her reaction was like that of a child in need of comfort. As they turned to leave, Sunlinger waved to Wen Xuan with a voice still tinged with tears. Old 10. See you tomorrow. Wen Xuan watched them leave, then walked to the door and gently closed it. He turned to see Xiong Zhuang lying on the floor, snoring loudly, and couldn't help but think, this guy can teleport. Unable to bear Xiong Zhuang's thunderous snores, Wen Xuan left the room to rest in the neighboring one. The next day, due to being hungover, Wen Xuan woke up later than usual. As soon as he got out of bed, he heard a commotion outside. Suddenly, a loud explosion caught his attention. Wen Xuan hurried to the balcony and saw two people facing off on a nearby open ground. The person on the left had long blue hair flowing in the wind, while the person on the right had red hair spiked up like a hedgehog. Their beasts were also staring each other down. Wen Xuan closely examined the beast of the person on the left, a white-scaled snake, thick as a barrel. He thought to himself, I can't believe this guy bonded with a female snake. What? Is he trying to be like Su Xian and become a hero of the wild? Then he turned his attention to the other person's beast, a large red lion with a fiery mane swaying in the breeze. Wen Xuan was surprised to find that both the white-scaled snake and the flame lion were already in their second evolutionary stage. I didn't expect these two to have completed the second evolution of their beasts. Is this the strength of the top 10 of the imperial capital this year? Wen Xuan thought to himself, but quickly understood. After all, these people had received their beasts a year earlier than he had, and judging by their demeanor, they clearly came from influential families with strong backing. The blue-haired man spoke. Zhao Yan, I didn't expect you to break through as well. The speaker was Long Tian, the top of the first-year top 10 in the imperial capital. Zhao Yan replied with a smile, his eyes gleaming with intense fighting spirit. And so have you. When Long Tian and Zhao Yan met again, the tension in the air was palpable. Zhao Yan, full of confidence, declared he wouldn't lose this time. Long Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and accepted the challenge. In an instant, the battle erupted. Long Tian's white-scaled serpent was the first to strike, spewing a powerful blue water jet. Zhao Yan's flame lion wasn't to be outdone, opening its mouth wide to unleash a searing blast of fire. The two forces clashed fiercely in midair, creating a spectacular display as water and fire intertwined. The fight reached a stalemate, with neither side willing to back down as water and fire exchanged blows. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them. It was Lung Xuan. Her face stern, she urgently called out, Stop fighting now. If you keep this up, I'll get the teacher. Looking around, the once peaceful area was now in ruins due to the battle. Lung Shuang's words were like a wake-up call, prompting Long Tian and Zhao Yin to immediately command their beasts to cease. Relieved, Lung Shuang placed her hands on her hips and scolded them like a strict caretaker. You two must have been enemies in a past life, always fighting the moment you meet. Didn't teacher Tang Jia say we should be united, friendly, and help each other? Long Tian and Zhao Yin exchanged glances. Zhao Yin quickly found an excuse to slip away, while Long Tian, about to do the same, was stopped by Lung Shuang. She informed Long Tian that teacher Tang Jia had found them a new partner Lao Shi. Intrigued, Long Tian followed Lung Shuang to Wen Xian's room. When they knocked, the door was opened by a sleepy Xiong Zhuangzhuang. It turned out Wen Xian had moved to the next room to escape Xiong Zhuangzhuang's loud snoring. Wen Xian emerged from the adjacent room, while Xiong Zhuangzhuang sheepishly scratched his head and apologized. Long Tian studied Wen Xian, filled with curiosity about their new partner. Lung Shuang's expression turned tense in an instant. She recognized the man in front of her as Lao Shi, whom teacher Tang Jia had recommended. Long Tian squinted slightly, displaying a friendly smile, and said to Wen Xian, "Let's go. To welcome you, I'll treat you to a meal at my place. My house is quite spacious." Lung Shuang blurted out in surprise. Long Tian, shouldn't you test him first? Long Tian waved his hand dismissively and replied casually, "Oh, what's there to test? He's recommended by teacher Tang Jia. I can question him, but should I question teacher Tang Jia's judgment?" These words left Lung Shuang speechless. "All right, let's go." Long Tian turned and walked ahead, a glint of cleverness flashing in his eyes unnoticed by anyone. With a happy smile on her face, Lung Shuang said excitedly, "Then let's go have some fun at Long Tian's house. I've been there, it's beautiful." Wen Xian nodded in agreement and followed Lung Shuang, Sun Linger, and others to Long Tian's home. Long Tian's house was located on the outskirts of the imperial capital, a luxurious estate. As the heavy iron gates slowly opened, Wen Xian realized the grandeur of the Placia fountain stood at the forefront. The car slowly drove in and finally stopped in front of the main building. Long Tian warmly invited, "Come on, I've had the butler prepare the meal to welcome you, Wen Xian." He led Wen Xian into the house. In the dining room, the long table was filled with various delicious dishes. Sun Linger couldn't help but rush to the table, practically drooling. Although Xiong Zhuangzhuang was also a foodie, he wasn't as exaggerated as Sun Linger. "Don't just stand there, sit down and eat," Long Tian said, taking the host's seat. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, everyone was full, except for Sun Linger, who was still gnawing on a chicken leg. Long Tian looked at Wen Xian and smiled. "Now that we've finished eating, how about some after-dinner activities? I'll take you to explore my family's secret realm for some post-meal exercise. They say a walk after a meal can lead to a long life." Wen Xian looked puzzled, and Lung Shuang explained, "There are countless secret realms in this world, but not all of them are open to the public. Some resource-rich realms are occupied by powerful factions who monopolize their resources." Wen Xian suddenly understood, realizing that Long Tian's family might be more powerful than he had imagined. "All right, let's go," Long Tian said as he saw Sun Linger was almost done eating. He got up and led everyone towards the portal to the secret realm. At the entrance to the secret realm, a few guards stood by. Seeing Long Tian approach, they greeted him respectfully and stepped aside to clear the way. With that, Wen Xian and the group entered the mysterious secret realm. Wen Xuan stepped into the secret realm, and the sight before him made him frown slightly. It was just an ordinary forest, far from the mysterious place he had imagined. The group walked through the woods, chatting and laughing, unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, Wen Xuan sensed something unusual. A thick fog had silently enveloped the area, obscuring their vision in an instant. He looked around warily, only to find that Long Tian and the others had vanished. Wen Xuan's expression turned serious as he quickly summoned his companions, including the parrot rabbit. "What kind of place is this?" the parrot rabbit exclaimed as soon as it appeared, waving its arms in a futile attempt to clear the fog. Wen Xuan muttered under his breath, "This is probably Long Tian's doing." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Long Tian and his team were watching the screen. A smile played on Long Tian's lips. "Want to join the 10 elites? You need real skills for that. There's no back door. Otherwise, the 10 elites' existence would mean nothing." He flipped through Wen Xuan's file. "Since teacher Tang Jia recommended you, let's see what you're capable of." Lung Shuang and Xiong Zhuangzhuang remained silent, while Sun Linger clenched her fists, quietly cheering for Wen Xuan. Her expression showed her concern for him. Wen Xuan cautiously moved through the fog with the parrot rabbit. Using the Eye of God, he had already identified several deadly traps. Long Tian's really cunning, Wen Xuan thought to himself, recalling Long Tian's faintly smiling face. "A wolf in sheep's clothing. Rabbit, any way out?" Wen Xuan asked. The parrot rabbit shook its head helplessly. "I'm a rabbit, not a dog. This maze has me stumped too." Wen Xuan stopped, thinking quickly. Suddenly, Inspiration struck. If we can't walk out, we can fly. He immediately recalled the parrot rabbit and a bao into the beast's space, leaving only Little Flame. Little Flame, let's go. Instantly, a pair of fiery wings sprouted from Wen Xuan's back, and he soared into the sky with Little Flame. In the monitoring room, Long Tian exclaimed, This is a beast technique. He stared at the screen, surprise and curiosity in his eyes. No wonder Teacher Tang Jia values him so much. This kid's background is probably not as simple as the report suggests. Wow, Lao Shi is so handsome. Wen Xuan's remarkable flying ability left Sun Linger ecstatic, clapping and cheering for him. Even Leng Shuang and Xiong Zhuang couldn't hide their surprise, their eyes fixed on the figure in the sky. Wen Xuan soared into the air, looking down at the forest below. The view took him by surprise. A dense fog enveloped the forest, stretching for hundreds of miles like an endless maze. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brought a hint of a strange fragrance. Driven by curiosity, Wen Xuan followed the scent with his Little Flame and eventually landed on a small hill. There, to his delight, Wen Xuan discovered the Kuan Mo Hui, one of the 3 treasures needed for a bao's evolution. As a panda cub, a bao must reach gold-level strength and acquire the Kuan Mo Hui Hua, the sun black mushroom, and the plum blossom red bamboo to become a panda warrior. For this reason, few people choose to contract a panda cub as their beast, as most struggle to gather these rare spiritual herbs throughout their lives. Wen Xuan carefully took out his digging tools and, with precise movements, extracted the Kuan Mo Hui Hua intact, placing it in his backpack. Long Tian watched silently, nodding in approval. Seeing this, Leng Shuang couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you concerned? The Kuan Mo Hui Hua is a treasure from your family and must be quite valuable." Long Tian responded calmly. "Concerned about what? Consider it a gift for Lao Shi." He then instructed Wen Xuan through the microphone. "Lao Shi, don't wander off. Wait for us there." With that, Long Tian led Leng Shuang and the others out of the secret chamber and to Wen Xuan. Sun Linger joyfully congratulated. "Lao Shi, congratulations on earning Brother Long Tian's recognition." Xiong Zhuang and Leng Shuang also smiled with satisfaction. Long Tian approached Wen Xuan, extended his right hand, and sincerely said, "Welcome to the 10 elites." This marked his official acknowledgement of Wen Xuan. Wen Xuan responded coolly with a "thank you," already wary and deciding to be cautious of Long Tian in the future. After all, someone who could deceive him once might do it again. After leaving Long Tian's house, Wen Xuan didn't return to the 10 elites base. Instead, he went straight back to his dormitory. Having obtained the first herb needed for a bao's evolution, he still needed to find the remaining 2. A bao had already reached the peak of silver level 8, with silver level 9 being the next step. To break through to the gold level, they needed the power of evolution. Back in his dormitory, Wen Xuan opened the school forum and began browsing various information to prepare for the next steps. After browsing the forum, Wen Xuan discovered that information about the sun black mushroom and plum blossom red bamboo could only be accessed through a paid feature. Although each query cost 50 points, which was quite expensive for ordinary students, as a member of the 10 outstanding students, Wen Xuan had a monthly allowance of 1,000 points, so this expenditure wasn't a big deal for him. He paid the points without hesitation and quickly learned that the sun black mushroom grew in the fire ant secret realm. With the necessary gear packed, Wen Xuan immediately set out for the fire ant secret realm. It was a red clay mountainous area, with soil so soft that walking was a challenge. Wen Xuan and his mimic rabbit struggled through the mud, leaving deep imprints with each step. "Wen Xuan, can I go back to the beast space?" the mimic rabbit asked reluctantly, looking at its paws covered in red clay. "No," Wen Xuan replied firmly. "Look at your belly. If you stay idle any longer, you'll turn into a big fat rabbit." The mimic rabbit instinctively pinched its loose belly, showing an embarrassed expression. "If you get any fatter, I'll have Meow Meow roast you," Wen Xuan half-jokingly threatened. "Don't worry, I know you like strong flavors, so I'll add extra cumin." Hearing this, the mimic rabbit immediately put on a pitiful look, blinking its big eyes at Wen Xuan. Come on, walking is fine. You wouldn't be so heartless, right? After all, I'm so cute. You can find out by testing me," Wen Xuan said with a teasing smile, which prompted the mimic rabbit to quickly catch up with him. They continued onward until they reached a canyon. The sight before them was breathtaking. Countless massive earthen columns stood like towering pillars within the canyon. "Be careful," Wen Xuan warned in a low voice. "This is the territory of the red fire ants, and those columns are their nests. We need to sneak past quietly and slowly, without making a sound." However, just as they were cautiously making their way through, a loud noise suddenly shattered the silence. Wen Xuan looked at the mimic rabbit, who quickly defended itself. "It wasn't me. Although I did let out a little fart earlier, it definitely wasn't that loud." Wen Xuan didn't have time to roll his eyes at the rabbit. He swiftly reacted by scooping up the mimic rabbit and soaring into the air. Earlier, he had already sent a bao into the beast space. From above, Wen Xuan saw a giant anteater not far away, frantically attacking the red fire ants' nests. Its tongue flicked rapidly, capturing large numbers of red fire ants with each movement. The scene was both astonishing and unsettling, and Wen Xuan realized they were in a perilous situation. Wow, this guy is amazing. Wen Xuan, look, exclaimed the mimic rabbit, pointing with its tiny paw into the distance. Following its direction, Wen Xuan saw a shocking scene. Swarms of red fire ants surging like a tide towards a defenseless anteater. In no time, the anteater was completely surrounded by the red fire ant army. Countless ants climbed onto its body, starting to bite frantically. The mimic rabbit was shocked, murmuring to itself, "It's over for that anteater. It's definitely going to be devoured by those red fire ants." Feeling relieved, it added, "Luckily, Wen Xuan can fly, otherwise we'd be in trouble too." However, Wen Xuan calmly said, "Not necessarily." This left the mimic rabbit puzzled. At that moment, something extraordinary happened. The anteater, covered in red fire ants, suddenly burst into bright red flames. With a boom, the flames instantly incinerated all the red fire ants on its body. Wen Xuan explained, red fire ants are magical creatures with both fire and insect attributes. They're naturally resistant to flames. But the flames on the anteater were too strong, burning the ants to death. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Xuan decisively said, "Let's go. While the red fire ants are distracted by the anteater, we can go find the solar black mushroom." With that, he picked up the mimic rabbit and flew deeper into the red fire ant valley. They flew for over 20 minutes before landing on a platform. Wen Xuan sighed. Damn, it would be great to have a treasure-seeking item or a beast to ride. They had been scanning the area from the sky, but couldn't find any trace of the solar black mushroom. With his internal energy running low, Wen Xuan had to rest on the platform. Looking around, Wen Xuan's gaze finally fell on the mimic rabbit, who was rhythmically moving its hands in its lap area. "What are you doing, rabbit?" Wen Xuan asked. Embarrassed, the mimic rabbit replied, "A few little red fire ants crawled here. They're making me itch like crazy." Saying this, it began to scratch frantically. Seeing this, Wen Xuan took out a bottle of Six God from his space ring and handed it to the mimic rabbit. "Try applying this." The mimic rabbit took the Six God and applied it to the itchy area. Suddenly, it started yelling, hiss hiss hiss, What now?" Wen Xuan asked. "It seems like you can't apply this on wounds. It hurts a lot where I have cuts," the mimic rabbit said in pain. "Bear with it," Wen Xuan said helplessly. Besides Six God, he had no other anti-itch remedies. As they rested on the platform, the scene below in the canyon was alarming. Large groups of red fire ants were gathering, marching towards the anteater. Wen Xuan's expression grew serious, realizing their time was running out. The deeper into the red fire ant valley, the more ants there are, Wen Xuan thought. I was wondering how to avoid them, but the anteater drew them away for us. After a brief rest, Wen Xuan was ready to move. "Let's go." The mimic rabbit was surprised. "Huh? Now, do you know where to look? Why not let Meow Meow search for us? It can fly, and being flame-shaped, those red fire ants can't harm it." Wen Xuan shook his head. "I think I might know where the solar black mushroom is. I just need to verify it." With that, Wen Xuan spread his wings and took the mimic rabbit into the beast space. Then he said to the little flame, "Meow Meow, take me to the hottest place." The little flame is a fire elemental beast, highly sensitive to temperature, especially heat. With its help, Wen Xuan quickly flew over a massive rock. The scorching sunlight licked the earth like fiery tongues, causing wisps of white smoke to rise from the ground. Not far away, a gigantic rock radiated heat, with a peculiar black Lingji mushroom growing at its center. Shimmering with an eerie glow under the sunlight was the legendary sun black Lingji. Wen Xuan's eyes lit up as he wiped the sweat from his brow and flew towards the sun black Lingji. However, the moment his foot touched the rock's surface, a sharp pain shot through his body. "Hiss!" Wen Xuan gasped, feeling white smoke rise from his soles as if he were stepping on a scorching iron plate. Even through his shoes, he could feel the astonishing heat of the rock. "Meow Meow, it's up to you," Wen Xuan said reluctantly, stepping back and letting the little flame take over. The little flame nodded in understanding, flew to the sun black Lingji, and easily plucked it with its illusory hands, swiftly returning to Wen Xuan. After obtaining the sun black Lingji, Wen Xuan and the little flame flew to a steep cliff. The terrain here was too steep for red fire ants to climb. Exhausted of spiritual energy, Wen Xuan decided to rest here for the night and return the next day. Just as Wen Xuan settled down, the sound of dense footsteps caught his attention. Peering down, he saw a group of red fire ants dragging the massive carcass of an anteater. To his astonishment, these ants had united to kill their natural enemy, the anteater. The red fire ants stopped after dragging the anteater into a gorge. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a gigantic white ant emerged. It was the size of a pig. With a bright red head, it was the queen of the red fire ants. The queen climbed onto the anteater's corpse, quickly feasting with its sharp mandibles until its belly swelled. After eating its fill, the queen burrowed back underground. Seeing this, The other red fire ants swarmed the carcass and began devouring the remains. The relentless crunching sound sent shivers down Wen Xuan's spine. In a short time, the massive anteater's body was reduced to bare white bones. To Wen Xuan's surprise, the red fire ants didn't take or consume the anteater's magical beast core, seemingly leaving it for the queen to enjoy later. Witnessing this, Wen Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to the little flame and said, "Meow meow, it's your turn." Upon hearing the command, Meow Meow immediately spread its wings and dove down like a bolt of lightning. Its small form deftly snatched the magic beast crystal core before the red fire ants could react, quickly returning to Wen Xian's side. Wen Xian took the crystal core and used the Eye of God to examine it closely. The crystal core belonged to a silver tier 8 red armored anteater and contained several powerful skills. Scented fire armor LV6, which could ignite flames around its body and release a special scent to inflict significant damage on insect-type magical beasts. Tongue Whip LV6, which allowed it to lash out its tongue like a whip. Sharp Claws LV5, incredibly sharp, and Flame Jet LV5, capable of spewing scorching flames. When Xian handed the crystal core to Xiao Miao, saying, "Refine this." Xiao Miao nodded, taking it, and focusing intently on the refining process. As night quietly descended, the evening in the red fire ant's secret realm remained unusually warm. When Xian surveyed his surroundings and noticed a fiery red glow on the horizon, with the distant mountains shrouded in a dark red light, creating a unique scene. He summoned Ah Bao to keep watch while he retrieved a sleeping bag from his space ring and settled down on the mountainside. After an unknown amount of time, the dawn broke, sunlight spilling over the land and awakening the slumbering world. When Xian rubbed his sleepy eyes awake and saw the vigilant Ah Bao nearby, he walked over and gently patted its head. "Thank you for your hard work." Ah Bao responded with a sweet smile. "Let's head home." Having obtained the solar fire Ganoderma, there was no need to linger. When Xian spread his fiery wings and, together with Xiao Miao, flew toward the secret realm's exit. After leaving the secret realm, When Xian took a carriage back to the Imperial Beast University in the capital. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found Sun Linger waiting at the door. "Old Ten, where did you go last night?" "I came to hang out, and you weren't here," Sun Linger asked curiously. "I had to go out for something," When Xian replied simply. Sun Linger blinked her cute big eyes and said coyly, "Old Ten, I'm hungry. Can you make braised pork for me?" When Xian was taken aback, not expecting Sun Linger to still be thinking about his braised pork. "But it's morning. Isn't braised pork too greasy for breakfast?" "I don't care. I just want it," Sun Linger pouted, continuing to act spoiled. Thinking of Sun Linger's unfortunate experiences, When Xian's heart softened. "All right, I'll make it for you." "Yay!" Sun Linger cheered with joy. The two of them headed to the kitchen, where When Xian prepared the ingredients while chatting casually with Sun Ling. Before they knew it, the conversation turned to the topic of treasure hunting. "Old Ten, are you looking for treasures?" Sun Linger suddenly asked. "Yeah," When Xian replied simply, focusing on his cooking. When Xuan was busy in the kitchen, and the aroma of braised pork filled the air as it was nearly ready to be served. Just then, Sun Linger bounced over to his side, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "If you're looking for treasures, you should talk to Lao Lu," Linger suddenly suggested, her tone carrying a hint of mystery. "Lao Lu?" When Xuan raised an eyebrow, his hands continuing their work. "Yes, our sixth brother among the 10 outstanding," Linger explained excitedly. "He has a treasure-seeking mouse that's amazing. It can find treasures in a vast thicket." Hearing this, Wen Xuan's eyes gleamed with interest. If such a treasure-seeking mouse existed, it would greatly enhance his efficiency in treasure hunting within the secret realm, sparing him from aimlessly wandering around. "Linger, do you know where Lao Lu is?" Wen Xuan asked, his voice tinged with urgency. "You're asking about sixth brother? If you want to find him, go to the wealthy gold pavilion," Linger replied, tilting her head in thought. Then her tone turned serious. "But, Lao Shi, you mustn't get too close to Lao Lu. Sister Lung Shuang said that he's a compulsive gambler, and if you're led into gambling by him, you'll be done for." When Xuan mentally noted the name, Wealthy Gold Pavilion, resolved to meet this Lao Lu. Just then, the aroma of the braised pork intensified. Skillfully, When Xuan served the meat and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Linger. "Yay, braised pork is ready to eat." Linger cheered, taking the plate and glancing around cautiously before indulging in the feast, stuffing piece after piece into her mouth. Watching Linger enjoy her meal, When Xuan smiled slightly, removed his apron, and hung it over a chair. "Linger, take your time eating. I'm heading out." "Okay," Linger mumbled, her eyes never leaving the delicious plate. When Xuan left the kitchen and headed straight for the wealthy gold pavilion. It was the largest casino in the capital, where gambling was legal. When Wen Xuan arrived at the entrance of the wealthy gold pavilion, the sight before him was astounding. The entire building was resplendent, akin to a palace. The gigantic golden signboard with the words, "Wealthy Gold Pavilion," glowed brilliantly. As Wen Xuan was about to step inside, he was stopped by a guard at the door. "Halt!" The guard barked. Please show your membership card. Membership card? Wen Xuan was puzzled, having never heard of a casino requiring one. No entry without a membership card, the guard stated coldly. Just as Wen Xuan was at a loss, a slightly older young man approached from the steps. The man showed something to the guard and was allowed entry. Wen Xuan, with sharp eyes, recognized it as a student ID from the Imperial Beast University. Thinking quickly, he also pulled out his student ID. Upon seeing Wen Xuan's student ID, the guard's demeanor changed to one of fear. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a student from the Imperial Beast University. Welcome, esteemed guest. He immediately stepped aside, gesturing respectfully for Wen Xuan to enter. Wen Xuan, not hesitating, walked into the wealthy gold pavilion with confidence. Inside the opulent hall, crowds gathered around various gambling tables, with shouts and cheers echoing throughout. He surveyed the scene, beginning his search for the mysterious Lao Lu who could lead him to the treasure-seeking mouse. At the entrance, a young guard curiously asked his older colleague, "Boss, why can students from the Imperial Beast Academy go straight in?" The old guard glanced at the newcomer with disdain, a hint of arrogance in his voice. "Kid, that's a symbol of power. Anyone who gets into the Imperial Beast Academy is exceptionally talented. After graduation, they all become people of high status. To us, they're like walking fortunes. Why would we stop them?" The young man listened, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes as he muttered to himself. "I wish I could get into the Imperial Beast Academy." "You?" The old guard looked him up and down with contempt. "With your qualifications and background, maybe in your next life." When Xian stepped into the opulent golden pavilion, greeted by a cacophony of noise. He glanced around, silently marveling at the place. It had everything one might see on TV. The owner's business strategy was quite unique, with all the servers being young, attractive women dressed in black stockings and wearing cute white rabbit ears that lightly bobbed as they moved. He strolled through the pavilion, observing the people around him. Everyone there was of high status, dressed in designer clothes. Yet, at that moment, they were all engrossed in the frenzy of gambling, faces flushed, shouting incessantly. Wen Xian glanced at the gambling tables, noting that the chips were expensive, with the cheapest costing 1,000 yuan. However, none of this concerned him. His purpose was to find Lao Lu. After a round of searching, Wen Xian finally spotted his target. It wasn't because he had seen Lao Lu before, but because the man's attire was simply too flamboyant. Lao Lu, slightly plump, was wearing a white cape with the words "Sure Win" emblazoned on the back. What was even more striking were his hands, adorned with gold rings encrusted with various gemstones. His somewhat bald head was glistening with sweat as he yelled hysterically, "Damn it! Lost again! How can I be so unlucky tonight?" Watching the beautiful croupier open the dice cup, Lao Lu realized in frustration that he had lost all his chips. As he was about to leave dejectedly, when Xian spoke up, Jin Bao. Lao Lu, also known as Jin Bao, turned around in confusion to face this stranger. "Who are you?" Wen Xian introduced himself briefly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Wen Xian, the new member of the 10 elites. As you guys say, I'm Lao Shi." With that, he pulled out a badge engraved with a large 10. Jin Bao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Lao Shi, you're Lao Shi. Teacher Tang Jie mentioned you." He casually threw an arm around Wen Xian's shoulder, laughing. "Lao Shi, do you have some spare money? Lend your brother a bit. I'll pay you back later." Wen Xian replied straightforwardly, "No." Wen Xuan's words hit Jin Bao like a sledgehammer, instantly shattering his enthusiasm. Jin Bao took a few steps back, the smile vanishing from his face. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly. "If you don't have money, why are you coming to me? Are you expecting me to lend you some?" Wen Xuan had anticipated such a reaction from Jin Bao and remained calm, saying, "I don't have money now, but that doesn't mean I won't have any later." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Jin Bao. "Do you have any chips? Lend me one." Instinctively, Jin Bao rummaged through his pockets and soon pulled out a chip worth 1,000. He hesitated, saying, "This is my last one." As Wen Xuan reached for it, Jin Bao quickly retracted his hand. Wen Xuan frowned, about to protest, but Jin Bao quickly added, "We agreed that this chip is a loan. If you lose, you have to return it to me." "All right, don't worry. I'm not going to cheat you." Wen Xuan replied impatiently. "It's just 1,000 bucks. Do you think I can't pay back 1,000? Possibly." Jin Bao's response left Wen Xuan speechless. Before Jin Bao could say anything else, Wen Xuan snatched the chip and strode confidently towards the gambling table. At that moment, a young lady was rolling the dice. With a clink, she placed the dice cup on the table and cheerfully announced, "Place your bets, no more bets." Without hesitation, Wen Xuan placed the chip on the 666. Seeing this, Jin Bao anxiously stomped his foot. "Oh no, are you sure? This round is definitely small, and you're betting on 666? Are you crazy?" He reached out to grab the chip. "No regrets after the bet. Open it now." The dealer's voice interrupted Jin Bao's action. 666. 666. The room erupted in shock. Jin Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively looked at Wen Xuan, who was smiling back at him. Staring at the pile of chips in front of Wen Xuan, Jin Bao was speechless. How did you do it? He finally found his voice. Want to learn? Wen Xuan asked with a smile, handing back a $1,000 chip to Jin Bao. Here's your chip back. With that, Wen Xuan took the chips to the exchange counter. Betting on the 666 had a payout of 1:197. Wen Xuan had bet 1,000, winning 197,000, nearly 200,000. Jin Bao, filled with regret, sighed repeatedly. Oh, if only you had bet 10,000. No, 100,000. You would have hit it big with this round. Ignoring Jin Bao's words, Wen Xuan headed straight for the exit. He knew that if he had bet 100,000, winning 19.7 million, the casino wouldn't let him walk away with that money easily. As they left the casino, Jin Bao followed Wen Xuan closely like a shadow, shouting, old sure, don't walk so fast. Tell me, how did you know to bet on the 666? Wen Xuan looked at Jin Bao's ingratiating face and allowed a small smile to play on his lips. Jin Bao's eyes sparkled with greed, eager to learn Wen Xuan's gambling skills. Want to learn? Wen Xuan asked deliberately. Of course I do. Jin Bao replied impatiently, already planning how to use these skills to make a fortune. Wen Xuan chuckled coldly. I'm not telling you, he said, turning to leave, leaving Jin Bao standing there, stunned. Jin Bao quickly snapped out of it and chased after Wen Xuan. Hey, don't be like that. Lao Shi, just tell me, he pleaded, his attitude suddenly turning warm and friendly, repeatedly calling out, Lao Shi. Wen Xuan stopped. You really want to know? Yes, Jin Bao nodded eagerly. Then you have to tell me where your treasure-seeking mouse was found. Treasure-seeking mouse? Jin Bao became tense. Why do you want to know? I want to contract one too, Wen Xuan explained. Jin Bao's eyes shifted. Oh, I see. You want a treasure-seeking mouse? I know where to find one. Let's trade information. You tell me the secret of your gambling skills, and I'll tell you where to find the mouse. All right, Wen Xuan agreed after a moment of thought. Let's write our information on paper. Deal. Wen Xuan took a piece of paper and 2 pens out of his pocket, surprising Jin Bao, who had never seen anyone carry a pen around. In reality, Wen Xuan had taken them from his spatial ring, just to show off. They both began writing. Wen Xuan crumpled his paper into a ball, handed it to Jin Bao, and seriously instructed, this secret must not be shared. Find a secluded place to read it. Jin Bao nodded solemnly, and quickly left with the paper ball. Wen Xuan also turned and left, opening the note Jin Bao had given him, which read, Candy Forest. Candy Forest Secret Realm? Wen Xuan pondered. Treasure-seeking mice were rare and always hotly contested due to their natural treasure-finding abilities. Since Jin Bao had already contracted one, Wen Xuan planned to get one too, making future treasure hunts much easier. Having not rested well in the Red Ant Secret Realm, Wen Xuan decided to return to school for a good sleep before heading to the Candy Forest Secret Realm. Meanwhile, Jin Bao eagerly opened Wen Xuan's note, only to find it read, I just guessed. Jin Bao's face turned red with anger. Lao Shi, he roared. As a compulsive gambler, finally encountering strong gambling skills only to be tricked was unbearable. Fuming, Jin Bao set off for the Candy Secret Realm, intent on revenge against Wen Xuan. Little did he know, Wen Xuan had not gone there, but had returned to school. The next morning, Jin Bao, yawning and exhausted, walked into the 10 Heroes Lounge. Wen Xuan, dressed in a red tracksuit and ready for a morning run, was surprised to see Jin Bao back so early. Wow, is the sun rising in the west today? Jin Bao, that notorious gambler, actually showed up in the territory of the top 10. This is indeed a rare occurrence. Usually, he's holed up in the gambling dens, and it's hard to catch a glimpse of him. Now, he stands there with bloodshot eyes, looking quite terrifying. Where's Lao Shi? Have you seen him? Jin Bao asked urgently, his voice carrying a slight tremor. Lao Shi? He came back early yesterday and is probably still asleep. Wen Xuan replied, her brow slightly furrowed. Where's his room? Jin Bao pressed on. Wen Xuan pointed with her right hand. 606. Without another word, Jin Bao strode quickly towards Wen Xuan's dormitory. Just as he left, a figure quietly appeared before Wen Xuan. Lao Shi, what are you doing here? Wen Xuan was surprised to see Wen Xuan holding some fried dough sticks and soy milk. Lao Lu was just looking for you, she added. Lao Lu, Wen Xuan recalled the slightly bald guy. Got it. By the way, Sister Wen Xuan, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? What's Lao Lu's ability? Oh, him? He's at the golden 2nd tier, a bit below me, Wen Xuan explained. Why do you ask? Golden 2nd tier, huh? Got it. Thanks, Sister Wen Xuan, Wen Xuan said thoughtfully before turning to leave. He planned to first head to the Candy Realm to find the treasure mouse, and then seek out the Plum Blossom Red Bamboo to boost Abeo's strength to the gold level. That way, he wouldn't have to fear Jin Bao anymore. Wen Xuan arrived at the Candy Realm. After showing his credentials and paying the fee, he passed through the portal into this magical world. The sight before him made everything clear. He finally understood why it was called the Candy Realm. Everywhere he looked, everything was made of candy. Colorful candy forests, streams of caramel, and even the ground was paved with compacted sugar powder. It was a paradise for children, but probably a nightmare for diabetics. Wen Xuan summoned a Bao and the others. Seeing this candy-made world, the little ones were thrilled. The mimic rabbit bent down, grabbed a handful of candy grass, and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The crisp chewing sound was endless. Yum, tastes like fresh grass, the mimic rabbit exclaimed in satisfaction. Seeing this, a Bao immediately rushed to an orange candy ground berry and took a big bite. Meanwhile, Little Flame showed a different style. It gracefully flew to a treetop, picked a bright red candy apple, and respectfully offered it to Wen Xuan. Master, eat. Little Flame said obediently, a happy smile on its face. No need. Meow meow, you can have it. I've already had breakfast. Wen Xuan politely declined Little Flame's kind offer, as he wasn't fond of sweets. After letting the little ones enjoy a candy feast, Wen Xuan led them onward. The candy realm was home to various peculiar magical beasts, and Wen Xuan quickly scanned his surroundings. Candy frogs, sour plum bugs, sweet ducks. These beasts seemed harmless, so Wen Xuan didn't bother with them. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility. Roar! Is that a tiger's roar? Wen Xuan cautiously looked around. Soon, a large, colorful tiger appeared before them. It wasn't an ordinary tiger, but the legendary rainbow candy tiger. The sudden appearance of the rainbow candy tiger scared the weaker magical beasts around them, causing them to scatter, as if fleeing from a plague. Seeing this, the rainbow candy tiger flashed a smug smile, its eyes gleaming with arrogance. The more these little creatures feared it, the more it reveled in its own pride. The multicolored candy tiger opened its massive jaws, its sharp fangs glinting in the sunlight. It took a fierce bite at a candy tree, but spat out the candy after a few chews. The tiger pawed at its tongue repeatedly, as if it had just tasted the most unpleasant thing in the world. With a shake of its head, it headed off into the distance. Seeing this, Wen Xuan immediately ordered the beasts around him, follow it. The mimic rabbit looked bewildered but followed the command, trailing behind. As it passed the candy tree, it plucked a candy piece and curiously popped it into its mouth, wanting to understand why the candy tiger had shown such disgust. To its surprise, the candy tasted quite good. The mimic rabbit asked in amazement, Wen Xuan, this stuff is pretty tasty. Why did the candy tiger react so badly? Wen Xuan pondered for a moment and replied, I guess it's just picky, only settling for the best. They followed the candy tiger for over half an hour until they reached a new location. Not far away, a river of milk cascaded down from a height, crashing into a pond below with a deafening roar. The candy tiger approached the riverbank, licked it twice with its pink tongue, and then moved on. After only a few steps, the candy tiger suddenly stopped. Ahead, a small tree was laden with red, lantern-like fruits. Wen Xuan's eyes lit up as he recognized the extremely rare sweet lantern fruit. This fruit not only brought happiness but also treated autism, making it incredibly valuable, with each fruit worth 100,000 yuan. At that moment, 8 glowing sweet lantern fruits hung from the tree. The candy tiger's mouth curled into a sweet smile as it approached the fruit tree. Just then, 3 brown rats darted out from the shadows, their eyes fierce, emitting threatening squeaks at the candy tiger. They bristled, arching their backs, ready to attack at any moment. Faced with the audacious rats, a hint of disdain flashed in the candy tiger's eyes. As the king of the jungle, how could it fear a few small rodents? The tiger's expression shifted, understanding the advantage of striking first. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from its spot and pounced toward one of the rats, its sharp claws swooping down. Bang! The mouse couldn't dodge in time and was swatted hard by the rainbow candy tiger, crashing into the stone wall behind it. With a single blow, the rainbow candy tiger effortlessly eliminated the first mouse. The remaining 2 mice quickly realized what had happened, and upon witnessing their companion's gruesome death, their eyes filled with rage. The 2 mice charged at the rainbow candy tiger from left and right like arrows shot from a bow. The rainbow candy tiger's eyes flashed with disdain, seeing these mice as nothing more than jesters. Swiftly, it slashed at the mouse on the right with its sharp claws. The mouse couldn't evade and was struck, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Thud! It smashed into the rocks, instantly turning into a bloody mess as it slid down slowly. The other mouse seized the opportunity to leap onto the rainbow candy tiger's head, its sharp teeth aiming for the tiger's ear. Snap! The mouse's teeth, sharp as knives, bit into the rainbow candy tiger's ear, leaving a deep gash. Roar! The intense pain made the rainbow candy tiger let out a thunderous roar, its body leaping wildly. The mouse lost its grip and fell off, hitting the ground hard and losing consciousness. Furious, the rainbow candy tiger opened its massive jaws to devour the unconscious mouse. At the critical moment, the mimic rabbit swiftly intervened, its vine whip snaking out to retrieve the mouse. The rainbow candy tiger lunged in vain, crashing awkwardly into the ground. Roar! The rainbow candy tiger struggled to its feet, letting out a deafening roar at Wen Xuan and his group. Its attributes were a combination of fighting and plant, male and gender, at a silver tier 8 level, with a crate aptitude, reaching the peak of silver power. Its evolution path was towards becoming a candy tiger king, having mastered skills like Sharp Claws LV5, Sharp Teeth LV6, Tiger Pounce LV5, and Tiger Tail Whip LV6. Enraged, the Rainbow Candy Tiger charged at Wen Xuan and his companions like a released arrow, intent on tearing them to shreds. Just as it was about to succeed, a surge of scorching flames suddenly erupted. The Rainbow Candy Tiger couldn't dodge and was hit directly by the flames, its body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. It turned out to be Little Flame, who unleashed a flame roar, severely injuring the Rainbow Candy Tiger in one strike. Being a beast with fighting and plant attributes, the Rainbow Candy Tiger was naturally afraid of fire damage. However, instead of retreating, this attack only incited its ferocity. It charged at Wen Xuan again. Little Flame quickly fired a small fireball, but the Rainbow Candy Tiger deftly evaded it. Seeing the Rainbow Candy Tiger about to succeed, the Mimic Rabbit used a wood shield just in time, creating a sturdy barrier in front. The Rainbow Candy Tiger couldn't dodge and crashed headfirst into the wood shield, momentarily stunned. At that critical moment, a dark shadow darted in like lightning. Bang! A Bao's bare paw struck the Rainbow Candy Tiger, sending it flying. Seeing this, the Mimic Rabbit and Little Flame coordinated their attacks seamlessly. A small fireball and a carrot bomb, both fire-attributed attacks, shot towards the Rainbow Candy Tiger like meteors. Boom! The attacks hit the Rainbow Candy Tiger simultaneously, causing a violent explosion and ultimately killing it. The Mimic Rabbit clapped its hands triumphantly. As if it had accomplished a great feat, it swiftly approached the Rainbow Candy Tiger, the dagger in its hand glinting coldly. After rummaging around the tiger's head for a moment, the rabbit finally dug out a bloody magic beast core. Wen Xuan, here you go, the Mimic Rabbit exclaimed, presenting the core to Wen Xuan like a treasure. Wen Xuan took the core, rinsed it clean with bottled water, and carefully stored it in his spatial ring. Once done, he turned his attention to the surviving rat. The treasure-seeking mouse's attributes appeared before Wen Xuan's eyes. Metal attribute, male, 9th level bronze, peaked level strength, with a bronze evolution path. Its skills were limited to treasure-seeking LV5 and Sharp Claws LV4. A hint of disappointment crossed Wen Xuan's face. He had considered taming one, but this creature was too weak to pique his interest. At that moment, the Mimic Rabbit came running back, out of breath. How did it go? Wen Xuan asked, noticing the bloodstains on the rabbit's paws. The Mimic Rabbit shook its head. Nothing. I checked the heads and bellies of those two treasure-seeking mice, and found nothing. As Wen Xuan pondered his next move, the unconscious treasure-seeking mouse suddenly awoke. It began to cough violently, blood gushing from its mouth. Within seconds, it was dead, leaving Wen Xuan bewildered. He had intended to extract information from the mouse, but it was so fragile that a few blows from the Rainbow Candy Tiger had done it in. Mimic Rabbit, check if this one has anything, Wen Xuan said, pointing to the last treasure-seeking mouse, though he held little hope. This one was smaller than the others, making it unlikely to have anything of value. The Mimic Rabbit approached the mouse and stabbed its head with the sharp dagger. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the rabbit became excited. There's something, it shouted eagerly. Since being tamed by Wen Xuan, the Mimic Rabbit had opened countless heads. Even when it suspected there was nothing inside, it would check as a matter of course. As Master D often said, whether or not something has happened inside, I must take a look. Life is like that, taking a look doesn't hurt. The Mimic Rabbit extracted a magic beast core the size of a longan from the mouse's brain, though it looked disdainful. This is way too small, it remarked, curling its lip. Mimic Rabbit, why don't you eat this magic beast core? Wen Xuan suddenly suggested. What? The Mimic Rabbit widened its eyes in surprise. What do you mean, what? Just eat it, Wen Xuan said impatiently. The Mimic Rabbit looked a bit aggrieved. They say you are what you eat. This treasure-seeking mouse's brain is so small. What if it affects me? After all, stupidity can be contagious. Listening to the Mimic Rabbit, Wen Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. You don't have to eat it, he said with a mocking smile. But tonight, I'll treat you to spicy rabbit head. The Mimic Rabbit's pupils suddenly contracted, and its body tensed like a spring. In a flash, it swiftly popped the magic beast crystal core into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. Its sharp teeth instantly crushed the treasure-seeking mouse's magic core, and a refreshing energy slid down its throat into its belly. As a silver tier level 8 magic beast, devouring the magic core of a mere bronze tier level 9 treasure-seeking mouse was a breeze for the Mimic Rabbit. In no time, it completely refined the core, and a warm current circulated within its body. Wen Xuan focused and activated the Eye of God, carefully observing the Mimic Rabbit. A string of data appeared before his eyes. Mimic Rabbit attributes: plant, rock. Gender, male. Level, silver tier level 8. Aptitude, SSS-tier. Peak power, extraordinary king. Evolution path, rogue rabbit. Skills learned: flying legs LV9, mimicry LV9, Burrow LV7, Pyrotechnics LV8, Vine Whip LV8, Magic Source LV5, Gluttony LV6, Flying Stone LV5, Phantom Step LV2, Wood Shield LV4, Mushroom Trap LV5, Poison Devour LV2, Treasure Seeking LV1. The mimic rabbit's eyes gleamed with pride, and its mouth curled into a slight smile. It felt a peculiar power surging within, as if the world was revealing its hidden secrets. It closed its eyes, took a deep breath, and its nose twitched slightly. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, the unique scent of treasure. Seeing this, Wen Xuan's lips curled into a smile. Come on, to celebrate the mimic rabbit learning the treasure-seeking skill, I'll treat you all to something delicious. He led his beasts to the sweet lantern fruit tree, plucked 4 ripe fruits, and handed one to each of his companions. Eagerly, everyone bit into the sweet lantern fruit. Instantly, a sweet juice exploded in their mouths like a dazzling firework on their tongues. Wen Xuan and his beasts were instantly enchanted, their faces beaming with happiness. Wen Xuan felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and a thought flashed through his mind. The world is so beautiful and wonderful. He carefully picked the remaining 4 fruits and stored them in his space ring. The mimic rabbit, noticing this, showed a trace of urgency in its eyes. It grabbed Wen Xuan's hand and, mimicking the tone of a court drama it recently watched, said, Wen Xuan, my dear master, would you grant your servant another one? Wen Xuan glanced at it coldly and said indifferently, want to eat? Sorry, no more. If you're capable, lead us to find some. Didn't you just learn the treasure-seeking skill? The mimic rabbit's eyes lit up and immediately led Wen Xuan and the others on a treasure hunt through the forest. At first, it maintained a normal pace, but as they ventured deeper, its behavior became increasingly erratic. It began hopping around, sniffing here and there, curiously exploring everything like a child. However, after half a day, they still came up empty-handed. Wen Xuan began to doubt whether the mimic rabbit's treasure-seeking skill was truly effective. Just then, the mimic rabbit spotted a small dark object ahead. Is it a chocolate bean? It curiously approached, picked up the round object, and examined it closely. First, it sniffed it. Then, as if driven by some impulse, it popped it into its mouth. Suddenly, the mimic rabbit exclaimed, Damn, this is sheep droppings. Luckily, I didn't step on it, or I'd be done for. Wen Xuan, Abeo, and Little Flame exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to react. Under a giant candy tree, Wen Xuan and his friends were enjoying their lunch. Abeo was happily munching on fresh bamboo shoots, while the parrot rabbit was holding a carrot, cheerfully approaching Abeo. However, Abeo suddenly turned away, completely ignoring the parrot rabbit. Abeo, what's wrong? Why are you treating me like this? The parrot rabbit asked, perplexed by the unexpected cold shoulder. Abeo responded in Panda language, and what was said left the parrot rabbit utterly shocked. What? The parrot rabbit exclaimed. You said I shouldn't talk to you with a mouth that has eaten poop because it ruins your appetite. This left the parrot rabbit speechless. Seeing this, Wen Xuan lightly patted the parrot rabbit's shoulder, trying to suppress a laugh, and said, Rabbit, don't worry about it. It's just poop. We won't look down on you. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the parrot rabbit picked up some goat droppings from the ground and started eating them, leaving Wen Xuan both surprised and inexplicably amused. Watching the parrot rabbit's awkwardness, Wen Xuan began to ponder a question. Why? Despite having learned treasure hunting skills, could the parrot rabbit not find any treasure? He speculated that it might be due to a low skill level that needed improvement. Suddenly inspired, Wen Xuan took 2 sweet lantern fruits from his spatial ring and handed them to Abeo and Little Flame. Seeing this, the parrot rabbit excitedly shouted, I want some too. Give me one. Wen Xuan smiled and said, If you want it, you'll have to find it yourself. Then he turned to Abeo and Little Flame, instructing them, You two take the red lantern fruits and hide them in the forest. Make sure they're well hidden. Later, the parrot rabbit and I will come to find them. Abeo and Little Flame nodded in agreement and quickly ran into the woods. After about 10 minutes, they returned, clearly having hidden the red lantern fruits. Wen Xuan's plan was simple. Since there were no treasures in the forest, they would create treasures themselves. All right, parrot rabbit, if you want to eat the red lantern fruit, you'll have to find it yourself, Wen Xuan encouraged. Upon hearing this, the parrot rabbit transformed into a detective dog. It sniffed around, sometimes crawling on all fours like a real dog, sniffing as it moved forward. Wen Xuan's method worked. Driven by the desire to find the red lantern fruit, the parrot rabbit continuously used its treasure hunting skills. In just one day, its skill level increased from 1 to 2. As its level improved, the parrot rabbit's sense of smell became sharper. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. Hee, this time I'm sure. Although exhausted from searching all day, the scent energized the parrot rabbit, and it eagerly dashed toward the source of the aroma. Eventually, the parrot rabbit arrived under another candy tree and began digging with great effort. After much hard work, it finally unearthed a red lantern fruit from the ground, its face beaming with the joy of victory. Looking at the dirt-covered red lantern fruit, The mimic rabbit showed a silly smile. It excitedly exclaimed, "Hee, found it, found it." Without caring about the dirt on the fruit, it eagerly stuffed it into its mouth. Fragrant, so sweet, so delicious. It chewed contentedly, a happy smile spreading across its face. Seeing this, Wen Xuan softly said, "All right, let's call it a day. We'll find the remaining one tomorrow." The mimic rabbit nodded obediently. As night fell, Wen Xuan was sound asleep in the tent when he was suddenly awakened by Abeo. He asked puzzledly, "Abeo, what's the matter?" The surroundings were silent, showing no signs of monster attacks. Abeo began gesturing, and Wen Xuan quickly understood its meaning. "You mean that mimic rabbit sneaked out in the middle of the night, and we have no idea what it's up to?" Abeo nodded in confirmation. "Okay, let's go find it." Wen Xuan quickly got up, packed the tent into his space ring, and headed in the direction the mimic rabbit had gone. Along the way, Wen Xuan was surprised to find the ground littered with pits, as if it had been bombarded. "Wow," he marveled to himself. "I bet that rabbit is responsible for this." With Abeo and Little Flame in tow, they continued forward. Finally, they spotted the mimic rabbit. It was engrossed in gnawing on something. When Xian called out, "Rabbit, what are you eating?" The mimic rabbit was startled, and the fruit in its hand fell to the ground. When Xian looked closely and realized it was a sweet lantern fruit. It turned out this glutton was still thinking about the sweet lantern fruit that Little Flame had hidden away and had sneaked out at night to find it. Who would have thought it actually found it? Called this be the superpower of a foodie? When Xian couldn't help but think of a friend who always managed to find the snacks his parents hid. He was amazed to see the mimic rabbit's treasure-finding skill level up from 1 to 3 in just one day. Its talent was simply extraordinary. The mimic rabbit nonchalantly said, "Oops, it fell, but no worries, it's still good to eat if it's within 3 seconds." Saying this, it picked up the red lantern fruit, casually blew and patted it, and stuffed it back into its mouth. After finishing, it contentedly walked over to Wen Xian and said, "Let's go back to sleep." Back at the campsite, Wen Xian, Abeo, and Little Flame sat around the campfire, watching the mimic rabbit snore thunderously in its sleep after a day of adventure. Wen Xian knew a peaceful night's sleep was out of the question. He noticed Little Flame staring at the campfire intently. "Meow meow, if you want to play, go ahead." With permission granted, Little Flame joyfully leaped into the fire, playing gleefully among the flames. As a magical beast made of fire elements, the flames not only didn't harm it, but made it stronger. Watching Little Flame have so much fun, Wen Xian smiled knowingly. As the night deepened, the campsite was filled with a warm and joyous atmosphere. In the following days, Wen Xuan increased the difficulty and continued to train the parrot rabbit's treasure hunting skills. He had the clever and nimble Little Flame hide the red lantern fruit, which last time had taken the parrot rabbit an entire day to find. This time, under Wen Xuan's guidance, Little Flame hid the fruit even further and more discreetly. The parrot rabbit turned into the Sherlock Holmes of the rabbit world, embarking on a challenging treasure hunt. It sniffed the ground, perked its long ears to listen, and constantly scanned the surroundings with its eyes. However, Little Flame had hidden the fruit so well that it took the parrot rabbit a whole week to find it. Despite this, the parrot rabbit's perseverance was remarkable. As long as it had a bit of energy left, it would continue searching, more enthusiastically than anyone else. Its relentless effort finally paid off. On the evening of the 8th day, its treasure hunting skill leveled up from 3 to 4, and it successfully found the red lantern fruit. When the parrot rabbit finally bit into the long-awaited fruit, the sweet juice filled its mouth, bringing tears to its eyes. The hard-won sweetness made it deeply appreciate the value of effort. Just as it finished the last bite, Wen Xuan said, "Rabbit, it's time for us to go." "Huh? Aren't we going to continue practicing?" the parrot rabbit asked reluctantly, having fallen in love with the challenging treasure hunts. Wen Xuan shook his head and explained, "Rome wasn't built in a day. You've already advanced your treasure hunting skills to level 4 in a short time, which is impressive. Going further requires more time, which isn't worthwhile right now. Besides, Abeo's training hasn't been neglected these days. It reached silver tier 9 yesterday. Once we find the plum blossom red bamboo, Abeo can evolve." With a reluctant parrot rabbit and a significantly stronger Abeo, Wen Xuan left the Candy Secret Realm and headed straight for the 10,000 Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. Upon arriving at the bamboo forest, Abeo was thrilled, as if it had entered a food paradise. Wen Xuan thoughtfully dug up a bamboo shoot for it to munch on while walking. The curious parrot rabbit wanted to try a bite too, but immediately felt its tongue go numb as the raw bamboo shoot tasted bitter and astringent, causing it to frown. Disgusted, the parrot rabbit handed the bamboo shoot back to Abeo and asked, "Abeo, how can you enjoy something so awful? I just can't understand it." Abeo was displeased at this. To it, bamboo shoots were a supreme delicacy, not to be insulted. It began to babble at the parrot rabbit in protest. The parrot rabbit, understanding Abeo's words, turned pale. "What? You say that something as disgusting as dung, which is inedible, I actually enjoyed?" This comment brought back unpleasant memories of eating sheep dung, making the parrot rabbit feel nauseous, and it retched. While dry heaving, the parrot rabbit trembled and said to Abeo, Abeo, let's be clear from now on. Please don't ever mention me eating dung again. No sooner had it said this than it retched again. Seeing this, Wen Xuan frowned slightly and gently patted the parrot rabbit's back, trying to soothe its discomfort. Wen Xian looked at Shueisha rabbit with concern and handed over a bottle of mineral water. Rabbit, are you okay? Shueisha rabbit took the water and sipped it cautiously, finally catching its breath and weakly replied, I'm fine. After a short rest, the group continued on their journey. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening the appetite of Shueisha rabbit, who had just emptied its stomach. Following the scent, they found a young man grilling something. When Xian looked closely and exclaimed, Is that a bamboo rat? The young man smiled and explained, You've got a good eye? This bamboo rat was badly injured in a fight, so I'm grilling it. He pointed to a nearby pot, where another bamboo rat was simmering, the broth turning milky white with a layer of oil on top. That one was depressed and stopped eating, so I had to cook it. Just then, the young man noticed Shueisha rabbit, a glint of greed in his eyes. A talking rabbit, he said, unconsciously licking his lips. Rabbit, do you have any issues, like being picky or overeating? Don't worry, I can cure that. Shueisha rabbit instinctively took a few steps back, sensing the predatory gaze. When Xian quickly interjected, interrupting the young man's thoughts. Excuse me, I have a question. The young man collected himself and smiled sweetly. Would you like some bamboo rat? He offered the grilled bamboo rat to Wen Xian. Wen Xian politely declined. No, thank you. Please enjoy it yourself. I wanted to ask if you know where we can find some mehua cheeju nearby. The young man thought for a moment and pointed northwest. Just head in that direction. The trunks of mehua cheeju are crimson red, and it's currently flowering season, with blossoms that look like plum flowers at the top. Wen Xian thanked him and prepared to leave, but the young man enthusiastically invited again. Are you sure you don't want to try some? No, thank you. Wen Xian declined once more. The young man muttered regretfully to himself. Such a waste not to enjoy good food. With that, he continued to relish his meal. Wen Xian and the group bid farewell to the young man and moved towards the direction he had pointed. Eventually, they arrived at the location of the mehua cheeju. The sight before them was breathtaking. The crimson bamboo glistened in the sunlight, with pink plum-like flowers blooming at the top. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance, and petals drifted down, covering the ground. Shueisha rabbit was overjoyed, happily bounding into the sea of petals. Each step was accompanied by a crisp crunch, and it laughed heartily. Ha, ha, ha. In this beautiful mehua cheeju forest, Shueisha rabbit ran freely, reveling in the comfort of the soft petals beneath its feet. As the mimic rabbit joyfully danced on the fallen petals, a sudden chill swept over it. Instinctively, it leaped away from its spot. In the next moment, a gaping maw with sharp fangs snapped shut where the rabbit had just been. Dirt sprayed as a massive emerald green viper reared up, spitting out the soil from its mouth. When Xian and his companions looked on with grim expressions, their eyes fixed on the uninvited guest bamboo pit viper. The venomous snake was entirely green, perfectly blending into the surrounding bamboo forest. Its attributes included toxicity, male gender, a golden first-tier level, and upgrade aptitude, with strength at its peak. Its evolutionary path was towards a green python, and it had mastered skills such as Venom Spit LV5, Fangs LV6, Death Coil LV6, and Scent Detection LV5. The bamboo pit viper let out a piercing hiss, a foul stench emanating from its mouth. It twisted its massive body and lunged at Wen Xian and his group. Seeing this, the mimic rabbit immediately used its vine whip skill, attempting to bind the bamboo pit viper. However, the snake's strength far surpassed its own, easily dragging the mimic rabbit forward. Cursing under its breath, the rabbit quickly extended a second vine whip, wrapping it around several nearby bamboo trees. Firmly anchored, the bamboo pit viper struggled in vain. Its thrashing caused the surrounding bamboo to shake violently, with branches clashing and rustling. Taking advantage of the situation, Abeo and Little Flame launched their attacks simultaneously. Shadow Ball and Little Fireball whistled through the air, hitting the struggling viper with precision. The pain drove the bamboo pit viper into a frenzy, its writhing growing more intense. Suddenly, a sharp snap was heard as the mimic rabbit's vine whip broke. The viper whipped around, glaring furiously at the rabbit's inherently cheeky face. Though the rabbit lacked a taunt skill, its appearance was provocation enough. Enraged, the bamboo pit viper charged toward the mimic rabbit. I'll help. The rabbit's gonna be killed, the mimic rabbit shouted dramatically, activating its swift feet skill to escape at lightning speed. The viper pursued relentlessly, unaware of the mushroom traps laid out on the ground. With a boom, the mushroom trap exploded, leaving the bamboo pit viper covered in wounds. This attack unleashed its full ferocity, turning it into a killing machine bent on chasing the mimic rabbit. A series of explosions echoed through the bamboo forest, each accompanied by the viper's anguished hisses. Finally, The fierce serpent fell into the rabbit's carefully laid traps, unable to rise again. Gazing at the battered corpse of the bamboo pit viper, the mimic rabbit grinned triumphantly. Its plan had worked, and the crisis was finally averted. The mocking words of the parrot rabbit echoed through the forest as it mercilessly hurled 2 carrot bombs at the bamboo pit viper, ensuring the venomous snake met its end. Amid the explosion's roar, the viper's head shattered into pieces. Once the smoke cleared, the parrot rabbit cautiously approached the snake's corpse, a dagger gleaming in its hand. Humming a cheerful tune, it skillfully opened the snake's head, searching through the bloody mess. Suddenly, a glint of purple caught its eye, a crystal-clear magic beast core. Overjoyed, the parrot rabbit grabbed the precious trophy and hopped excitedly towards Wen Xuan. However, just as it was about to hand over the core to Wen Xuan, an unexpected command stopped it. "Rabbit, you should eat it," Wen Xuan said calmly. The parrot rabbit froze in place, utterly puzzled. Seeing its confusion, Wen Xuan firmly repeated, "Eat it. I need to evolve a Bao now." Wen Xuan then turned to a Bao, instructing it to find the finest bamboo in the plum red bamboo forest. Relying on its sharp instincts honed by long-term bamboo shoot consumption, a Bao quickly located the target. It was an unusually thick plum red bamboo, standing alone in a clearing, creating a vacuum around it. Its trunk was a deep red-black, undoubtedly the finest of its kind. Wen Xuan drew his dagger, attempting to cut down the bamboo while musing, "The tallest tree in the forest gets blown down by the wind, I suppose." Yet, after several tries, he realized his strength was insufficient. "A Bao, your turn," Wen Xuan said, stepping back to let his companion take over. A Bao took the dagger, adopting a pose reminiscent of a swordsman. Focusing intently, it suddenly struck, the sharp blade slicing through the bamboo trunk. With a crisp crack, the massive plum red bamboo toppled, crashing to the ground and taking a few nearby bamboos with it. Wen Xuan took a section of the plum red bamboo, then pulled out a large cauldron. Since the parrot rabbit was busy refining the magic beast core, Wen Xuan and a Bao had to gather firewood themselves. Soon, they had amassed a considerable pile of dry wood. Wen Xuan instructed a small flame to ignite the wood beneath the cauldron, then added the trapped demon gray flower, sun black mushroom, and plum red bamboo into it. "A Bao, get in," Wen Xuan suddenly ordered. A Bao was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend Wen Xuan's intent. Wen Xuan, noticing this, gave it a look and explained, "Don't you want to become stronger? If you want strength, get in. Do you think I'd harm you?" These words stirred memories of a Bao's time with Wen Xuan, especially the moment when Xuan saved its life. Without Wen Xuan, it might have already perished. Determination flashed in a Bao's eyes as it resolutely climbed into the cauldron. "Little flame, add more wood," Wen Xuan said, and he and the small flame began feeding the fire, which grew more intense. As Wen Xuan worked, he encouraged a Bao, "Focus on your training, absorb the potion." A Bao closed its eyes, fully immersing itself in the practice. As the temperature rose, the water soon boiled. A Bao felt a wave of discomfort, tempted to retreat. Sensing a Bao's wavering resolve, Wen Xuan immediately called out, "A Bao, don't you want to be strong? If you can't endure this hardship, how can you talk about strength?" These words hit a Bao like a wake-up call. It gritted its teeth, its restless body settling as it continued to endure the ordeal. Just then, a nonchalant rabbit strolled over, breaking the tranquility of the training session. The parrot rabbit tiptoed over to Wen Xuan and caught a glimpse of a Bao in the large cauldron, gasping in shock. Its eyes widened as it stammered, "Whoa, Wen Xuan, what are you doing? This is intense." "A Bao, a Bao." As it spoke, the parrot rabbit began its signature act, with tears streaming down like beads from its mouth. "I wonder if this panda baby stew tastes any good," it mused with feigned sincerity, eyes darting around as it picked up a bamboo stick. Skillfully borrowing a small knife from Wen Xuan, it quickly whittled a makeshift bamboo spoon. Just as the parrot rabbit was about to taste the panda soup, with a smug grin, the cauldron suddenly shook violently. With a loud bang, a Bao sprang up from the cauldron like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. The immense force shattered the cauldron into pieces, and scalding hot water splashed everywhere. Having anticipated this, Wen Xuan swiftly dodged to a safe distance, unharmed. The unfortunate parrot rabbit wasn't as lucky, getting drenched by the boiling water, howling in pain and rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, an astounding miracle unfolded before everyone's eyes. A Bao's body swelled rapidly, growing from the height of an 11 or 12-year-old child to that of a towering basketball player. Suddenly, a Bao let out a deafening roar to the sky. The sound was not only ear-splitting, but also generated a powerful ultrasonic wave. The bamboo forest before them couldn't withstand this formidable force and snapped instantly. Crack, crack, the sound of bamboo breaking echoed, and in the blink of an eye, a large section of the forest lay flattened. "A Bao," Wen Xuan called softly. Hearing the familiar voice, a Bao turned around excitedly and rushed towards Wen Xuan, enveloping him in a warm bear hug. It was then that Wen Xuan truly felt Abeo's astonishing transformation. Not only had it grown larger, but its body was also much more robust. Abeo's muscles were so powerful that it gave the impression of being able to punch a bull to death. All right, Abeo. After a brief embrace, Wen Xuan gently pushed Abeo away. Fresh from the cauldron, Abeo was drenched and emitted a strong medicinal scent. Wen Xuan immediately used the Eye of God to scrutinize Abeo's new form. Panda Warrior. Attributes: Evil, Fighting. Gender: Male. Level: Gold Tier 1. Quality: SSS. Power: Peak King. Evolution Path: Drunken Panda, Martial Panda. Learned Skills: Wild Bull Punch LV9, Panda Paw Strike LV9, Mount Tai Press LV7, Evil Roar LV6, Ripping Claw LV6, Stealth LV5, Iron Skin LV9, Shadow Ball LV5, Magic Devour LV5, Fearless Heart, Gluttony LV7, Bronze Skin LV4, Fist Intent. Seeing Abeo's incredible strength, Wen Xuan couldn't resist testing its power. He pointed to a thick bamboo and said, "Come on, Abeo, give this bamboo a punch." Abeo nodded, clenched its right fist, and punched the bamboo with force. With a crisp crack, the bamboo, as thick as a thigh, snapped and crashed to the ground. Witnessing this, the parrot rabbit swallowed hard. The terrifying image of being hit by that punch flashed through its mind. It would be smashed into a rabbit pancake, intestines and all. Shuddering at the thought, the parrot rabbit quickly put on a fawning smile and trotted over to Abeo. "Hey, Abeo," the parrot rabbit grinned sheepishly. However, Abeo merely cast a cold glance at it, freezing the parrot rabbit in place. Clearly, Abeo hadn't forgotten its earlier comment about drinking panda stew and was still fuming. Sensing danger, the parrot rabbit hastily explained, "Abeo, I was just joking around." The mimic rabbit looked at Abeo with a cheerful smile, its lips curling slightly upward. Abeo, however, snorted coldly and turned its head away haughtily, its gaze landing on a plum blossom red bamboo stick on the ground. Taking small steps, it walked over, bent down to pick up the bamboo, and thought that although it wasn't as good as the mimic rabbit's dagger, it could barely serve as a weapon. Abeo opened its mouth wide and started gnawing fiercely at the bamboo. In no time, a long, slender bamboo stick appeared in its hands. It swung it a few times, and the bamboo made a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. Wen Xuan watched in astonishment, not expecting Abeo to have such skills, estimating that this must be an instinct engraved in its genes. Feeling invigorated, Abeo suddenly stopped and, holding the bamboo, walked over to Wen Xuan. At this point, Wen Xuan felt like he had upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon. With Abeo, a first-tier gold companion, he no longer had to fear that guy, Lao Lu. "Let's go back," Wen Xuan said. He had been out for a while, but as one of the top 10, he enjoyed the privilege of not having to attend classes. As long as his strength was sufficient, he only needed to pass the final exams. Wen Xuan glanced at the mimic rabbit and noticed that its strength had reached the peak of the 8th tier of silver, just a step away from advancing to the 9th tier. He silently recalled the mimic rabbit's attributes: plant and rock type, male, SSS-tier aptitude, extraordinary king-level strength. It had mastered skills such as Swift Feet LV9, Mimicry LV9, and Digging LV7, among other advanced skills. Recently, it had refined the magic beast crystal core of a bamboo leaf green and acquired the scent detection skill, further enhancing its sense of smell. While Wen Xuan was lost in thought, the mimic rabbit suddenly became excited, as if it had caught the scent of some treasure, and darted off in a direction. It wasn't long before it hurried back, holding a bamboo shoot in its hands. "Hey Abeo, this is for you," the mimic rabbit offered, as if presenting a treasure. Abeo took a closer look and realized it was a century-old plum blossom red bamboo shoot, and it started drooling. Just by its appearance and scent, Abeo could tell it was bound to be incredibly delicious. Seeing this, the mimic rabbit's mouth curved into a sly smile, and it said to Abeo, "Abeo, let's make up, shall we? Consider this my apology gift." Upon hearing this, Abeo nodded repeatedly. In fact, it had already forgiven the mimic rabbit in its heart, but it had been pretending to ignore it. The mimic rabbit also smiled, its previous antics having been merely mischievous, not expecting to hurt Abeo's feelings. Watching the two companions reconcile, Wen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no beast master wants discord among their beasts. He felt secretly thankful that this little storm had finally settled. Wen Xuan returned to the school with Abeo and the others, walking briskly towards the resting place of the top 10. As he reached the entrance, he saw Xiong Zhuangzhuang and Sun Linger. Xiong Zhuangzhuang's face was grim, his brows furrowed, while Sun Linger seemed like a cheerful little bird, rushing towards Wen Xuan. "Wen Xuan brother, you better leave," Sun Linger shouted urgently, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. "Leave?" Wen Xuan was slightly taken aback, and before he could think it through, a cold voice came from behind him. "Leave? Where do you think you're going? I tell you, today you're not going anywhere." Wen Xuan turned around to find Jin Bao standing behind him. His face was ashen, eyes bloodshot, clearly showing signs of sleepless nights. In his quest to catch Wen Xuan, this gambler hadn't even gone to the gambling house, choosing instead to wait here every day. Today, he was finally rewarded for his persistence. Wen Xuan's appearance caused quite a stir, quickly drawing a large crowd. This commotion caught Lung Shuang's attention, who turned to Long Tian, who happened to not be on a mission, and whispered, "Long Tian brother, it seems like old 6 is going to make a move on old 10. Shouldn't you intervene?" As the leader of the top 10, Long Tian's words were almost law. Yet, he merely shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. No rush. I think old 10 isn't as simple as we imagine. This time, it might not be old 10 who suffers. Lung Shuang was taken aback by his words, but before she could think further, Jean Bao's roar interrupted her thoughts. "You little brat. You tricked me, causing me sleepless nights. How do you plan to compensate me?" Jean Bao said through gritted teeth. "If you can't give me a good compensation, you know the consequences." Wen Xuan looked innocent. "Compensation? What should I compensate for? Didn't I already tell you my secret? My wins are all thanks to luck. Gambling is inherently a game of losing 9 out of 10 times. Then how did you know it was a leopard that time?" Jean Bao questioned, disbelief evident in his tone. In all his years of gambling, he had never encountered a leopard. Yet Wen Xuan managed to hit it on his first try. How is that possible? Wen Xuan shrugged, feigning indifference. "How should I know? Maybe I was just lucky." In truth, Wen Xuan knew that Wen wasn't due to luck. He possessed the eye of God, which allowed him to see the information of objects. The dice cup showed a leopard, which was why he dared to bet. But this secret, he would never reveal to Jean Bao. Jean Bao let out a cold laugh. "I don't care if it's real skill or sheer luck. You deceived me, and now you must pay the price." With that, he summoned his beast without hesitation. A massive 5-clawed golden toad appeared before the crowd. Its entire body was golden, its back covered in large fleshy lumps, looking both majestic and grotesque. "Guagua." The 5-clawed golden toad croaked loudly, its voice deep and resonant. "5-clawed golden toad? Isn't that just a fancy frog?" Someone murmured quietly. Seeing this, Lung Shuang grew tense. "Long Tian brother, they're about to fight." Yet Long Tian remained calm. "It's fine. Old 10 hasn't even made a move yet." His tone carried a hint of anticipation, as if he were watching an exciting performance. Wen Xuan, not to be outdone, immediately summoned a bao. A giant panda holding a purple bamboo appeared instantly before everyone, forming a stark contrast with the 5-clawed golden toad. The scene was set for a confrontation, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the showdown to commence. "Panda warrior!" Xiong Zhuang exclaimed with fervent eyes. As an ardent fan of bear-type magical beasts, he could hardly contain his excitement upon seeing Wen Xuan's abeo. Jean Bao was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Wen Xuan to have a second-stage beast companion. Lung Shuang, on the other hand, cast an admiring glance at Long Tian and praised. "Ah, brother Long Tian, you're amazing. How did you know he had a panda warrior?" Long Tian replied calmly. "I didn't know he had a panda warrior, but given his personality, he would definitely have a backup plan." Jean Bao sneered, a cold smile playing at his lips. "So what if it's a panda warrior? It looks freshly evolved and unstable. Watch how I teach you a lesson." 5-clawed toad, tongue whip. At Jean Bao's command, the 5-clawed toad opened its mouth wide, and its long pink tongue lashed out like a whip. Abeo, seeing this, immediately swung the bamboo in its hand to counter. Bang! The bamboo clashed violently with the tongue, producing a dull thud. However, instead of repelling the opponent, Abeo's bamboo was tightly entangled by the 5-clawed toad's tongue. A fierce tug-of-war ensued, with neither side giving ground. Eventually, Abeo, exhausted, was being pulled toward the 5-clawed toad. In a critical moment, Abeo quickly adjusted its stance, forming a fist with its right paw, and struck toward the 5-clawed toad. Bear paw strike. Boom! Abeo's paw struck the 5-clawed toad heavily, pushing it back several steps. Jean Bao, however, remained unfazed, wearing a confident smile. Sun Linger keenly noticed Abeo's sudden change in expression and urgently asked Xiong Zhuang. "Brother Zhuang, look at Abeo, what's happening to it?" Xiong Zhuang's expression turned serious. "It's been poisoned. Old Lu's 5-clawed toad has poisonous skin. I fell for it before." Wen Xuan felt a pang of regret, not anticipating that Jean Bao's beast would be a 5-clawed toad, and lamented not having taught Abeo poison resistance skills in advance. He made a mental note to start this training as soon as the battle concluded. Despite being poisoned, Abeo remained fiercely determined. It shook its head vigorously to dispel the dizziness and let out a roar, charging at the 5-clawed toad once more. This time, it deftly avoided the opponent's tongue whip attack, swiftly closing the distance. In the blink of an eye, Abeo was in front of the 5-clawed toad, swinging its bamboo fiercely. The 5-clawed toad, seeing this, kicked its legs powerfully, leaping into the air. However, Abeo was relentless in its assault, following closely and thrusting its bamboo upward at the airborne opponent. Jinbao gasped, his eyes wide open. He hadn't expected Wen Xuan's Abeo to be so agile, launching a new attack in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, Abeo's bamboo stick precisely struck the soft white belly of the five-clawed golden toad. The toad let out a piercing wail. Its body was covered with hard, golden armor-like skin, except for its vulnerable belly. This strike left it half crippled, collapsing in pain on the ground, its tongue lolling out and face twisted in agony. The pain was akin to a man being hit in a vital spot, unbearable. Jinbao was heartbroken and quickly ran towards the fallen toad. My precious, he murmured softly, swiftly storing it in his beast space, intending to take it to the school infirmary for treatment. On the other side, although Abeo had defeated its opponent, it was poisoned. It staggered, nearly collapsing, but was supported by the mimic rabbit's vine whip. Abeo, are you all right? The mimic rabbit asked worriedly. Abeo managed a sweet smile, turning its gaze to Wen Xuan. Seeing this, Wen Xuan frowned and turned to Zhuang and Sun Linger, urgently asking, do you have any antidote pills? Or know any healers? Abeo's been poisoned. It needs treatment fast. I have an antidote pill, Zhuang said, pulling out a small, dark pill from his pocket. Wen Xuan hesitated, unsure about the pill's origin. Come on, Lao Shi, stop hesitating and treat it. Zhuang urged. Wen Xuan snapped back to reality, took the pill, and went to Abeo's side. He carefully helped Abeo take the antidote pill with some bottled water. Soon, Abeo's face, which had turned purple, began to return to normal. This antidote pill works well. Abeo will be fine soon. Don't worry, Zhuang reassured him. Sun Linger curiously asked, Zhuang, why do you carry antidote pills with you? Zhuang thought of his battles against poison-type opponents and shook his head. Since his beasts were all melee-type bear monsters, poisoning was common. He muttered quietly, seems like I need to contract a gold-type bear next time. The gold attribute could counter poison and be immune to poison attacks. As the antidote took effect, Abeo's condition gradually improved. Wen Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, let's go, Abeo. I'll take you out for a big meal. He turned to Zhuang and Sun Linger. You guys come along too. It's my treat today. Great, a big meal. Sun Linger cheered, jumping up and down. Zhuang gave a simple, honest smile. The three of them, along with their beasts, headed out of the school to enjoy a hearty feast. Watching Wen Xuan and the others walk away, Long Tian smiled and said to Lung Shuang, see, I told you, Lao Shi is really strong, not as simple as you thought. Lung Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, yes, Long Tian, you're the best. I didn't expect you to see through him at a glance. Their intimate interaction, like sharing affection in a secluded corner, was endearing. Meanwhile, Wen Xuan, with Zhuang and Sun Linger, arrived at a buffet restaurant. Just as they were about to step inside, a waiter with an apologetic look stopped them. Sorry, you're not welcome here. Wen Xuan was baffled. It was his first time encountering a restaurant that turned away customers. He looked at Zhuang and Sun Linger, noticing their embarrassed smiles. Sun Linger quietly suggested, Wen Xuan, how about we try another place? All right, Wen Xuan agreed with a nod. However, they were turned away from 4 or 5 restaurants in succession. Finally, Wen Xuan couldn't hold back and questioned the waiter at the last restaurant. How do you expect to do business like this, turning away customers? You might as well close down. The waiter quickly offered a placating smile and explained, oh no, don't be upset. That's not what we mean. You're welcome, but those two aren't. They aren't. Why not? Wen Xuan was even more confused. The waiter suggested, why don't you ask them? Wen Xuan turned to Zhuang and Sun Linger, his eyes filled with questions. Scratching his head awkwardly, Zhuang explained, Lao Shi, it's like this, we've been to these places before, and the food was good, so we might have eaten a little too much. A little too much. The waitress raised an eyebrow, her tone skeptical. More like a whole lot. Our boss said that if you come again, you're not allowed in. We won't serve you. Realization dawned on Wen Xuan. It turned out that these two had given the restaurant owners quite a lesson. They must have eaten so much that they were practically rolling out. Forget it. I'll take you to eat some stir-fried dishes, Wen Xuan said resignedly, abandoning the idea of a buffet. He led Sun Linger and Zhuang to a hotel. Once inside a private room, Wen Xuan handed them the menu, letting them order freely. But as dish after dish was named, Wen Xuan began to regret his decision. Wow, Wen Xuan thought. How many days have these two gone without eating? They ordered 20 dishes, all hearty ones like dompa pork hock. Wen Xuan couldn't help but ask, can you two really finish all this? We can. Sun Linger nodded confidently, whispering, Lao Shi, I was worried about you spending too much, so I ordered less. Even though Sun Linger spoke softly, Wen Xuan heard her. He shook his head helplessly. The dishes arrived quickly. Seeing the enormous dompa pork hock, Sun Linger and Zhuang's eyes lit up. Wen Xuan observed this and said to the waiter, excuse me, could you bring us another dompa pork hock? The hotel's dompa pork hock was prepared in advance, so it came out quickly. Sun Linger and Xiong Zhuang each grabbed a large piece and devoured it, their faces filled with joy. Lao Shi, you're the best, Sun Linger said, her mouth full of meat. Yeah, yeah, no one else dares to treat us to a meal, Xiong Zhuang chimed in. Listening to Xiong Zhuang, Wen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Treat you two to a meal? You'd eat them out of house and home, he thought to himself. These two were not just food lovers, they were bottomless pits. Throughout the dinner, Wen Xuan only managed to eat a little, as most of the dishes ended up in Xiong Zhuang and Sun Linger's stomachs. They even ordered more, as if they could never get full. Watching their appetite, Wen Xuan couldn't help but worry about the state of his wallet. On the way back, Xiong Zhuang and Sun Linger wore satisfied smiles on their faces. Suddenly, Xiong Zhuang let out a loud burp and instinctively patted his round belly. Ah, I'm so full tonight, it feels great. He savored the memory of the delicious food they had just enjoyed. I had several bowls of rice just to enjoy the sauce from the dompa pork knuckle. Yeah, Sun Linger chimed in, her eyes reflecting the same contentment. Wen Xuan walked alongside them, observing them curiously. His gaze first landed on Xiong Zhuang before shifting to Sun Linger. He was secretly amazed at how someone as petite as Sun Linger could eat so much. What was even more incredible was that despite her large appetite, she maintained a well-proportioned figure, unlike Xiong Zhuang, who was built like a bear. Wen Xian's eyes inadvertently fell on Sun Linger's chest, and he thought to himself, no, she's put on weight in all the right places. Wow, her family must own a dairy farm. After returning to school, Wen Xian went straight to his room to rest. The next day, he slept in until late morning, a luxury he couldn't afford in the dangerous secret realm where deep sleep was a risk. Now, he could finally catch up on his rest. After getting up, Wen Xian headed to the cafeteria for a meal. On the way, he bumped into Jin Bao. Their eyes met, and Jin Bao snorted before walking away. Wen Xian didn't pay him any mind, and continued on to the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, Wen Xian unexpectedly ran into Tang Jia. Mr. Tang, he greeted with a smile. Oh, Wen Xian. Come. Tang Jia waved warmly. Wen Xian sat across from him with his tray. Tang Jia leaned in with a gossipy look. Wen Xian, I heard you had a fight with Jin Bao yesterday. How did it go? Did you win or lose? It was just a lucky win, Wen Xian replied modestly. Tang Jia waved his hand dismissively. A win is a win, no need for modesty. He looked at Wen Xian in surprise. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. You're already at the first stage of gold. Tang Jia explained that while a beastmaster's strength could improve rapidly through cultivation techniques, actual combat power depended on the level of their strongest beast. He sensed Wen Xian's aura had reached the gold stage, meaning his strongest beast, ABA, had also reached this level. No wonder you managed to defeat Jin Bao, Tang Jia realized. Well, it's a good wake-up call for him. Being beaten by a newcomer must be a bitter pill to swallow. Tang Jia shifted the conversation. But you both are top talents and my students, so it's not good to hold grudges. How about this? There's a task that needs handling, and I'll send you both. Seeing Wen Xian's hesitation, Tang Jia pulled a magic beast crystal core from his pocket. This is your reward for the task. Take a look and decide if you want to go. Wen Xian examined the crystal core in Tang Jia's hand. It was a gold-tier clawed honey badger crystal core with the rending claws skill at level 5. This skill allowed the use of sharp claws to attack opponents, causing tearing damage. Wen Xian's eye showed a hint of interest as he seriously considered the task's possibilities. The fearsome Fong LV6 is an intimidating skill that significantly enhances bite force. At its peak, even the toughest steel plates can't withstand its power. Accompanying this is Shadow Assault LV5, a skill that transforms the user into a swift shadow, delivering a deadly strike at incredible speed. Additionally, Poison Immunity is a passive skill that, once mastered, renders the user immune to all poison-based attacks, providing strong protection in battle. Wen Xuan's gaze fell upon the mysterious, glowing beast core in Tang Jia's hand, and his eyes lit up with the prospect of endless possibilities. Deal, he said without hesitation. I'll take on this mission. Just him and me? Wen Xuan inquired, evidently still uncertain about the mission details. Tang Jia smiled mysteriously. Of course not. I'll send someone else to accompany you. Someone else? Who? Wen Xuan asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough, Tang Jia replied cryptically. He picked up an empty plate and added, all right, take your time eating. I have to go now. With that, he left. Wen Xuan quickly finished his meal and returned to his dorm. He summoned a Bao to begin refining the beast core of a clawed honey badger. Lady Luck seemed to favor him, as the clawed honey badger was of an evil attribute, and a Bao successfully acquired the valuable poison immunity skill after refining it. As night fell, Wen Xuan arrived punctually at the designated location of village within the city. He was the first to arrive, but soon after, Jin Bao showed up, albeit reluctantly. Upon seeing Wen Xuan, Jin Bao's expression soured, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Before Jin Bao could say more, A pleasant voice interrupted. Oh my, you two are already here. Sorry I'm late. Wen Xuan turned to see a man approaching gracefully. The man had skin like porcelain, wore a pink traditional outfit, and twirled a delicate paper fan. A subtle peach blossom fragrance surrounded him, giving off a unique aura. Shimin Lang. Jin Bao exclaimed, clearly recognizing the newcomer. Ah, little Lulu, long time no see, Shimin Lang said with a playful smile. How have you been? Winning big in the gambling dens. Jin Bao snorted and turned away, ignoring him. Shimin Lang, unfazed, shifted his attention to Wen Xuan. You must be Wen Xuan, our number 10. He looked Wen Xuan up and down, nodding in approval. Yes, indeed, quite the talent. Shimin Lang approached Wen Xuan, warmly placing a hand on his shoulder. Number 10, how about joining me in the gigolo business? I tell you, it's a great job you can earn money lying down. Isn't that what every young person dreams of? Wen Xuan rolled his eyes and gently removed Shimin Lang's hand. You can do that yourself. I'm not interested, he replied coolly. Ah, number 10, you really don't know how to take a joke, Shimin Lang said, unfazed. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's finish the job quickly. I'm in a hurry to get back to my ladies. Ladies, hearing this, Jin Bao shivered involuntarily. Images of lavishly dressed older women, around 40 or 50 years old, flashed in his mind. He never expected Shimin Lang to be into that type. According to Shimin Lang, mature women are the most beautiful in the world. He described them as ripe apples, exuding a captivating aroma, incomparable to younger girls. Led by Shimin Lang, the three ventured deeper into the village. Along the way, Jin Bao looked around with disdain. What's so great about this village? He muttered. It's filled with two types of people, those who collect rent and those who pay it. Shimin Lang immediately countered, you're wrong. There's a third type here, wealthy and generous ladies. Jin Bao retorted dismissively. Generous ladies are just rent payers too. And how are they wealthy? No sooner had he spoken than he regretted it. Because at that moment, the wealthy and generous lady they spoke of appeared right before them. A heavily made-up woman swayed seductively towards the three men, her red lips parting as she spoke in a sultry voice. Hey handsome guys, interested in some special services? Shimin Lang squinted, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sure, but first, what's the price? The woman gave Wen Xuan and Jin Bao a quick once-over before stating. 500 per person, but for 3, it'll be 2,000. Jin Bao was immediately agitated, his voice rising in disbelief. What? That's a ripoff. How does it jump from 500 each to 2,000 for 3? The woman calmly explained. Because you take 1,000, and they're both handsome, so I'm giving a small discount. Jin Bao was momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the alley. Shimin Lang's expression changed abruptly, and he whispered urgently to Wen Xuan and Jin Bao. Let's go check it out. I'll go first, follow me closely. With that, he dashed towards the source of the scream. To Shimin Lang's surprise, Wen Xuan managed to keep up with his pace. As they ran, Shimin Lang teased. Wow, old 10, you've got some skills. Ever thought about joining me as a gigolo? Before he finished speaking, they arrived at the scene of the scream. The sight before them was horrifying. 2 reedy jackals were viciously attacking a young woman lying in a pool of blood. Furious, Shimin Lang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, damn beasts, attacking such a beautiful lady. With that, he quickly summoned his beast companion. A majestic creature, a Purito woman in a yellow gown, holding a folding fan. Wen Xuan exclaimed, it's the Wind Enchantress. Shimin Lang's eyes lit up at the remark. Old 10, you're quite knowledgeable. Many people can't even name her. He then introduced, the Wind Enchantress, Wind Attribute, female. She's at Gold Tier, Level 3, with an SS aptitude, Peak Master Strength. Her evolution path is to become a Wind Empress. Her skills include Wind Blade LV6, Wind Vortex LV5, Wind Shield LV5, and Gale Stride LV6. As soon as the Wind Enchantress appeared, she launched a fierce attack on the jackals. Her expression icy, she swiftly moved her hands, sending 2 sharp wind blades slicing through the air towards the jackals. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind blades reached the jackals instantly. With a bang-bang, the reedy jackals couldn't dodge in time and were sliced open, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, Jin Bao arrived, panting heavily, and complained, you guys are too fast, couldn't you wait for me? Shimin Lang sneered, wait for you? By then, everything would be over. He quickly approached the injured woman. She's severely hurt, needs immediate treatment. Just then, Wen Xuan sensed danger and shouted, watch out. A shadow leapt from the darkness, its sharp claws glinting as it lunged towards the Wind Enchantress. Shimin Lang snorted and instantly conjured a protective barrier around the Wind Enchantress' wind shield skill. Clang! The creature's claws struck the wind shield with a grating metallic sound, sparks flying. Shimin Lang's sharp gaze swept towards the direction of the ambusher, and he coldly remarked, I was wondering why those guys failed before. Turns out there's a reedied wolf king involved. He quickly analyzed the fierce creature before him. Reedied Wolf King, malevolent, male, with a golden tier 3 qualification and power at the peak of level. It follows the golden evolution path and possesses several powerful skills. Tearclaw LV6, Evil Fang LV5, Shadow Ball LV6, Shadow Assault LV5, and Stealth LV5. Shiman Lang's demeanor changed instantly, contrasting sharply with his previous flippant attitude. He turned to Wen Xuan and Jin Bao, saying in a deep voice, "You two take the woman to the hospital. Leave this beast to me." Just as Jin Bao was about to act, Wen Xuan suddenly shouted, "Abeo!" Abeo swung a stick fiercely towards an apparently empty spot. With a dull thud, the stick hit something, and another Reedied Wolf King appeared, its stealth broken by Abeo's attack. "Another one!" Jin Bao exclaimed, clearly not expecting a second Reedied Wolf King to be lurking nearby. The struck Reedied Wolf King snarled in pain, its sharp fangs bared at Abeo. It lunged at Abeo, who narrowly dodged the attack. Seeing this, Wen Xuan urgently called out to Jin Bao, "Jin Bao, don't just stand there, summon your beast. This is a female Reedied Wolf King, likely the mate of that one. Be careful, it has golden tier 3 strength." Jin Bao snapped out of it, setting aside past grievances with Wen Xuan, and immediately summoned his 5-clawed golden toad. The massive toad appeared with a thud in front of the Reedied Wolf King. However, the Reedied Wolf King was unafraid, opening its jaws wide to bite the toad. With a crunch, its sharp teeth easily tore through the toad's skin, embedding deeply into its flesh. The 5-clawed golden toad cried out in pain, desperately trying to shake off the lethal grip. Seeing the situation turn dire, Abeo rushed forward with his bamboo stick, aiming for the wolf's weak spot, its waist. With a precise strike, the stick hit its mark. As known, wolves have copper heads, iron tails, and tofu waists, and this blow broke the Reedied Wolf King's waist. In excruciating pain, the Reedied Wolf King released its bite on the toad. The 5-clawed golden toad seized the opportunity to leap away, then opened its mouth to spray a glob of purple slime venom spit. The slime landed on the Reedied Wolf King's head, sizzling as it corroded the flesh. The toad's venom was highly corrosive, quickly disfiguring the wolf's face. It writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Seeing this, Abeo didn't hesitate to rush forward and deliver 2 more heavy blows with his bamboo stick, finishing off the fierce Reedied Wolf King. Watching the fallen Wolf King, Jin Bao couldn't help but spit and mutter, "Serves you right. Trying to ambush me, and look where it got you." The fall of the female Reedied Jackal King was like a fuse that instantly ignited the male Reedied Jackal King's fury. Its eyes turned blood red, fangs bared, and fur bristled, resembling a demon emerging from hell. Its claws, sharp as knives, gleamed coldly as it lunged ferociously at the Wind Sorceress. Under this frenzied assault, the Wind Sorceress's shield wavered and finally shattered. A sharp claw mark slashed across her body, causing blood to gush out, staining her clothes. Shiman Lang's face changed dramatically, a flash of panic crossing his features. He turned and shouted to Wen Xuan and Jin Bao, "Why aren't you two helping yet?" Upon hearing this, Wen Xuan and Jin Bao quickly reacted, commanding their beasts to join the fray. Meanwhile, Shiman Lang formed a seal with his hands, and another beast appeared out of thin air, the peach blossom spirit. This plant-based beast emitted a faint floral fragrance, its delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze. It was a female beast of golden tier 2, with S-level potential and a diamond evolution path. The peach blossom spirit was adept at several skills: petal dance LV5, vine wrap LV4, leaf pluck and flower scatter LV5, and peach blossom whirl LV4. As soon as the peach blossom spirit appeared, it cast vine wrap. Countless green vines shot out like serpents, instantly binding the Reedied Jackal King tightly. At that moment, Abeo arrived, raising a bamboo stick high and smashing it down on the Jackal King's head. With a crisp crack, the bamboo stick shattered. Wen Xuan's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Abeo's weapon to be so fragile. However, the blow caused the Jackal King significant pain, prompting it to struggle violently and eventually break free from the peach blossom spirit's grip, lunging towards Abeo. Instead of retreating, Abeo advanced, right fist clenched, muscles tensed, and delivered a cannon punch. With a bang, the fist struck the Jackal King's head like a cannonball. The impact sent the Jackal King flying and caused Abeo to stagger back several steps. Seeing this, Shiman Lang and Jin Bao immediately commanded their beasts to attack. Leaf pluck and flower scatter, venom spray, wind blade. The 3 attacks simultaneously hit the already severely injured Jackal King. This final assault utterly defeated it, and the Jackal King collapsed with a look of unwillingness in its eyes. The mimic rabbit swiftly hopped over to the Jackal King, expertly extracting the magic beast core and handing it to Wen Xuan. Shiman Lang, looking at the 2 cores in Wen Xuan's hands, said, "You two should each take one. I don't need them." With that, he turned to approach the injured woman, his brow furrowed in obvious concern. Wen Xuan turned to Jin Bao and said, "Since he doesn't want them, let's split them. Here, this one's for you." He handed the female reedy Jackal King's core to Jinbao. Although both were of golden tier 3, the female skills were slightly inferior. Abeo, Wen Xuan called, handing the other core to it. Abeo took the core and immediately began to devour it without a word. Seeing this, Jinbao's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing, Lao Shi? Jinbao's voice broke the silence. His anger had dissipated, and he now looked at Wen Xuan with approval. However, his expression froze when he saw Wen Xuan directly feeding the beast core to Abeo. Don't you know that before feeding a beast core to a spirit beast, it must be washed with holy water? Jinbao said urgently, his brow furrowed. This helps to dispel any lingering resentment within. Seeing Wen Xuan's confused expression, Jinbao sighed with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Every deceased magical beast leaves its resentment in the core. If not cleansed, the spirit beast that consumes it could go berserk. Jinbao glanced worriedly at Abeo, and only relaxed a bit when he saw no signs of distress. He pulled a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Wen Xuan. Here, don't say I didn't warn you. Use this holy water. Your previous teacher was really irresponsible not to tell you something so important. Wen Xuan accepted the holy water with a polite thank you. Just then, Shimin Lang strode over with a hint of disdain on his face. Lao Shi, don't listen to Jinbao's nonsense. That holy water stuff is just superstition. As Jinbao was about to argue, Shimin Lang waved him off, changing the subject. His gaze shifted between Wen Xuan and Jinbao, and he spoke urgently. You two, stop standing around. Come help me. That woman is a bit heavy. I can't carry her alone. Jinbao immediately stepped forward to assist, while Wen Xuan quickly called for an ambulance. Together, they got the injured woman onto the ambulance. Watching the ambulance drive away, Shimin Lang clapped his hands in satisfaction. All set. That girl should be okay now. He turned to Wen Xuan and Jinbao, a mischievous glint in his eye. To thank you both for helping me tonight. Dinner's on me. Wen Xuan and Jinbao exchanged a glance, about to politely decline, but Shimin Lang had already slung an arm around each of their shoulders, steering them forward. Come on, I'm treating. Don't be so hesitant. The three of them made their way to a place called Cowboy Bar. Shimin Lang grinned and said, Welcome to my bar. He led the hesitant Wen Xuan and Jinbao inside, straight to a private room. Shimin Lang instructed the waiter. What are you standing around for? My friends are here. Bring out the good food and drinks. Oh, and Li Jie should be here too. Invite her over. Before long, the spacious private room was crowded, filled with the scent of heavy perfume. A heavily made-up woman sidled up to Jinbao, asking flirtatiously, First time here, handsome? You're not a newbie, are you? She licked her lips, a glint in her eye. No worries, just take care of me, and I'll make sure you get a nice reward. Jinbao's face turned sour at her words. Wen Xuan discreetly stepped aside, realizing that they had been set up by Shimin Lang. This guy actually wanted them to work as male escorts. Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now, Wen Xuan said, turning to leave the private room. Jinbao saw this and immediately got up to follow him, as if escaping from a trap. The sensation of the old woman groping him still lingered on his skin, making him extremely uncomfortable. Shimin Lang was singing passionately and didn't stop the two from leaving. He squinted his eyes and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips, as if everything was under his control. Outside the bull bar, the night was deep. As soon as Jinbao stepped out, he couldn't help but complain. Damn, today I almost got caught in a trap. My virginity, preserved for over 10 years, almost got taken just like that. Wen Xuan just remained silent, his gaze scanning the street. A taxi happened to drive by, and Wen Xuan decisively flagged it down. The two got in and headed towards the school. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, with only the hum of the engine filling the silence. On the way back to school, Wen Xuan suddenly asked, Jinbao, do you know where I can buy a weapon? Jinbao was taken aback. A flash of Wen Xuan smashing a Bao's bamboo came to mind. His eyes darted, and he revealed a sly smile. Hee hee, you asked the right person. But why should I tell you? Wen Xuan frowned. What do you want then? Simple, just teach me your gambling skills. Jinbao had a greedy look on his face. Wen Xuan was speechless. This guy was truly a hopeless gambler. He ignored him and continued walking. There were other people among the top 10 he could ask. Seeing Wen Xuan getting farther away, Jinbao stomped in frustration. Fine, if you won't say, then don't. I won't bother with you. With that, he turned and headed towards the school gate, planning to gamble a few more rounds to satisfy his addiction. Wen Xuan returned to the dormitory and, upon turning on the light, saw Zhuang and Sun Linger sitting by his desk, both instantly alert. Sun Linger exclaimed happily, Brother Wen Xuan, you're back. Yeah, Wen Xuan replied, patting Sun Linger's head. What's going on here? Zhuang awkwardly explained. Sorry, it's my fault. I heard from Linger that your braised pork is really delicious, and I wanted to try it too. Sun Linger quickly corrected him. No, Brother Wen Xuan. It was me being greedy, wanting to eat braised pork, and I dragged Brother Zhuang along. Wen Xuan understood. These two little ones were staking out for a meal of braised pork. He chuckled. If you want to eat, then follow me. Tonight, there's plenty of braised pork for everyone. The three of them went to the kitchen, and Wen Xuan opened the refrigerator, which was packed full of meat, a rather impressive sight. Zhuang sheepishly scratched his head. I was afraid there wouldn't be enough meat, so I bought a little extra. Wen Xuan's mouth twitched. This is more than a little extra. Looking at the refrigerator full of meat, he began to calculate how to cook all these ingredients. Wen Xuan decided to make a larger batch of braised pork, not only to satisfy the appetites of the food lovers Zhuang and Sun Linger, but also to let Abeo and the others have a taste. He skillfully worked the spatula, while Zhuang assisted him, and soon the kitchen was filled with a rich aroma. Before long, a large bowl of enticingly colored braised pork was ready. Wen Xuan served everyone a generous portion, including Abeo and the mimicking rabbit. Everyone eagerly dug in, except for Abeo, who looked worried and out of place. Noticing Abeo's unusual demeanor, Zhuang asked with concern, Abeo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell, or do you not like the braised pork? Sun Linger chimed in while eating. You don't like the braised pork? I think it tastes amazing. Her face beamed with satisfaction. Wen Xuan looked at Abeo thoughtfully. Are you still upset about your weapon being damaged? Abeo nodded slightly, a hint of sadness in its eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhuang boasted. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Abeo, tell me what weapon you want, and I'll make one for you. Wen Xuan looked at Zhuang in surprise. You? Sun Linger quickly vouched for him. Yes, Abeo, Brother Zhuang is really skilled. His forging skills are top-notch. When we were on a mission, the villagers were all asking him to help with forging. Wen Xuan was skeptical. Villagers? You mean forging farm tools? Zhuang shrugged. What's wrong with forging farm tools? If I can forge those complicated tools, why wouldn't I be able to forge a weapon? While Wen Xuan was doubtful, Abeo believed Zhuang's words wholeheartedly. Its big eyes sparkled with anticipation as it gazed at him. Zhuang assured confidently. Don't worry, Lao Shi, after this delicious braised pork, I can't let you down. Leave Abeo's weapon to me. Seeing Zhuang's confidence, Wen Xuan decided not to question further. Early the next morning, Wen Xuan was startled awake by a rapid knocking at his door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened the door to find Sun Linger and Zhuang already packed and standing there with their bags. What are you two up to? Wen Xuan asked, puzzled. Zhuang replied enthusiastically. Lao Shi, didn't you want to forge a weapon for your Abeo? Let's go. Go? Where to? To forge the weapon, of course. But first, we need to find the materials. Wen Xuan suddenly felt a bit uncertain about Zhuang. Finding materials before forging a weapon? And so hastily, could they really find good materials? But Zhuang was brimming with confidence. Come on, pack up quickly. We'll wait for you here. Trust me, the weapons I forge are always top quality. But to craft something well, you need the right tools, and only good materials can make a good weapon. These words convinced Wen Xuan. He quickly packed and set off with Zhuang and the others. Where are we going this time? Wen Xuan asked as they walked. To the Iron Mine Secret Realm. Zhuang replied confidently. Iron Mine Secret Realm? Yeah, don't worry, I've been there hundreds of times. It's like a second home to me. There aren't any powerful beasts there, so you don't need to worry about safety. Despite Zhuang's reassuring words, Wen Xuan couldn't shake off a faint sense of foreboding. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.